Some of Maple's officials are corrupt, and it is time to let them know that holding on to the money bags will only get them bullets. We are not robbers, but we do not mind occasional guest appearances. Mission requirements. Enter the residence of 5 targeted officials and the evidence of the darknet. Rewards: 120,000 experience, 500 darknet reputation. Without the special reward, it is just an ordinary task. I'll just get it done and over with. The transport plane took off with Han Zio after a refueling. A few hours later, they arrived in a new novice village. The forum started having lots of new posts published by Aquamarine. The content could be summarized in one sentence. Black Phantom is coming to the Western continent. Poseidon snorted and hurriedly clicked and viewed a post. After reading it, he began sweating. Don't tell me Black Phantom is running around every single novice village. If this was to be true, everyone simply had to wait patiently, and the advantages of being in a guild would vanish. We learned some skills earlier than others and were able to finish quests much earlier. There are bound to be some advantages for joining us. NPCs' actions can't be controlled. Don't try to force things. Poseidon glanced at the forum again and suddenly screamed, "What the? Come look at this post." What? Magical energy was a key attribute. It directly affected combat strength. And with the novice players' energy being so poor, they were usually unable to support an Esper's consumption. Espers needed this skill for sure. Jupiter was an Esper. He turned jealous and suddenly realized a serious problem. Wait a moment. When we were in the southern continent, Black Phantom did not teach us this skill. Everyone stood silent. Could it have been that when the Black Phantom was going to the novice village, he would give better things to them? In that case, wouldn't players in the southern continent be disadvantaged? On the forum, Western continent players were as if they were dogs that had eaten spring medicine, jumping up and down, posting their videos, and showing off. Do you see the huge anticipation in these small eyes of ours? Come on, hurry. The Western continent's players were almost celebrating like it was a festival. Some of them who were about to leave the novice village to explore the map immediately reverted back to where they were upon hearing the news of Black Phantom. They hurriedly returned to their villages, waiting for the Black Phantom's arrival in great excitement. Han Zio has also watched Bun Hit Dog's video, which was exactly what he had hoped for, to gain the curiosity and interest of players by sending out a video with some clues in it. The information flow between players and NPCs was restricted. They both had a different set of intelligence at hand, so leaking out his real name was not an issue. The Germinal organization knew that he was Zero and might even know the original name of his body, Han Zio, but they did not know he was Black Phantom and Han Zio. Star Dragon knew that he was Han Zio and Zero, but they were not sure if he was Black Phantom. Players knew that he was Black Phantom, his name was Han Zio, and he served the Star Dragon before, but they did not know he was Zero. Oh, players have yet to receive any information on Zero. Darknet only knew him as Black Phantom. Every organization only had a fraction of the information, and if his true identity was exposed one day, he would just have to change his face, and nothing would happen. He could even increase his legendary level by the time he was strong enough, and choose to reveal all his identities. Since the official launch, Han Zio's name had always been on the top of the Planet Aquamarine forums, which made him quite well known. Just like celebrities, the more people that knew him, the easier it was for him to strengthen his impression on people. After going to 2 more novice villages, Han Zio decided to take some time off so that the players could get some money, and he could have some time for himself to do other stuff. At the top of his to-do list would be to get the bonfire mini reaction furnace. He called Le Geniu to ask where the seller wanted to carry out the deal, and he gave him the seller's number. "Greetings," the person on the phone said. It was an electrical generated fake voice, so he could not figure out the age nor the gender. It was very confidential. "How are we going to carry out the deal?" Han Zio was very straight to the point. "In 3 days. In a moment, I will send you the location. Bring your money and I will bring the stuff," the person said. "Okay, I will get one of my men to carry out the deal," Han Zio replied. 10 seconds after hanging up the call, Han Zio received a message. Severus, the city near the border of Ordina. Financial organizations and families were deeply rooted in Ordina, so it was filled with competition and very clear class differentiation, as the country's policies were focused on the elites. Every city felt grand and solemn, and the regular rainfall created a light fog that made it look gloomy. It was drizzling in Severus. The weather was damp and bleak, which suited the atmosphere of the city. In a residential flat that had been made into a surveillance room that was connected to every traffic cam within 3 streets, a dozen or so men wearing black were busy doing something. This was an intelligence action group in Ordina. The agents gathered around to capture an escaped criminal who had stolen classified country intelligence. Continue your surveillance. Snipers, get ready. Take down the target once he meets the dealer. Airplanes were not allowed to dock at Ordina, therefore, Hanzio traveled by electromagnetic hover boots for a day after alighting to reach Severus. Wanderers entering the city formed a long queue at the border of Severus while the soldiers of Ordina were patrolling the area. He would be looking for a beating if he went in the official way, so he had to be smuggled in. With enough money and threatening from his gun, the smuggling process was smooth. Just like mankind never being able to kill all cockroaches, there would always be such smugglers no matter how tight security was at the border. Hanzio's clothing covered him from head to toe as he had to hide his equipment, and he carried a large backpack with his guns. Light rain poured on his raincoat, and hiding under the cap was a different face that Hanzio had changed into. The reminder from Antonio made sense, and he did not want to mess up this deal, so there was no way he would have appeared with the face of Black Phantom or his true face. The location was a cafe at the side of the road, seat 7. As the buyer, if he did not arrive first, the seller might not even appear. Therefore, he sat at seat 7 and looked around the cafe. The radio was playing slow music, and he could see the fog outside the windows. It was quite soothing. Hanzio looked normal as he lowered his head to sip his coffee, but he had noticed something unusual. The guy reading newspaper sitting 3 seats away is breathing heavily, and has a much higher heartbeat rate than normal. The woman drinking coffee at the bar is sweating at the side of her head. The man that passed by the floor-to-ceiling window had a very steady pace, but slowed down on purpose for 30% when he passed by the window. The second person from the left hiding from the rain is stamping the floor with the back of his feet, which is a sign of worry and nervousness, Hanzio thought. At LV55, his senses were at a very high level. Through the tiny details of movement and expression of normal people, he was able to figure out their emotional state. Mission introduction. The mysterious seller you're having a deal with is an outlaw of Ordina. Your deal with him has diverged. Unlucky for you, you're now also under surveillance, dragged into a storm that does not concern you. Mission requirement, run away from Ordina's pursuit. Reward, 65,000 experience. Bonus reward, unknown. I have been so damn unlucky recently. Hanzio was upset. All he wanted to do was get the mini bonfire reaction furnace, but it seemed like he was now involved in a rather serious event. Could things not just be peaceful and easier for him? The item was very important to Hanzio. It was the core of mechanical suit. He did not want to give it up just because of a small risk. He was already involved anyways, and even if he left right now, they would still have their eyes on him, so he decided to stay put for the moment and react accordingly. After a few minutes of waiting, a man wearing a pair of sunglasses, a hat, a dark green coat, and a scarf covering the lower half of his face came into the cafe and sat opposite Hanzio. He placed the metal suitcase that he was carrying on the table, looked at Hanzio, and did not say a word. The seller knew that the buyer was Black Phantom, but Hanzio was using a different face. Hanzio and the seller stared at each other for a while and confirmed the other party's identity in silence. Strangers would not have stared at each other for this long without saying a word. The seller entered the passcode and turned the open suitcase toward Hanzio. Inside the suitcase was a donut-shaped small device with its wires exposed outside. This was the mini bonfire reaction furnace, an energy core that was able to generate electricity automatically from solar and condensed fuel. It was also a piece of superhuman equipment as energy could be turned into fuel as a power source. Hanzio confirmed it was the real thing with his hands, took out his laptop, sent the money to the seller in a flash, and immediately said, "Run." Without waiting for the seller's reaction, Hanzio shoved the mini bonfire reaction furnace into his backpack and stood up suddenly. He took out his berserk eagle and shot many times at the people that he had previously confirmed to be monitoring him. Ordina agents took action as soon as the deal was completed. But Hanzio was a second quicker. He had the upper hand. Without any hesitation, the seller broke through the floor-to-ceiling window and ran with all his might. He was a superhuman, too, as he covered a few meters each step he took. To divert the numbers of the enemy, Hanzio ran in another direction. As countless footsteps closed in on Hanzio, agents appeared from the streets around and started shooting at him. The people on the street ran away screaming. The magnetically controlled retractable armor that Hanzio had just equipped reflected the bullets away. He slid across the battlefield with a gun in both hands and shot at any agent who exposed their head. Naturally, he did not miss a single shot. Suddenly, Hanzio felt a pull on his feet. He looked down and saw something water-like wrapping around his calf, slowing down his speed. Glancing at the information of the enemy on the interface, Han Zio saw that it was in a spur around LV-30. As Han Zio's speed slowed down, two pugilist agents used the opportunity to dash out from the roadside and started attacking him with energy-covered fists. It was at this moment that he heard the sound of engines as two enormous black police vehicles dashed out from the intersection. The vehicles splashed the water in an arc with a drift and stopped in front of Han Zio, facing him sideways and blocking the path. Han Zio made a sharp change in direction and slid over the roofs of the two vehicles with his electromagnetic hover boots. The soldiers in the vehicles alighted hastily to fire at him, but the bullets could not catch up to him and left a trail of holes on the walls of the building. Ordina had a lot of men around the area. No matter how Han Zio tried to get rid of the pursuit, there will always be another car at the front of his path. He shot down the traffic cams, took detours, used his electromagnetic hover boots to climb over walls and buildings, outran the soldiers time and time again. But there were always cars stopping him. The other team had already lost the cellar. Han Zio was the only target left, but he was too difficult for his men to catch. Mag, take him down. Having successfully escaped from the last few cars, Han Zio jumped across the gaps between buildings and looked for a hidden place to change his face and clothes. Suddenly, bullets from a shotgun exploded on his back as smoke and flames broke out. Han Zio got knocked straight into the wall, and shattered bricks fell to the floor. The close-range explosion had made Han Zio lose his hearing for a little. He got rid of the dust on his head and looked up with a frown. A man was standing at the top of a building. He had all kinds of equipment on him, a bulletproof vest, waterproof clip belts, 4 handguns around his waist and thighs, a sniper rifle and 2 different assault rifles hanging behind his back, and a shotgun in his hands with smoke coming out of the muzzle. A cannon master, you have entered combat. You have received the following information. Mag Leslie, level 56. Their backup will arrive in no time if I'm stalled, and I don't have enough supplies to deal with an outnumbered fight. I need to use the opportunity created by damaging him to escape, Han Zio thought. Blue lights flashed from his shoes, and he slid away, trying to run. Mag remained expressionless as Han Zio ran away. He had noticed much earlier that the speed Han Zio had was from his shoes, so he used his RX-108 assault rifle and shot with high accuracy. He knew that Han Zio would not be able to escape if his shoes were broken. However, a piece of magnetically controlled retractable armor quickly covered the shoes and blocked the bullets. That was close. Han Zio was shocked. Luckily, he had been prepared and was able to react in time. Had his shoes been destroyed, the difficulty to escape would have been many times higher. Being attacked and not fighting back was not Han Zio's style. Mag stood on the ceiling with one assault rifle in each hand. He used and at the same time. The increased fire rate from both skills together turned the bullets into a storm raining down on Han Zio, keeping him stuck on the wall. The holes in the wall turned to waves of dust, and the cracks grew even larger. He should be almost dead. Mag was confident. This round of explosive damage that he had dealt with the combination of abilities and hundreds of bullets should have left the target almost dead, if not dead. Dust filled the air and blocked the view inside the pit. A loud and weird sound appeared. Suddenly, an invisible force field exploded on the wall, pushing away the rain and bullets, creating an area of empty space. Field repulsive machine. Using the repulsion from the machine, Han Zio jumped out of the pit and remained stagnant in the air for a short moment. He held up the Phantom Ghost sniper with one hand and aimed at Mag from afar, locking onto his position. Time seemed to have slowed down. Mag felt a chill down his spine. The gun gave him a piercing sense of coldness, and his intuition told him that it was extremely deadly. He tried to dodge as soon as he could, but Han Zio fired his shot before he could dodge fully. In the flash of blue light, Mag felt an irresistible force bursting on his chest. He was knocked into the air and rolled to the other side of the roof, barely grabbing the edge of the rooftop in the last second before falling down. You destroyed Mag Leslie's. You dealt 772 points of damage to Mag Leslie. Mag Leslie has entered moderate bleeding state, losing 5 health for 60 seconds. Mag Leslie has entered penetrated lung state, minus 10% dexterity, minus 15% movement speed. This explosive shot was used within, so the damage was frightening. Han Zio took a deep breath. For the first time, his magnetically controlled retractable armor was close to being destroyed. The damage from Mag's storm of bullets had decreased its durability to the alarming zone of 100 points. If he had still been wearing the first version of it without all the improvements that he had made, it would have been destroyed. Cannon masters were known for their firepower. If Mag could get better firearms, his damage would have further increased. To Mag, the fact that Hanzio was still standing after all the bullets he had fired was already quite unbelievable. If Hanzio were to stay and continue the fight, he would almost certainly win. But he heard the engines from afar, their backup was here. Anger and dismay filled his chest. Failing the mission was like a slap on his face. Ordina agents started searching the area, which expectedly led to no result. They could only pass their recorded fighting video to the intelligence unit for analysis. However, although they did not have any hope that doing this would give them any valuable information, they surprisingly found someone whose fighting style was the same as the buyers. Black Phantom. They look completely different, but he might have worn a skin mask. Ordina's intelligence unit took the appearance of Black Phantom very seriously. They opened a meeting and told the hacker unit to play with the source of this information, which was the short call Hanzio had with the seller about the deal location. Greetings. How are we going to carry out the deal? In 3 days. In a moment, I will send you the location. Bring your money and I will bring the stuff. Okay, I will get one of my men to carry out the deal. The last sentence was the key. The person that the buyer sent was astonishingly Black Phantom, which meant that the identity of the buyer was clear. After running away from Mag's sights, Hanzio turned back to the direction that he had come from where the surveillance cameras were destroyed. He changed his clothes and the face on the skin mask, dived into the crowd, and escaped successfully. He headed to the border, and just as he expected, the border was locked down as special operation units and scouts searched everyone who passed by. Hanzio knew where Human Smuggler was. The border being locked down would not obstruct him from smuggling himself out. Although the price increased, it was acceptable to him. After going to a rural area in Severus and smuggling himself out of the city, 1 hour had already passed. Hanzio's phone suddenly rang. It was from Bennett. Why did the Ordina intelligence organization call the higher-ups of my organization, asking for an explanation and even compensation? What the hell did you do on the Western continent? Who in the world would say, okay, I will send one of my men over, then go over himself? Even if you want to confuse others, at least don't fight in such an obvious and unique style. Well, it was supposed to hide my identity, but it seems like that didn't work. Anyways, don't worry, it's not a big issue. I only fought some Ordina people, beat up a few agents, and destroyed a few buildings, nothing much. The people of Ordina were quite welcoming. By the way, the weather here is not good at all. It keeps raining and feels really gloomy. It's not like the southern continent, where it feels like spring and is very comfortable. I prefer southern continent's weather much more. Bennett was stunned. How did you change the topic so naturally to talk about the weather? Could your skills to change topic be any worse? Hanzio laughed it off and said, it was an accident, that's all. I've got something to attend to, got to go. You as ho. Hanzio hung up the call quickly before Bennett finished the sentence. Phew, that was definitely a misstep. Didn't expect Ordina to be this angry. Completed. You received 65,000 experience. You completed the hidden requirement. Stop Mag and help the mysterious seller to escape within 3 minutes. You received bonus rewards. Character summon card, Dion. LV30 special dungeon crystal. Plus 30 relationship with Dion. Trading is now available. Dion. Hanzio remembered with joy after thinking back for some time. Dion was a mysterious NPC on planet Aquamarine. He was part of a hidden organization that kept a very low profile. Dion sold all sorts of rare supplies. He was like a hidden store, and there was no fixed mission for players to meet him. So, he was the seller. Hanzio was a little astonished. His phone rang again. This time it was from the seller. My phone was tapped. I have settled it, so my calls will not expose any more secrets. I dragged you into this. I heard Mag also took part in the mission. If you did not warn me, I might not have been able to escape. I owe you one. Since you are calling me, it means you wanted to repay me. Hanzio acted like it was not a big deal, but he was laughing with happiness on the inside. You can call me Dion, the seller said. Usually I don't do business with new customers, but you're an exception. I will give you 20% off everything. Only 20%. Hanzio raised his tone. Can you give a bit more? Dion was stunned. Should a legendary killer not be more mysterious? He remained silent for a moment and replied, 20% is a very high discount already. Fine, Hanzio said mockingly. Not long after, Hanzio received a message, the item list of Dion's store. There were many rare items, and some of them were likely even secret research documents of the 6 nations. Quickly deciding with a few mechanical items, Hanzio asked, how do we make the deal? Through a meetup, but this time at a rural area in 3 days' time. I will give you a location, and I will send someone to pass the stuff to you. My identity is rather sensitive, so I will not turn up due to my own safety. Please understand. Hanzio was pleased. LV30 Special Dungeon Crystal, Alena Infiltration Plan. Introduction. Alena is a secret research lab of Ordina. A few years ago, Dion infiltrated this facility and stole their military secrets. This will be your test. Dungeon type, backwards time travel dungeon. Player completion count, 0. Shortest completion time, hours, minutes and seconds. Record holders, none. The dungeon missions only appeared when inside the dungeon. Hanzio guessed that it would require him to take on the identity of Dion and steal the secret documents just as Dion did. Using Dungeon Crystal was risky for him, so he kept it unclaimed in the interface, considering selling it to players in the future. 3 days later, at the meetup location, 2 of Dion's men were waiting in masks, carrying the items that Hanzio had ordered. Hanzio paid the money and got the things right at the spot. It went smoothly this time. Going back to the cargo plane, Hanzio opened the metal suitcase that he had received, which held the materials securely. U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. Its functions had already been mentioned before. Nerve's biological transmission cable increased energy efficiency, which led to a higher output. Using it in a mechanical suit would slightly increase its basic stats. High-speed injection module could be placed inside the mechanical suit to inject some potions, such as healing potion and steroids. He also bought some painkiller. 5 days later, with dark bags under his eyes, Hanzio looked at the completed suit with a smile of relief. It's done. The scan is successful. You have successfully created a new prototype blueprint. Please name the blueprint. Hanzio contemplated for a while. Finally, I have completed the mechanical suit. Hanzio was excited. He had also received close to 20,000 experience from making it. Viper was mainly used to increase the power of a single person and consisted of generally smaller modules. The power capacity was not full yet, so it could include more modules in the future if Hanzio so desired. Viper raised the combat power of Hanzio to a whole new level, and it did not interfere with him using other guns, grenades, or weapons. This mechanical suit was a second combat tactic, which provided higher survival capabilities and increased all of his stats. If it was in combat mode, it would increase Hanzio's strength by more than 2 times. Hanzio now had a sniper at long range and mechanical suit at close combat. Furthermore, Viper was lightweight. It could be folded into a suitcase, and Hanzio had his magnetically controlled retractable armor for when he was not wearing the mechanical suit. I will have to test out its actual combat capabilities. Hanzio decided on the next destination. It was where the tragedy of La Potter took place. What convenient timing. Killing the beast boss over there was also part of his plan. The tragedy of La Potter occurred in a forbidden zone that was filled with wild beasts. The beasts in the area were strengthened by a mutation virus called Death Virus. A group of mutated rhinoceroses galloped across the maroon earth. All the beasts here are mutated. At the exteriors of the forbidden zone, with serious expressions on their faces, Yan Diane and Ned were analyzing the situation through their binoculars. They were lone superheroes that had taken on a contract to enter the zone and search for a group of civilian explorers. This civilian exploring group had entered the Forbidden Zone and put themselves in such a dangerous spot all to investigate the source of the virus, which was very noble in the eyes of Yan Diane and Ned. Therefore, they had accepted the contract without hesitation. There has always been radiation in La Potter, which is the cause of virus mutation, Ned said. On the other side of the Forbidden Zone, Hanzio had arrived at his destination. The air was filled with a rotten smell and a hint of poison. The plants on the ground were mutated as well. The spawn area is a little too huge. I don't know where the Beast King is. Hanzio put down the metal suitcase, opened it, and donned the Viper mechanical suit. The hologram display had zooming functions and compiled data collected from many scanning modules, which provided more detailed information on the surroundings. There was also a radar at the top left side of the screen that could detect any signs of life within a radius of 500 meters. At a few hundred meters away were a group of more than 10 giraffe-like creatures with fearsome bone spurs, which clearly indicated they were not a tamed species. A few of the larger ones raised their neck and looked over to Hanzio's position. They seemed to have noticed him. Stealth mode. Optical camouflage was turned on, and the exterior of the mechanical suit turned into the same color as the surroundings like a chameleon. The giraffe-like creatures shook their heads around but could not find him, so they lay back down. If the level of the enemy was high enough, they would have been able to see through the camouflage, but these beasts were clearly far from that level. Han Zio continued to move forward, searching for the target. 2 hours had gone by, and Han Zio had already scanned dozens of mutated flora and fauna, which were all stored into the database. He had also fought a few beasts with various levels and vital signs to determine the approximate strength certain vital sign levels presented. The highest leveled beast that he had met was a pack of wolf-like beasts at LV-42, which was not his target. With a voice command, the armor around Han Zio's calves split open. Inside was a small space that stored the spider detectors. He activated them and made them spread out toward the center of the zone. The images captured by them were displayed on his goggles. Spider detectors worked in a shaky but rather quick way. After a while, Han Zio could see the situation of the center zone, which was filled with ferocious-looking beasts. Suddenly, the image from spider detector number 1 experienced a slight shake, and loud crashing sounds could be heard from afar. The beasts were then seen all going in the same direction. Spider detector number 1 climbed up a long-haired boar and headed toward the same direction. 2 superhumans running for their lives from the beasts appeared in sight. One of them was in a spur who could release white shockwaves from the hands, which was quite powerful and knocked closing beasts back again and again. However, the sound it produced attracted more and more beasts. Han Zio raises his eyebrows in surprise. Right the next moment, a white lion that was 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long appeared. All the other beasts got out of his way with fear, and those who did not were all dead. Han Zio's eyes twinkled. That was most likely the Beast King. Young Diane and Ned ran with all their might to the extent that their lungs felt like it was burning. Behind them were more than 100 mutated beasts and an enormous white lion. The beasts were chasing closely with the enormous white lion leading ahead. Ned's shockwaves could only stop its movement for a mere second and could not even push it back even the slightest distance. Ned was sweating heavily. He was running out of energy. This time, a cliff appeared in front. There was a gap on the ground that could only fit a human, and he had to enter sideways. Quick, hide inside. They were overjoyed. Suddenly, Ned noticed a huge shadow below him expanding at a fast pace. Turning around with surprise, Ned saw the white lion jump toward him and slam its claws straight down. The wind from the raw power of the beast was so strong that Ned could barely open his eyes or breathe. "You go first," young Diane shouted as he pushed Ned away. They almost did not make it. Such strong raw strength. Young Diane's face was twitching from the pain. A strong pugilist like him had been critically injured by just one hit. The power of this lion was unheard of. As it clawed at the hole, the opening became larger, so it would not be long before young Diane and Ned had nowhere to hide. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Ned bit his lips and said, "Your wounds are too severe. You be the bait, and maybe I can live." Young Diane looked at his heavily wounded body and said, "It's true I won't be able to escape. It's better for one to die than both. If you can make it out alive, remember to take care of my family." "I will. I will raise your child and take care of your wife." They looked at each other and stayed silent for a moment. Then they both gave a bitter smile. "Stop talking nonsense. If we're going to die, we'll die together." Young Diane stood up in a struggle and said, "We'll use everything we have left." Ned nodded. Just as they were going to leave and use everything they had, a flash of blue light dashed across the night sky and hit the white lion's left eye. Immediately, it burst into blood. Then they heard the sound of a gunshot. The white lion roared in anger and sprinted toward the source of the gunshot. Young Diane and Ned were stunned, which then turned into excitement. Someone came to help. 500 meters away, Han Zio lay prone on the floor with the ghost sniper rifle, blue light glowing along the circuits on its body. Through the sniper's scope, he saw the white lion rushing toward him with a bloody left eye. This shot was fired with flaming will, which this time it triggered a lucky 2.2 times damage, together with vital point and sneak attack critical damage. The damage was an astonishing 1,800. This was the highest damage Han Zio had dealt with a single shit. However, the white lion was still alive and well, like it did not affect him. Han Zio looked at the information on the interface, and as he expected, the white lion was indeed the Beast King. Its real name was Mutant White Lion King, LV-56. Its health was a horrifying amount of more than 18,000, so the shot only to around 10% of its health, as well as a sight loss debuff. This boss was supposed to be fought by a team, but Han Zio was solo. However, with the new mechanical suit, the risk was much lower. Han Zio stood up and slid backward while firing with his sniper continuously. Despite wearing Viper, he would not opt for close-range combat. Mixing combat strategies was the right way to go. By using the sniper and mechanical suit at the same time, he could have an advantage in both close-up and ranged combat. The scanning module analyzed the nearby terrain and backed up automatically without Han Zio having to look back, so he could fully focus on dealing damage. Young Diane and Ned saw from afar that Han Zio was going to face the White Lion King head-on. "Don't fight him at such a close range," they shouted at Han Zio in shock. This mysterious person in the mechanical suit was there to save them. He was their hope. They could remember how easily Young Diane had been defeated, and this guy might very well end up the same. Such a small-sized human, yet he still chose to face the enormous beast head-on. It was like throwing an egg at a stone. It would have no impact. The man and the lion crashed against each other. The result was certain in the minds of Young Diane and Ned. They almost wanted to close their eyes and not see how cruel the end would be for that mysterious man. But they were wrong. The mysterious man not only did not suffer a tragic loss, but it was the White Lion that was growling in pain. The White Lion King was knocked back, and half of Han Zio's body was hammered into the ground. They were unbelievably on par. Han Zio had a lighter weight. He had to direct the strength into the ground to not be knocked up. With the leg muscles unleashing their energy, Han Zio jumped out of the ground and swung his leg onto the White Lion's head like a whip. With a loud sound, a ripple appeared in the air. The White Lion's skull changed shape from the power. Its whole body was sent rolling away and smashing onto the ground. Oh my god! Young Diane and Ned were completely stunned by what they saw. Their sizes were more than 10 times apart, and that terrifying White Lion had just lost to this mysterious person. In strength, Young Diane felt his throat going dry. What he had seen was too impactful. Just because he could not do it, did not mean others could not. He had fought with other pugilists that were stronger than him, and none of them even came close to how strong the White Lion King was. Yet, this mysterious man was even stronger than that. "What mechanical suit is that? I've never seen that before," Young Diane said. Ned's eyes continued staring straight ahead, not sparing Young Diane a glance. During combat mode, Viper gave an attribute boost of 78 STR and 45 dex, which made these two attributes of Han Zio even higher than the White Lion King's. What was even more horrifying was that his could further improve the attributes from Viper. Han Zio had noticed Young Diane and Ned much earlier, but since he did not know who they were, he did not bother much about it. Han Zio fought the mutant White Lion King at a very close range, each of his punches and kicks dealing a high amount of damage. Energy was flowing rapidly from the mini bonfire reaction furnace, and the high amount of armor protected him from White Lion King's attacks. Only using fists and legs was a total waste on all the functions the mechanical suit had. Han Zio had turned on the heating gloves and sunworm and lit the White Lion King's fur on fire, leaving burn marks around his body. Their fight shook the ground like an earthquake. Even the duo watching from afar could feel it as they spectated the heated fight in awe. Although White Lion King's attacks became strong and faster over time, Han Zio still had the upper hand. He could avoid most attacks because of how agile he was, and even for those that he did not manage to avoid, they could not penetrate his suit. The Viper was a piece of equipment ahead of its time. It should never have even appeared in front of players in version 1.0. In fact, no mechanical suit was supposed to have been created in version 1.0 and definitely not owned by any player. After countless punches, the White Lion King's health was down to around 30%. The White Lion King howled toward the sky. It had entered rage mode, or as the players called it, the second phase. Han Zio could feel the pressure bursting in a short moment. I shouldn't face him directly during rage mode. Han Zio decided to retreat to a safer range. For the time being, it was his combat style to be able to strike and escape anytime he wanted. The White Lion King chased him for some time. Then it slowed down, showing signs of exhaustion. Just at this moment, cooldown ended. Han Zio immediately held up his ghost sniper rifle and shot at the other undamaged eye of the White Lion King. With this one shot, the only eye that the White Lion King had left burst into a cloud of blood. It was gravely injured and fell to the ground with just a few hundred points of health left. "It's dead." In his excitement, Han Zio let out a sigh of relief. Viper's power was higher than he had expected, and it covered the mechanic's weakness of having low physical attributes and provided strong protection at close range. The White Lion King was unable to move, so Han Zio went up and finished it easily. He took out the retractable knife and cut out its heart. It was the size of a basketball, filled with violet-colored nerves, hot like a ball of fire. You received a special item. You have triggered mission. Mission introduction. Beasts in this area are all infected by death virus. Some organizations are looking for research samples that are strong enough. That's right, I'm talking about this heart you're holding. Mission requirement. Bring to Louis Biological Research Institution in 7 days. Reward, Death Virus Drug X1. This mission was a bonus rewards mission triggered by the heart. The drug reward was able to increase one's attributes permanently, and there was a small chance to give the user a rare talent ability. In the previous life, the Beast King boss was always killed within hours after spawning. And since the death virus drug could be used more than once, the biggest guilds were the ones that controlled the area to grind the drug. Louis Biological Research Institution was open to the general public, and players could exchange all kinds of weird materials for drugs that were not any less weird. We came here to save an exploration team. They went deep into the zone to find the cure of the virus and have lost contact. We hope you can help us. You triggered grade D mission. Accept or reject. Reject. Saving them would mean having to bring a group of normal people across the forbidden zone. The chance of success was too low. Every second spent there would increase the level of danger. Han Zio's target was only the mutated heart, and it was completed. Thus, there was no need for him to waste his time in the zone. They are in danger because they wanted to solve the disaster. How can you not help? Ned said anxiously. Han Zio turned on his hovering shoes and left without replying. It was clear what he meant at this moment. Do whatever you want, but don't drag me into it. The duo watched with resignation as Han Zio left. Not everyone is kind like them, and they knew that, but they were still upset over losing such strong help. Han Zio rushed to Maple, as the mutated heart mission had a time limit. Louis Research Institution was in Kalos City in Maple. A receptionist walked to him with a well-mannered smile as soon as he walked in. Hi, do you require an introduction to the business scope of Louis Group companies? Han Zio raised the metal suitcase in his hands and said, I have a heart from a death virus-infected being. One of your researchers might be interested. Please wait a moment, I will inform a superior. The lady receptionist guided Han Zio to the sofa and left. Louis Research Institution accepted exterior research projects, so there were always customers who came to visit. After some time, two people covered in bandages walked in. Han Zio raised his head as he smelled the odor of blood. It was the superhero duo he had met in the Forbidden Zone. These guys were saving some exploring team. Could it be that the team was from Louis Research Institution? Looks like they failed and are badly injured. Han Zio raised his brows but stayed put as they did not recognize him. A guy with spectacles and looking like someone of a high position walked out the lift and trotted toward the duo with a face full of hope. Heroes, you have returned. He sounded very welcoming. Sorry, Mr. Kate, we failed the mission, Ned said in a very apologetic tone. Kate's expression changed. Are they all dead? Sorry, they were infected. We couldn't do anything. Young Diane could not look at Kate's grief-stricken face. It's not your fault. Seeing Kate taking off his spectacles and rubbing his eyes made the duo feel even worse. Ned took out the metal suitcase and said, the exploration team asked us to make sure this is delivered to you. It's an important material that can solve the death virus. I wish they made it back alive. This is their accomplishment, and we'll never forget that. If we are able to make a cure out of this, it will be named after them. The duo could not agree more. Young Diane sighed and said, they are heroes. Not being able to save them is a regret that I'll remember for life. Don't feel that way. Their hard work wouldn't have paid off if not for you guys. You have done what you could, and you shouldn't blame yourselves for that. If you don't mind, we would like to take care of your wounds for free, Kate said with appreciation. No need to, I can't trouble you any further. The more appreciation Kate showed, the sorrier the duo felt. They rejected the invitation and walked out with straight backs. Kate pushed his spectacles and watched the duo leave. He then walked toward Han Zio with a smile and said, greetings, do you have any business for the research institution? Han Zio returned the smile and opened the metal suitcase, showing Kate the mutated heart. This is a death virus-infected heart from a very strong being. Kate's eyes sparkled, and he said with an even brighter smile, please follow me. As he led the way, Kate said, the death virus has always been a very important project in our research. We kept running into obstacles and meeting limits because we don't have enough supplies of lively materials. This heart is very important to us. We might be able to make a drug out of it straight away. As usual, we will give you a dose of it once it's completed, but of course, we can exchange that for something else if you would like other rewards. No need for that, I want the drug. Han Zio pointed at the metal suitcase in Kate's hands that came from young Diane and Ned and said, I thought you already have the material. This, well, this is important, too. Kate laughed it off and did not explain further. They stopped outside a big biological experiment lab. Please kindly wait here. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in the experimental lab. Han Zio passed the suitcase to Kate, who then walked in with both suitcases and spoke to someone that seemed to be the supervisor of the experimental lab. Kate and the lab supervisor spoke quietly, but with Han Zio's LV-55 senses, He could hear everything they said. What happened to the exploration team? All dead, the supervisor asked. Yes, Kate replied, the heroes couldn't save them. At least the stuff is delivered. Never mind that they died. With this heart, we can make the drugs very soon. What did the heroes say? They felt they couldn't live up to our trust. Hehe, employing these heroes is so much cheaper than mercenaries. As long as we give them a good reason, they might even do things for free. Saved me quite some money. You didn't get found out, did you? Of course not. They're stupid and naive. A few lies, and they were easily touched and even almost cried. These so-called heroes are the easiest to convince. A little compliment and appreciation will make them lose their senses. They thought that they did a very honorable thing when they left. I almost burst into laughter. Don't offend these heroes. Do our best to build a good relationship with them. Don't worry, I gave them a good impression. Hanzio waited calmly without changing his expression. Kate finished the conversation not long after. He came back outside the room and said with a polite smile, "It takes 1 day to make the drug. If you don't mind, we can provide a room for you to rest, and the drug will be handed to you as soon as it's done." Okay, Hanzio did not object. They took the lift to the residential floor, and Hanzio was given a guest room. Kate mentioned a few areas that he was not allowed to enter and found an excuse to leave. Hanzio checked the room for cameras and found 2 of them, so he took out his laptop and hacked into the system, controlled the cameras in his room, and set it to a loop. He then hacked into the database of the research institution without hesitation to look at their research projects. After some time of finding, he finally found the Death Virus project. In its detailed description, this was an experiment that could enhance one's physical capabilities, and the research institution was certainly not doing any research on the cure that young Diane and Ned talked about. Hanzio's eyes flashed as he clicked his keyboard, and he had planted a program. Kate came to Hanzio's room on the next day, carrying a metal suitcase. He placed the suitcase on the table, patted it, and said, "The drug has been completed." When Hanzio opened the suitcase, thick white gas escaped from within, and inside was a dark red, viscous drug. He reached out his hands to touch it, and information showed up in the interface. "They gave me the one with the lowest quality," Hanzio thought as he closed the suitcase. "I'm satisfied with this," he said with a smile. "We look forward to our next partnership," Kate replied politely. "No need to look forward. I want to buy more drugs. What do you have in stock?" "We only provide long-term bulk supplies to large organizations and customers with abilities. If it's a single customer, especially one with an unknown origin, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult. We hope you can understand. However, we can sell it in bulk to you if you can prove your ability to afford them in the long term." Kate expressed his difficulties just the right amount and made it look like he really wanted to agree but could not because of the rules and regulations. However, in the eyes of an experienced person like Hanzio, it was very obviously done on purpose, most likely to raise the price. Hanzio smiled mysteriously. He adjusted his collar and said, "Allow me to introduce myself officially. I'm an executive officer of Germinal Organization, Heisenberg." Kate was very surprised. Germinal Organization? Didn't they leave the Western continent? Is this so-called Heisenberg guy a secretly active executive officer, or is he lying? Forgive me for being so straightforward, but your identity is very suspicious. Kate took 2 steps back and placed his right hand in his pocket holding the alarm. If Hanzio made any suspicious movements, he would trigger the alarm. "Don't have to be so nervous, give me a moment." Hanzio walked into the toilet with his backpack. Why is he going to the toilet? Just as when Kate was confused, Hanzio walked out wearing Viper. The mechanical suit that looked highly advanced gave Kate a shock. "Wah, what are you?" Hanzio swung his arms around and said through the suit's speaker, "This is the latest single-unit mechanical suit invented by the Germinal Organization. If your eyes still work, you should be able to see the amount of advanced technology used in this." Kate hesitated and said, "I need to discuss with the other high-ranked officials." "He can't prove it, not trustworthy." "Do you want him to shout I'm part of the Germinal Organization everywhere he goes?" "I think there's no need for him to lie. We will know if he's the real deal when we make the trade." "Makes sense to me. But cooperating with the Germinal Organization seems somewhat dangerous." Hanzio cut in their conversation and said, "Any trade we make will be kept confidential. As long as you and I don't tell anyone, no one will know. We can even give you some financial support to build new divisions in Andrea." The eyes of all the high-ranked officials in the research lab turned bright. Andrea was filled with radiation, and many genes-mutated flora and fauna avoided by others were treasures to them. They had heard about the generosity of Germinal Organization. In Maple, the government was corrupt, and they had just about had enough of it. It seemed like a rather good plan to change the environment. even if they did not move their headquarters. Opening a research division in Andrea was a pretty good idea, too. Shall we try to make a deal? Bring him to the exhibition room. The drugs exhibition room looked like cold storage from outside the door. Kate entered the password, and the doors slid open. These are the products of our research institution. Which ones does your organization want? Kate said with a smile. Han Zhao acted like he was looking around and said, every one of them. Money is not a problem, as long as you have enough in stock. Joy filled the faces for the high-ranked officials who were watching through the camera. This was a big order. Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. But I will have to verify their effects first. Kate opened the showcase's password lock, took out a drug, and passed it to Han Zhao. Han Zhao read the information on the interface. It was a temporary enhancement drug. Consuming it would grant a +3 endurance buff for 3 minutes. After making sure all the drugs in these showcases were real, Han Zhao calmly said, I will need a large quantity. Kate received commands through the headphones. He took out a laptop, opened the price page, and said with a smile, we have enough inventory. After you have made the payment, these cute little things will be yours. Kate said with a smile on his face. Seems like this is as far as I can get by lying. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He had no intention of paying. He placed the gun against Kate's forehead before he could react and said, this is my payment. The laptop fell onto the ground with a bang. The threatening feel from the gun muzzle made Kate tremble all over. You're a fake. Han Zhao did not reply. He fired at the showcase, but the glass was bulletproof. It only cracked but did not shatter. Far away in the surveillance room, the high-ranked officials were shocked. He wants to rob our finished products. Luckily, we brought him to the exhibition room where there are security systems. The metal door of the exhibition room shut tight, and the showcases moved back into the walls, leaving no traces behind. The room became empty, and the ceiling moved aside, revealing 3 rows of guns whose range covered the entire room. Han Zhao and Kate were both under the guns. Didn't expect that, did you? We were suspicious of your origins from the start. Now that your life is under our control, you have no escape. We just have to press a button and you will be dead. Unless you want to know how many seconds it will take for these guns to turn you into a puddle of blood. Put down the guns, take off the mechanical suit, and get down to your knees. Then tell us your true identity, origin, and who sent you. Han Zhao looked up at the dark black guns. The cameras were in the corners of the room, and the high-ranked officials were looking at him through those. He even knew that the vents could release poisonous gas. With a cold expression, he issued a voice command. Launch program. The smart chip in the mechanical suit immediately recognized the command and connected to the standby computer. It then entered the research institution's intranet and activated the hacking program planted by Han Zhao the previous night. The research institution's system fell like dominoes in the face of the hacking program. Without much effort, the entire authority system was overridden, and Han Zhao gained control in a few seconds. The walls of the exhibition room reopened, and the showcases appeared again. The guns on the ceiling slid back, and the doors opened. In the exhibition room, Kate was stunned. He looked into the Han Zhao's black goggles, and fear gnawed at his heart. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Smoke rose from the ground between his legs where the bullet had hit. Kate was extremely afraid, not even daring to move. Stay there and don't move. You can still live, Han Zhao said in a mocking tone. Oh okay, calm down, Kate replied hastily as cold sweat wet his entire back. At the start, he had no intention of robbing the research institution. However, that changed when he accidentally overheard Kate and the high-ranked official talking about young Diane and Ned. Since the research institution was not one with morals, Han Zhao did not bother to do things the nice way. They neither were good people anyways, so they might as well follow the rules of the wicked. Whoever was stronger had the right to take from the weaker side. If the opposite party had reliable morals and beliefs, Han Zhao would not mind interacting with them normally. But if they made Han Zhao unhappy and were not strong enough, Han Zhao would go back to his old habits when he was a player, robbing whatever he saw. Furthermore, he was very interested in the research institution's drugs. An old saying appeared in Han Zhao's mind. Karma will find its way. Wickedness will be dealt with by the wicked. Looks like I've become wicked. Han Zhao laughed. An opportunity to do bad things without feeling guilty did not come by often. He picked up his backpack and walked toward the lift. Kate's body was still soft. He let out a sigh of relief as he saw Han Zhao leaving, but the fear was still lingering in his mind. The high-ranked officials in the surveillance room were bleeding in their hearts when they saw all the drugs being taken. One of them yelled in anger, "Quickly think about what can we do." "I got it. Ask the switchboard room to cut off all electricity in the basement and trap him in there. As Han Zio arrived at the lift, the entire floor's lights turned off. He raised his eyebrows and switched to night vision, cutting off the power as expected. Han Zio's legs bent as the power from nanotechnology muscle fiber gathered in his legs and burst in an instant. The floor cracked open, and he shot through the ceiling like a rocket. After 2 jumps, Han Zio bumped straight into the hall. A group of guards who were gathering came into his sights. There were only some 20 of them, not even 1/5 of the research institution's guards. Han Zio's way of going up the floors was way too swift and violent. It didn't give much time for the research institution to react. Stall the enemy. The rest of the guards will be here in less than 20 seconds. FCK. Before he could even finish giving the order, Han Zio bumped through the guards like a bowling ball hitting a strike and sent them flying. The guards could not even slow him down as he broke through the glass door and disappeared in the streets. The people there could only catch a tint of black shadow. The high-ranked officials of the research institution were raging with anger. They were hopeful that the guards could at least stall him for 15 minutes. But they barely could for 3 seconds. Seeing the drugs would not able to be retrieved, the superiors' hearts were bleeding, and they were furious. When will the Maple military arrive? At least 10 minutes. That's too long. That asshole would have been long gone. Is there any other way? Kate had returned to normal and immediately said, the superhero duo is still in the city. I will contact them now. Young Diane received a phone call from Kate. Confused, he asked, Mr. Kate, are you looking for us? Kate sounded anxious. A robber has taken the products of the research institution, including the oppressor for the death virus. If we can't retrieve it, our results will be lost. Since the military can't make it in time, we have to count on you guys. The duo turned serious. We will definitely help. That's great. You're our only hope. I'll send you the coordinates. The enemy is a man wearing a black mechanical suit. Black mechanical suit. Young Diane and Ned's expressions changed. Running on the street wearing a mechanical suit was too flashy. As soon as Han Zio left the research institution, he climbed onto the rooftop of a building and continued running across rooftops. That way, even if someone saw him, it would not cause as great an impact. So many drug potions, enough for me to drink it like water. Han Zio laughed. It was at this moment that 2 strong vital signs showed up on the radar, and after the automated search in the database, it surprisingly had a match. It turned out to be the 2 superheroes that he had met twice. You have triggered mission. Mission introduction. Heroes of justice are never in short supply, but only the right ways to do it. Some people become depraved and give up their initial goals. Some lose their adherence and become what they swore to fight against. Some are used and lied to. Choosing justice is a tough path, and you can be the trial for them to find the right path toward becoming a real hero. Mission requirements. Defeat Young Diane and Ned, and expose the truth about Louis Research Institution. Rewards, random. Han Zio analyzed the data. I've got a few minutes to kill, just enough time to play with them a little. Han Zio stopped in place and waited. It really is you. Young Diane's face was stern. He had seen the power of this mysterious warrior in the mechanical suit with his own eyes. Even in his peak state, he would probably be beaten in a few punches, and he was now injured. But the thought of Han Zio robbing the cure to the death virus encouraged him to not back up even if he could not win. Ned struck first. His hands slapped forward, and a shockwave filled the alley. The paint on the walls shed, and cracks appeared on the ground. In a flash, Han Zio jumped up, drawing a swift arc midair, and bumped toward the enemy like a rocket. Young Diane bit his teeth and stepped forward, swinging out his punch. Bang! The mechanical suit-covered fist was like a bolt of lightning, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Before Young Diane's fist could even swing fully, it had already hit Young Diane's chest heavily. Young Diane's vision turned hazy. Everything in sight seemed to move away rapidly as he flew backwards. He then got punched into the wall with a loud noise, every bone in the body almost shattering. They could not even last 3 seconds. With absolutely zero chance to fight back, Young Diane was filled with sadness and hatred. How are we supposed to stop the opponent like this? Helplessness penetrated their hearts. Han Zio took a few steps forward. Just as he was going to say something, Young Diane managed to struggle to his feet. With a face filled with unyielding and anger, he clenched his teeth and said, "You took away the cure for the death virus. Lots and lots of people will die because of that. I will stop you today even if it costs me my life." Han Zio stopped in place. He looked at Young Diane with a mocking smile. Dying as a hero, other than dead flowers, empty words, and a few hypocritical tears, what else can you get? Young Diane clenched his teeth even harder. It doesn't matter how others look at me as long as I'm happy with what I'm doing. Han Zio took out his handgun and pressed it against Young Diane's forehead. The black-colored muzzle brought Yang Dian back to his senses. He wanted to struggle, but Han Zio stepped on his legs, then slowly applied pressure to the trigger. Yang Dian's eyes widened. At this moment, regret uncontrollably flooded his mind. If I wasn't so meddlesome, I wouldn't die today. In front of an enemy that's this strong, even if I bet my life on it, I wouldn't be able to stop him for a bit. Coming here was just giving my life away. I shouldn't have accepted the request. I was too impulsive. The trigger reached its end. Yang Dian's entire body trembled, only to realize that he did not feel any pain. He was stunned as he watched Han Zio back off. Then he realized that cold sweat had drenched all his clothes. Although he could not see his own face, he knew that it was definitely a twisted expression filled with fear, regret, and unwillingness. Han Zio put his handgun with the empty clip back to the holster, took out a laptop, transferred some data to a thumb drive, and threw it to Yang Dian. Yang Dian and Ned froze in place. The enemy left just like that. Why did he not kill us? Yang Dian held the thumb drive in a daze. We are no match for him. Don't go up to him and look for death. We have to leave here first. Yang Dian held on to Ned, and they left limping. He was confused and could not focus at all. He lay on bed dazed, the thoughts from just now flashing in his mind non-stop. He could feel that his belief and perspective of being a superhero were shaken. It was a war against his own mind. At this time, Ned could not hold back his curiosity of what was inside the thumb drive. He plugged it into the laptop, and only a few seconds of looking at it made him break out in cold sweat. Yang, come here and look at this. The files on the thumb drive were a part of the data that Han Zio had gotten from hacking into the research institution. Every research project of the death virus was clearly written to be regarding enhancing physical abilities and biochemistry weapons. There was no mention of the cure Kate talked about. It was also written that the exploration team that had gone into the Robert Forbidden Zone had been gathering materials for physical ability enhancements research. This is real. Could he be lying? He could have killed us easily. Why would he lie to us? Yang Dian and Ned slowly turned from consternation to rage. It turned out that they were like two idiots from the start to the end, toyed with by the people of Louis Research Institution. They could not believe that they were so naive to have believed the one-sided words of these people. It made them feel like their persistence was nothing but a joke. No wonder the mysterious warrior in the mechanical suit did not kill them. He probably felt that they were pathetic and pitiful, so he told them the truth. Yang Dian was so ashamed and embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. They kept calling themselves superhero, but they were saved by a stranger who they deemed wicked twice. Han Zio had taken off the mechanical suit, changed his face, and mixed into the crowd. Completed. Plus 40 Yang Dian's impression of you, plus 40 Ned's impression of you. Han Zio waited for some time, but there were no new notifications. That's it. What do I need the good impression from these two guys for? He had never even heard of these two guys before, so they were probably not anyone important. Han Zio was speechless. It was a reasonable reward, but he would have even preferred experience points over this. Never mind, it's just a small mission. The biggest rewards are these drugs. When he stole. That's wrong. When he requisitioned the drugs, Han Zio took everything in the exhibition room of Louis Research Institution, which was almost every type of drug. He found a random small hotel and checked in. Let's see if there's any good stuff. Han Zio rubbed his hands. He had heard that one would be lucky if one's hands were heated. Green lizard drug, made from the green lizard genes. This is a lazy being. After you drink this, you will feel calm. Han Zio stunned for 3 seconds. Then he stood up in rage and threw it on the floor. Green my ass, what's the point of even inventing this kind of drug? I would have been luckier if I used my feet one. Looking at this pile of colorful drugs, Han Zio felt as if a black cloud of bad luck was floating above his head. Let's hope the other drugs are better. He continued searching. There was a total of 34 types of drugs, and luckily, there was not another one that was as useless as the green lizard drug. He used eagle predator drug, plus 3 decks. There were 4 bottles of the death virus drug. He took a short break and finished all of them in one shot. His strength, dexterity, and endurance all increased by 4, and that bottle with high concentration made him awaken the rare talent. Plus 10% health, plus 180% recovery rate, plus 8% abnormalities resistance. It was a tank-biased talent, not up to the standard of being a molding ability, but it did make Han Zio tankier. He recalled that Gila had a recovery passive too. Extraordinary Physique had similar effects and also gave him another 300 HP from the health boost. As a mechanic, is it really a good thing to be this tanky? Han Zio did not know whether to laugh or to cry. This was forcing him to fight people head-on. He felt like if he continued like this, his style would totally shatter. I just want to be a technical mechanic. close combat is for savages. I need to find an offensive talent or manufacturing talent, but those kinds of molding ability are way too rare. The financial organizations behind Louis Research Institution issued a bounty on the darknet very quickly. The target was none other than Heisenberg, and it had the face that Han Zhao had used in the research institution, as well as a recording of him dashing out of the research institution wearing a mechanical suit. The German organization saw this information very soon. There is no such person in our organization. The leader was startled. The organization only had a few deep cover intelligence personnel and spies in other lands, and he absolutely did not order anyone to rob a civilian research institution. There was only one possibility. This Heisenberg was a fake who used the German organization as cover. What kind of nobody was this Heisenberg? What the leader focused on was the performance of the mechanical suit. To his surprise, he realized that this mechanical suit was using technology that was even more advanced than what the organization was currently working on. If we can get hold of this mechanical suit, our single unit combat power will skyrocket. The leader's hands grabbed harder onto the table edge, leaving a clear mark on the metal table. With a serious tone, he ordered, "Tell our intelligence network to pay attention secretly to the user of this mechanical suit. I want to know everything he's doing." Duplex 4-floor villa. The manor door needs the interior system to be opened. 2 standard Secret Service teams patrolling outside the manor, 1 team inside. A total of 18 Secret Service agents. Leaves house 8 a.m. sharp every morning, travels in a bulletproof car. 2 teams follow for protection. Has lunch at the interior restaurant of the government building. The same team follows along for protection. Hans spoke softly into the headset as he pushed his sunglasses. The target lives in Maple's political area. Patrolling police and sentries are packed along the roads. If you're doing it on the streets, you'd better be quick about it. The calmed voice of a woman, Vernina, was heard through the headset. Then let's do it on the streets. This reminds me of the old days. A patrolling police officer walked around the corner of the street and saw Hans. He walked forward and yelled, "Identification check." Hans took out the fake ID that looked exactly like a real one. The officer glanced through and returned it. "No lingering here. Move along." Hans moved his feet slowly like an old man, turned into the corner, then sped up. He said softly, "There are too many patrolling police officers and sentries here to kidnap the target quietly without anyone noticing. It'll be best to do it at night. Come back here first. We will discuss the plan," Garion said with a heavy voice. After a few days of taking the shaky civilian train, Han Zhao finally arrived in the capital of Maple, the city of Maple Leaf. Following the map, he found a villa at the edge of Maple Leaf. It was a safe house that Darknet had bought with a fake account and identity. Han Zhao grabbed the door knocker and thumped to the rhythm of their secret code. The door opened with a squeak, and an old female butler who had more wrinkles than an expired orange invited him in with a plain face. Of the 2 contacts, one was Golden Fox, and the other was a young man. Golden Fox hesitated and said, "Black Phantom." Han Zhao's eyes brightened. He laughed and said, "Oh, it's you. I've seen you before. You seem to have become prettier." Golden Fox was frightened. She touched her face and said in her head, "Please don't be interested in me, I beg you." The other contact was a young man in his 20s. His code name in the Blood Pact Society was Ghostblade. He was a Scorpion, lowest rank, and a new member who had only joined recently. He was staring at Han Zhao with judgment and slight doubt. Ghostblade had been trained as an agent in Raylan, but he had escaped before graduation. Having been trained in an agent training organization, he naturally always felt a sense of superiority toward these underground killers. He had joined the Blood Pact Society around the same time Han Zhao did, but Han Zhao was already a legend in the organization while he was still struggling in the Scorpion grade. So, he had always been unconvinced. "I heard about your battles. They say you're a legend, but it seems like there's nothing special," Ghostblade said with a plain face. Han Zhao glanced at Ghostblade but could not be bothered with him. Golden Fox cut in hurriedly and started talking about the main topic. There are 5 targets: Harry Raymond, Senan Miller, Billy Angus, Dick Van Vancity, Dorossi Farami. They are all government officials who oppose the plan. There are guards around them when they're out and where they live. With a glance to Ghostblade, he snorted, took out a map, and laid it out on the meeting table. This is the terrain map of the target's villa. The guarding power and the patrolling routes of police nearby are also marked out. The data was very detailed. Ghostblade's ability to collect intelligence was the textbook example that strictly followed the training booklet of Raylan. He had collected almost every detail there was in this mission. With the secret knowledge he had as an agent, Golden Fox did not need to help at all when he was gathering the data. It made him feel superior to these killers. After all, he was a pro, and amateurs were on a different level. I have designed an action plan for you. You see these red lines and marks. These are the action routes I have planned out. As long as you keep to my plan and don't make any mistakes, you will definitely succeed. I'm assuming you understand what I wrote here. These are special symbols used by agents. If you don't understand them, I can explain for you. No need, I will look at it myself. What is the exact mission? To place these documents into the target's homes, somewhere obvious that ensures the target sees them. Inside, there are some pieces of evidence that have the ability to cause them harm. As long as they realize that we can put these in their house without anyone noticing, they will know they are not safe. This will act as a threat but not cross the line, Golden Fox said. I will be infiltrating. What will you guys do? I am only responsible for providing intelligence. Carrying out the mission is your mission as an ace, so don't think about seeking my help, Ghost Blade snorted. Golden Fox gave Ghost Blade a stare, before saying in a pleasing tone to Han Zio, if you need me to back you up, I can do it. Never mind, there's no need for that. Han Zio waved his hands. It's a pretty easy mission. I can do it alone. It is indeed easy when you follow my plan. Ghost Blade nodded lightly. He had actually left out some intelligence in the data. It would not affect the mission, but it would give the person carrying out the mission some slight challenges. He wanted to test out Black Phantom. Han Zio looked at the plan and shook his head. The plan is too complicated. I will do it my way. Ghost Blade was unhappy. This plan was made from my careful and precise research of all the intelligence we have, and you came up with a better one within a few minutes of looking at it. This mission is not challenging at all for me, Han Zio said. There will definitely be accidents if he doesn't follow my plan, Ghost Blade thought. He had some dark thoughts, and he even wanted to gloat at Black Phantom's failure. To him, not following his plan was basically screwing around. Han Zio walked past quiet streets one after another and arrived at the political area of the city. Patrols on the street became more frequent, so he hid in the shadow of an alley, observed the situation, and waited patiently. About 10 minutes later, a patrolling police officer walked toward him. A pair of arms reached out suddenly and dragged him into darkness. His yelling only lasted a mere second before it stopped. 1 minute later, Han Zio changed into the police uniform with the walkie-talkie at the side of his waist. His face had changed completely. The skin mask had scanned the policeman's face and imitated it perfectly. The strong sleeping medicine was not the normal kind one would find on the market, but a secret recipe made by Golden Fox. She claimed that it could make a 3-meter-tall elephant fall asleep in 10 seconds. As for why she used an elephant to experiment, Han Zio was confused too. Golden Fox had the intention of endearing herself to Han Zio by providing the sleeping medicine. But Han Zio had a feeling that the atmosphere between him and Golden Fox was very weird. Every time their eyes met, it felt like it ignited a spark in the air. Golden Fox would shrink backward like an injured little beast and turn to look at somewhere else, not daring to look Han Zio in the eye. If Han Zio did not remember giving Golden Fox a weird impression back when he was too bored, with Golden Fox acting like a young girl in love, he would have thought she wanted to do something inappropriate to him. However, he knew that she was actually afraid of him. This was the capital of Maple. If he was to be too high profile, he would probably not end up well, so he decided to do an ordinary infiltration like Hitman 47. Wearing the police uniform, Han Zio swaggered toward the villa of the first target, Senan Miller. After making sure the patrols were cleared, Han Zio entered the villa from the window. The bald official was sleeping while hugging his young and beautiful wife in the master bedroom, and there was a maid sleeping in another room. In such a big house, there were only 3 people. Han Zio found his way to the study. 1 target was completed. I shall not delay. There's still some time till Maple finds out someone has sneaked in. I have to speed up. Han Zio infiltrated 3 more targets' villas. The guards were all different from each other, but with his LV-55 senses and intelligence provided by Golden Fox and Ghost Blade, together with his skin mask and electromagnetic hover boots, the action was carried out rather smoothly without many hiccups. A small accident happened at the 3rd target. When Han Zio was placing the document in the study, probably due to the target being too old, he woke up quivering and wanted to pass by the study. Han Zio hastily hid behind the floor lamp in the corner. Without looking closely, floor lamps would usually be mistaken as a person and be ignored unconsciously. Although it was a very daring spot to hide, Han Zio thought it was a brilliant idea. However, the result was completely different from what he expected. Having woken up in the middle of the night, wanting to go to the bathroom, already being scared while walking in the dark corridor, the old man passed by the book room and mistook the floor lamp for a person, which made him even more nervous. When he wanted to take a closer look and assure himself that he was just being scared of nothing, he noticed, holy shit, there actually is someone behind the lamp. The target was an elderly man. He covered his chest and fell straight down. You have killed Dick Van Vancity. You have received 1 EXP. The target was scared to death. Deaf. Fouquet. Seriously, Han Zio was completely stunned. I didn't kill anyone. You suffered from myocardial infarction. I'm innocent. Hey, Grandpa, wake up. You still have so much youth to look forward to. How can you die like this? Han Zio shook the old man's shoulders continuously, almost shattering his bones. Accidentally killed the target. What now? Han Zio had a headache. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight, and he had a new idea. Wait a minute. The fundamental purpose of this mission is to reduce the number of officials that are opposing the project. If they all die, there will be nobody opposing. Bennett, who was far away at southern continent, suddenly sneezed. He had a bad premonition. Someone attacked the convoy. The driver of Derossi's car yelled as he hastily stepped on the throttle, wanting to escape with speed. But a few rounds of bullets shot out from the dark and busted the wheels. The car swirled and stopped at the side of the road. Vernina appeared, holding a grenade launcher. The wrinkles at the side of her eyes showed she was not very young, but her appearance still had the signs of her beauty when she was younger. Every move she made played the rhyme of a mature lady. Derossi walked out of the car. He remained calm and looked at the struggling guards on the floor. Who are you people? Vernina slowly walked toward Derossi while taking out her handgun and killing the guards on the way. There's still an alive one. Vernina turned around and fired at Han Zio without changing her expression. Han Zio had a horrible expression on his face when saw the information on the interface. The enemy was called Vernina. She was an astonishing LV-60 cannon master, which was the limit of version 1.0, someone who was at the top of the pyramid on planet Aquamarine. This was the second person after Bennett on planet Aquamarine that was at the maximum level. But she didn't have as many molding abilities as Bennett. Vernina, the name sounds familiar, Han Zio thought. For such a high-level person to attack an official of Maple, there was definitely some hidden agenda. Han Zio was involved by accident, but he did not want to be meddlesome, so he admitted his unluckiness. Just as Han Zio turned around, wanting to leave the place with his hover boots, Vernina fired again. Han Zio turned around and dashed toward Vernina. He pulled out the retractable knife and dished out a quick stab. The electromagnetic hover boots were at full power, so the speed of his dash was like a bullet. Vernina hastily held up her grenade launcher as a shield. Screech! The dark black blade penetrated the grenade launcher. Han Zio's hands let go of the blade, and he launched his fist toward Vernina's temple. She hastily raised her arms to block. As the fist and her arm clashed, she felt an irresistible force of strength that hit her head across her bones. She then felt pain on her lower abdomen as Han Zio kicked it. Having been hit 2 times consecutively, Vernina was extremely shocked. She had thought that this agent was just a fish that slipped through the net, but it turned out to be an enormous shark. She was a legend in the old era, and now she was suppressed by an enemy that she had never heard about. The intelligence showed that the guards of Derossi were all normal civilians, so she never could have guessed that one of them had been replaced with Han Zio. She was truly unlucky. Han Zio did not intend to engage in a shootout. He did not bring sniper for this mission, only 2 Berserk Eagles and some small machines. Thus, he chose close-range combat by using hover boots to close their difference in swiftness and then suppress the opponent with his strength. The dexterity of Vernina was high, but Han Zio had an advantage in strength. Also, fighting Vernina at a close range would make the sniper cautious and hesitant to shoot. Han Zio was at an advantage because of his strength. He would never hold back because of the opponent's identity, gender, or age, so Vernina was at quite a disadvantage. Both of their physical abilities exceeded normal people. A swing of their hands was more than enough to break apart bricks and penetrate through iron plates. The environment around them was destroyed, and the ground became full of pits. There was even an overturned car that Han Zio had kicked away toward the tree. It was a mess. Derossi stood by the side, not daring to escape because of the sniper. Derossi felt stupid. He had no idea there was such a strong superhuman hiding in his guards. Was this a secret arrangement of the secret services? But such a strong person would have been more than enough to even protect the highest ranked officials. Since when had he been treated even better than them? Han Zio was like gangrene. Vernina could not distance herself away at all, and she became more anxious as time passed. This agent is way too strong. Their backup will arrive soon. I'm stalled. Hans, quickly help me. He is too close to you, and you're moving at a very high speed. There's a 50% chance I will hit you instead. Hans said. Vernina felt troubled. It was originally an easy mission, but with Han Zio appearing, all the plans were ruined. The intelligence clearly showed Daraci's guards to be normal people. Where did this guy jump out of? Hans quickly came to a decision. Retreat. It was at this time that the police sirens sounded. Police vehicles and the Special Operations Unit closed in at high speed, and the sound of rotors appeared in the sky. 2 helicopters were circling above. The place was surrounded from every direction. The people of Maple fired continuously. She was very agile, so she avoided the attacks by repeatedly sidestepping and found a safe route within the concentrated barrage. Even when she was hit, it only caused her single-digit damage. The damage from normal people using normal firearms posed next to no threat to her. As Han Zio saw Vernina was about to escape the encirclement, he snatched a heavy sniper from one of the Special Operations soldiers, activated, and hit Vernina's shoulder. Blood splashed. Her footsteps stumbled, then she sped up again and disappeared in the darkness, leaving blood stains on the ground. The majority of the team chased in their vehicles. Han Zio threw the gun away, feeling much better. There was no benefit in chasing. Injuring the opponent was enough, and he could not kill her anyway. I'm on their side in Maple's people's eyes for now, but if I escape now, they might chase me too. Daraci came forward. Good job, you saved me. Han Zio secretly observed Daraci, thinking, what secret does this old government official have that interests 2 people that are LV-60? After Daraci showed his appreciation, he looked at Colonel Danny with a straight face and said, what was the identity of the attackers? We are still checking. Oh, they have found it. Colonel Danny took the laptop from his assistant, but he was stunned with only one look. Vernina, former Raylan agent, currently decommissioned. She was once very active in the battlefields of the old era, was one of the shining legends of that era. Today was her first appearance in decades, and her threat level is determined to be the highest. Oh, I remember now. Han Zio had a flash of light in his mind. He now remembered where Vernina and Hans had appeared. It was in the middle of version 1.0 when players came into contact with these 2 names. They appeared in a form of something more like an Easter egg. In the biggest refugee camp created by Bennett in Han Zio's previous life, there was a small hill that had 3 graves on it. 2 of them belonged to these 2 people. When players came into contact with them, they were already dead. Bennett would sometimes stop in front of the 3 graves, and if someone were to ask him about it, he would sigh and say he had buried his friends and comrades, all respectable people. Players only knew these 3 people were old friends of Bennett from what he said and nothing else. Some players had tried triggering a mission, but it did not result in anything. Apparently, it was just an Easter egg. But now, the 2 people in the grave were still alive. 2 of the strongest people at LV-60 from the same era of Bennett. Why were they against a Maple government official? In the original storyline, how and what did they die for? Who killed them? Colonel Danny looked up at Han Zio with suspicion. This person that he had never heard before had chased away a legend of an era. He was stronger than he had thought. There was such a scary guy hidden in Secret Service, and the military had not noticed. We'll have to investigate thoroughly, Colonel Danny thought. With such thoughts in his mind, Colonel Danny commanded the people to clean the battlefield, and within a short moment, Han Zio disappeared from under his nose. Vernina sat bare top on the chair with her front facing the back of the chair. Hans was behind her, dealing with the wounds on her shoulder. To the side were cotton balls drenched with blood. Hans finally took out the bullet that was stuck in the muscles and threw it into the metal plate. The pain made Vernina frown a little. She sighed and said, such a shame. Can't believe I failed such an easy mission. Hans continued sewing the wounds without facing up and said, Garion's information had errors. It's all his fault. Garion threw the laptop on the table as he heard what Hans said. The screen showed the files on the Secret Service agents around Daraci. Bullshit. This is intelligence I got from the database of Maple through very difficult and tiresome hacking. That strong opponent is called Anguston. Look clearly at his history. He is a totally normal person. Wait, I have new information. The person we fought was a fake. He did not belong to Maple at all. Who was it? Hans was surprised. Seems like it's from the Darknet, Garion said as he typed on the keyboard and hacked for intelligence. Darknet. Only Bennett and 2 other old guys are that strong, but it wasn't them. There's new blood in Darknet. It has been quite some time since I paid attention to the data from the underground. Vernina was slightly shocked. She touched her shoulder and said, he also left a bullet hole in me. He is really not easily messed with. We have no conflict of interest with him. We just met him unluckily, Garion said. And we met a strong one. Bennett has found a treasure. The fastest way is to ask. Hans took out his phone, selecting Bennett's number. The call went through. Hans, didn't expect you to call me. Didn't you retire already? Bennett's voice appeared. Garion said that there was something important that he needed my help for, and I owed him a favor. Never mind that. I have something to ask you. Did you send someone to Maple? Hans then explained what had happened. Bennett didn't know to laugh or to cry. Such a coincidence. I don't know whether it's him being lucky or you guys being unlucky. Who is he? Bennett stopped talking for a second, then laughed and said, are you looking for trouble? I suggest you don't mess with him. He might kill you. Since he's one of your people, I want him to help us do something, Hans said. Bennett rejected and said, Black Phantom is not my subordinate, and I cannot command him. The most I can do is help you ask, but it still depends on his response. Hans pondered and said, all right, I would like to talk to him myself. That can be done. The call ended. As the sun began to rise, Hanzio returned to the Darknet safe house. Golden Fox and Ghost Blade had been awake for the whole night. Seeing him return, Golden Fox breathed a sigh of relief. Is the mission completed? Ghost Blade questioned. Did you follow my plan? Your plan wouldn't work. Hanzio shook his head and briefly described the challenges he faced during the infiltration. Ghost Blade's intelligence had missed out some details, and these were very important details. After what Hanzio said, Ghost Blade noticed there were errors and flaws to the intelligence that he had collected, despite him thinking it was as detailed as it could be. Golden Fox licked her bright, tender lips, and her emotions were complicated. The first time she saw Black Phantom was in the Manor Defending mission a few months ago. Black Phantom had just been a scorpion back then. His rank had been even lower than hers. But in a few months, she was still in the same place, while Black Phantom had climbed up in a short time to be an ace of the Blood Pact Society as well as made a connection with the superiors of Darknet. Golden Fox envied Black Phantom's position, but she knew she did not have what it took. If she could sacrifice her body to have Black Phantom back her up, she would definitely do it. But it was too bad that Hanzio had no interest in her. As he was getting ready to leave, his phone rang. It was Bennett. Hanzio picked up the phone. I have completed your request. There were some small accidents along the way, but I was overall stable. I knew you wouldn't fail. I have something else for you, Bennett said. The enemy you met in the middle of the mission was actually my friend. You might have heard of them before, Hans and Vernina. They are from my era. Hanzio acted surprised. Oh, what a coincidence. It's surprising that you didn't lose. You were much weaker when I first met you, Bennett said in awe. The speed you're improving at has surpassed my knowledge. Are you calling just to compliment me? Hanzio said. Go on, don't stop. I can still endure it. With twitching lips, Bennett took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Hans has asked me to tell you that he wants your help. Regarding the conflict earlier, it was just a misunderstanding. Wants my help. Hanzio's eyes twinkled. I could help them, but I need to know the details. Hanzio thought for a second and added, since they are your friends, they are my friends too. Don't worry about that small conflict. This sentence made Bennett feel very good. He laughed in a very reserved way, but he could not hide the fact that he was feeling comfortable all over. Since Hanzio had given him so much respect, he would return the favor. Count it as me owing you a favor. Seems like I owe you quite a few favors already. After waiting for a while, Bennett transferred Hans' call. Ka-chin. They both kept silent after the call was connected. They could only hear the sound of each other breathing. In the end, Hans spoke first. I'm Hans, we have met last night. Bennett had told me. Heard you need my help. What's it about? Hanzio got straight to the point. It's regarding a secret that was buried in history. We have found some traces of it, and I want to find out about this secret. Hanzio was very confused. He had no idea what secret he was talking about. However, a notification showed up on the interface. Hanzio could not move his eyes away from it the moment he saw it. He was completely shocked. You have triggered Planet Aquamarine's hidden main storyline Grade A mission. Remarks. This mission will cause unknown and irreversible effects to some events and organizations. Hanzio's eye immediately widened. A main storyline mission that no one ever triggered. There were 3 main storylines in Planet Aquamarine. 2 of them were the war between the 6 nations and Germinal organization and the creation of the refugee camp. And another hidden main storyline was triggered by the players. But it was not it. He had completely no recollection of it, which meant this mission had not been triggered by the players in his previous life. The first time Hans and the guys appeared before the players, they were already dead. No wonder no one triggered it. Hanzio suddenly realized how dangerous this mission was. Even 2 people at the maximum level for Planet Aquamarine had died. It would probably be much more difficult than he thought. Hanzio's Grade A mission against Germinal organization was a branch of the main storyline mission. Hanzio felt an itch in his bones. It was the feeling of excitement and anticipation. He was an extremely long-term player that loved to dig the important factors in Galaxy, and this was a secret that no player had found out about. Except, you have accepted. +10 relationship with Hans, Vernina, Garion, and Zhang Yuan. Han Zio noticed something. He knew that Zhang Yuan was the last person buried in the grave. But who was this Garion? There are many secrets in the nation of Maple. When you infiltrated the government officials' mansions, did you feel weird that these officials were protected around the clock? But this doesn't happen in other nations. Han Zio nodded. I know about this, the Ulrich assault from many years ago. Yes, Ulrich assault. Hans described the event in detail. Ulrich's position in Maple at that time was similar to a prime minister. He had been attacked at home, not by a few people, but a large group of civilians who somehow had weapons from an unknown supplier. They used gunpowder weapons and burned Ulrich's expensive mansion to the ground. Ulrich, his wife, and their 3 children aged around 10 years old were brutally slaughtered by the attackers. The entire process was recorded and uploaded online. It shocked the nation and even the entire world. The reason for this was that Ulrich approved a policy that was basically to remove power and citizen benefits from the civilians and to use it as an investment of a ridiculous project, which was actually a way for Ulrich to put money into his own pocket. Corruption of the government officials in Maple was known throughout the world. But before the War of the Old Era had broken out, Maple had been known for their gentle government. They were normal and not a strong nation. When the Old Era War broke out, the government implemented policies that were very pressurizing for the civilians. Most people showed understanding and accepted the policies under pressure, and some even actively contributed. The government officials of Maple had tasted the delicious fruit of evil. After the war ended, because of the pressure from the nation losing power after the war, they did not go back to the old easygoing policies. Instead, they continued to pressure the civilians with tax and labor, which was used to recover the nation's power. Conflicts within the country became worse as time passed by. The gentle society environment disappeared and never returned. People who were not living the life they wanted were like a spring that was pressed to its limit. The policy Ulrich approved was the last straw. Then, half an hour after Ulrich was attacked, the special force received a command to kill everyone who took part in the attack. They showed no mercy. The nation was shocked, and this signified as the opening of the change of times in Maple. This mission seems rather complicated. Han Zio stopped asking questions. He considered for a while and decided to join them. No matter what reason they were doing this for, this was a very rare hidden mission, so it would be a waste to reject it. What do I need to do? Han Zio asked. The 3 people looked at each other. Garion took out a deck of documents and said, the evidence is within the intelligence of the past few years. I spent a long time finding a lead. It is very cumbersome, so we need to divide our labor. As Han Zio browsed the documents, his expression finally changed. This mission is a series of chain missions. You can complete the targets below. Ending of the survivor in the Blade City of Raylan. Find a guy called Old Devon and get the incomplete copy of The Key of Misplacement. In the capital ruins of the West Mountain Nation within the southern continent, find a misplaced important item. This was the end result of West Mountain Nation's last research before they were destroyed. Sealed past. Control the warlord, Verna, of the Verna colony on the western continent. His father was a high-ranked military officer of a dead country. There are hidden clues. Follow Verna and find the secret. Mysterious prisoner. Decades ago, an intelligence agent of Stardragon was imprisoned by a country. That country is already dead, but the intelligence agent was kept in a secret prison that had no guards. No one has found him. Find him or his relics. Same type of person. A loner who has secluded himself in the wilderness has some very important information. Intelligence shows that he appeared near the Tribute Valley in the western continent. Be careful, he is not a normal person. He was active on the battlefield of the Old Era. It is recommended you engage the contact with friendliness. This is the first round of the mission. As long as one of the missions are completed, the mission can be concluded. The amount and completion status of the missions will determine the mission requirements of the next round. Reward of the first round, 350,000 experience. Bonus rewards given as per evaluation of the missions. Han Zio raised his brows. The freedom of this kind of mission was very high, similar to the series missions of an organization. But this main storyline was clearly more cumbersome, and it was a chain mission. Han Zio tightened his brows, feeling a little distressed. I will try it. No matter what, he needed to accept it first. Garion nodded. I will count on you for these missions. The 3 of us have other missions. Hans and the rest were all very strong characters from the old era, so their mission was definitely not simple. The players in the novice villages of the western continent were still waiting for his arrival. The forum had exploded. The players that were waiting for Han Zio panicked and were worried that he would not be coming anymore. They started being superstitious and spammed posts in the forum to pray for Han Zio's arrival. The posts reached the astonishing number of 300,000. It was so terrifying that Han Zio was worried that he might be buried in the sea of players. Some of the players started to play with memes. Youngster, did you drop this black phantom, this white phantom, or this yellow phantom? You're an honest child. To reward you, you can exchange your money to learn skills. SHHH, look at what I found. There's a black phantom that is different from the others. We can try to capture it. One black phantom could provide us with energy for many days, but it is not easy to deal with. We have to quietly close in from its back. I've been discovered. Help, it wants to eat me, run Calvin. Black Phantom used Death Stare. It was super effective. Finally, after tens of thousands of summons, the great mechanic Han Zio arrived at a novice village. The players waiting for Han Zio there were countless, much more than any other novice village. The moment he appeared, players rushed over like an avalanche. People who did not know might even have mistaken them for a locust plague. Han Zio taught abilities as usual, and the players came swarming. Gaining experience points in Novice Village was also a way of relaxation for him, so he had time to browse the forums. On the forums, the popularity of Inhuman Phenomenon was over the top, and not only on planet Aquamarine. Similar situations had occurred on other planets too, and players received different treatments. On the Wizard planet, they were researched by the witches and were discovered to have a very high talent for sorcery, which was in fact the learning ability on the player interface. They then shockingly joined various sorcery academies. On the Ancient planet, they were seen as messengers of God and worshipped. The planets above were all very lucky, but planet Aquamarine was one of the unluckiest planets. NPCs were very fearful toward the players. The players were captured, experimented on, sliced to pieces, and brainwashed. They were treated like slaves. Players being filled with hatred was a certain, and with the situation on planet Aquamarine, the players had new speculations. Black Phantom was probably a compensation from the game company and producers. No wonder. That's why a character like Black Phantom only exists on our planet. The Inhuman phenomenon also led to another change. The players developed a hobby of teasing the NPCs. They became very curious and asked a lot of questions, and they liked to do things that were out of the line, wanting to see the reaction from the NPCs. Players had a lot of fun, but to NPCs, they were acting extremely weird. All the organizations did one thing at the same time. They added one line to the Inhuman documents. Most Inhumans have a mental illness. Their actions are very random, and they might do anything. The Inhumans have gender, but they do not have genitals and reproductive abilities. The game did not allow players to get naked, and from the NPC's perspective, it was like their underwear was part of their body, which was very incomprehensible. Han Zio was laughing uncontrollably. He could imagine how the organizations found out about this. Some players had the thought of teasing Black Phantom. Since Black Phantom was the guider of new players, would he also be shocked like the other NPCs? Teasing an NPC was a fun thing to do. Black Phantom, your name is Han Zio. You served Star Dragon before, and you are now a member of the Dark Net, am I right? A player named Flying Naughty Prawn suddenly said. He had seen the video from Bun Hit Dog and had an interesting idea. He wanted to expose Black Phantom's identity right in front of him and see what would happen. There was no way for Black Phantom to know that his identity was exposed. When he saw a stranger stating his true identity, would he be shocked and lose his cool? Flying Naughty Prawn was staring at Han Zio while snickering. Flying Naughty Prawn was confused. It did not go as he imagined. How is Black Phantom so calm now that his identity has been exposed? Does Black Phantom not care about strangers knowing his identity at all? Or is Black Phantom's identity actually not a secret at all in areas that players don't know about? Flying Naughty Prawn did not give up. He continued to look for trouble and asked again, I want to join the Germinal organization. Do you know how can I do that? Everyone knew that Black Phantom was against the Germinal organization. Thus, he asked that on purpose. Are you provoking me, youngster? Han Zio immediately deducted 3 relationship points as punishment. Flying Naughty Prawn's face turned green. Isn't this reaction too straightforward? That was completely unexpected. Han Zio suddenly had a new idea. With the influence he had on players, maybe he could guide them on choosing a side to join. So, he paused and said, a war is going to break out. The 6 nations will come together for an expedition. The Germinal organization will certainly lose. If you want to commit suicide, do as you wish. If you want to join the Dark Net, I can write a referral letter for you. Han Zio's words would very soon be sent to the forums, and those who were planning to join the German organization might also change their mind. He did not want to give up on any chances to harm the German organization. He had not bothered them for a while, and they seemed to be having a rather peaceful time. Unacceptable. Players noticed a keyword in Han Zio's words. He said the dark net. That's a hidden organization, isn't it? Price, 250,000 aquamarine dollars. 250,000. The crowd was stunned. This was a sky-high price for them. With such a high price, normal players would not be able to afford, but Han Zio was not planning to sell a large quantity. He was targeting the pro players from sports clubs who could afford the price with the backing of their guild. Pro players were the ones who were most willing to become stronger by any means necessary. This strategy would attract pro players, which was beneficial for him in expanding his group of spare tires. 250,000 aquamarine dollars was a price that none of the guilds could afford at the time. But they were rich and could use real money to purchase aquamarine dollars from other players. Now, let's see how many guilds will realize the benefits of joining a hidden new organization. He was now Fisherman Han, waiting for people who were willing to bite the bait. I triggered the mission to join the Blood Pact Society. It is very cumbersome and difficult. The introduction of it is that it's a killer association, and the benefits are still unknown. However, to me, it's not worth it to spend 250,000 just to skip the prior missions. The average value of a player at the time was about 3,000 to 5,000, so it was not difficult for guilds to gather 250,000 since the number of players was increasing continuously. Although guilds could come up with 250,000, it was quite a risk for them. If the referral letter did not have a good effect, it would slow their progress down by a huge portion. The price that he had set for the time being was too high, and the risk of buying the referral letter would only decrease when the average asset level of the players increased. A surprise notification appeared on the interface. Completed. Requirement 1. Find the source of the plague. Completed. Requirement 2. Suppress the spread of the plague. Completed. Requirement 3. Cure all the people who are infected. Incomplete. You received 60,000 experience, plus 400 relationship with the Black Pine Colony. Han Zio stood in place with surprise. This mission was what he had given to Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog. They had completed it. It seems I chose well. Wait a minute. Han Zio's eyes sparkled. He was inspired and had another idea of promoting the referral letter. Nice one, Frenzied Sword. Han Zio laughed. It was just the right time for the mission to be completed. It had inspired him at a crucial moment. At this time, the players in the novice village were learning one by one and were swaying at the price of the referral letter. The flow of time carried everyone forward. The truth of the past has been buried and forgotten by the people who never stopped. Han Zio suddenly yelled, I need a number of trustworthy people to help me with some things. As he was speaking, he distributed the 5 hidden main storyline missions from that he had just received into new missions, and was too cumbersome, and it would waste a lot of time if Han Zio did them himself. Furthermore, it was only the first round. Han Zio decided to distribute the targets of the missions and let the players do it. This way, he could save time and get the rewards without doing much. The success of Frenzied Sword proved the idea, and he found out that he could still get the rewards even if the players completed the mission. Just like the evil capitalists who used benefits to attract others to work for them but still ended up earning the most. The players saw the mission and froze in place. Then they became overjoyed. Main storyline mission. God, this is another main storyline. The rewards are plenty. Quick, accept the mission. However, the players noticed that the mission was in gray color, which meant that it could not be accepted. Why can't I accept the mission? Why? The confusion was solved within a short period. They soon realized that the missions had a prior requirement. Buying the referral letter. That's too greedy. The players turned furious. How are they going to play 250,000? Who the hell could afford that? Seeing the expression of the players, Han Zio smiled secretly. Because of the quota, his main storyline mission could only be given to a limited number of players. Thus, he had to target the elites, so he had decided to attract the pro players. Pro players had large guilds behind them, and it was perfect for promoting the referral letter and making bundle sales. You want the main storyline mission? Okay, buy my referral letter. Don't want to spend money? Then why do you deserve to become stronger? Pro players were willing to grow through any means. They would never give up the main storyline missions. Another reason Han Zio was doing this was that there was a chance for the normal players to fail the mission, which would result in him also failing the missions. However, pro players had higher skills on average, and they had guilds behind them who would help them with the mission. Clearly, they were more reliable. Those that were rare were those that were treasured. This is a good strategy. It's killing many birds with one stone. Han Zio was satisfied. Han Zio was about done with harvesting the players in this novice village. He smugly counted the experience. He had gotten a huge amount yet again. However, nobody had bought the referral letter so far, but Fisherman Han was patient. Him giving out main storyline missions had already made a storm on the forums. Sooner or later, someone would come. Two players walked toward Han Zio next to each other. Their IDs were Wind Chaser and Dragon Tail, which attracted the attention of other players. They were rather famous players of the Nine Gates Guild and the Fanatics Guild. Han Zio's eye twinkled. The highly skilled players have finally come. Black Phantom, we want to buy the referral letter, Wind Chaser said. Sure. Wind Chaser and Dragon Tail had received the funds from the guild of their clubs. A team was the face of a club, so as pro players, they were treated well. They took out 250,000 each. The players around looked at them with envy. He received 500,000 in one shot, then wrote the referral letters on the spot and gave them to the two pro players. He told them the location of a darknet stronghold in the Western continent, and said, take my letter there, and you can join the Blood Pact Society. He paused and then said, seems like I can trust you. I have some tasks here. Would you like to help me? That's what I've been waiting for. Dragon Tail immediately accepted the mission. He wanted to accept one after another but was notified that only one mission could be accepted. This had been set by Han Zio, one referral letter for one mission. Shit, only one mission can be accepted. I thought I could accept all of them. Dragon Tail was unhappy. If you can complete the mission, there might be more things you can help me with. Han Zio hinted that in order to unlock his hidden storyline, first they had to complete this mission. Pro players were always in a rush. They left immediately after accepting the mission. 5 mission targets, 2 in the Western continent, 2 in the Northern continent, and 1 in the Southern continent. He had to make sure they were all accepted by someone. Fortunately for him, all these continents were part of his schedule. Although the main storyline mission was a grade, this was the easiest first round. New episode of Galaxy Times, titled, Creation of the Professional League. Han Zio felt wide awake. He had always paid a lot of attention to this show, so he clicked in immediately. Recently, an event has raised wide discussion among the players. The NPCs in the game have expressed extreme curiosity over the unique characteristics of players. Every planet has witnessed different reactions and labeled this phenomenon differently, such as Chosen Ones, Inhumans, Genius Phenomenon, which was very exciting and surprising. It's like NPCs have their individual minds and are not as rigid as NPCs in other games. If every NPC has an individual mind of their own, the amount of computation needed will be extremely high. But Galaxy is using the latest light-speed computers. Its limit is unknown, the female host said. I think this is part of the game's plot, to give the players a feeling that it is real. When I was playing, I kept having the misconceptions that I was in a real world, and I think that is what the developers want us to experience. As a unique character in a real world, everything that occurs required improvisation, and there will almost never be any repeated events. It's all new and exciting. I have high hopes for what Galaxy can achieve in the future. Talking about the future of the game, the male host said, our channel has received first-hand news that the International Esports Association has confirmed that they will be hosting the first ever Pro League, and they have also informed the countries to host competitions. What is your view on this? I would say that it means I have yet to lose my job. YG laughed. Pro Leagues are going to start soon. All the clubs will be preparing themselves and not wasting any time. My customers should be increasing. YG, a god-tiered player that ranked second in China, someone whose status was so much higher than Han Zio in his previous life that Han Zio was not even qualified enough to be in contact with him, had said that he would come to find him. But now, Han Zio had the power to choose if he wanted him to be one of his spare tires. A piercing cold wind blew across the wasteland with thin snow. Together with the ground, they created a view filled with gray and white. In a wasteland on the northern continent, a player with an animal skin coat slowing trekked across in the cold wind. On the horizon behind him was the novice village that he had left from. With blood scabs on his fists, 7 dead frost wolf bodies lay 100 meters behind him. Frost wolves were a common predator in the northern continent. The ID above the player's head was Hao Tian, which was clearly an old ID. Hao Tian, a famous pro player, a pillar of the Long Sky Club, and a veteran in the pro scene, had used this ID for many years. There were many esports clubs in China, but only a few were considered top tier, such as Guild of Gods, Long Sky, Dynasty, Fried Eggplants with Fish. Yes, that club was called Fried Eggplants with Fish, and their mortal enemy was the Kimchi Club in Korea. Hao Tian suddenly received a ranged communication request from Lai Ji, so he stopped and accepted. This greeting clearly conveyed the fact that Hao Tian did not like to talk too much. Have you heard that the Esports Association has confirmed the creation of Galaxy Pro competitions? Lai Ji asked. Oh, what class did you change to? Pugilist. I'm an Esper, Lai Ji said. Level up quickly. The situation of the Chinese players is not looking good. I need help from people to fight top clubs from other countries. Speak for yourself. Hao Tian did not give face at all, and he hung up. Hao Tian had been in the pro scene for many years. He had steadily trained and climbed up to where he was. He did not like to talk, did not like to manage public image. All he did was shine in the competitions. Lai Ji was very passionate about managing his image. He often went to shows, so he had countless more fans than Hao Tian. Plus, he was handsome, so he had many female fans. He opened the forum as was his habit, then saw the posts about Black Phantom giving out main storyline missions. He suddenly stopped walking and turned back around toward the novice village. With Hao Tian's skill, a novice village was already useless to him, but for the missions of Black Phantom, he was willing to wait. In the basement of the Dragon Horn building, the headquarters of Division 13. The corridor toward the central computer room was dark and metallic, with infrared detectors in the walls all along the corridor. The ground was equipped with devices that recognized and recorded weight and footprints. Gu Hui typed the password at the door, then had his eyeball, fingerprint, and voice scanned. All the security devices were turned off. The path was clear, and Gu Hui walked into the spacious center computer control room with a serious expression. He was carrying out the order of the highest-ranked superiors. Inquire about the inhuman phenomenon from the galactic civilization far away in the universe. Godara. Gu Hui turned on the central terminal and typed a series of long passwords to unlock the encryption. He then opened the deepest layer of the program and typed another string of secret passwords, activating a secret program. Human from planet Aquamarine, why did you request communication? Gu Hui revised what he had planned to say before typing it out word by word. My friend from Godara, I'm the person in charge of the intelligence organization of Stardragon on planet Aquamarine. I have requested the communication due to an abnormal phenomenon on our planet. We call it the inhuman phenomenon. The details are as below. Gu Hui explained their research on the Inhumans briefly, and sent the documents and records over. Then he ended his message with a brief plea for assistance. As our technology is unable to find the reason behind this, we hoped you could help us to solve it. If you can provide assistance with this, we will give you our sincerest appreciation. Godara and Stardragon will forever be close friends. After a few seconds, the person from Godara replied, there are many technologies that can achieve this effect. It also might be a natural occurrence. There are far more weird events in the universe, so don't have to be so surprised. Tens of thousands of species die and come to life every second. We would have to research on it ourselves to know the exact cause. That is what we are hoping for. Gu Hui wrote back, for you to send someone here to do field research. Request authorized. Current date, the 10th of August 688 Galaxy Time. Mission has been submitted into the schedule. ETA the 7th of May 689. Gu Hui turned off the communication with a sigh. Have to wait 1 year. Who knows how the inhuman phenomenon will turn into after 1 year. Gu Hui shook his head. The military boots stepped on the metal floor. Hila walked in the corridor full of twists and turns with an expressionless face. She did not even hesitate at the intersections. She was too familiar with this place where Aurora was locked up. At the end of the deep corridor, a thick, metal gate blocked Hila's path. 2 guards stood in front of the metal gate and stopped Hila. I have authorization. Hila's tone was cold. The guards turned around and tapped a few times on the control panel, made sure that Hila had received one-time authorization from their leader, and nodded. You have 1 hour. He opened the metal gate. Light shone from within and brightened the exquisite but ice-cold face of Hila. A pure white room came into her sight. It was very simple. 1 bed, 1 table, 1 chair, 1 toilet, and 1 bookshelf full of books. In a bed as pure as the feathers of an angle, a tiny, scrawny body cowered. Hila walked forward and attentively and stopped 5 meters outside the room. She reached out and pressed against the glass that surrounded the room. She clenched her fist so hard that her bones started to turn white. Sis, the blanket started moving. Aurora lifted the blanket and stumbled toward the glass. Her steps were weak and powerless. She was only as tall as Hila's shoulders and so skinny that she looked like she only had her skeleton left. The exposed arms from her patient's suit were full of needle scars. Aurora pounced toward the glass with happiness. "You've come to see me." Hila hastily extended her hands and pressed against Aurora's palms across the glass. She endured the lump in her throat and softly asked, "Recently, have you been all right? The people in white lab coats have not come as often. The last injection was 13 days ago already." Aurora's large eyes blinked, and she showed a faint smile. Hila smiled reluctantly. She looked at the needle scars on Aurora's body, and it felt like her heart was being stabbed rapidly. She knew why they drew blood from her fewer times. It was because Aurora recovered slower. Every time her blood and bone marrow was extracted, she needed more time to recover. Her ability allowed her to feel one's life force. The life force of Aurora, which had once been as bright as the sun, was now a candlelight that might extinguish anytime. Her life force was withering. "Tell me stories, elder sister. I want to hear the last one that you didn't finish." Hila sat down too and leaned on the glass. "Where did we stop at last time?" she whispered. Aurora tilted her head and thought about it. The uncle called Zero escaped from the base. What happened next? Did Sis fight with him? After a moment's thought, Hila continued the story with a soft and gentle tone. In the office of the leader of the Germinal organization, the inhuman phenomenon has attracted the attention of the 6 nations, but it won't last for long. At least the Inhumans made some time for us to recover. Be prepared. The enemy may invade Andrea any time. About Zero. If he really has the power to predict the future, we have to get rid of him before the war. Otherwise, all of our strategic deployments and planning will be exposed. He's like a rat in the sewers, hiding too deep. The leader fiddled with his fingers before coming to a decision. Activate Destiny's Child. Find his position. The secret room was deeply hidden. The leader walked to the gate and entered the password. The metal gate slid open to the side. Only the leader could open this gate. Inside was a hibernation pod with a man wearing a metal muzzle in it, and the nutritional liquid injections were all that was keeping his body alive. The leader controlled the hibernation pod to inject a drug that would wake the person inside. The door opened up, and the man slowly opened his eyes. He was extremely calm. His eyes had no signs of life, and he did not seem to care if he was asleep or awake. The Germinal organization called this man Destiny's Child. He had some ability to affect the future with his words, but the Germinal organization did not know many of the details. Destiny's Child looked at the pages without even changing the focus of his pupils. Make him appear. Destiny's Child closed his eye for 5 minutes. When he opened them again, he said slowly with a hoarse voice, "He will come here himself." The leader's breath paused for a second and demanded, "When?" Not too long. Destiny's Child's ability did not work every time. The smaller the request, the more likely it was to succeed. The leader put the metal mask back on Destiny's Child and pushed him back into the hibernation pod. Han Zhao opened the interface and counted his earnings. In the more than 10 days that he had stayed in the Western continent, he had robbed a large number of drugs, one of which had an unknown effect but could potentially be a very valuable semi-finished drug. He had also built many relationships with Dion, 2 superheroes that he had no idea of what use they would provide, Hans, and others. Furthermore, he had managed to trigger the hidden main storyline. He also built the mechanical suit, Viper. Viper could increase both his strength and dexterity drastically, which made up for the mechanic's weaknesses in these 2 attributes in the early stages. He already had 20 million EXP saved up. Thus, the accumulated experience on the interface totaled to 140 million. Han Zhao felt content as he looked at the long string of zeros. Without even looking at the experience points they needed, he maxed the level of each of those abilities. That's the feeling of being rich. Your accurate shooting and sniping are both at LV5. You learned. Your grappling and special combat are both at LV5. You learned. You have received talent. Han Zhao had unlocked 2 new abilities and 3 new talents. Without hesitation, Han Zhao leveled up all the new abilities to the max as well. Han Zhao contemplated for some time and decided to fuse blueprints first to have more choices. With more than 100 million EXP, he could splurge on fusing basic knowledge. After continuously infusing tens of times and spending millions of experience points, Han Zhao received tens of new blueprints that spread across various types with different uses. He carefully picked 3 pieces of machinery for the class change mission. Not only did these 3 suit the requirements, but Han Zhao also felt they would be useful to him. Compounded magnetic chain split blades was a weapon that was similar to the magnetically controlled retractable armor. Iron Fist mounted heavy mechanical arm was a type of mechanical arm. Different from the lightweight mechanical arm, The size of it was very huge. It was many times bigger than his arms. Its power source was the built-in motor and engine. Many maneuvering equipment looked like a belt. It could shoot out bursts of air that allowed the user to jump mid-air, and its fuel was very expensive. There was a fitting device built in so that it would not fly off without the user. There's not enough materials on the plane. Han Zio looked at his inventory. He had not restocked in the western continent. As he was keeping himself busy in the plane, it flew at a constant speed toward their destination, the northern continent. He arrived at the first novice village in the northern continent very soon and was greeted with warm welcomes. The players in the northern continent had been waiting for him for a long time. They had been reading about the players in the western continent showing off every day with envy and anticipation. It was finally their turn to show off. Han Zio stood in place, and the players queued to give him money and experience points with smiles on their faces. The numbers on the interface kept growing. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Hao Tian walked out of the crowd as the players around him stepped aside. "I want to buy the referral letter," Hao Tian said. Han Zio looked up. He recognized Hao Tian, a pro player who had around the same level of skill as Lai Ji. Hao Tian gave the money and took the referral letter, keeping an emotionless expression throughout. He took the mission and left without wasting any time. At this time, Han Zio heard the conversation between the surrounding players. "Didn't Hao Tian finish all the missions in Novice Village? I thought he left 2 days ago." "No, I saw him come back with my own eyes. He stayed till today, probably waiting for the mission from Black Phantom. It's not worth wasting 2 days for a pro player. I would wait 10 days if I could get the mission from Black Phantom." Han Zio's eye twinkled. Hao Tian seems like quite a good choice. In the woods 100 meters away from the Frost Pine Village, a dozen or so people who were all wearing combat suit, firearms, and daggers sat in a circle arranging their equipment. They were a combat team from Illumra, following their order to capture some Inhumans in the Frost Pine Village and bring them back for research. These Inhumans look the same as normal people from the outside, so don't capture the wrong ones. Keaton looked at his watch and commanded the rest to stand up. "Arrange your gear. We move on my signal." At this time, a human-shaped shadow passed the alley outside the woods. A member pointed over and said, "Captain, there's a passerby over there." "Is it an Inhuman?" "Probably. There are many beasts in this forest. Only Inhumans would be alone. Capture this one, and we will complete the mission." They were eager to do it. However, they waited for a few seconds, then realized that the captain was not giving any response. They looked back and were hit with a shock. The lips of the usual fierce and vicious Keaton were trembling in fear. His face was pale, and even the cigar dropped onto the floor. "What's wrong?" A member was confused. Keaton's gulped before saying, "The plan is cancelled. Leave now." "Why?" The team was surprised. "That's not an Inhuman," Keaton said in anger. He's Black Phantom. He had a conflict with the family not long ago." "Black Phantom?" Everyone in the team was stunned. The voice from Han Zio was almost like a clap of thunder that made his heart jump and sweat even in such cold weather. Han Zio bent his fingers. 7 blades flew out from the pockets on his waist and legs, floating in midair as they locked onto Keaton's vital points. Blue-quality compounded magnetic chain split blades. Their damage was based on the user's energy usage, and they were able to form many weapon shapes while maintaining a very high attack speed. Keaton was terrified by the floating blades. He hurriedly listed the team's identity and mission without leaving anything out. When he heard that they belonged to Illumra, Han Zio's eye twinkled. He easily understood why these people were afraid of him. He had helped Liu Cheng to attack Illumra's territory back in the Green Valley Ville, and stood against them. But when he saw the rumors on the darknet, Illumra only wanted to revenge Liu Cheng but did not mention him at all. "I should be their enemy, are they? Scared of me?" Han Zio was suddenly interested. "Black Phantom is in the northern continent, and he wants to visit us." The eyes of Daryl, the leader of the Illumra family, opened wide and round like an angry bear. "We have yet to find him, and now he dares to find us first. He's totally disrespecting us. I'm going to kill him." The third in command, Sekai, was a Sharnuk. He was huge and had dark skin. "Don't be so impulsive. He's not to be messed with lightly. He definitely has some backing and no fear if he dares to find us alone." Daryl stared across. "Zio Jin, what's your suggestion?" Zio Jin pushed his monocle and said calmly, "He only said visit. If he wanted to attack us, he didn't have to tell us. We should make contact with him and see what he wants. Maybe he's not planning to engage combat." Daryl frowned and said, "I will see him myself and see how he's going to explain killing our men." Han Zio left Frost Pine Village in a plane after staying for 1 day and harvesting experience points. He brought along all his equipment and went to the Illumra family. He did not feel a sense of belonging to the family of his original body, but he was unavoidably curious about it, so he wanted to ask around about it. The situation in the northern continent was different from the other continents. Unlike other nations that were peaceful, the conflict between Theseus and Raylan was very intense. Killing happened very often, and soldiers, agents, and superhumans battled in secret. Hatred was deeply rooted in both nations. Theseus and Raylan were both very invasive countries, and one mountain could not fit two tigers. For more than 20 years, they had not stopped trying to defeat and erase each other. Only recently, when they decided to work together for the expedition to conquer the Germinal organization, did they pause. Someone's coming. The sentinel warned his friend to stay alert. The shadow soon revealed itself fully and appeared in their sights. The sentinels straightened their faces. It was none other than Black Phantom, whom the leader had ordered them to keep an eye out for. Han Zio's eyes twinkled. The juncture was heavily guarded, just as he expected from the intelligence that he had gathered. He wondered what Illumira's attitude toward him would be. Before long, he was given the answer to that question. After a short wait, the juncture opened, and a man surrounded by a team walked toward Han Zio. He stopped in front of him and said with a fake smile on his face, "Mr. Black Phantom, welcome to the Illumira family. Please follow me, the leaders have been expecting you." Well, looks like the fight will not happen so soon, and from the way he was talking, they are probably planning a feast at Hong Gate 1. Sigh, how troublesome. Couldn't it just be solved by the simplest solution? Violence. Han Zio squinted his eyes and asked out of the blue, right, what faction do you belong to, home or the others? Ummel's expression became unnatural. He coughed and said, "I'm a member of the Illumira family, that's all." Han Zio smiled and did not say anything. They kept silent till the door of the territory appeared in sight. Ummel was relieved. "We're here. The leaders are waiting for you in the hall." The door opened, and hundreds of soldiers came forward, staring at Han Zio. They seemed to have confidence in numbers. Ummel was leading the way in front. He walked very slowly on purpose to spend more time in the middle of the armed forces with the motive of planting fear in Han Zio. Han Zio understood what was happening, but he was not affected. Suddenly, he saw a floating ID outside the crowd. There were players here. Makes sense. Illumira is not far from Frost Pine Village, so some players that left the Novice Village will have come here. Han Zio narrowed his eyes. There are already players in Illumira, so why are they still capturing Inhumans? They all had a Bamboo Rain before their names. They were members of the Bamboo Rain Guild, a small casual guild with less than 100 members who were all young people. The guild leader, Bamboo Rain Fragrance, was a beautiful young girl with long hair. They seemed to be welcoming someone. Is this an unexpected event? Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can trigger some missions, the somewhat handsome Bamboo Rain Fly said. Then he looked at the rest of the members inquiringly. Of course, no one objected. This group of players from Bamboo Rain Guild was the only players in this colony, and they had only found it by chance. There was not much information included on the maps of this place that were sold in the Novice Village. They walked toward the crowd, and Bamboo Rain Chuan yelled with surprise, "That's Black Phantom." The group was shocked. They took a closer look and confirmed they were right, then looked at each other in awe. Why is Black Phantom here? The people here seemed to be hostile toward him. Bamboo Rain Fragrance frowned and pondered aloud. He just appeared in various novice villages a few days ago, so there must be a reason he's suddenly here. Bamboo Rain Xuan's eye brightened up. This is an unexpected plotline. There might be hidden missions. Lucky I have yet to see Black Phantom. Now I can learn abilities from him without going to a novice village. I remember there are some video posters looking for footage of him. They stopped in front of the hall as they saw Han Zio entering it. The hall was a high-level area that was not open to them. They needed enough relationship points to enter, but Black Phantom could just go in. They were frustrated. "Let's all wait outside," Bamboo Rain Fragrance said. "He might come out very soon." The hall's structure reminded Han Zio of the ancient kingdoms described in books. It was spacious with rows of chairs on both sides, and at the end was the master seat covered in the hide of a white bear. Lining the walls were guards on high alert. The hall was filled with high-ranked officials of Illumira. There were guards in the halls as well, all of whom were ready to pull the trigger any time. Superhumans also hid in the dark, which gave the high-ranked officials of Illumira some sense of security. "Give him a seat." Han Zio knew that they were trying to plant fear in him. He had come alone, and Illumira definitely wanted to stand their ground. "Don't you want to introduce yourselves?" "Stop acting," Daryl said coldly. "You've definitely already gone through our data in the darknet. In Green Valleyville, you attacked our territory and killed our men. What's your explanation for that?" The atmosphere tensed up immediately. Those strong presences started to tense up as well, and the other factions were acting indifferent. Only the home faction was full of hostility. Han Zio remembered that he had killed one of Zio Jin's foster sons, but Zio Jin had a poker face. Han Zio could not figure out what he was thinking. So what if I killed them? If you're not happy about that, fight me. Han Zio's expression resembled a smile but not a smile. Daryl could not believe that Han Zio was so arrogant in his territory. You worked with the Germinal organization. I won't be the only one that comes looking for trouble with you. The 6 nations will, too. The crowd was stunned. Working with the Germinal organization. Since when? Daryl forced the shouting down his throat and suppressed his anger as much as he could. What are you talking about? We have never worked with the Germinal organization. Zero, whom the Germinal organization is offering an enormous sum for, was a member of your family? Han Zio replied. How do you explain that? The wanted Zero is Vice Leader Zio Jin's second son, Han Zio. Han Zio frowned. He looked at Daryl discreetly with eyes that were filled with unspoken meanings. Daryl continued speaking. But Han Zio is already not related to us. Furthermore, the Germinal organization putting a reward for Han Zio means he's their enemy. There are more reasons for us not to be working with the Germinal organization. Do you think the 6 nations' intelligence organizations will believe that? Han Zio said coldly. There are too many suspicious parts to the story. I can only assume that you are helping the Germinal organization find the wanted man. Daryl frowned and said, that is completely not true. There's more to this. I would like to hear what more there is then. Han Zio had no fear. His attitude made Daryl clench his teeth. For the family's sake, they had to cut ties with the Germinal organization very clearly. The war between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization was about to break out, so if they were misunderstood, Illumira would be in a dire situation. Although Han Zio had come alone, Daryl did not dare do anything to him. After all, he was Black Phantom, with his identity and strength. The fact that he was there might even have been an order from the Dark Net. If they killed him, the Dark Net would become their enemy, and it would prove the fact that they were working with the Germinal organization. Most importantly, Black Phantom was unfathomable. The people in the headquarters had no confidence in killing him, and finding out if they could was not worth the risk. Leader Zio, you shall tell him the details. Zio Jin looked at Daryl faintly. He turned his head and said, Zio Hai, tell him. A handsome young man walked out from behind Zio Jin, his expression rather vicious. Zio Hai, the first and best son of Zio Jin, partly in charge of the Zio faction. He was someone with actual political power, and Zio Jin had raised him to take his place. 1 year ago, I was guarding a convoy of supplies and was attacked midway. Han Zio went missing. I have no clue what happened to him afterward, Zio Hai said coldly. Han Zio is my brother, so I made him look like me and divided their attention as bait. Only then I could escape successfully. I went back searching with more troops afterward, but we weren't able to find him. Han Zio raised his eyebrows. So, you let your little brother die for you. Was he willing to? What do you think? Zio Hai was already annoyed. The crowd chatted among themselves, eyes with all kinds of different emotions fixed upon Zio Hai. That is what happened, Daryl said. We can show you more evidence, and whether you believe it or not, we have no relationship with the Germinal organization. Han Zio nodded. He had already received the information he needed. What happened to the original owner of this body, and the attitude of his family toward him. When he mentioned the original owner of this body, the people in the Zio faction treated it like it was a stranger. This was especially so for Zio Hai, who did not show even a shred of remorse toward killing his own little brother, and Zio Jin had no problem with that. In conclusion, the original owner of the body was not loved by anyone. Everyone treated him like nothing. You had a pretty hard life, Han Zio thought. You killed my foster son, Zio Jin suddenly said. This is a private matter, Chieftain Zio, Han Zio replied. Let's discuss it privately. Sure, Zio Jin nodded. The crowd's eyes twinkled. Black Phantom's reply to the same matter was completely different. Daryl showed unhappiness on his face but did not say anything. Han Zio turned his head to look at Daryl and said, It's late. You don't mind if I stay the night, right? Zio Jin, take care of him. Meeting dismissed. Daryl stood up and walked out. The crowd walked past Han Zio with different expressions on their faces. A man walked up to Han Zio, smiled, and said, I'm Zio Ming, a foster son of Leader Zio. I will be taking care of you during your stay. Please follow me. Han Zio looked around and realized that who had brought him here, was missing. The internal conflict in Illumira is really very severe. The tense atmosphere in the hall earlier on further proved his point. With such thoughts in his mind, Han Zio walked out of the hall. Suddenly, a dozen or so players surrounded him with excitement on their faces. They were all from the Bamboo Rain Guild. Bamboo Rain Xuan enabled the recording functions. We want to learn abilities, Bamboo Rain Fragrance said. Han Zio surely would not miss out on an opportunity to earn some experience points, so he casually opened the ability interface. Zio Ming, who was standing on the side, asked in surprise, "Do you know them?" Han Zio shook his head. Black Phantom seems to be very popular among the Inhumans. The Bamboo Rain Guild wanted to trigger missions, but Han Zio did not make any other interactions. He walked away after stopping for a few seconds. It's an unexpected plotline, but there's no mission. Bamboo Rain Fly was confused. Seems like my recording has nothing of interest, Bamboo Rain Xuan said in frustration. Upon arriving at the place, Han Zio realized that Zio Jin's children were all gathered around, including Zio Hai and other brothers and sisters. However, the foster kids were not there. Zio Jin had the same expressionless face as he had in the day, unpredictable. Han Zio was looking at Zio Jin and his children, and these people were looking at him, too. What compensation do you want? Han Zio looked at Zio Jin and put on a smile that did not really look like a smile. It's his bad luck that he died. Zio Jin's expression was cold. To him, foster children were just assistants and tools. Then why did you invite me here? Han Zio raised an eyebrow. There are no bad sides to getting to know a famous killer. I'm very interested in Han Zio. Let's talk more about him. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Zio Jin put the cup down and said slowly, "He's my son. He has always been incompetent, but I didn't think he would become wanted by the Germinal organization. I thought he's dead for sure," Zio Hai said. "No wonder they say scourges last for 1,000 years. He's still bringing us trouble." Han Zio pointed at himself and said, "You mean I'm trouble?" Zio Hai gave a cold laugh and said, "Are you not?" With a light cough, Zio Jin said, "It's getting late." "Indeed, it is." Han Zio stood up and left. Zio Ming brought him back to his room. He passed a stack of documents to Han Zio as he walked through the door. "This is Han Zio's information. Father had told me to give it to you." Han Zio nodded and accepted it. He was basically a nobody, and he did not hear about any NPC called Han Zio in his previous life either. Sigh. Han Zio shook his head. He had made contact with Illumira to know more about the original owner of his body, and he had already achieved that. Once Illumira knows I'm Zio Han, I wonder how they will react. At midnight in Daryl's mansion. It's all because of that asshole Zio Jin that Illumira has been sucked into this. That asshole has been building on his power with no worries at all. He's obviously trying to seize power. However, the North faction is my ally, and Sekai's Red Island faction has always been neutral. Father, Black Phantom has left Zio Jin's mansion. The meeting lasted for 1 hour and 37 minutes. Zio Jin is becoming more unbridled. Now he even dares meet Black Phantom privately without my consent. Daryl was enraged. What do we do? Just let Black Phantom leave. Don't mess with him. But he dared to be this arrogant in our territory. Lagos was unconvinced. I said don't mess with him. Daryl slammed the table in a rage and shouted, "Get out." Lagos clenched his teeth and closed the door after he walked out. The moment he turned his head, his expression turned vicious. As the sky started to brighten, loud noises woke Han Zio up, who was in a light sleep. He jumped out of the bed and looked outside through the window. Illumira members were yelling and rushing somewhere. What happened? Han Zio asked in confusion. Footsteps closed in rapidly, and dozens of soldiers surrounded the room with guns. Black Phantom, don't move, one of the captains shouted. These soldiers' mission was to control him. They were all in a state of nervousness that could pull the trigger wrongly anytime. In the office, Daryl sat on the chair with his head facing up, a bloody blue hole on his left eye, penetrating through the back of his head. The blood on the wooden floor had already coagulated, and the metallic smell of blood filled the room. From the size of the bullet hole, the killer used a high-caliber handgun, and the leader did not show any sign of resistance. There are no clues at the scene that showed any signs of the killer ever being here. Han Zio suddenly understood why the others were looking at him that way. Daryl died in the night, and being the killer who came without invitation, he was the most suspicious. Also, the killer used a high-caliber handgun, and the assassination style was phantom-like. There were too many coincidences. He was being framed. Han Zio blinked. He took out a cigarette from the pocket, lighted it up, and inhaled deeply, blowing out a smoke ring in the face of the surrounding nervous soldiers. Now this is interesting. Get him. Lagos's face was twisted. Zio Jin frowned and stopped him. There's more to this. Black Phantom visited us in bright daylight. There's no need for him to do such thing. What if that's exactly what he made us think? One of the chieftains of the northern faction said. Then why did he have to visit us? It's more discreet to assassinate him. Zio Jin said. Our guarding power is strong. He wanted to get in. Someone said. He's the killer, and you still want to find excuses for him. Lagos was emotional. He took out his gun and pointed at Hanzio. Sekai, who stood on his side, hurriedly stopped him. Calm down, there's no motive for Black Phantom to do this. Motive? Lagos was enraged. He stared at Zio Jin, clenched his teeth and said, is there no motive? Zio Jin frowned and said, you're overthinking. The northern faction and the home faction agreed they should first control Black Phantom, who was the most suspicious, then get on to find more clues. Sekai felt Black Phantom was too dangerous and suggested to question Hanzio on the spot, but was interrupted by Lagos, who believed they couldn't trust anything Black Phantom says. They were unable to come to an agreement. Hanzio thought to himself, the result of framing me to take responsibility for the assassination is a conflict between Illumina and the Darknet. Only the third party will benefit from it. Could this be the goal of the people behind all this? Hanzio could kill his way out anytime. He didn't care about making Illumina angry, but if he did it, it would be falling into the trap of the people behind this, as escaping would mean he admitted he was the killer, and killing someone creates hatred. He also could not just let them capture him. It seemed like the plan made by the person behind this had worked. Wait, evidence? Hanzio had a flash of insight. It hasn't been long since Delo was assassinated. The crime scene was not checked thoroughly yet. The killer might have left some clues. This time, the discussion between the high-ranked officials had come to an end. Lagos yelled, Black Phantom, disarm yourself and surrender. Zio Jin added, if you didn't do it, we will investigate clearly. Hanzio smiled. You know that's impossible. How about you guys disarm yourselves? Both parties couldn't trust each other. There was no way they would take the risk of disarming themselves. It was a problem that had no solution. However, Hanzio had a thought. There's no point of continuing this argument. I can stay temporarily, and you can send people to monitor me 24/7. I will wait till you find the truth, he said. Hanzio was very curious about who was framing him. He felt it was quite interesting. Before Lagos said anything, someone in the crowd suddenly fired his gun. Hanzio reacted quickly and activated the magnetically controlled retractable armor. The bullet was deflected. However, this had made the soldiers, who were all in a highly nervous state, lose their control, and all fired at the same time. Fire. Conflict broke out in an instant. Someone fired unexpectedly on purpose. Hanzio's eyes became serious. The scene was chaotic, but he saw the person who made the shot clearly. It was an ordinary soldier. Bullets emerged from every direction. Hanzio had no choice but to deal with the shootings first. The compounded magnetic chain split blades was activated. 7 sharp blades flew out of the pockets and shot out like a storm. Many soldiers' gun muzzle was cut off. They backed off in horror and bumped into other soldiers on the exteriors. The firepower of the enemy started weakening. Just as Hanzio was about to go for the soldier who made the first shot, the superhuman guards hidden in the dark acted. 3 pugilists, one a spur that could turn his entire body into fire, all pounced towards Hanzio at the same time. Level 46, 48, 49, 3 pugilists, and 1 Esper at level 45, all grade D superhumans. These should be the high-tier power in Illumina. If it was before, he would have had some troubles, but now that all his skills were at max level, he was much stronger. It wouldn't be much of a problem for him even if he didn't wear his mechanical suit. In fact, he was more concerned about the soldier who fired first. But he realized that the young soldier was killed in the previous round of chaotic shootings. Hanzio felt a thump in his heart. He didn't believe this would be an accident. He spun his hands. The revolving blades covered him like a protecting storm, slashing almost 10 times per second, inflicting wounds on the 3 pugilists who were just closing in. Everywhere he walked past, the weapons of the soldiers were cut into pieces. He used this sort of weapon in his previous life before. It didn't need much practice. He was a pro in it instantly. He purposely held back and didn't kill anyone. Magnetically controlled retractable armor, electromagnetic skateboard shoes, and other equipment he carried around all the time. All went through. Their attributes became much stronger. Hanzio's own combat power had also peaked due to all his skills being at max level. Hanzio didn't even need Viper modified to deal with these 4 superhumans that had a lower level than him. He only needed compounded magnetic chain split blades as a close-range combat weapon to defeat them. Hanzio's health had reached 38 points, not far from a pugilist of the same level, and he also had the magnetically controlled retractable armor. He was very tanky. On the other side, members of the Bamboo Rain Guild witnessed Hanzio defeating a group of soldiers and 4 superhumans. Bamboo Rain Guild recorded them with excitement. That is a recording that has the potential to go viral. Bamboo Rainfly said in surprise, I thought Black Phantom was their guest, but from what they are saying, It seemed like Black Phantom killed their leader. I made a scan just now. All 4 NPCs that are fighting Black Phantom have a danger level of. What they say in the forums are right. Black Phantom is at the top tier in terms of strength even amongst the NPCs. Bamboo Rain Morning Wind rolled his eyes and said, "You don't say. Which NPC that gives main storyline missions are not strong?" Hanzio moved around with horrifyingly high mobility. The 4 superhumans could only barely hit him despite putting in all their efforts. Hanzio purposely faked an opportunity for them to attack and lured one of the pugilists to a close range, then used the thermo-electrical incisor gloves to counter-attack and defeated one person first. He then used the blades to form a storm and slashed wounds all over the fire-controlling Esper. The 2 people left soon had an even harder time dealing with Hanzio. Whoosh! The blades slashed open the flesh of the pugilist and shot out through his body, causing blood to shoot out from the wounds. This pugilist ended up twitching on the floor with heavy injury and was unable to move. Shit. Lagos was shocked. Black Phantom defeated the 4 guards in much shorter time he expected before the backup could arrive. The scene was now filled with broken bricks and ruins. No one could stop Black Phantom anymore. If he were to start a killing spree, many of the high-ranked officials would die. I can kill you people, but that would be falling right into the trap of someone else. Our terms remain unchanged. I can stay till you find out the truth, but if you insist on capturing me, I don't mind to gift you a few slashes. His fingers turned inwards as he was saying. The blades danced in the air and formed a flower shape. The motive of threatening was clear. "You?" Lagos clenched his teeth in anger. Before he could say anything, Xiao Jin cut in and said, "We accept your terms. I personally believe the assassination had nothing to do with you. It's a conspiracy intended to spark conflict between both parties." The high-ranked officials agreed in silence. Black Phantom was even stronger than the rumors said he was. He defeated the strongest people in the headquarters without even using his sniping style, which he was known for. These people were not weak, but they paled in comparison to Black Phantom. They were not on the same level. The backup finally arrived at this time. Xiao Jin immediately ordered the soldiers to keep their weapons, showing sincerity on their side. Seeing so, Hanzio kept his weapons too and walked towards where he resided in. The nervous crowd split up and opened a path. Xiao Jin gave Lagos a faint look, then turned his head and ordered, "Clean the scene up." Lagos was filled with fury. One of the high-ranked officials from the home faction helped him to get up but was pushed away instantly. "He could have killed us, but he insisted he's not the killer, should be trustworthy." Sekai whispered. "Naive," Lagos said coldly. "If he kills us, all of Illumira will become enemy with the Dark Net till the very end." Having returned to Hanzio's residence, the interface showed a notification. "You have triggered an urgent mission." Mission introduction. You are framed and dragged into a conspiracy, becoming a chess piece used by the people behind this. Mission requirement. S. Confirm the real killer and accomplish the mission. You have only one chance. Reward. S. Random ability or talent X1. At the same time, Bamboo Rain Guild triggered a different mission. The leader of Illumira was murdered. Black Phantom, who came to visit out of nowhere, became the biggest suspect. But he claimed to not be the killer and suppressed objections with his raw strength. Illumira might seem to have submitted, but some factions still strongly believe Black Phantom is the killer. What information is hidden within? There are 5 stands you can take on: Black Phantom, Home Faction, Zio Faction, Red Island Faction, and the Northern Faction. Changes cannot be made after choosing. Reward. S. Rewards will be given based on different stands and contribution. The basic reward is 50,000 experience points. Bamboo Rainfly exclaimed in shock. At least 50,000 experience points. 50,000 experience points were an extremely large amount for them. There really always were benefits wherever Black Phantom went. What position will you guys be choosing? Black Phantom for me. Me too. Everyone agreed. They didn't know Illumira very well, and Hanzio just defeated all of Illumira's military power. It was obvious following Hanzio would be the most reliable. Players of Bamboo Rain Guild approached Hanzio and expressed their willingness to help. Usually, in an area where something happened, missions would be triggered. Follow me then. In a corner somewhere, 2 people were talking to each other. The conflict did not happen. Our man died for nothing. The intelligence said Black Phantom was a serial murderer, but he held back this time. What a misstep. Luckily, the clues have been destroyed. As long as the truth cannot be found, Black Phantom would still be the biggest suspect. In one mansion, the high-ranked officials of the home faction gathered. The atmosphere was intense. Leader has died. Who is going to be in charge now? A tall and muscular man said. He is Delo's younger brother, Todd. Me, Lagos said coldly. Todd forced a fake smile and said, Lagos, I don't think that is suitable. What do you mean? Lagos frowned and said. You should call me uncle, Todd said in a more serious tone. The lead, my older brother, passed away. We are all family here. I should be the one in charge according to precedence. Humph, only a few days since father has died, and you're already seizing power. Aren't you too impatient? Lagos said in a mocking tone. Don't blame me for not warning you, but without father's suppression, Xiao Jin, Sekai and others are all making their plans. The position of the leader is now vacant. Who knows what they will do? They may look like they were filled with sadness and regret during the funeral, but they were probably laughing uncontrollably in their hearts. Black Phantom is the most suspicious. Nothing he says can be trusted. I have already informed some people to contact the strongest killers and mercenaries. Once they arrive, we won't have to be afraid anymore. We will just capture Black Phantom and interrogate him. I have spent a large sum this time. The people who are coming are all famously strong. Maybe it really wasn't Black Phantom, someone whispered. Lagos stared over and said coldly, then it has to be Xiao Jin. That asshole is very ambitious. He has been under father for so many years and he's definitely not satisfied with it. Right, I heard Black Phantom stayed in Xiao Jin's mansion the night the assassination happened. Maybe Xiao Jin hired Black Phantom with a huge sum to assassinate father, then put on a show together to fool the others. With his eyes closed, Xiao Jin asked, what's happening in the home faction? Lagos is in charge of everything now. They are currently investigating Delo's death, but has yet to make any progress. By the way, Delo's mansion was destroyed by Black Phantom during the battle, and so were the clues. Xiao Jin paused what he was doing and asked, who ordered to bring Black Phantom to the scene? The team leader that went to keep Black Phantom in control is called Miri. He was killed by stray bullets during the scrimmage on the day. Stray bullets. Xiao Jin shook his head. What is Black Phantom doing? He asked. He did not act. Intelligent choice. Xiao Jin nodded and said, before the truth about Delo's assassination is unveiled, no faction is willing to approach him. Anyone that does will become a mutual target of the rest. Xiao Hai said, the Inhumans are working for him. I still do not know why he can easily order the Inhumans. Leave him alone. He can't be the real killer. Sekai sat in the office. He pulled down all the curtains and made a call and said in a very quiet voice, Major General, what should we do now? What are your thoughts? Delo is dead. The leader's position became vacant. There must be a vote for a successor. I will be entering as a candidate. Hope you can give me support. Sure, I will use my relationship network to help you gain votes of the high-ranked officials. When you control Illumira, remember how you got there? Don't forget our promise. Definitely. Sekai let out a sigh of relief as he hung up the phone. Hanzio was patient. He stayed in the room every day while the players from Bamboo Rain Guild helped him to gather intelligence. It wasn't much, but at least he was not totally uninformed. As rewards, Hanzio was not petty in giving missions to the players in Bamboo Rain Guild, then earning their experience points by opening his ability shop. He was making a fortune one way or another. Black Phantom, we suspect that you worked together with Xiao Jin to kill my father. Now get up and come with us. Where did you get the confidence from? Hanzio raised his eyebrows. Lagos kept a low profile for so many days. Now that he suddenly engages, he must have found help. As expected, Lagos sneered and stepped back. Two people stepped out of the crowd, one man and one woman. I see. Seems like you spent quite a lot of money, he said calmly. The man and woman were a married couple, Luan and Vanessa, legends of the Mercenary Society, with a position similar to Hanzio's in the Killer Society. Their strength was also at the peak of the third tier in Planet Aquamarine. They lived all the way till version 2.0. Lagos had people contact them secretly. Many rejected as soon as they heard they had to fight Black Phantom. They didn't dare to become enemies with Hanzio. Those who came had absolute confidence. He had investigated thoroughly this time. He knew these two people were on the same level as Hanzio, and it would be most safe to hire both of them together. Black Phantom definitely could not defeat them head-on. Lagos sneered and said, when I capture you, I will make sure you spit out everything you know. Hanzio shook his head and said, isn't it good to be alive? Humph, quite arrogant I see. I heard you are very good at sniping, but now I'm only 3 meters away. I won't give you a chance to even fire one shot. And how many of my punches can you endure? Be good and disarm yourself, or I will brush the floor with your brain juice. A third voice appeared from an empty area. It's been long since we met, Mr. Black. This voice sounded familiar. Hanzio raised his eyebrows. Invisible Demon. You're here too. Invisible Demon did not reply. Murderous intent filled the air. It was not 2 strong opponents but 3. Hanzio smiled as he shook his head. No wonder Lagos was so confident. He really spent a huge sum to deal with him. A stream of piercing wind passed by Han Zio. Han Zio made it in time to activate his magnetically controlled retractable armor. Invisible Demon's nails scratched on its surface and created fire sparkles. In a few months' time, Invisible Demon increased 2 levels and became slightly stronger. Back then Han Zio could not win Invisible Demon, it resulted in a tie. But now, they were on completely different levels. Han Zio raised his hands. Compounded magnetic chain split blades formed a cyclone slashing through the air. Numerous damage numbers appeared in the air. Wounds opened and blood dripped down, and then disappeared in the next instant. Invisible Demon could retract his skin to hide his wounds. Invisible Demon was shocked by the compounded magnetic chain split blades and backed off hurriedly. Before Han Zio could make the chase, a wave of air pressure shot towards him. Vanessa pounced forward with her fists raining down hard. Han Zio raised his hands to parry, but they became numb. His STR was inferior to Vanessa. Both Vanessa and Luan were pugilists near level 60. Their STR, Dex, and End were all much higher than Han Zio, who was a mechanic. Suddenly, Luan caught up quickly. His 2 fists combined into one and turned into a black meteor covered in flames, hitting Han Zio's chest armor plate. With pain felt on his chest, Han Zio's interface showed a high amount of damage. This was an advanced tier ability of Pugilist. It is a vibration hit that ignores part of the physical armor. Players in his previous life called it hitting the cattle across the mountain. Pugilists who learned advanced tier abilities were difficult to deal with. It had given Han Zio some amount of pressure. Without a change of expression, Han Zio backed up holding guns in both hands. High-caliber bullets shot out rapidly. The power of his firearms increased furthermore as his shooting abilities reached max level. Han Zio picked up his equipment bag full of machinery and dashed into the room. Luan was just about to follow, but Vanessa stopped him. "Careful, he's a mechanic, there might be traps," she said. Luan nodded. He punched the floor strongly. Cracks spread out from the center of the punch and the entire house started shaking. No matter what trap Black Phantom had placed, it would all become meaningless once the house was destroyed and the battlefield turned into an open area. Lagos hastily brought the soldiers to back off far away. Boom. The house collapsed. Asks obstructed the vision. Luan squinted his eyes and saw a shadow jumping out of the ruins vaguely. He immediately dashed forward like a warhorse. His fists punched forward like a hammer, leaving bright marks behind. "Fall," Luan yelled, but the next moment, he heard the buzzing sound of energy and a cold metallic voice. Enhanced mode. Bang. Luan felt like he had hit a metal wall. No, even metal wall would be destroyed by this punch. But it had only made this indestructible wall back off a little more than 10 centimeters, and then the metal surrounded his fists. The dust dissipated, and the shadow's true form appeared. A heavy mechanical left arm, many times larger than a normal arm and made of a dense black platinum alloy, was holding onto Luan's fists tightly. Han Zio, who was controlling this enormous mechanical arm, was already wearing Viper. Luan wanted to escape, but he realized that Han Zio's strength became almost as high as his. Han Zio's heavy mechanical left arm buzzed and slammed Luan's head heavily. Luan's head was bashed into the floor, but the punches did not stop. They continually rained down on him, and the damp on the ground expanded rapidly. Since he was acting alone, Han Zio had brought along all his ace cards along in his equipment bag. The heavy mechanical arm had been disassembled into parts to become more portable, and the assembly process was easy and quick, capable of being performed during the battle in a short time. Vanessa was raging as she saw Luan pressed against the floor. She dashed forward hastily. Han Zio did not dodge or back up. He battled Vanessa in close range. His fists and legs contained a huge amount of power, and the floor split open inch by inch. Shockwave Blast was a mid-range ability that hardly dealt any damage to the mechanical suit as it lacked power. Viper's enhanced mode steadily gained the upper hand. The two of them were extremely agile, so their fight looked like two blurry shadows in the eyes of the others. Only the constant explosions and destruction showed how dangerous these two were. The black fists hit Vanessa's face multiple times. Her nose was bleeding. At the same time, Luan finally pulled himself up off the ground, his head bleeding all over. He growled and pounced over. However, when he was halfway there, Han Zio suddenly swung his fists and pushed Vanessa to the side. His right hand pulled out the ghost sniper rifle behind his back and aimed at Luan. The black muzzle gave an even more dangerous feeling than earlier on. Luan's hair stood up all over the body. Han Zio pulled the trigger. Bang! A huge hole appeared on Luan's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. After damage reduction, you have dealt 1,942 damage to Luan. extremely close to 2,000 points of damage. Lewin health was only between 4,000 to 5,000. One shot, almost half of his health. Lewin kneeled on the floor, his entire body twitching. He raised his head and looked straight at Han Zhao with disbelief. "Didn't you say that you were going to wipe the floor with my brain juice?" An emotionless mechanical voice came from under the cold mask. Han Zhao pressed Lewin on the floor with his right hand. His left hand bashed Lewin's head again and again. Lewin was paralyzed by the shot and did not have his energy protective layer. Vanessa screamed in sorrow, rage, and hatred. Then, she turned and started fleeing. Black Phantom was much stronger than expected. She did not want to die for nothing. She only had a chance to revenge if she stayed alive. That's why I said, isn't it good to be alive? Dozens of arrow-shaped shadows shot out and landed around Vanessa, which then exploded and created a high-pitched sound wave. These were all mini-sonic bombs. Han Zhao had made them into even smaller arrow shapes and added a simple ejecting module onto Viper, which allowed it to shoot this kind of simple and portable disabling weapon. The determining attribute for the sonic bomb was endurance. Although Vanessa was a pugilist, she still could not endure dozens of sonic bombs. Thus, she fell to the ground in agony. Han Zhao jumped over in a few steps, then activated the thermo-electrical incisor gloves and grabbed Vanessa's eyes. He then turned on Sunworm Flamethrower. With screams of pain and the smell of burning flesh, Vanessa turned into a piece of charcoal in no time. He then activated all kinds of scanning modules. The scanning module highlighted Invisible Demon's position. He was in the area where the sonic bombs exploded, trembling in pain. Invisible Demon was absolutely terrified by Han Zhao. It had only been a few months since they fought, and Black Phantom had reached a height that stunned him. He deeply regretted accepting this mission and very soon had the thoughts of backing off. But unfortunately for him, he had been blasted away by the explosion just as he was secretly escaping. The revived players stood far away with their throat feeling dry. "This, so strong," Bamboo Rain Xuan exclaimed. She had recorded the entire fight, and she had a feeling it would definitely go viral. Black Phantom had never shown the mechanical suit. The already high strength that they had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. This was his true strength. No, maybe Black Phantom was still hiding more. Lagos could not believe it. Without anything to rely on, Lagos' entire body trembled as he faced Black Phantom with a strong murderous intent. Filled with regret, could not even begin to describe his emotions. Han Zhao walked toward Lagos and tapped him on the shoulder. He said softly, "I have already given you a chance. You can't kill me." Lagos looked fierce on the outside but was horrified on the inside. "I'm the person in charge of the home faction. If you kill me, home faction will." Before he even finished his sentence, slash, the blade cut across his throat and blood splashed slowly. No hesitation. Lagos's eyes widened. He held his neck and fell down. His body temperature lowered as blood escaped from his body, and he looked at Han Zhao in disbelief. Han Zhao looked at the high-ranked officials of the home faction. He played with the blade covered in blood and said calmly, "Do you have any problems?" The home faction was furious as they looked at Lagos' corpse, but they did not dare provoke Han Zhao. After all, a real-life example of what would happen if they did was right in front of them. This time, Todd walked out of the crowd and said, "This was all Lagos' idea. He deserved it. On behalf of the entire home faction, we absolutely won't hold a grudge for this." "You are Todd, Daryl's younger brother, Lagos's uncle. I'm in charge of the home faction now." Todd forced himself to be calm as he spoke. The home faction gave him a weird look. They were amazed by Todd's ability to grab the opportunity to take over the home faction as soon as Lagos died. But Todd did indeed speak their mind. Therefore, they all kept silent and accepted Todd's position. The people that they had hired who had such great strength had easily been killed. Han Zhao's strength was overwhelming. Black Phantom has overwhelming strength and doesn't care if he becomes our enemy, yet he still insists to claim he's not the killer. Maybe he really didn't carry out the assassination, Sekai said. But he killed Lagos, that's a new grudge, the head of the northern faction said. Todd stopped him and said, "Lagos did this to himself, and he deserved it. Our home faction will neither seek revenge nor hold grudges." The others looked at him with despise while selectively choosing to forget that they were thinking the same. Upon arriving at his new house, Han Zhao woke up the captive Invisible Demon. He had planted a locating device in Invisible Demon's body and could know where he was without seeing him. "What do you want?" Invisible Demon was horrified. "I heard your invisibility came from a laboratory experiment accident, and your skin mutated. If I strip your skin off, it must be worth quite a fortune. Invisible Demon was terrified and started to sweat all over. Don't do that. You're my prisoner now. Do you think you're in any position to object? Invisible Demon had nothing to reply to with. Hanzio stopped teasing him and knocked him unconscious, then injected a strong anesthetic, tied him up, and threw him aside. There was a reward from the dark net for Invisible Demon, and Hanzio planned to take on the mission then turn an Invisible Demon alive, completing the mission immediately and maximizing the profit. A few days after, Zio Jin came knocking on his door. He told Hanzio that he had found an important clue. Through checking the guard's verbal information and comparing it with the recording from the surveillance cameras, I have found some traces. On the night of the assassination, an assistant of one of the northern faction's high-ranked officials left his house and disappeared for 27 minutes. This high-ranked official of the northern faction is called Su Dinghua, 45 years of age, a northern continent local, always kept a low profile. A spy I sent into the northern faction discovered that Su Dinghua has secret connections with Raylan, and his assistant only changed a few years ago, the same year that he started to contact Raylan. Many high-ranked officials contacted other organizations discreetly, but all for their own benefits. However, Raylan had obviously turned Su Dinghua into a traitor. Raylan might have planted quite few strong people around Su Dinghua. I was hoping you could help us capture Su Dinghua and his co-conspirators, and this is a good opportunity for you to get rid of the suspicion as well. I was thinking you would want to do it yourself, Zio Jin said with a sincere tone. Hanzio stared at Zio Jin for quite some time and smiled suddenly. I will help you this time, at market rate. Okay. Zio Jin nodded. At night, Hanzio started to act. Since he already exposed Viper, he wore it this time as well, but without the heavy mechanical arm. A stealth operation did not require such a rough weapon. Su Dinghua was a high-ranked official who had a rather low position compared to others. His guarding power in the mansion was weak, and with Hanzio's level and strength, sneaking in was a piece of cake. When he quietly entered the study, the light was on. Hanzio stood against the wall and scanned the room with magnetic scanning. There was no one in the room. Hanzio entered the room without making a sound. There's a hidden safe behind the painting on the wall beside the table. Hanzio's eyes twinkled. Just as he was going to flip open the painting to open the safe, he realized something and stopped. He carefully looked around the room, then left the safe alone and came to the table instead. He tried opening the drawers, but they were all locked. However, that was not a problem for him. As a mechanic who could build firearms and robots, it would be a shame if he could not even open a lock. The drawers were filled with paper documents, mostly Illumira's internal information. There were some reports too. He dug through for a while and realized that they were all irrelevant documents. However, he found a slip of paper with a string of numbers written on it, which seemed like the passcode for the safe, and a small metal key that also looked like it was for the safe. Way too obvious. Hanzio shook his head. He closed the drawer and did not use the key to open the safe. Hiding a safe behind a painting was too common. The key and passcode left in the drawer felt like it was done purposely. It looked like a trap. It could have been an incorrect assumption, but Hanzio was just there to capture Su Dinghua. The safe could be opened any time after he captured him. Hanzio walked toward the living room. He heard a few guards that were chatting with each other, and after a strategic scan and a vital sign comparison, he noticed that these people were all around LV-20, which meant that they were not normal guards. They could be superhumans, and if they were not, it meant that they were normal people but very elite. Seems like it was right. Hanzio nodded. Su Dinghua's guards hid their true strength, so there was definitely something suspicious going on. There were 8 guards in the mansion along with Su Dinghua's assistant. Hanzio was not planning to let any of them escape. Returning to the living room, Hanzio did not hide anymore. He broke through the door and entered. The guards pulled out their guns immediately. However, with the mechanical suit, these 4 unprepared guards were defeated within seconds. The commotion attracted attention. The radar detected other guards were coming quickly. Hanzio broke through the wall with a loud bang and knocked out those guards one after another. Su Dinghua's assistant was hiding the most. He was at around LV-40. However, he still could not last for more than 10 seconds before Hanzio broke his arms and legs and knocked him onto the ground. The difference in strength was too vast, an easy victory for Hanzio. Hanzio's destruction power was like a demolition. The whole mansion turned into ruins, and the loud noise could be heard from very far away. Zio Jin was on standby right outside the mansion. He broke in as soon as he saw that Hanzio had succeeded. Su Dinghua knew that he had been exposed when he woke up. How did you know? Su Dinghua was shocked and confused. I have known you were in contact Raylan for a very long time, Xiao Jin said coldly. You have changed your guards over the last few years. They are all strangers and sent by Raylan. You thought this was an opportunity when Black Phantom visited out of the blue and carried out the assassination, thinking that you did it very discreetly and destroyed many traces. Still, some clues were left behind. Xiao Jin listed many pieces of evidence. Su Dinghua closed his eyes in pain and softly spoke to himself. I knew this day would come. Being found out means death. Then, Su Dinghua looked at his assistant and said, I did kill our leader, but I'm not the mastermind. He is. Raylan gave me many benefits and promised me even more, so I did things for them. He's a spy sent by Raylan to monitor and control me. This plan was also suggested by him. The real killer that assassinated Daryl had been found. The whole plan had been Raylan's, and Han Zio was cleared of suspicion. Su Dinghua died in the interrogation. He spat out quite an amount of intelligence before he died. He was a very important chess piece to Raylan, and the assassination was to spark conflict between Illumina and Darknet. But the plan had gone south. Everything was settled. However, Black Phantom, who had cleared his suspicion, decided to stay. No one knew what motives he had. The factions did not have time to care about him since they were all busy with the election of a successor. 3 days after capturing Su Dinghua, Xiao Jin brought Xiao Hai along and came to visit. Why are you looking for me? Han Xiao asked. I should be the one asking. What's your goal in staying here? Xiao Jin asked back. I was framed out of nowhere, and your people wanted to kill me. I need compensation. Xiao Hai was shocked and angry. This whole thing was planned by Raylan, and you even killed our people. How dare you ask for compensation? Raylan is too far away, so I'm getting money from you guys first. You're robbing us. Xiao Hai was filled with anger. That's correct. Han Xiao nodded calmly. He looked at Xiao Hai mockingly and said, what can you do about that? Xiao Jin pulled the furious Xiao Hai back, then wrote a number on a piece of paper and said, I will compensate you personally. Is this amount enough? Han Xiao gave it a quick look and said, barely acceptable. Xiao Hai was frustrated. He did not understand why Xiao Jin was willing to pay. There was absolutely no need to in his eyes. There's another reason for you to have come to find me, right? Han Xiao crossed his legs. Indeed, I have something to ask your help for. Daryl is dead, and the leader position is now vacant. Illumina is a large family, so there needs to be a leader. In 2 days' time, an internal election will be carried out in a vote from the high-ranked officials. Todd from the Home faction, Sekai from the Red Island faction, and Angleton from the Northern faction are all strong competitors. When I was focused on investigating Daryl's death, they were already approaching the high-ranked officials and drawing votes. I'm now at a disadvantage, so I hope you can help me, Xiao Jin said in seriousness. Outsiders cannot interfere with internal elections. He has no position in the internal meeting no matter how strong he is. Xiao Hai said hastily. I have a way, Xiao Jin replied coldly. Mr. Black Phantom, are you willing to join us Xiao faction? The atmosphere suddenly turned weird. Xiao Hai almost staggered and fell. He was completely shocked. Xiao Jin had never discussed this with him, and now suddenly he's going to have a stepfather. Damn, you can do that. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. Xiao Jin's level of shameless exceeded his expectations. Would such a childish method work? Politics has always been childish, Xiao Jin replied coldly. As long as you join the Xiao faction, you can attend internal meetings. Your strength will signify your power, and as long as you appear, it will represent a threat. However, you will be a part of the Xiao faction by then, which means you're not an exterior threat. Han Xiao looked at Xiao Hai and smiled mockingly. Come, let me hear you call me stepfather. Xiao Hai's face turned green. He was an arrogant person, so this was a fate worse than death. However, he saw Xiao Jin's strict face, then suppressed his anger with all his might and forced the words out through gritted teeth. Stepfather. Han Xiao dug his ears and teased, I didn't hear that clearly. Stepfather, Xiao Hai yelled. He used so much strength that blood came out of his teeth, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Hehe, good boy. Han Xiao could not control his laughter in his heart. His body's origin was Xiao Hai's younger brother. What would Xiao Hai think if he knew the truth? Xiao Jin reached out his hand and said, I look forward to working with you. Han Xiao accepted the handshake. The father and son of the Xiao family stood up and left, neither of them saying a word as they did so. After returning to Xiao faction's mansion, Xiao Hai could not hold back his questions. Father, why did you do this? Xiao Jin replied without an expression on his face. Black Phantom is greedier than I imagined. I thought that clearing his suspicion could make him grateful, but I didn't expect to spend so much for him to join us. Anyway, it's worth it. At least we are the only faction that could approach Black Phantom and get his help. When I become the leader, these losses can be made up with ease. I see. When you become the leader, you won't have to care about Black Phantom anymore, Xiao Hai realized. Xiao Jin suddenly turned to look at his son and said with a strict voice, "You're wrong. There's even more need to fulfill Black Phantom's terms after I become the leader. It's suicide to kick someone to the curb when they've outlived their usefulness. Black Phantom is standing at the peak with his strength. His personal strength is as threatening as an organization. As long as Black Phantom is part of the Xiao faction on the books, we can rely on him. I know that you don't accept this deep down in your heart, but don't act on your impulses and ruin my plan." Xiao Hai had objections in his heart, but he could only clench his teeth and accept it. "Yes, father." 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The internal meeting was carried out in the Illumira meeting hall as scheduled. High-ranked officials across all the factions gathered within, and the guarding power was high. Han Xiao wore a hood and disguised himself as an ordinary high-ranked official of the Xiao faction. He entered the meeting hall without attracting attention and sat down. Todd rang the bell on the table, and the meeting hall turned silent quickly. "The meeting will now commence," Todd said with a serious expression. "There are 4 candidates for the successor for the leader, myself, Xiao the 2nd chair, Sekai the 3rd chair, and Mr. Angleton." The high-ranked officials spoke their choice. Todd was nervous. He had been contacting other high-ranked officials over the past few days and promised them many benefits. They had all agreed to vote for him when they had the discussion, so he could easily beat the other candidates in the number of votes. But soon he became stunned. The high-ranked officials who promised to vote for him all voted for Sekai without even looking at Todd. How did this happen? Todd was shocked and angry. Sekai had a bright smile on his face. He smiled at every high-ranked official who voted for him. Watching his vote count becoming impossible to be beaten, his heart was relieved. As soon as Daryl was assassinated, Sekai had realized that the successor election was an opportunity. He had been in communication with Theseus secretly, and they had agreed to help him for the promotion. And he, in turn, promised many benefits to them if he successfully became the leader. Although Illumira was Theseus's partner, Theseus was very aggressive. They had been secretly wanting to control Illumira from the inside, and they had gotten into contact with Sekai the 3rd chair, who was not satisfied with his position. Theseus made use of their relationship network and discreetly drew in many high-ranked officials to give Sekai an advantage. Sekai's vote count was way ahead, and soon it exceeded the half mark. The election was settled. "Haha, thank everyone for your support and love. I shall not disappoint." Sekai stood up full of happiness on his face. He could not hide his satisfaction at all. Suddenly, a voice that was unforgettable to the seated high-ranked officials came out of the Xiao faction area. "I have a problem." Everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions turned into horror. They recognized that this was Black Phantom's voice. Xiao faction's members spit open and showed Han Xiao, who was hidden. Han Xiao was wearing the same black windbreaker and black gloves. His arms were crossed, and he said expressionlessly, "Xiao Jin is more suitable to be the leader." Sekai was stunned for an extended moment till he regained his focus. "Xiao Jin, how dare you let an outsider interfere with our family issues? Are you intentionally breaking the rules?" Black Phantom is not an outsider. He is a senior of my Xiao faction. He is the stepfather of my children. As soon as Xiao Jin finished his sentence, the youngsters of Xiao faction all bowed toward Han Xiao and yelled stepfather simultaneously, almost as if they had been practicing it. The others were stunned in shock. How shameless. Todd's face was twitching. Although the other factions were not happy, they could not deny the fact that Xiao Jin had increased Illumira's overall strength by doing this, as this meant that Black Phantom had become an ally of Illumira. Han Xiao sat down casually and scanned the entire place with a dangerous look. The high-ranked officials all turned away and did not dare look him in the eyes. Words were not needed. Han Xiao's intentions were clear just by sitting here. A silent threat. The atmosphere got awkward. The high-ranked officials who had already voted became anxious and exchanged looks secretly. Finally, a high-ranked official could not take it anymore. He wiped his sweat and said hesitantly, "I've thought carefully and feel that Xiao Jin is more suitable as the next leader. Can I change my vote?" Changing the vote was not allowed according to the rules. However, the host of the meeting, Todd, was cursing in his mind. Black Phantom was right in front of them, so he did not dare to say no. Thus, he nodded in dismay. After the first, the second and the third followed, and soon came the rest. Han Xiao scanned around the room. Whoever came into his sights immediately changed their vote. It was like his eyes had magic in it. The result was a definite. Xiao Jin won with an overwhelming number of votes. The people of the Xiao faction were smiling brightly while the others had to suck it up and congratulate Xiao Jin one after another. Todd's heart was bleeding. The home faction had controlled Illumina for all these years, and now they had lost their power all of a sudden. Todd knew that from that day onward, the home faction would slowly become a vassal. Although Xiao Jin was the final winner, in the eyes of everyone else, the center of this meeting was Black Phantom. All he did was show up, and it decided Xiao Jin's position. This was the power of overwhelming strength. The people were all very jealous of Xiao Jin. As long as Black Phantom remained in the Xiao faction, Xiao Jin's position would be forever stable. The butler led Han Xiao to the book room and closed the door, leaving Xiao Jin and Han Xiao alone in the room. Xiao Jin's wish had been granted, and he had become the leader. I really appreciate your help, Xiao Jin said sincerely. Our agreement remains unchanged. If there's anything you need me for, I'll provide help. Xiao Jin smiled. His tone was more confident now that he was the leader. I've been thinking recently and have come up with a very interesting theory. You knew Su Dinghua was going to assassinate Daryl a long time ago, but you didn't tell anyone and let it happen because there would only be a chance to become the leader after Daryl died. Then, when everyone was suspecting me, only you insisted to help me because you knew who the killer was, and it was a good opportunity to gain my favor. Later, when other factions had already established a bad relationship with me, you found an opportunity to throw out Su Dinghua as a clue and became the one who found the real killer, largely increasing your prestige while simultaneously starting good relations with me. You used it as a reason to gain my help to win the leader's election by using my strength to overpower all the other factions. You're not the real killer, but you're an opportunist who acted while riding along the waves and harvesting the final fruit of victory. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Xiao Jin. What do you think about this theory? Xiao Jin shook his head in laughter. He sipped the wine and said, it's interesting, but it's not true. I think it's true. Xiao Jin's expression changed slightly and said, that's just your speculation. Han Xiao walked toward Xiao Jin. His body was leaning forward, and the pressure forced Xiao Jin to step back continuously until he hit the table. They stood extremely close. Xiao Jin could only look at Han Xiao in his eyes because he had nowhere else to look. He felt a cold murderous intent in Han Xiao's eyes, and cold sweat started dripping. I don't need evidence. If I think it's true, then it is, Han Xiao sneered. Xiao Jin had to tighten his facial muscles to control his expressions, and his heart began to sink. Remember, whatever you borrowed from me, I can take it back anytime. Han Xiao's fingers pressed 2 times on Xiao Jin's chest strongly. The act was provoking. Xiao Jin had been promoted with the help of Black Phantom, and Han Xiao could do the same thing for the others anytime. Xiao Jin had no doubt that the other factions would be willing to spend a huge sum to make Black Phantom their ally. Han Xiao took a few steps back to ease the atmosphere. He played around with the wine glass and said coldly, what are you going to do with Raylan? Xiao Jin sighed. He knew that this was the time for him to show his stance. I will make them pay. I'll pursue and kill all of their intelligence agents, attack the organizations they support, and destroy their bases in the wilderness. Originally, it was not suitable to start a war right after he became the leader. His original plan had been to stabilize the internals in 6 months. However, Han Xiao's threatening made him understand that he had no choice. He could only listen to Han Xiao and retaliate against Raylan immediately. Very good. Han Xiao gave a faint laugh, then left and said, enjoy your time as the leader. The wine glass was placed on the table. Han Xiao did not drink any from the start to the end. The sounds of the youngsters yelling stepfather outside the door grew faint and distant. Xiao Jin only sat down after the sound disappeared. The happiness of becoming the leader became weaker because of Han Xiao's threats. Father, Black Phantom left. Xiao Hai could not hide his happiness. The position of leader finally belonged to the Xiao faction. Pass my order down. The out-of-town divisions will be launching a full attack on Raylan's forces in the wilderness. Xiao Jin was back to expressionless. Xiao Hai's smile froze. Waves of shock filled his heart, and he said in disbelief, Father, you've just become the leader, and the structure has yet to stabilize. If we start a war at this time, the power of the family will be hugely damaged. Stop talking. Do as I said, Xiao Jin said coldly. Xiao Hai was stunned. You have unlocked the Illumina family. Current relationship, respect. The starting relationship is respect. Seems like Xiao Jin gave in. Han Xiao was very satisfied. He did not threaten Xiao Jin out of nowhere. The deduction earlier was made from his speculation through the pieces of evidence. Firstly, Xiao Jin's actions were all very goal-oriented and connected with each other, and these actions all brought him a benefit, which was very suspicious. Secondly was a puzzle mission, but Xiao Jin found Su Dinghua straight away. Thus, the mission had been completed too easily, which made him feel that Xiao Jin knew who the killer was all along. Han Xiao opened the interface. Please state the real killer's identity. Su Dinghua, Raylan. Han Xiao described the situation. The mission requirement was to find out the mastermind who framed him, which was Raylan without a doubt. Has been processed. Determining. Requirements met. Mission complete. You have received a chance to learn a random ability or talent. Please select. Han Xiao pondered for a moment. He felt that a talent would be better. There was a chance to get a rare talent or even a molding ability. Talent. Randomizing. Completed. Please choose from one of the three below. Duplicate channeling. 2%, 8% chance of duplicating the ability during channeling. Triggering the ability depends on luck. Call of the Wild. Increases default affinity with beast-type monsters with a chance to communicate. Charisma increases the chance of communication. Frost resistance. Plus 35% resistance to ice element, and makes it harder to receive debuffs from ice elements such as slow or frozen. The accident in Illumina had come to an end, and the result was satisfactory. Not only did he not lose anything, he also gained quite a number of benefits. Although his schedule was delayed because of the days that he stayed in Illumina, no one disliked having more side missions. The more side missions there were, the more benefits they would bring. Black Phantom had become a member of their family on the books, so this outsider was now the strongest in the family. The high-ranked officials were willing to suck up to him, and they gifted him an SUV to save him the trouble of walking. Although Xiao Jin's wish came true, he could not help but feel some bitterness deep in his heart. Han Xiao waved as he got into the SUV and left in the wind and snow. He finally left. The tensed bodies of Illumina's high-ranked officials all relaxed. It was like a huge stone had been removed from their heart, and even breathing felt easier. 2 days later, Han Xiao accepted the reward mission for Invisible Demon in one of Darknet's base of the northern continent, and only handed Invisible Demon away after a notification popped up on the interface. Interestingly, the person in charge of the stronghold was very confused. Mr. Black Phantom, where's the Invisible Demon who you've mentioned? Han Xiao pointed at an empty space on the ground and said, right here. The person wiped off his cold sweat and said, I can't see him. Han Xiao used more than 10 torturous ways to prove Invisible Demon's existence, and after the heavily wounded and mind-broken Invisible Demon was retrieved, the mission was completed. More than 200,000 experience and 150,000 aquamarine dollars. He had made another fortune with Invisible Demon. Although Han Xiao had amassed a small fortune, he was not going to give up any opportunity to make more. It was an accumulation process. What the name of your mechanical suit? Do you sell the mechanical suit? These questions appeared the most. Han Xiao browsed through the forum and noticed that Galaxy Times had released a recording of him battling in his mechanical suit. This episode of Galaxy Times was not as interesting, but this recording became the highlight of the episode. The quiet comments section exploded upon seeing the recording. No wonder the players are so excited. Han Xiao could understand. When he was a new player, if he had seen a mechanical suit, he would have reacted the same. The most direct influence was that players had even more of an interest in the mechanic class. More people came to this novice village to change their class, which in turn increased his sales. An official announcement showing the various statistics of the game would be released sometime after the official launch. Han Xiao was looking forward to seeing the percentage of players that chose the mechanic class. In his previous life, this percentage had been a single digit, but now, with his influence, he was expecting it to at least double. The more mechanic players, the brighter Han Xiao's business future was. His phone suddenly rang. Han Xiao looked at his phone, and it was Hao Tian who sent a text message. He had completed the mission, and he was the first among all the other highly skilled players who had taken on the mission. Not bad, no wonder he's a god-tier pro. Before leaving the northern continent, Han Xiao came to an ice field where high-level ice bears lived. He spent a few hours and used the ghost sniper rifle to fulfill the requirements for lethal shot. After counting, Han Xiao had 12 talents, which was exceptional in version 1.0. Half of that would already be very high for a LV55 player. Han Xiao also gave the recently obtained talent a try. The ice bears above level 50 was not affected by it at all. They were still as aggressive as they had originally been. He lowered the level of his targets and realized that a bear cub was very friendly toward him. It was white, chubby, and furry. It hugged his leg and showed off its cuteness. There's quite some use to this talent. The cub is only at level 10 something, but there should be other hidden elements to the Call of the Wild, other than it being affected by charm. The level difference between me and the beast should also be part of the reason as well as the characteristics of the beast. Hanzio contemplated the matter. Suddenly, he saw this furry ball trying its best to climb up his leg. The great Hanzio squinted and kicked the cub away. The white and chubby cub rolled over a few times and then came back again. Hanzio just could not chase it away no matter how he tried. It was very clingy. Its furry butt kept shaking, and it looked stupid. Its small, black eyes were filled with innocence. Tisk, how adorable. Hanzio could not resist its cuteness. He held the cub upside down and gave it a look. And it's a female. They looked at each other for some time. Then Hanzio reached out his arms. The cub climbed up laboriously to Hanzio's shoulder and hung onto it like a swing. You definitely have some koala blood. Didn't expect you to be a crossbreed, Hanzio said in surprise. I shall bring it along as a pet. Raising a pet was a spice of life. With a pet, Hanzio suddenly felt much more relaxed. No wonder people in the big cities like to have pets. It was such an effective stress reliever. When they were unhappy, they just had to bully their pet, and they could find back their sense of superiority as an intelligent species. This was a sharp claw ice bear cub, only a few months old. Hanzio was too lazy to give it a name, so he just called it Bear Cub. Bringing along Bear Cub, Hanzio boarded the plane to the border of Raylan and picked up Hao Tian. On the plane, Hao Tian lived up to his image of a highly skilled player, and kept silent, did not ask about their destination, and did not make any interactions. Hanzio saw that he had nothing to do, so he gave him a mission to take care of Bear Cub. Galaxy's details were all very real, especially the look and smell of urine and feces. Flying from the northern continent to the southern continent required a little over half a day. Hanzio received a call from Hans on the way, saying that old Devon's document filled missing information of their clues, and it was a very important finding. Hanzio knew that this would affect the next round of the hidden main storyline missions. When the plane landed in the southern continent, Antonio was waiting. Hanzio saw his rough face as soon as he came out of the plane. Welcome back, my friend. Antonio laughed out loud and gave Hanzio a bear hug. The strong odor on his body almost made Hanzio lose his health points. Hug a while more and I'd be dead. Hanzio rubbed his nose with a frown. Only out for a month, and look what you've done, Antonio said with surprise. He remembered that Hanzio said that he would not get into trouble, but it seemed like Hanzio's standard of trouble, and his were very different. Hanzio walked aside and called Bennett. I have returned. Bennett breathed a sigh of relief and said with a hint of sorrow, I've waited for you for so long. Hanzio went straight to the point and said, the shelter plan you talked about, what help do you need from me? The meeting point this time was the first shelter that Darknet was building, located in a city ruins named Ruins of Lloyd in a wasteland in the northern continent. It had once been the financial center of a dead nation in the northern continent. Hanzio sat in Bennett's private helicopter. When he looked down at the city from the sky, he could see the building process of the shelter. The Darknet symbol was painted on the wall in dark red together with the new name of this city, Bennett Sanctuary 1. You named the shelter after yourself. Hanzio patted Bennett's shoulder with a smirk. I didn't know you're this shameless. Bennett slapped the palm on his shoulder away and said, let's go. Come to the high-ranked officials meeting with me. What has the meeting got to do with me? Hanzio asked in surprise. Bennett shook his head and laughed. You're a high-ranked official, too. Hanzio blinked. Bennett cleared his throat and said, I strongly recommended you to be a director personally. You won't disappoint me, will you? Darknet had recently reconstructed their high-ranked officials, with the highest ranking being the founders such as Bennett, and one level lower being the various directors. What are you talking about? Hanzio asked with a serious face. When did I disappoint you? Bennett did not know whether to laugh or cry. He led the way, and Hanzio saw the construction of the shelter at a close range. Sanctuary 1 is our test. I've put in plenty of resources, and it's progressing quite well. The basic layout should be completed within a year. The 6 nations' resources can only support 2 to 3 sanctuaries, Bennett said with his hands behind his back. My plan is to build at least 3 to 5 sanctuaries across the continents. That will be outrageously expensive. This sum of money is insignificant when it comes to preserving our civilization. Wow, I could almost see the halo above your head, Hanzio mocked. Bennett's mouth twitched. After arriving at the new fortress, directors of the Darknet gathered in the meeting hall. They stood up and bowed slightly to show their respect when Bennett and Hanzio walked in. Black Phantom had displayed his strength and was now the top fighting force of Darknet, and with Bennett's support, the high-ranked officials present all agreed that Hanzio's position was at the same level as theirs. The construction of shelter has to start sooner rather than later. I have decided to commence the construction of Sanctuary 2 and 3 immediately. The high-ranked officials exchanged looks, and one of them asked hesitantly, Mr. Bennett, wouldn't that be too much of a rush? Why don't we wait for Sanctuary 1 to be completed? Because we don't have much time. We need to speed up the progress. Sanctuary needs someone to be in charge. Who will be in charge of Sanctuary 2? Xena will be in charge of Sanctuary 2, Bennett said. Xena was currently the highest director of Darknet and had been recommended by many senior officials. Of course, no one opposed this decision. As for Sanctuary 3, Black Phantom will be in charge. Han Zio's eyebrows shot up. He did not expect Bennett to trust him this much and let him be in charge of an entire shelter. The power of this was very huge. The directors were shocked as well. Black Phantom had just become a high-ranked official, and now he was in charge of such an important issue. It seemed to many that he was not senior enough to do so. Many directors wanted to object, but Bennett had already seen through their thoughts. One simple sentence made their mouths shut. Each shelter needs someone with extraordinary strength to guard. If any of you have the confidence that your subordinate is stronger than Black Phantom, feel free to object. Stronger than Black Phantom? The directors laughed bitterly. Across the entire Darknet, other than Bennett and 2 others who had already retired, no one could beat Black Phantom. Its location will be in Grey Metal Ruins. Han Zio thought that place sounded quite familiar, and then he remembered that Grey Metal Ruins was where he had set up his secret base. It was quite a coincidence. Bennett briefly explained the layout and that Han Zio's mission was to sit in, monitor the construction team, and when any threat arose nearby, he could settle it entirely by himself. You have triggered the rank A mission. Seeing the mission requirements, Han Zio smiled. It was as he expected. As the person in charge of Sanctuary 3, his mission was construction, and the mission type was also a series mission that was divided into tens of requirements. Bennett cleared his throat and said, due to funding constraints, the resources are concentrated in Sanctuary 1 and 2. Therefore, there might be not as many people who will be working with you to build Sanctuary 3. How many? Han Zio suddenly had a bad feeling. Sanctuary 1 had tens of thousands of workers, so he would require a similar workforce. About 1,000. Han Zio squinted with an expression that said, are you kidding me? It's mainly because of the flow of the funding not reaching its destination, Bennett said awkwardly. This will only be the case for the first month. We will hire more people to help you afterward. Han Zio picked Bear Cub, who was sleeping on his laps, and threw it toward Bennett. Bear Cub fell onto the sofa upside down and finally opened its eyes slowly. Hit him. Han Zio pointed toward Bennett. Bear Cub blinked in confusion and only understood after staring at Han Zio's finger for a very long time. It then turned over and slapped Bennett's left cheek. Bennett laughed bitterly. He rubbed Bear Cub's furry buttock, then pushed it aside and said, I know it's difficult, but you're the only person that can help me. No one else has the ability to. Han Zio pondered for a while before he nodded and said, no worries, I will be able to build a basic layout within a month. By the way, I have another requirement, Han Zio said. What is it? Bennett replied. Han Zio laughed and said, Sanctuary 3 has to be named after me. Since Bennett had already done that, how could the great mechanic Han Zio not receive the same treatment? And by naming the shelter after himself, it would definitely create a strong, long-term impact. He decided to appoint someone who was very capable to be Han Zio's assistant. Bennett looked around and said, Huang Yu, you'll help Black Phantom. The face of the guy called Huang Yu immediately dropped. He answered unwillingly, and when he saw the gloating faces of the other directors, he became even more unhappy. Among the directors of Darknet, Huang Yu was someone with very high capabilities. He was often entrusted with important issues as he excelled in taking care of all types of cumbersome issues and had always arranged them very neatly. Yet, this time, he had been appointed by Bennett to be an assistant. He was not happy and was not willing to do it, which would, of course, lead to him not taking things seriously. He had already decided to face Black Phantom lackadaisically and pass the 1 month without being serious. He took it as giving himself a holiday. A helicopter landed in Sanctuary 1. Frenzied Sword and Bun-Hit Dog walked out and looked around in curiosity. They trotted toward Han Zio with smiles on their faces as soon as they saw him. Frenzied Sword had a lot of questions to ask, but it all stuck in his mind when he saw Hao Tian, who stood on the side. God player Hao Tian, he exclaimed in surprise. Hao Tian gave him a faint look and did not say anything. Too cool. Wow, legend. Bun-Hit Dog widened his eyes and asked, did you trigger the hidden storyline as well? Hao Tian turned his head and did not reply. Bear Cub made a sound. Hao Tian immediately dashed forward and picked Bear Cub up. He took out tissues from his back with seriousness on his face. The duo suddenly understood why Hao Tian did not want to speak. They discreetly took a few steps backward. The smell was really bad. Seeing Hao Tian's serious expression and skilled actions, Frenzied Sword felt respect toward him. What a true legend, doesn't even change his expression. 3 days later, congratulations to the player for completing the first class advancement. Every player received a notification from their interface. The first player to reach LV21 in the level leaderboards, White Mask, was a foreign player. He shared the changes after his class advancement on the forums. The players on planet Aquamarine was stunned. The ability that they had spent experience to learn was actually an ability that would automatically be awakened after class advancement. Was that bad? Many players did not think so. To learn a high-level ability in advance did not seem like a bad thing. It was a growth ability after all, and it had a very good effect. It could largely increase one's strength during low levels, which was very useful for these players who were discovering new locations. The people who really suffered were the players in the northern continent who only learned it at LV 18 or 19. They had wasted their money on an ability that they would very soon awaken upon class advancement. They were filled with grief. The southern continent players, who had been depressed for a very long time, suddenly realized that they were not the unluckiest, and they suddenly felt much happier. Although the truth was revealed, many low-level players still felt that it was worth it to learn this ability in advance. Therefore, many Andrea players were still waiting for Han Zio's arrival, but what they were faced with was only shock. Black Phantom had returned to the southern continent. He was not going to Andrea anymore. A new issue of Bun Hit Dog's Galaxy Exploration Journal was released. The video started playing, and Bun Hit Dog's bitchy voice appeared. Pure white legs and cherry red lips, rip your skin and harden your bones, take off these clothes and these pants. Drunk by choice but not by booze, cup of Viagra is all I need, I will last through the night. Hello everyone, welcome to the Galaxy Exploration Journal. Audience, this is me as always, the different kind of Bun Hit Dog. It was a standard procedure to always start with a poem every episode. The words used became more and more shameless. The large Bennett Sanctuary one came into audience's sights. Black Phantom brought us into a special scene going during construction. During this time, I discovered main storyline missions from Black Phantom. The audience discussed among each other within the comments. The players knew that Han Zio gave out main storyline missions, and the requirements for receiving the hidden storyline were very high. Could this main storyline mission be a different one? Darknet was building shelters, and Black Phantom had brought a group of 1,000 people to Grey Metal Ruins to build a city. This information had been gained from Han Zio himself. There were not any prior requirements this time. The mission could be triggered easily. The overcast of war obscured the blue skies like the wings of death, and the scars of the previous war have been torn apart before they could even heal. Only a few decades have passed, but no one has forgotten the pain that the war cast upon the land. Up till today, it is still affecting the ground under us and the skies above us. Radiation, specks of dust, wasteland, and dead nations. How ridiculous. After the old era, our civilian technology regressed. But the military technology that is used against our own kind has been advancing continuously. They fight for their ideals and the nation's benefits. They used iron and fire to spread death. For these empty and false reasons, they slaughtered those of their own kind who had no power to defend themselves. Countless people have been killed in the fires of war. The world became wounded and broken because of them, and it is on its way to the end. The ending of the world might quietly be upon us one day. The construction of the shelters is for preserving our civilization. Even if the world ends tomorrow, I still want to save the last bit of tinder for the civilization. I don't possess greatness, but too many are small. If no one wants to pay the price, okay, I will be the first. But I know I won't be the last. Han Zio's tone was filled with cadence. Didn't know you are this kind of Black Phantom. Many comments similar to this also flew on the screen. In the player's mind, Black Phantom was quiet and did not speak much, but this speech that he had given had turned this impression completely upside down. Many players felt more familiar with Han Zio. They had not expected Black Phantom's ideals to be this great. This paragraph had been copied from Bennett's speech in the future, and its intention was exactly to shock everyone. Back then, Bennett's position in the hearts of the players had been decided because of his noble ideals. Now that Han Zio had said it first, no matter what happened in the future, the players would be reminded of him when they brought up Bennett, which would make stronger impacts in the impression the players had of him, making himself more valuable. He knew that players liked to see such things. A character with noble ideals was usually very popular, and Bennett did not need to care about the player's impression of him, so Han Zio grabbed the opportunity. The next day, the construction team of Sanctuary 3 gathered. The enormous convoy crossed the desolate wilderness and disappeared over the horizon, leaving only dust behind. The convoy was equipped with a scouting helicopter that was flying at a low height. It was the ride for important personnel so that they could escape in the face of danger. However, Han Zio decided to take the car. Huang Yu, on the other hand, took the helicopter without hesitation. A notification popped up on the interface at this time. Current target: protect the convoy until it arrives at Grey Metal Ruins. Current population: 1034. Upon arrival at the destination, 250,000 experience will be rewarded if the damage is below 20%. Mission grading will also be increased. Current grading: E. At around dusk of the first day after departure, at Han Zio's orders, the convoy found a safe terrain in the wild and settled down. It was dangerous to travel after the sun set, and many beasts were active during the night. Han Zio gathered the important people in the team for a meeting: Assistant Huang Yu, Head of Construction Kanai Fury, and Guard Captain Liu Zhao. The blueprints of the Grey Metal Ruins modification plan were laid out on the table, and Kanai Fury was speaking. The initial modifications of the entire city were estimated to be completed in 3 months, including weeding, getting rid of the beasts, cleaning of ruins, then completing the basic layout of the shelter, planting of the electricity network and water pipes, etc. But this is a plan based on 30,000 workers. We only have 1,000 in the first month. There's nothing we can do, not even cleaning the ruins. Kanai Fury sighed. Han Zio nodded without giving approval or denial. He looked at Huang Yu and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Huang Yu said perfunctorily, "No." Noticing the careless attitude of Huang Yu, Han Zio roughly guessed what he was thinking. But Han Zio didn't care about it. It was not like he needed an assistant. He turned his head and said, "Manpower is not a problem. I plan to complete the blueprint construction within a month." Kanai Fury was stunned. That will need at least 100,000 workers. Even Sanctuary 1 doesn't have that many workers. I have my ways. Han Zio did not explain his plan in further detail. Liu Zhao suddenly pressed his headphones and said hastily, "Mr. Black Phantom, an airplane is closing in. Let's go out and take a look." Walking out of the camp, the guards looked at the sky on alert. In the dark night sky, a large airplane flashing signal lights was heading toward them. Whether it was friend or foe was unknown. "It's okay," Han Zio smiled. "That's the airdrop I called." The plane flew past above their heads and dropped a few huge resources boxes that were tied together. The parachute opened, and it landed not far from the camp. The symbol on the boxes belonged to the Fabian Company. Han Zio made use of his relationship network and had Fabian's plane airdrop him a large number of mechanical parts. It definitely was not free, but Han Zio had a lot of money. Such a small spend meant nothing to him. Everyone was relieved upon hearing that it was a false alarm. Huang Yu was secretly surprised to be able to call an airdrop from the renowned munitions company Fabian. Han Zio's relationship network was broader than he thought. These parts were worth millions of dollars. Han Zio ordered people to load them onto the resources vehicles and started to build a large amount of machinery. He was very rich now, so he could build all sorts of combat machinery, and they could be used to protect the team as well. The desert far away suddenly turned into waves. A huge number of enormous beetles crawled out of the ground, each of them over half a meter long. They had brown and shiny shells, 6 feet and 2 claws. Beast attack. The alarm was activated. 300 soldiers immediately stood in position holding their guns. When they noticed that the sea of beetles had surrounded them from every direction and there was nowhere to escape, their faces became horrified and their hands started trembling. The desert blood shell crab was a strong predator in the deserts that destroyed every life form wherever they passed by, and there were at least 10,000 of them here. "Into the cars and drive open a path," Huang Yu yelled hastily. He then rushed up the helicopter and hurried the pilot to take off immediately. No one had the thought of fighting when they faced this many bugs. When they heard Huang Yu's order and were just about to enter the cars to escape, Han Zio walked out of the car and said, "Don't panic. Everyone stand in position. Get ready to face the enemy. The number of bugs is too huge," Captain Liu Zhao said hastily. "Our defense can't cover all directions. We will most likely suffer a huge loss if we fight." "Black Phantom, come to the helicopter quickly," Huang Yu shouted. Han Zio waved his hands. Huang Yu cursed in his head. Seeing that the sea of bugs was coming even closer, he told the pilot to take off immediately without caring about Han Zio. The pilot was afraid as well. Therefore, he followed the order and piloted the helicopter off the ground. The troops on the ground did not dare disobey Han Zio's order. They stood their ground and watched nervously as the swarm of bugs rapidly approached. At this moment, Han Zio took out his laptop and pressed a few buttons. 12 combat rangers drove out of the logistics vehicles as fast as normal cars. Everyone's face was filled with shock as they looked at these rover robots rapidly spreading out into all directions like guards of iron. The cold metallic color reflected the light shining through the leaves like pieces of golden scales. These rovers were the newest and improved Generation 2.5. Han Zio had leveled up the blueprint many times. Han Zio knew that it would not be peaceful during the journey when the mission notification showed up, so he had called for airdrop and built a lot of machinery over the past 2 days. Han Zio's building speed had become much quicker, and the rover robot that would have taken him days to complete at LV20 could now be completed in just tens of minutes. When the building speed of a mechanic exceeded a certain limit, they would be able to build on the spot in the battlefield. With enough materials, weapons could be built non-stop. Only high-level mechanics could have this ability after learning. This was also a very important factor in the rise of mechanics in version 3.0. Unload all the round metal plates in the car and place them in every direction. The Darknet soldiers completely followed whatever he said. They immediately did as they were told and placed the 20 round metal plates on the ground. These were mini folding batteries. Han Zio had also leveled up the blueprints, and they now had smart firepower control. Seeing the thick, black, and long gun barrels, the soldiers felt safer. When the swarm reached within 400 meters, the Generation 2.5 rovers and the mini batteries fired simultaneously. With the camp under the Barbara tree as the center, a storm of bullets bloomed toward every direction. The sound of fire was in sync, and the rain of bullets spread all over the place. In an instant, green-colored gunk exploded within the swarm as steel and fire penetrated the huge beetles one after another. In the face of the killing machines built by mankind, the shells that the desert blood shell crabs were so proud of were as fragile as eggshells. A trench had formed 400 meters away from the camp, filled with corpses of the bugs, stopping the swarm from moving closer. Even the desert was damped by their blood. After a round of fire, the swarm became at least a third smaller. A few rangers drove out of the camp. They were equipped with sunworm flamethrowers. The cone of fire covered the swarm, and the sound of bugs being burnt alive soon reverberated in the convoy's ears. The claws of the desert blood shell crab could not harm the platinum alloy armor of the rangers at all. With the fearsome firepower, it was a one-sided slaughter. This was the brutal force of a mechanic. Group combat was the advantage a mechanic had. Esper and Pugilist might be very strong fighters, but their physical strength had its limits. However, money was the limitation for a mechanic. Liu Xiao held his assault rifle all the time and waited to fire when the swarm entered the range of 300 meters, but the swarm was stopped at 400 meters away by the rain of iron. His hands were even tired from holding the rifle, yet he still did not see any need to fire. This firepower is way too strong. Liu Xiao looked at the batteries beside him that were firing bullets continuously. Their bolts moved front and back automatically. The bullet shells poured onto the ground. Some even hit his face. The people looked at Han Zio, who was calmly smoking a cigarette, and felt very safe. They had been rather afraid when they left the sanctuary, as the wilderness of planet Aquamarine was filled with danger. But with the way they looked at it now, there would not be any danger as long as Han Zio was around. Liu Xiao realized that the team of guards that he led had become the ones being guarded instead. An admiration toward Han Zio blossomed in his heart. The mechanic class is actually this strong. Hao Tian contemplated as he held Bear Cub. He was a pugilist, and now he was unavoidably worried about his future in the pro scene. On the other hand, Frenzied Sword, who had been a godly pugilist player in Han Zio's previous life, was even gladder that he had chosen the mechanic class. More material. Bunhit Dog's face was filled with happiness. He did not have to worry about finding contents for his videos as long as he followed behind Black Phantom. When they were just one day away from arriving in Grey Metal Ruins, the convoy set up camp. In the camps, as Han Zio and Kanai Fury were discussing the blueprint, a guard came in to report. "Your Excellency, we captured a wanderer. He has been lingering near our camps. He had a double-barrel hunting gun, which had been confiscated by the guards." Upon seeing the camp that was filled with armed guards, horror showed on his face, and he started trembling. Before Han Zio questioned, he explained in tremble and said, "I'm a wanderer from a nearby colony. I was out to hunt for food and coincidentally saw you guys passing by, so I wanted to take a closer look." Han Zio touched his chin and contemplated for a while. "Liu Xiao, get him some food." Return to your colony and tell your people that my team will be building a city in the gray metal ruins. We will provide a large number of paid jobs. They're also welcome to join us. Let your chief know my intentions. We hope they can move in and take residence." The heavy bag of food brought the teenager back to his senses. His face was filled with relief and surprise. He was a hunter of the colony. With very little prey recently, the people in the colony had not eaten much food and had been starving. This food could give them several filling meals. The teenager had been very scared when he was captured, but now that he had found that these people were not evil, he was much more relieved and started to consider Han Zio's suggestion. Huang Yu thought that he had seen through Han Zio's plan and thought to himself, he actually wants to hire wanderers as workers, but it's still too few. Han Zio wanted to complete the basic layout of the sanctuary blueprint in a month, which needed at least 100,000 people. There were way too few wanderers for that. Huang Yu shook his head. "You have arrived at Grey Metal Ruins. Current population 1034. Damage 0%. Target complete. You have received 250,000 experience. Mission grade has become D." The main storyline mission that Han Zio had received it was a large mission that oversaw the entire process. Therefore, according to the tens of building types that a sanctuary required, it was divided into tens of construction requirements. The current mission target changed. Current target: complete blueprint construction in 3 months. Current time: day 1. Suddenly, the noisy sound of human voices came from the front. The convoy stopped hastily. Thousands of people had gathered at the entrance of the abandoned city. "There's a problem." The guards got out of the cars immediately and surrounded the team in the middle. The group of people had also noticed the convoy and started moving toward them. The people of Darknet immediately recognized their identity by their strange clothing. Inhumans. Nervousness filled their hearts. Everyone felt a lack of confidence when they faced the mysterious Inhumans. Inhumans were much more dangerous than beasts because they could come back to life. Just by depending on the machinery that Black Phantom had built might not protect everyone. Huang Yu was shocked. So many Inhumans. Why are they gathered here? The organization sent people to the Grey Metal Ruins to investigate the terrain not long ago, and there was no one here. In Han Zio's eyes, the concentrated and large number of IDs above these players' heads made him dizzy. He then flipped the corner of the coat to the side and walked out of the car with a lot of style. He walked out of the crowd and stood at the front of the convoy with hands behind his back. Standing in between the two parties, his standing posture was like a javelin that pointed straight at the sky. A gust of wind blew on his coat, and it waved in the air like a black flag. Just with this awesome and stylish appearance, all eyes were focused on him. What happened next had the people of Darknet stunned. The Inhumans stopped as soon as they saw Han Zio. "I appreciate everyone's help. It's all to serve the people. Our convoy is going to enter the city. Please open a path. After we settle down, we will plan the construction targets of the city. There will be many job opportunities then." The players followed his order and opened a path in between. The people of Darknet opened their mouth very widely, their faces filled with surprise. "These Inhumans have come here just to help Black Phantom. Since when did Black Phantom have so much influence among the Inhumans? I have to report this to Mr. Bennett." The convoy found a place and stopped before Kanai Fury asked hesitantly, "Your Excellency, we need to first clean out a place for a temporary residence. It's getting late, and it's best to complete that before dawn. We don't have much manpower, so we'll have to start now." "You ask for help from the Inhumans." "Me." Kanai Fury was a little scared. "I need some people to help me clear out a safe area nearby big enough for everyone to camp in temporarily. Since all of you are here to help, I would like to trouble you guys." These words triggered missions immediately. Every player received it. They split out within seconds and started work right away. The surroundings became a construction site in a flash. The cleaning of the area and eviction of beasts had started. Kanai Fury's face was filled with surprise as he did not expect these Inhumans to give him so much face. He turned around and looked at Han Zio. He knew that it was not him whom the Inhumans gave face to but this mysterious boss of his. With the help from the players, a safe area had been cleared out by evening. It was a stadium, naturally suited for camping, and the dangerous insects and beasts around had all been chased away by the players. The people of Darknet received permission from Han Zio and placed the mini batteries around the stadium for guarding purposes, and it attracted many players' curiosity. Thousands of players conversed with each other, many of them knew each other, and some people even started a store. The despair in the air of this abandoned city had been taken over by liveliness. A sound had appeared again in this ruins that has been silent for decades. One Hit Dog was instantly recognized. As the most popular video host at the moment, he had many fans, and they were very passionate. "Dog author, stop running. Reach out your head, I will show you something special. Taste the anger of Africans. Still not an update. I'm going to break your leg. A group of fans filled with hatred chased after Bun hit dog while yelling. The other players gave them a path and rubbernecked from the sides. There were even people who started selling snacks. There was a loud commotion, and phrases like "kill him" could be heard multiple times, together with laughter. Bun hit dog did not forget to record even as he was running. He yelled at the camera lens, "This meeting has been going very well, the fans are very passionate. You know what they say, beating signifies closeness and scolding signifies love. I am indeed very pleased at heart. Come on, smile at the camera for your daddy." Bun hit dog turned the lenses to record the players who were chasing him, living up to the phrase not knowing what death is. This was a well-known culture among video hosts. How else would they be able to capture moments that normal players would not be able to witness if they were afraid of trouble? The players outside the camps were joyous, but Frenzied Sword was facing a very important and serious decision. He had successfully advanced his class and was torn between the three paths: Cannon Master, Mechanic, and Mechanical Pugilist. The power of Mechanic that Hanzio had displayed was scarily strong, but Frenzied Sword was more interested in Mechanical Pugilist personally. His intuition told him that the Mechanic path was not suitable for him. Hanzio had given him a suggestion before as well, saying that he had more potential in close-ranged combat, which hinted that the Mechanical Pugilist path was more suitable for him. In the center camp, Hanzio looked at the blueprint on the table and wondered how to maximize the advantages of the players. His mission reward limit had increased. His single mission reward limit was a little more than 60,000 experience, coming up short of a C-ranked mission with 80,000 experience. For such a large mission like constructing a city, his own quota was insignificant. Thus, Hanzio pondered carefully and decided on the way that he was going to distribute the missions. That was to divide the construction of Greymetal ruins into many different departments to take charge, then assign one person to each department who would be responsible for the distribution of missions. That way, he did not have to use his own quota. Although Hanzio was considered to be rather easygoing, no one had forgotten the fact that he was one of the strongest in the organization, a legend who had killed countless people and had the top spot in the current killer leaderboard. Hanzio then names the heads of departments. Huang Yu was not mentioned. Huang Yu was happy that he had nothing to do. Although thousands of Inhumans had come to help, it was still far from being enough. It was impossible to complete the basic layout in a month, so Sanctuary 3 would still end up doing it the regular way and take months to complete its construction. By then Sanctuary 1 would have long been completed. As an assistant, he really did not have many benefits, so he did not even plan to help. The meeting was coming to an end. When Hanzio had finished clearing up all the responsibilities of the various departments, his face then turned very serious, and he said in a low voice, "I've said all the things I needed to. Now, there's this extremely urgent mission that must be done first." Seeing the seriousness of Hanzio's face, everyone became nervous as well. Hanzio looked around the table and said seriously, "When you write the name of the sanctuary, remember to include my name." The tightened expression on everyone's face instantly collapsed. The heads of the various departments left the camp and organized their men orderly, following Hanzio's instructions. The long-awaited players immediately rushed over and triggered different city construction missions based on their own likings. When the players and the Darknet construction team was busy with the construction, Hanzio received a call from Maple Moon. He remembered that he had given her a mission to find him when she reached LV-20, so he brought her into the camp. After a long time apart, Maple Moon looked left and right curiously. Hanzio also called the other three players. He was going to give these four some extra missions. These four people all had their own uniqueness, and they could assist Hanzio in different ways. They stood in front of Hanzio and looked at each other. As the only female player, Maple Moon received special treatment. The other three nodded toward her as an act of showing friendliness. "Ah, so cute." Maple Moon stared at Hao Tian with sparks in her eyes. Her expression looked so thirsty it was like she was going to eat Hao Tian alive. Beads of sweat rolled down Hao Tian's forehead. He stood straight and still as he watched Maple Moon dashing toward his arms. More specifically, Bear Cub, which he was holding. She rubbed and stroked Bear Cub and would not let go. Bear Cub was very confused. It shrank into Hao Tian's arms and gave Maple Moon's fingers a few light bites. "Aw, this is way too cute." Stars appeared in Maple Moon's eyes. She looked up and pleaded with Hao Tio, "God Hao, can you let me hug it? Be clear next time." Hao Tian's expression was stiff. He immediately passed Bear Cub to Maple Moon and took 2 steps backward in relief. Bun Hit Dog came over, too. He reached out his fingers and teased Bear Cub. Bear Cub was cute and stupid, so its reaction was always a second slower. Its paws kept slapping away the hand that rubbed his butt. Frenzied Sword stood on the side and looked straight at Hanzio all the time, looking like he was always awaiting an order. Enough, enough, stop playing with my bear. Hanzio coughed to stop them and said, I'm building a sanctuary. You guys go help too. As he was speaking, he designed extra missions for the 4 people, which gave them bonus rewards if they complete a certain number of missions from the various head of departments. Other players did not have this kind of special treatment. Hanzio only did this because these 4 were his people. Naturally, the 4 did not have any objections. They accepted the mission and walked out immediately. In his previous life, Hanzio had started playing during version 1.0 as a completely new player. He had also chosen the mechanic class and had experienced losing streaks during PvPwn. There was a time when he had lost hope in the mechanic class despite how much he liked the class, and he had almost even changed his account. Then, later on, during the pro competition in version 3.0, Maple Moon became a completely unexpected black horse in her first competition, which signaled the rise of mechanic class and gave a lot of encouragement to Hanzio. He had even been a fan of Maple Moon for some time when he was young. Later, when he got more and more skilled, he became one of the masters that represented the mechanic class. Although he did not become a pro player, legends of the Great Mechanic Han went around. Great Technician Han grew stronger with time. But Maple Moon was like a comet, leaving an unforgettable mark in the milestones of gaming history, then soaring through the sky and disappearing in a flash, only shining during the 3rd and 4th versions of the game. Maple Moon was a casual player after all, so her skills in PK grew at a very slow pace. Not everyone had so much interest in improving in a game like the Great Technician Han. In the later versions, Maple Moon disappeared from the pro scene. It was said that she had discontinued the contract with her club, so her light only lived in the memories of the old players. These more than 20,000 Inhumans could almost match up the manpower of 70,000 to 80,000 workers, and even more Inhumans were coming. Completing the basic layout of the sanctuary in 1 month didn't seem impossible anymore. When the entire construction team realized this, they all became extremely motivated and gave all of their effort in the construction. If Sanctuary 3 could be completed even before Sanctuary 1, it would be a huge contribution that would shock the entire organization. In only 3 days, the camp had a complete makeover. Rough houses were built. All the people of Darknet had a roof above their head. Huang Yu loitered outside Hanzio's house for quite a long time, then finally made a decision and knocked on the door. Squeak. The door opened. Hanzio appeared in sight wearing a mechanic working suit. Your Excellency, I wish to help you take care of some matters. I'm your assistant after all. As players became more and more, Huang Yu shockingly realized the 1-month plan really had a chance to succeed. And once it does, Sanctuary 3 would be the first completed sample. This contribution would be extremely huge. And even as an assistant, he could be written in the Darknet's Book of Merit. Huang Yu couldn't sit still anymore. He would regret his entire life if he let this credit slip pass. He felt that he's already offended Hanzio because of his perfunctory attitude earlier, since Hanzio didn't assign any mission for him. Seeing that Huang Yu was very nervous and fidgety, he finally said in a slow tone, "Didn't you not want to do anything? I understand Mayan gave you a holiday. Are you not satisfied with it?" Your Excellency, I'm your assistant. I could contribute something as well." Huang Yu wiped his sweat and said sincerely. Hanzio folded his arms and looked at Huang Yu meaningfully, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Huang Yu's heart kept sinking. He felt that this credit would probably have nothing to do with him anymore. Unexpectedly, Hanzio turned around, took a stack of documents and threw it to him, then said, "These are the construction progress of the sanctuary. Go through and arrange them. Report to me if there's anything." Huang Yu held the documents and immediately felt more energetic. He stood up hastily and said, "I will ensure these are well taken care of. Go." Hanzio waved his hands and went back to work. Sanctuary 3, West, Clock Tower area. A team with 5 players was walking in the drainage pipes of the river. It was pitch black. The only light was from the flashlight. "It's quite smelly here." A player held his nose and said, "They said the electricity network will be planted here, so they needed people to scout the area to see if there's any danger." Another guy said, "No wonder no one wants to do this mission. It's too dirty." This guy seemed like he had mysophobia. He was walking very carefully. Even after decades, this drainage pipe was still damp. The floor was very sticky, almost like rotten mud. The team of players took a few more steps forward. Suddenly an inhale that sounded like a wind tunnel appeared from deep within the dark. "Cool, something's wrong." The player was shocked. Just as they were about to move, they realized they were unable to. A notification showed on their interfaces. What is this? The expression on their faces changed. Boom. The ground shook vigorously. A black shadow that filled the entire tunnel dashed towards them in an extremely high speed. With a loud bang, the team of players flew away like they were hit by a train. They bashed against the wall and died instantly. They were not the first batch of players, but they were level 15 and yet they died with just one hit, which means the damage was at least 200 to 300. Like furious tanks, they bolted up the ground and headed towards the most conspicuous building, the clock tower. The players resting in the clock tower were met with a sudden situation. They all stood up and tried to stop the shadows, but anyone who did it ended up flying away and dying. Unstoppable. A large number of shadows scraped through the players and destroyed the unfinished power generator. It exploded with a loud boom and fire broke out. An hour later, the fire in the clock tower area was finally extinguished. There were burn marks everywhere. The unfinished power generator had been completely destroyed. The area nearby was fenced off. Wang Yu took charge of the scene that was in a complete mess. Fortunately, the players did their best to clear the ruins, so the situation was slightly under control. The loss of construction materials and engineering machines was not the most important problem, but the construction period would be largely slowed down if there was no solution to these beasts. What is the species of these beasts? It's still under investigation, but they are hiding in the drainage pipes that we have no knowledge about, so it is very dangerous. Able to crack open the brick floor with their feet, which means the leg power of these beasts is very high. And they are monstrously heavy. Likes to live in damp and dark places, lives in a herd, aggressive. Han Zio took out his laptop. He searched through the Planet Aquamarine Beast database and found many matching species. After some thought, Han Zio lifted up his coat, and about 7 spider detectors slid down his legs and landed on the floor. They slowly crawled into the tunnel and started surveying its internal structure. The image of the tunnels was relayed by the spider detectors. The walls were covered in a strange mucus in the deep area of the river tunnel. It was sticky and looked disgusting, and it was dripping continuously. Scientific name: Nigero Shadow Viper Beast, also known as Shadow Stalker Viper. Adults can grow up to 4 meters long. Usual forms of attack are through its claws, tail, and teeth, and it is able to secrete a type of corrosive slime from its mouth and anus, which is used to dig its nest. It likes dark, warm, and damp places, usually underground near volcanoes. Other than not having a bug that jumped onto people's faces, this thing looked really alike to Aliens 1. Han Zio suddenly noticed something abnormal. Despite the fact that shadow stalker vipers like hot environments, they are still attracted to the underground of the flatland, which should be cool and damp. That is really weird. Could it be that there is abandoned reactors or high-energy waste underground? Come to think of it, the corpses and eggs of shadow stalker vipers are both used in manufacturing drugs. Han Zio's eyes twinkled, and a plan formed in his mind. Wang Yu was actively giving suggestions on the side and said, "I think we could use a large number of explosives in the empty spaces underground to create a landfall and destroy the shadow stalker viper's nest." Shadow Stalker Viper would turn extremely aggressive if they were disturbed, and by doing so would lure them out of their nest. Han Zio could then plant traps in advance so that he could deal a large amount of damage once they were lured out. He immediately gathered all the patrolling Generation 2.5 Rangers around the river tunnel before ordering the people of Darknet to move the mini batteries over and lay out a battle frontier that aimed at the river tunnel. Throw in a flashbang. Han Zio gave a mission to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword dashed in immediately without saying a word. A huge number of Shadow Stalker Vipers galloped out of the tunnel. They were covered in black carapace and had hideous bone spurs. At least 100 Shadow Stalker Vipers showed up. They noticed the group of humans gathered far away instantly and stampeded over with a loud growl. The next second, they were faced by a thunderstorm of bullets and cannons that overturned these Shadow Stalker Viper and stopped them from charging any further. The steel core bullets penetrated and tore open their chitin carapace. Thick and sticky bodily fluids splashed all across the place as growls turned into wails. They struggled to stand up but were beaten by the hail of bullets pressing them against the floor and shattering them into pieces. The corpses of Shadow Stalker Vipers were all over the ground, shattered into pieces. The faces of many players who were watching turned pale. They were disgusted by this image of monster parts scattered all over the floor. Collect the corpses and keep them in the frozen storage, Han Zio ordered. Everyone clean the battlefield quickly. Han Zio gave the flashbang mission to Hao Tian this time, but the Shadow Stalker Vipers did not fall for it again. They killed Hao Tian and stayed in the nest, refusing to come out no matter what. The players had been watching for quite long, so it was time to give them something to do. I need some people to clean this nest. Within 3 days, Han Zhao yelled. He then set the mission quickly and gave it out. Prize pool mission, clean the nest. Many days had passed since Han Zhao had last issued a prize pool mission, and he realized that prize pool missions were the easiest way to draw out the players' enthusiasm. And as he expected, the rubbernecking players immediately dashed toward him to accept the mission. The prize pool accumulated more than 1 million EXP very quickly, and it was still growing. The mission requirements were to hunt down shadow stalker vipers and bring back their eggs. These 2 tasks would give them contribution points, and the 10 teams with the highest contribution points would be rewarded. The players were all excited and ready. They swarmed into the nest to kill shadow stalker vipers, making up for their difference in strength with numbers. Han Zhao turned and said to his 4 spare tires, "Take this device and detect the radiation strength of the nest. At the same time, be wary of any strong shadow stalker vipers. That will be the Beast King. Notify me immediately if so. Also, if there are any other discoveries, let me know as well." Shadow stalker vipers are too strong for the players at the moment, but in order to reach higher positions in the prize pool mission, they will definitely have more demand for better weapons. There will definitely be someone who is interested in my group of mechanical guards after seeing them. Han Zhao had more than enough spare parts to build and sell weapons to earn him another fortune. This again showcased his innovative business philosophy. If customers don't have a demand, just create one. Some players finally came to visit during the evening. Jade Green Sky brought a group of guild members to visit. They expressed their intention of wanting to buy equipment. A large number of players resided in the sanctuary at the moment. Players could be seen all over the place requesting to team up and do missions. Many mechanics opened up stalls for repairing, building, and enhancing services, and even Maple Moon would sometime open a stall to pass the time. Jade Green Sky had bought a light mechanical arm when the public launch had only just begun, and it was his main weapon even now, so he was very confident in Han Zhao's products. After some consideration, he also added Iron Fist, mounted heavy mechanical arm and mini maneuvering equipment into his store. He had a lot of blue quality products for these 2 types of machinery, which he had no use for, so this was a chance for him to get rid of them and gain some profit at the same time. However, he did not sell compounded magnetic chain split blades. This was almost god-tier equipment for the players in the early stage, so Han Zhao did not want to sell it to players easily. The people of Sky Territory took a deep breath when they opened up the store. The huge variation of products had their hearts beating faster, and everyone's eyes twinkled brightly. God, even the lowest quality is green. There is even some blue quality equipment. I have never even seen blue equipment before. All of them are so tempting. Jade Green Sky stared at the heavy mechanical arm with excitement. This thing was stronger than the light mechanical arm. It could largely increase his strength. He looked at the price, 120,000. So expensive. Jade Green Sky's face twitched. Although the guild was rich, 120,000 was still a significant amount. It was the price of dozens of firearms and many boxes of gunpowder. After some hesitation, Jade Green Sky decided to buy it. He believed that it had more worth than anything else he could buy with that money. Frenzied Sword and the other 3 returned right after Jade Green Sky left, bringing along new discoveries. We have detected a very high radiation strength, almost reaching the maximum on the measuring device, Maple Moon said and passed the device back to Han Zhao. Han Zhao was a little shocked. With such high radiation, creatures that lived near it would very likely go through mutations. Whether the mutation enhanced one's strength or the other way around depended on the species and habits of the creature. We have also discovered the source of the mutation. It's these things, Frenzied Sword said as he took out a bag of blue crystals and laid them out on the table. The crystals were filled with mist and cracks. They looked very turbid. The blue crystals reflected a mist-like aura from the light. They looked magnificent and almost magical. Where did you find this? On the walls deep inside the nest. Hao Tian gave a very simple answer. Frenzied Sword added, these crystals were embedded in the wall. We wouldn't have found it either if the slime on it wasn't scraped off during the battle. Furthermore, these crystals became more concentrated as we went deeper into the nest as did the monsters. We were unable to go even deeper, so we came back early. Han Zhao could feel the warmth from the crystal itself even with gloves, which solved one of his questions. These crystals provided the heat energy that made the Shadow Stalker Vipers build their nest here. Han Zhao waved at Frenzied Sword. Without a hint of hesitation, Frenzied Sword walked toward Han Zhao, who suddenly did something shocking. He grabbed Frenzied Sword's mouth and stuffed the crystal into it. Then he blocked his mouth, not letting him spit it out. Swallow it. Frenzied Sword's face was filled with shock. He struggled all he could, but Hanzao's hands did not budge even an inch. Then, the crystal went down his throat. The three people watching from the side were stunned. Any reactions? Hanzao stared at him. Frenzied Sword let out a sigh like he accepted his fate. He touched his chest and looked at his interface. You have swallowed a type of high radiation strength crystal. Race detected, human. Endurance is less than 50. No related ability gained. You have entered the radiation damage state. Radiation damage, minus 33% maximum health, minus 33% maximum stamina, minus 50% across all attributes. Hanzao gave a large amount of experience to Frenzied Sword as a reward and said while nodding, "Well done." Frenzied Sword felt much better when he saw the experience. He looked at the rest of the crystals on the table and pondered, will there be more experience if I eat all of them? It actually tastes like sweets. Hanzao knew what Frenzied Sword was thinking from the expression on his face. He awkwardly collected all of the crystals, denying Frenzied Sword's thoughts. Purifying this type of radiation crystals would create crystal-formed energy, which was a form of clean energy. Hanzao had a thought. There were a lot of such crystals in the nest. He could use to purify them and turn them into energy storage. And these energy crystals could even be used on all kinds of machinery if he made an energy transformation device. It was a valuable discovery. At midnight, players continued to fight in the nest as they did not need to sleep. The prize pool mission motivated the players. Although there was no direct mission, they still received quite a lot of experience from killing the Shadow Stalker Vipers, which were a much higher level than them. Sky Territory was at the top of the rank. Quickly, T3 pull the monster. T1 and T2, come back here now. Pugilists attack at close range quickly. Come on Espers, last longer. Go to the side to recover if you're out of energy. Mechanics don't go too close, stand further away to deal damage. Those carrying eggs leave quickly. Don't get hit by the fallout. The people of Sky Territory were surrounding a Shadow Stalker Viper and took it like a boss. Jade Green Sky was commanding and yelling, and they were having a very exciting time. The cooperation of Core Team 1 was very in sync. The slime in the nest would lower the player's speed. But although the nest favored the Shadow Stalker Vipers, it still was a fish in a net when facing the core team of Sky Territory, which was extremely experienced in fighting bosses. The Shadow Stalker Viper could not break out of the net no matter how it tried, and its health was decreasing at a steady rate. Killing Line 1. Everyone, deal damage now. All kinds of attacks downed on Shadow Stalker Viper. Its carapace started cracking, and slime splashed all over. Jade Green Sky charged forward. He wore a heavy mechanical arm much thicker than his hands on his right arm and activated the active ability of the heavy mechanical arm. The motors made a loud noise. Heated steam shot out of its ventilation pipes, and the iron fist hit straight at Shadow Stalker Viper's head. At the same time, Jade Green Sky shouted out loud with passion. Iron fist burst. Jade Green Sky took a deep breath and looked at the damage ranking. He was unexpectedly first once again. The damage of the heavy mechanical arm would not be exceeded easily by the players at the moment. The heavy mechanical arm also had very high armor stats. It can even be used to withstand damage from the monster. Several times, they had been in danger of being wiped out, and it was Jade Green Sky who had saved the situation. While the other players got wiped out once in a while, they had not died once. Thus, their contribution points increased steadily, and they reached rank 1. Buying this weapon was more than worth it. Suddenly, the sound of a piercing wind echoed from further down in the tunnel. Something was approaching at very high speed. A shadow passed by them in an instant and created a strong gust of wind that almost made everyone in Sky Territory lose their balance. It was so fast that they could not even capture it with their eyes. No one could see what had passed them. What was that? It disappeared in a flash. Jade Green Sky looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared and said with surprise, "That's probably toward the deeper part of the nest." Everyone exchanged looks of surprise. "Let's follow and take a look." The speed-reducing slime was everywhere in the nest. They chased for a while, but that shadow was long gone. Wait, what's that? Someone noticed something abnormal. The flashlight shone over, and a pungent smell entered their nose as they saw the carcasses of Shadow Stalker Vipers all over the tunnel, and extending all the way into the darkness. It was a shocking view. The carapace that players tried so hard to penetrate looked as fragile as eggshells. The carcasses were still fresh, which meant the shadow had gotten rid of all the beasts obstructing his way within the short period of their chase. The LV-40 beast herd did not stop him for even a second. Everyone instinctively thought of Hanzao. It was Black Phantom that just passed by, right? The monsters we took so long to beat were killed by him within seconds. He's definitely at max level. When the players scanned Hanzio, the information they got was always all question marks except the danger level being. People had tried guessing his level, and now that they had something to compare with, they had a more accurate deduction. 2 Shadow Stalker Viper pounced out of the darkness, where the human eyes could not reach. However, the mechanical suit radar had detected the vital signs and heat energy long ago. Without dodging, Hanzio activated enhanced mode, and the biological muscles under the armor swelled up. Power surged from his fists and smashed straight at the Shadow Stalker Vipers. Devastating strength difference, shattered carapaces, splashing slime, and screams of pain. Claws hit on the mechanical suit and only left a string of sparks. He looked at the map on the screen and confirmed that he was on the right route. The screen showed that the temperature on the outside was increasing. The crystals contained heat, so the higher the temperature, the more likely it was that the Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King would be living nearby. Passing through a cave, the space suddenly became much larger. A thick, pungent smell filled the place, and slime on the ground was thick and dense. This was an underground cave that looked like a honeycomb. The walls were embedded with large, dark blue radiation crystals, surrounded by more than a dozen entrances of a tunnel that lead to many places. This was the center of the nest. Dense red eyes blinked in the dark. Dozens of Shadow Stalker Vipers lay low on the floor and bared their teeth, demonstrating their authority over the unwanted guest. There were also a few more frightful-looking elites in the herd. The Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King was the most conspicuous one surrounded by the herd. It was 3 times larger than the others. It looked down on Hanzio with condescension as the slime in its mouth dripped down onto the ground, corroding the floor and emitting a pungent odor. It's so big. It has to be the Beast King, Hanzio thought. The Shadow Stalker Vipers pounced toward Hanzio fearlessly. The electromagnetic hover boots allowed Hanzio to ignore the slimy terrain and move freely. He dodged the attack and took out the ghost sniper rifle from his back. Blue flashes appeared on the muzzle as needle magnetic bullets were being shot out rapidly. He changed targets continuously. Doing so was to keep triggering, which did not trigger on the same target within 5 minutes. This talent was more useful during group combat, and the right way to use it is to keep changing targets and maximizing the damage output. The Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King growled. The sound waves echoed in the nest, summoning their own kind. The players in other areas realized that the Shadow Stalker Vipers that were fighting them stopped simultaneously, and dashed toward the center of the nest without looking back. Hanzio saw the attributes of the Beast King from the interface. LV-53 boss, very high dexterity and endurance, but only 9,000 health. This health amount didn't match up to its boss status. Is it one of those dexterity type Beast Kings that are more focused on attacking? But it doesn't look like it with such a huge size. The Beast King rolled over, but unexpectedly, it did not pounce over immediately. Instead, it ran to a corner of the cave and took many large bites into something stiff. Beasts consuming wastes in long term would very likely induce mutation, or they would gain a special ability. He realized that the Beast King's health was recovering at a remarkable speed, gaining back 1000 HP within seconds. Clearly, consuming waste materials quickly recovered its health. This environment had put him at a very bad disadvantage. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his peak performance, before jumping up high into the air and flying over the herd in an arc, slamming on the back of the Beast King with a huge amount of energy. Upon impact, they both rolled over. Before standing up, Hanzio bent his fingers, and blades shot out. He stabbed them into the Beast King's carapace, and at the same time, he activated the thermoelectrical incisor gloves and burnt through the carapace. Suddenly, the wind whistled. His back was hit by the Beast King's tail. The ground shook. Pebbles fell down like rain. The man and the beast collapsed the wall and fell onto the tunnel on the other side. The Beast King growled, wanting to recover health in its nest, but Hanzio grabbed onto it tightly and pulled it outward. With his basic combat skills all being at max level and the performance enhancement from Viper, Hanzio's close-range combat ability was way above average. The Beast King's health very soon arrived at the killing line, as it was unable to eat waste materials and regenerate. Hanzio's energy flew into compounded magnetic chain split blades and formed a high-speed spinning pointy cone around his arm like a drill, piercing right into the Beast King's head. Ignoring the whale, Hanzio grabbed onto the wound to not get dropped by the struggling Beast King. He then turned on the sunworm and sprayed at the bloody brain of the Beast King. A smell of burnt meat spread in the air. The Beast King's body suddenly became stiff, like a fish out of water, giving his last struggle before death. You have killed Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King. You have received 132,000 experience. As soon as the Beast King died, the surrounding Shadow Stalker Vipers growled in agony and pounced toward Han Zio dauntlessly, wanting to shatter this enemy that was harder than iron, submerging Han Zio instantly. But the next moment, a strong repel force pushed all of the Shadow Stalker Viper away at a speed even quicker than when they attacked. They hit against the wall of the nest as the field repulsive machine on Viper's arms made a buzzing sound. Boom! This repulsion force caused a chain reaction, and the nest started crumbling down piece by piece. The ground was shaking so rapidly that it was like an earthquake. The West City area collapsed. Cracks opened from the sunk ground, and dust splashed out from within. Some players got buried and died. Some players escaped and watched the scene, stunned. Han Zio was only responsible for dealing with the Beast King. The other small monsters were to be dealt with by the players. The sound of cracking came out of his neck as he twisted it to relieve his tight nerves. Huang Yu brought some people over and waited on the side. When the Inhumans are done the cleaning, you guys go dig through the ruins. Bring the radiation crystals and the carcasses into the warehouses, especially the Beast King's. That's rare material. Although I broke quite many parts of it, it should still be of some use, Han Zio said casually. Huang Yu took a look at the sunk ground, gulped, and nodded hastily. Half an hour had yet to even pass since Black Phantom came, and he had already settled the problem. Even though the West City area had almost been destroyed, this astonishing efficiency left Huang Yu in complete awe. At around midnight, Huang Yu finally came with the information that the cleaning of the ruins was completed. We have stored 846 Shadow Stalker Viper carcasses. 27 of them are mutated, and one is the Beast King. More than 300 undamaged eggs have all been stored in the frozen warehouse. Also, we have collected about 2 tons of radiation crystals. The 300 pounds that were collected near the center of the nest seem to have a higher concentration. By the way, Kanai Fury has discovered the source of the crystals. These Shadow Stalker Vipers have been consuming high energy waste as their food source. The slime secreted in their bodies has gone through special reactions, which caused them to harden and thus become crystals. Han Zio was stunned for a second. So, these radiation crystals are actually Shadow Stalker Vipers' feces. You could say that. Han Zio scratched his head and thought of Frenzied Sword. Never mind. The truth is too cruel for me to tell him. I don't think he can take it. Radiation crystal can be turned into energy block after purification, non-elemental pure energy. Although it says these are of high concentration, these should be of the low tier in the standard of the universe. There were many types of energy: magnetic, electrical, nuclear, light, planet, antimatter, dark, psionic, and many more. If these were psionic energy blocks, they would be as valuable as the entire planet Aquamarine. There were also 300 pounds of dark blue crystals with higher concentration. Han Zio guessed that it was the feces of the Beast King. The Beast King owned the most amount of high energy waste, so it produced crystals with the highest concentration compared to the others. It could barely be considered middle tier concentration. The purification rate would be much higher, and they should be able to produce 10 pounds of energy blocks with higher ONA. 300 pounds. This guy really can take SHTS. It should take about half a day to extract everything. I shall just wait. Han Zio patted his hands. All that was left were the carcasses and eggs in the frozen warehouses. These could be used to make drugs, but he was not a pharmacist. Han Zio pondered for a while and decided to hire a pharmacist. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight, and a name buried deep in his memories appeared in his mind. A secret meeting was being held in the headquarters of Division 13, and many important members of the Hesla Military Intelligence Department were present. Gu Hui had welcomed them himself. In the meeting room, both parties were calmly discussing the expedition. Buzz. The entire place turned silent upon the sound of phone vibration. The expressions on Hesla people's faces looked like they were saying, "Is this your leader?" So unprofessional. Gu Hui frowned. He had many phones, and most of them were turned off during meetings except for the one for emergency matters. Only very important calls would go to this phone. However, once he took out the phone and saw the number, his pupils constricted. Pause the meeting. I have to take this call. Surprised, Han Zio's mocking voice came out of the phone. Han Zio used the number and identity of Zero to call Gu Hui. Since the intelligence he provided last time, he had become a very important focus target of Stardragon. I want a person. Who? She's called. Wait, let me go through the wanted list. Her code is Emerald Grass. She's a pharmacist. Gu Hui was stunned for a moment. Emerald Grass, her superhuman ability was controlling plants, and she was a top-notch pharmacist. Once, she had spread an infectious lethal disease with a drug that was not experimented on and caused a large number of deaths. which lead to her wanted status. She had been captured a few years ago and was currently tightly imprisoned on Bell of Death Island. Gu Huey contemplated and said, "Even I can't bail people out of Bell of Death Island casually. It's against the rules." This was a roundabout rejection. Han Zio laughed. He suddenly changed the subject and said, "I heard the expedition is going to start very soon. Tisk tisk, 6 nations coming together for a battle, attacking the land of Andrea from more than a dozen directions, with planes, aircraft carriers, and all sorts. Tell me, will the Germinal organization accept their fate without resistance?" Gu Huey's hand tightened on the phone. "What intelligence do you have?" "Plenty. Base locations, military power, missile layout, and the Germinal organization's various inhuman plans," Han Zio said in a very tempting tone. Gu Huey was angry, but he had to fall for the trap. "Emerald Grass is yours." "Done." Han Zio agreed without hesitation. He had already planned on giving every piece of intelligence he had on the Germinal organization before the war to give more advantages to the 6 nations anyway. And now, he could even use that to exchange for a very important person. In version 2.0 of his previous life, Emerald Grass had been a very important character in Planet Aquamarine. As a top-notch pharmacist, she researched on the mutation virus, created drugs that suppress the virus effectively. "The intelligence will be sent to you. I will decide the location to retrieve Emerald Grass," Han Zio said, then hung up the call. Gu Huey's expression changed several times. Only Han Zio dared to hang up on him casually, and he could not do anything about it. A prisoner in exchange for key intelligence, this deal was a definite win. If I can get Emerald Grass this time, not only can she help to research on drugs, I can even make Sanctuary 3 be the first place that suppresses the mutation virus in version 2.0. The Sanctuary has my name in it. The safer it is, the more influential I become. However, Star Dragon will know they exchanged Emerald Grass with me. They won't give up this investigation chance, and if they find out that Emerald Grass works here, they might guess I'm Black Phantom, and my identity will be exposed. While evaluating the risks and benefits, Han Zio suddenly realized something. He had kept his identity hidden at the start because he had been too weak. But now, with Darknet backing him up and his strength being at the top of the planet, there was no need to hide from the enemy anymore. At the same time, the Germinal organization was facing its destruction and could not even take care of themselves. Hiding his identity did not matter anymore. He suddenly felt delighted. Without him noticing it, his archenemy was not gigantic in his eyes anymore. He had grown to be able to face the strongest organization on the planet. From another perspective, exposing his identity could combine the influence of Zero and Black Phantom and cause a chemical reaction, and he was 80% sure that he would get legendary points. The player's impression of him would also increase to another level. Stars filled the sky. On the Star Dragon border, a black heavy helicopter landed slowly, its rotors blowing the weeds in all directions. A few Star Dragon Special Force soldiers lugged a person by their arms down from the chopper with serious expressions on their faces. This person was wearing a metal eye patch and a bandage. She had dry, messy hair that had not been taken care of for a very long time, and her lips were pale and cracked. The bottom half of the face showed it was a female. "Sir, she's here." The special unit soldier saluted the officer who was waiting on the side. "Confirm her body status. Make sure she doesn't wake up," Feng Jun said. He was in charge of this exchange. "Don't worry," the doctor said. "I injected a large dose of tranquilizer into her. She's in a deep sleep now." "Confirm it again." Feng Jun looked down at his watch. The agreed time of exchange was nearing, so he was nervous. Whoosh! It was the sound of rotors cutting through the air. Feng Jun regained focus and looked up. A helicopter approached from the night sky. The indicator lights flashed in the code pattern, and Feng Jun immediately told someone to reply. After exchanging the signals, Feng Jun gave a quick scan but did not find any organization's symbol on the chopper. However, although it was unknown, Feng Jun could see that Han Zio had joined another organization. He felt heavy-hearted. "Where's the person?" A man in mask hopped down from the chopper. Feng Jun waved his hands, and the team behind him brought Emerald Grass forward. The masked man opened a laptop and confirmed it was the right person before carrying Emerald Grass onto the chopper. The helicopter took off immediately after. The entire process took little more than a minute. Feng Jun did not have a chance to communicate. He could only watch the helicopter fly away helplessly. Feng Jun took out his phone and called Gu Huey to report the process. He did join another organization after all, and it's because this organization hid him that we were not able to find him. Gu Huey pondered. What organization could it be? On the helicopter, the masked man unlocked Emerald Grass's metal eye patch and bandage. Suddenly, the supposedly asleep Emerald Grass opened her eyes and stared at the masked man. Emerald Grass looked down. She slid open the flesh on her arm, picked out a bloody wiretap device, and casually crushed it to pieces. She had not been asleep at all. As a pharmacist, how could she not have trained her drug resistance? Thus, tranquilizers were completely useless on her, but she had concealed that throughout all her years of imprisonment. What did they exchange me for? Emerald Grass asked calmly. It did not feel like she was in danger at all. It was like talking to an old friend even though she did not know the masked man at all. Some intelligence. The masked man looked at Emerald Grass with interest. Cheap. Emerald Grass frowned in dissatisfaction. Are you interested in my ability to make drugs? Whatever do you mean? The masked man asked playfully. You wouldn't be interested in any of my other abilities other than this? Emerald Grass said coldly. I was going to escape, but it looks like that would be suicide, Emerald Grass said honestly. Hanzio pulled off his mask and smiled. You're very wise. Hanzio had disguised himself for this meetup and taken a chopper over himself. He knew full well that Emerald Grass was not ordinary, and sending anyone else would have been a risk. What do you need me to do? Emerald Grass asked. I will tell you when we are there. Hanzio casually took out a device and scanned to see if there was any other wiretap on Emerald Grass's body, at the same time contemplating about how to have Emerald Grass work and stay in the sanctuary willingly. Although he had Emerald Grass under his control temporarily, he did not think that Emerald Grass would give up on escaping in the future if there was to be a chance, and he could not monitor her at all times. The helicopter lowered itself onto the parking spot. Having received notice long ago, Huang Yu came up to Hanzio, talking rapidly about the things that had happened when Hanzio was not around. Most of it was cumbersome matters, but Huang Yu had taken care of all of them very neatly. After looking at a large amount of Shadow Stalker Viper materials, Hanzio described the task, then stared at Emerald Grass, waiting for her reply. Emerald Grass pondered for 2 minutes before nodding. Shadow Stalker Viper's brains, kidneys, gallbladders, mitral valves, and tailbones are all drug materials suitable for creating steroids and hormone drugs. Their eggs have a substance that aids in bone growth and metabolism and can be extracted to create very effective healing potions. Since you have so many monster eggs, I can try to cultivate a Shadow Stalker Viper herd. Emerald Grass turned very professional when she talked about what she was good at, and she talked with more confidence, almost in a despising tone since she was so confident in her knowledge and skills of her field. What and what? Hanzio did not hear clearly and was very confused. Emerald Grass rolled her eyes. Her expression was like telling Hanzio to leave these kinds of professional matters to the professionals, and Hanzio should not interfere since he had no knowledge of the field. Compared to the cold feeling that Emerald Grass gave off earlier, her expression was now livelier, like she had noticed that the situation she was in was not bad after all, which made her feel relieved and stop putting on a disguise that rejected everyone with her coldness. Hanzio pointed at Emerald Grass and said, "This is a pharmacist I've hired. Arrange a room for her." Huang Yu nodded. He brought Emerald Grass to an exquisite residence, then followed Hanzio's orders, and gave her some information about the sanctuary. Tens of thousands of undead and humans are gathered in the sanctuary. I will not have to worry about the number of test subjects. There will be no infections, and there will not be another plague. How perfect. The sanctuary is also free and safe. Maybe staying here for a while won't be so bad. After all, I need time to digest the changes in the outside world. Hanzio leaned on the chair in the office and stared at the laptop on the table. It was the image of real-time surveillance of Emerald Grass's room. Emerald Grass had history and was not trustworthy, so Hanzio had backup plans. He had placed a few hidden cameras in the walls of the room and monitored everything Emerald Grass did, including what Emerald Grass was doing then. Hanzio squinted and thought. Her actions were very different before. She was calm and cold when she boarded the plane, but she showed her side of being a woman just now. It might be to create an illusion of her feeling safe to clear my doubts. He was doubtful for a reason. The Emerald Grass in his memories was a liberal who did not bow to any organization. She did things her own unique way and was unpredictable. At this time, Huang Yu walked in to report the situation. He took a few steps forward and saw the image on the laptop screen. He stopped the sentence, and the look in his eyes became weird. Seems like I discovered something extraordinary. Is this what they call a peeper? Could this be the boss' unknown hobby? Will I be killed? Huang Yu took a quick step backward and looked down at the floor, acting like he had not seen anything at all. Hanzio clearly knew that Huang Yu had misunderstood him. He shook his head but did not bother to explain. Let it be a misunderstanding then. The great mechanic Han has never cared about what others think. Don't tell anyone, Hanzio said. Huang Yu thought that Hanzio did not want anyone to know about his weird hobby, so he nodded rapidly. Emerald Grass was always very efficient. She started work almost immediately. Emerald Grass created many kinds of drugs with a very high quantity. Hanzio took the healing agents and steroids with the best quality, and allowed Emerald Grass to sell the rest of the drugs with lower quality to the players, which showed the multiple functionalities of the sanctuary to the players. There was always a high demand for drugs on the market. They were usually expensive to limit the players from using drugs excessively to win battles. Despite that, players still had a very high demand for these drugs. The appearance of Emerald Grass made a lot of players content. The message spread very quickly. All the players knew that there was a new NPC in the sanctuary who sold drugs, so a lot of players came and bought from Emerald Grass. The assistant whom Bennett had sent was indeed quite capable. At least, Hanzio had been satisfied with Huang Yu's efficiency till now. He took care of everything very well. The only bad thing about it was that Huang Yu was a man, not pleasing to the eye at all. As the saying goes, when there's something to do, the secretary will do it. When there's nothing to do the secretary. Hanzio had only heard of that saying. Unfortunately, he had never been part of it. Other than the assistant not being pleasant to the eyes, everything else in the sanctuary was going well. In the Germinal organization's explosion-proof underground headquarters, the situation of the war was being presented to the leader. The high-ranked officials of the Germinal organization were depressed. It was only the start of the war, yet the situation had been continuously heading toward their loss. The Germinal organization indeed had no chance against the 6 nations on paper, but they still had certain strategies, which should have had a surprising impact on the ground war. Port of Home, Aviary, and Temefa. All of the 13 ports are lost. The 6 nations have been sending their ground troops to the shores non-stop. From the north, Raylan and Theseus are attacking the Sunset Valley base and Black Tree base. If these bases are lost, we will lose part of the missile launchers. The other 4 nations are pushing in steadily, and the guarding division led by Bark and Mu Haitian had been defeated. They are marching toward the important bases. The goal of the enemy is very clear. They are aiming at our bases equipped with missile launchers and anti-missile devices. They even know the detailed information of these bases. They definitely have very key intelligence of ours, the commander reported with sweat all over his head. It's Zero, the leader said so calmly that it was almost scary. He was used to it. This result further proved his speculation of Hanzio having predicting abilities. Zero would always be the biggest threat to the organization as long as he was alive. The leader slammed the table with his gloved fist and said very coldly under his mask, "We would only have a chance at victory if we kill Zero." Hanzio received the short-term reward for achieving the requirements of the Sanctuary main storyline. It was completed 61 days in advance, thus, he received a bonus 610% experience, totaling to 568 million experience. This was the mission that had given him the most experience up till now. Bennett called with a surprising tone. The early stages of construction for Sanctuary 3 is already completed. Hanzio laughed faintly and said, "Compliment me." Bennett was speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "On a serious note, the progress of Sanctuary 3 is already ahead of Sanctuary 1. You have help from the Inhumans, so Sanctuary 3 might be the first to be completed. Keep this up. I have a lot of hope for Sanctuary 3. As you know, the wilderness has not been safe since the war broke out. Wanderers have migrated en masse. Our sanctuary can be of use right now, so try to bring as many people in as possible." Bennett said a little more before hanging up the call. He was also paying attention to the war, but he did not mention much about that topic. That was because the Darknet was considered a neutral party. There was no need for them to join in this storm. However, he did not know Hanzio's plans. As the war breaks out, the Germinal organization will have a hard time to even take care of themselves. I could pay them a visit. The thought flashed through Hanzio's mind. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. He had 3 goals. One was to receive direct progress of the mission and increase its completion percentage. Another goal was to save Aurora, free Gila who would be extremely strong in the future, and hopefully create a positive relationship with Gila. He had wanted to do this for a very long time and had only been waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now was no doubt the best time to save them. His confidence came from his strength that had improved once again. 5 pieces of purple equipment lay in front of him. He had completed the class advancement mission in this month. With the first success he had, the rest had followed easily. Class advancement requirement: build 5 purple equipment above level 60. Progress: 5 divided by 5. Class advancement succeed. Magnetic ring mechanic, also called basic mechanic, was where one graduated from being a trainee and pushed open the doors of the superhuman mechanic class, looking into the beautiful scenery behind these doors. The magnetic ring mechanic's specialty was utilizing the electromagnetic element energy into building machinery and increasing its affinity, thus improving its efficiency and quality. It was more superhuman-like. After becoming a magnetic ring mechanic, the energy of the mechanic class would be called and could be used in many aspects of the machinery. The newly awakened ability allowed the user to use energy to increase the power of machinery, similar to overload. But this was a continuous ability that causes very little damage to the machinery. It was a basic use of the mechanical force and also a prior requirement to many advanced abilities. LV-60 class advancement mission, push one's limits during battle. Find and ascend the hierarchy of life. Mission requirements, acquire 2,000 trial points. Trial points are gained through killing enemies. The stronger the enemies are, the more trial points. The harder the victory, the more the trial points. As expected, the version has no restriction on me because I'm not a player. Hanzio had expected this long ago, but he still could not hold back his happiness. On the coastline of the southern continent was Stardragon's stone port base. 3 heavy cargo planes were being checked before taking off. They had the mission of carrying important resources over the sea. In the small square beside the plane, hundreds of people in various clothing were either standing or sitting. They did not wear the uniform of Stardragon military, but they shared the same aura that they were not to be messed with. These people were mercenaries belonging to different organizations. Mercenaries were like hounds searching for the smell of blood, taking part in wars to earn themselves a fortune. They were chatting among themselves at the moment. Most of them were undisciplined, rough men who were acting rowdily. The Stardragon soldiers standing in their guarding positions on the side were annoyed by this behavior, but they were not allowed to scold these mercenaries as an order from above. Surrounded in a noisy environment, Qin Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the surroundings. The Blades, Goats, and Ice Sculpture mercenary organizations. Tisk seems like quite a number of people came, all wanting to earn a fortune during the war. A man in black clothes slowly approached and stopped at the edges of the team, causing everyone watching to avert their gaze. Chatter filled with shock soon rippled through the crowd. Why is someone like him here? Black Phantom can be said to represent the Dark Net. Is the Dark Net not on neutral ground anymore? Hanzio stood quietly unaffected and did not say a word. Black Phantom was a legend in the Dark Net. He immediately became the center of attention because they did not think that someone of this level would be acting together with them. They were of totally different levels. Just by standing there, Hanzio made these mercenaries shut their mouths in fear. The Stardragon soldiers on the side were surprised and contented to see this. Finally, they could give their eyes a break. The plane was ready, and the Stardragon soldiers announced that it was time to start boarding. The next moment, like everyone had made an agreement, they split open a path, and at the end of it was the confused Hanzio. Qin Yuan coughed and said respectfully, please go first. Well, this is quite a good treatment. Oh my, that's scary. Hanzio shook his head, carried his equipment bag, and boarded the plane before anyone else. He casually found a seat and sat down. The phone in his pocket started vibrating. Hanzio took it out, and it was a call from Bennett. He picked up the call, and the next moment, Bennett's scream almost broke his eardrums. Come back now. Hanzio moved the phone further away from his ear, before picking his ears with his pinky and saying unhappily, lower your voice. Why didn't you discuss with me? Bennett said furiously. You represent the Dark Net. Joining the war means we have lost our neutral ground. The impact behind this. This is a private matter, Hanzio replied. Of course. How can it not be a private matter? Bennett yelled furiously. The Germinal organization can't even take care of themselves anyway. Hanzio said. Isn't it good to make use of the opportunity? Neutral standings aren't important in the current situation anyway, so don't worry. Hanzio shook the phone rapidly and moved it further away while yelling, hello, I'm on a plane. The signal is bad. You stop lying too. Hanzio hung up the phone. Bennett would definitely be unhappy with him doing this, so Hanzio felt somewhat apologetic. In the previous life toward the end of version 1.0, the 6 nations expressed their intentions to suppress the Dark Net. Now that the Germinal organization had met their demise 2 years in advance and the 6 nations were not as damaged, they might suppress the Dark Net at an even earlier date. At this moment, a Stardragon commander walked into the cabin, waved his laptop, and said, 8 hours till we arrive in Andria. The destination is Migratory Birds Port on the south side. These are the basic situations of the southern battlefields and some missions. Take a look. Hanzio suddenly said, give me a map of the entire battlefield with the Germinal organization's territory and their basic layout. The commander agreed. The territory map and the layout of the enemy was not a secret. He had received orders to pay attention to Black Phantom and satisfy any of his reasonable needs. The reason that Stardragon treated him so well had to do with Han Zio's identity. In gaming terms, it was because he had high enough relationship points and legendary points. Intelligence was also a reason that Han Zio had entered through the official channel. It was not easy to penetrate the battlefield. Han Zio realized that there were many small gaps in the Germinal organization's deployment, which seemed like a chance for him to head straight into the headquarters. These gaps were not very obvious but were not too secretive. Feels weird. Han Zio rubbed his chins as his eyes twinkled. After getting off the plane, Han Zio had not stopped moving. He could feel the tense atmosphere in the battlefield as he passed through the battlefield. He occasionally saw refugees in ragged clothes staggering and retreating under the soldiers' lead. These were the Wanderers in Andria. Their life was already tough enough, and the war made it even worse. Your Excellency Black Phantom, we hope you can lead us. Mercenaries respected the strong. Han Zio's position was undoubted. It was the safest to act in groups on the battlefield, and it was an instinct to follow those who were strong. Han Zio waved his hands, picked up his equipment, and left. Qin Yuan was stunned. He hurriedly yelled, "Where are you going?" "That's the way to leaving the battlefield. Our mission is." Han Zio's voice came from far away. "I'm not interested in that mission. I'm used to acting alone." Everyone helplessly exchanged looks. There was no need for him to join a team. He could just do things alone. A loud bang came from someone kicking open the doors downstairs. A group of people came in to search the building. With the sound of footsteps, a pair of people headed upstairs. Han Zio could see through the bullet holes in the walls that these people had IDs hovering above their heads. "Unlucky, it's a group of players. What's your contribution points?" 127. "I have 95. There are no contribution points to killing refugees. How annoying." Both players of the Six Nations and Germinal organization received battlefield missions. Killing enemies would grant them contribution points. With a loud thud, the door was kicked open. The two players walked in and saw Han Zio in the corner. FCK, another refugee. One of them raised the gun immediately and prepared to fire. His attitude was like the person before him was equal to an ant. Whoosh! A few blades flew out near the ground and slashed through the two players' necks in a flash. Blood shot out as they turned into white light and disappeared. They were killed in an instant. These players were at around LV20 and had about 300 HP. With Han Zio's abilities and talents, the damage of his purple compounded magnetic chain split blades was between 45 and 112, but he could deal about 3 times what was shown on the interface. Then, Han Zio changed to another face and left the building with a low profile. He hid in the ruins and avoided the Germinal organization troops before finding a new house and observing the situation. Flashes of white light appeared one after another. These players revived at the Germinal organization battlefield revival point. They still had not realized what had happened, and their faces were filled with confusion. How did I die? Was there a bug? They looked at the combat information on their interfaces hastily. Has dealt 275 damage to you. Has dealt 267 damage to you. You were killed by. The players were all confused. A string of bullets was being fired at a super soldier of the Germinal organization, hitting his exoskeleton. These monsters are too tough. Super soldiers were not as strong as normal superhumans, but the Germinal organization had improved this technology through many experiments and were able to mass-produce the super soldiers. It was quite a headache in the battlefield for the Six Nations. Fang Yun and his team worked together and defeated this super soldier very quickly. However, the sound of battle attracted other superhumans of the Germinal organization, and a siege battle started. It was bloody and merciless. Fang Yun's team members fell one after another. Fang Yun was besieged by the super soldiers. He was wounded all everywhere, and blood spilled out of his mouth as he was moving. 2 Germinal organization superhumans caught up. They rubbed their fists and walked toward Fang Yun with a ferocious smile on their faces. Fang Yun clenched his teeth. These 2 people were the ones who had killed his team member earlier. They walked closer and closer, and when they were only 10 meters away, a shadow appeared behind them. The person was dressed like a refugee. What the? Blades hovered beside the refugee. With a flash of light, they penetrated these 2 from behind and went back and forth several times within a blink of an eye. The faces of these 2 people froze. More than 10 wounds appeared on their bodies the next second, and blood shot out like a fountain. Fang Yun was completely shocked. 2 Germinal organization superhumans had been killed instantly by a refugee. Attention, the enemy's backup has arrived. There are superhumans from Division 13. The enemies are too strong. Fall back immediately. Han Zio's eyes twinkled. This was just the right situation for him to infiltrate. The Germinal organization Superhuman saw Han Zio and yelled, "Carius, quickly come over and help." The unlucky guy that Han Zio had changed into was called Carius. This yell also made the Star Dragon people notice Han Zio and fired at him. "Hello, pugilist." Han Zio hooked his fingers. Compounded magnetic chain split blades flew out low on the ground and immediately slashed open the flesh of this pugilist. He fell onto the ground the next moment while he was still charging toward Han Zio. Han Zio bolted over and sent him flying with a kick. The Germinal organization soldier that had called Han Zio's name was stunned. Since when was Carius so strong? Just as he wanted to call Han Zio for help, he saw that Han Zio had knocked over the people obstructing the way and hopped into a car, immediately escaping. The people of the Germinal organization were stunned. Then they realized what had happened and all hastily jumped up the cars to escape. They were in an extremely disadvantageous position anyway. As soon as someone started something like this, there would be people that followed. After infiltrating the camp, Han Zio collected intelligence incautiously. His plan was to get closer to the headquarters by continuously changing his identity. The most direct targets were those troops that headed in the direction of the headquarters. Han Zio was asking around until night fell, when he found out that a supply convoy had transported a large number of munitions from a resource warehouse nearer to the headquarters. That convoy would be returning in 20 minutes. Han Zio located one of the drivers, changed his face, and lured him out. He cracked the driver's neck when they were alone and then changed into his face and clothes. It was troublesome to get rid of the body, so Han Zio found a very creative and not bloody way, which was to find a player and give him the mission to get rid of the body. Although he set his identity to be unknown in the mission, the players would not care at all. The mission was accepted immediately. Convenient, Han Zio thought. He had a new idea. The players could be of help for his infiltration. Although the Germinal organization players' loyalty was fixed, they still had the freedom to accept missions, and the Germinal organization did not know that. Han Zio received an order very soon after he disguised himself as a driver. The GPS in the car showed the route, so Han Zio simply followed the convoy and arrived at the resources warehouse half a day later. He then used the same method to gain more intelligence. After 2 days, Han Zio finally arrived at a base near the headquarters after changing his identity many times. In the underground headquarters of Germinal organization, the leader was looking at the tactical map in silence. The map was marked with red and blue areas. Red was the 6 nations' forces, and blue was theirs. The blue was surrounded by red and was only getting smaller with time. This was the situation for the Germinal organization. Although Destiny's Child claimed that Zero would come to find them, the leader had to take care of some details. He purposely left some gaps in the deployment on the battlefield. Zero might take these routes if he wanted to infiltrate the headquarters, but the intel from the hidden scouts disappointed him again and again. There was no one who had infiltrated through those gaps. The method Han Zio used to infiltrate was unnoticed by the leader. The longer the leader waited, the more impatient he grew. The ability to foresee that Zero possessed was like a blade hanging on the organization's head, and their actions were very restricted. Still not here. The leader had asked the scouts as usual, but the results were disappointed once again. He started to doubt if Destiny's Child's claim had failed this time, because he really did not understand why Zero had to come to the headquarters. He could not figure out what Han Zio's goal was. He never would have thought that Han Zio's target was Aurora. That was completely unexpected. After changing his identity many times, he finally got an identity that could get him into the headquarters. In order to become a guard, Han Zio had to patiently wait for a few days, and it went without saying what happened to the original owner of this identity. Han Zio had never been one to have mercy in these times. The security measures had to be turned off through the central computer before he could save anyone in the headquarters, and he also had to access the central computer for another goal he had. Therefore, he needed a hostage that had the authority to operate the central computer. Fortunately, Han Zio had kept someone in mind since very long ago. Cyberloss. Han Zio knew about Cyberloss in his previous life, a high-rank researcher of the Germinal organization, research fanatic, known by the players because he was the one in charge of the research that turned Aurora into Aurora Jam. To him, he could only do more experiments if he was alive, so he could betray any organization without any hesitation. There was a small problem, however. The headquarters were enormous, and Han Zio had no idea where Cyberloss was at the moment. At this time, a player with a hovering ID able his head walked past, so Han Zio had an idea. "Hey there, I have a small matter that I need your help with." As he spoke, he said a mission and gave it out. The mission requirement was to find Cyberloss' location. He wrote in the mission introduction that he had something urgent to report, as if he really did. Since the players would not normally doubt the mission introduction, they would not suspect anything. Electrolux was pleasantly surprised. It was the first time that he had experienced a mission coming directly to him. Furthermore, the reward was quite rich, so he was tempted. Finding Cyberloss was very easy. He could only be in the lab. Cyberloss spent most of his time in the headquarters, so he was not very cautious and also did not have any guards following him. Han Zio turned around and turned his back on Cyberloss, acting like he was arranging the data. He bent his finger. A blade hovered very close to the ground and flew into Cyberloss' coat, touching against his heart. Cyberloss felt something cold near his chest. He hastily reached out his hands to his chest and felt a piece of thin metal. Shocked, he immediately wanted to unbutton his collar to check. It was at this moment that he heard a clear whisper despite the noisy surroundings. "Quiet, don't move, don't yell, or this piece of blade will slice open your heart. Now, act like nothing happened and listen to my orders. You don't listen, you die, you trigger the alarm, you also die." Cyberloss looked around. Everyone looked like enemy to him. He said softly, "Calm down, what do you want me to do?" He did not dare fight back because he was worried for his life. "Leave the lab, act normal." "Okay, don't do anything to me." Cyberloss took a few deep breaths and said loudly, "You guys continue the experiment. I have something to attend to." After he finished saying that, he walked to the door without raising the other researchers' suspicion. Han Zio paused for a while and followed behind Cyberloss. The two came to the corridor. "Bring me to the central computer. I need your authorization. Don't try to pull of any tricks. I can penetrate your heart in less than 0.1 second if anything abnormal happens." "I won't," Cyberloss said as he felt the coldness on his chest. Then he calmed his mind and led the way. He was not a soldier. His life was more important than anything to him. He knew that he had no choice but to compromise, so he was not willing to take the risk of triggering the alarm. After entering an empty corridor, Cyberloss looked carefully at Han Zio's face and suddenly said softly, "I see you had a surgery on your face, 0. Han Zio was shocked. How did he figure out my identity? "In order to catch you, the leader has planted an inescapable trap. Countless executive officers are on standby, ready to act anytime, and here you are as expected." Han Zio was perplexed at the time, but he hastily calmed himself down. Then he noticed something wrong. If the leader really knew his goal, he could not have snuck in this easily. That meant that the leader had limited knowledge and did not even know he had the ability to infiltrate through changing his face, which explained why there were no preventive measures. Han Zio instantaneously thought of the gap between the deployment layout of the Germinal organization and was now sure that it was a trap. Han Zio suppressed his killing intent and said in a low voice, "Tell me everything you know. I will consider letting you live." This is all the prediction of Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child. Han Zio frowned. He had never heard of such a person in the Germinal organization. Destiny's Child's ability might be foreseeing the future. It might also be deciding the future. "We are unsure as well." He said, "You will walk into the trap yourself. There is someone like that hidden in the Germinal organization." Han Zio was shocked. There was no information about this person in his previous life. It seemed like this was the Germinal organization's deepest secret. If Destiny's Child could influence the future, did that mean his thought of saving Aurora could have been forced upon him? Suddenly, he felt a strong need to kill Destiny's Child. The mind was one's palace. Anyone would be extremely furious if it was invaded. Many abilities could influence the mind: psychic, magic, esper, and there were even similar natural phenomenon in the universe. However, after some pondering, Han Zio felt this guess was way too unbelievable because he already had thought about saving Aurora when he first saw Gila more than 1 year ago. Furthermore, saving Aurora was not the only motive he had for infiltrating the Germinal organization headquarters. There had to be limitations to Destiny's Child's abilities, or at least it had a limited effect on him. However, he did come to Germinal organization headquarters alone as predicted, and that had him relieved and worried at the same time. He finally understood how dreadful it was to have an enemy that might be able to predict the future. Suddenly, he felt the leader's pain. "I have made the Germinal organization suffer so much. The leader probably wants to skin me alive." The central computer room was located at the core area of the headquarters. It stored a large amount of confidential information. Cyberloss had the necessary authority, so he turned off the defense measures and brought Han Zio into the central computer room. Rows of large hard drives were placed neatly like a bookshelf. Indicator lights flashed continuously, and at the end of the central computer room was the monitor and the controls. Cyberloss turned on the central computer, keyed in the password, then identified his fingerprint and scanned his retinas. There was actually a secret alarm measure in this step, where one set of passwords would activate the alarm in the event that a high-ranked official was threatened. However, Cyberloss did not plan to do such thing for the sake of his own safety. He believed that Hanzio could kill him easily before being caught, and he did not want to take the risk. Thus, this alarm measure was useless to him. Cyberloss was lawless and extremely daring when doing experiments, but when something concerned his life, he was a total coward. What do you want to see? Cyberloss asked. Full map of the headquarters, Hanzio said. Cyberloss controlled the computer, and the construction map of the headquarters showed up on the screen. Hanzio took out Viper's helmet from his equipment bag, took a photo of the map, and stored it into the database to create a 3D model automatically. At the same time, he was also memorizing the map, quickly locating where Aurora was imprisoned. Thinking about the Destiny's Child mentioned earlier, Hanzio was a little tempted to see what that was about. But Cyberloss said that only the leader had the authority to open the gate toward the Destiny's Child. Thus, Hanzio had to let go of that idea. Open your confidential intelligence database, Hanzio said. Cyberloss did as he was told. The secrets were laid out right in front of Hanzio. Gathering this intelligence was the other reason he had come to the Germinal Organization headquarters. Hanzio saw the exoskeleton structure of the super soldiers. It did indeed use the technology from the light mechanical arm he once had left behind. They were basically just using his leftovers. Hanzio recorded all the intelligence, especially the detailed information regarding the Hand of Death system. Giving all this to the Six Nations could create incomparable advantages for them and eliminate the Germinal Organization's last resort. Open the knowledge database, Hanzio said. Class advancement knowledge of pugilist, esper, and mechanic showed up on the screen. Hanzio let out a long exhale upon seeing that class knowledge. He was excited deep down. He could finally gain new class advancement knowledge after so many months. The mechanic class advancement knowledge the Germinal Organization had was of the control branch. Mechanic class advancement knowledge detected. Spend 2 potential points to learn. Confirm. Learning in progress. Do not cancel. Hanzio closed his eyes and felt the new knowledge appeared in his mind. Like the name suggested, was an important technology related to biological machinery. By reading the nerve signal from a life form, machinery could be controlled with one's mind, increasing the reaction speed several levels. Having new advanced class knowledge meant that the number of possible knowledge combinations increased, and he could fuse many more blueprints. It was a direct benefit to him. Finally, I have the second class advancement knowledge after the one from Stardragon about a year ago. Cyberloss was watching from the side all the time. Suddenly, he felt a chill and asked while shivering, Are you an Inhuman? Through their research, the organizations had realized that the Inhuman had the ability to learn things very quickly, and Hanzio's actions earlier were a little suspicious, so Cyberloss suddenly thought of this possibility. Hanzio had an evil idea. He laughed and misleadingly said, What do you think? Cyberloss suddenly felt a chill around his hands and feet. The archenemy of the organization was an undead Inhuman, then what was the point of opposing him? SHT. What the hell? Damn it. But, you appeared much earlier than the Inhumans. Before Cyberloss finished his sentence, he became extremely shocked and looked at Hanzio as if he was looking at a ghost. Is Zero actually the first Inhuman? Was the Inhuman phenomenon actually spread by Zero and his ability? Not bothering about Cyberloss, whose thoughts diverged further and further from the truth, Hanzio checked the intelligence and made sure it was correct before asking, Is there a self-destruction program in your central computer? Who would be so stupid to set a self-destruction function in the headquarters? That's crazy. Cyberloss wiped away his sweat. Viper completed the 3D map at that moment, so everything was ready. Hanzio pulled Cyberloss up and yelled, Turn off all the defense measures of Area A4. Freeze all the surveillance cameras. Cyberloss did as he was told hastily. Then it occurred to him. Area A4, isn't that where the little girl with the vital power ability is imprisoned? What do you want to do? I want that little girl. Let's go. Cyberloss was stunned. He could understand why Hanzio wanted the intel, but Aurora was the organization's top secret. Hanzio had not looked into details of the intelligence he just received, so it was like he knew it all along. Was the reason that Hanzio chose him to be the hostage also because he knew that he would cooperate? Cyberloss felt a chill up his spine. The feeling of being completely exposed was a fear that deeply penetrated into his bones, devouring his mind. The duo arrived at the gate, and the guards stopped them. "Open the gate." Cyberloss tried to be as calm as possible. "Cyberloss, I didn't receive any authorization," the guards said with confusion. "Just a routine blood draw." "But someone is already drawing the blood," the guards said hesitantly. However, when they saw that Cyberloss was losing his patience, they still opened the gate. Walking into the room, Hanzio finally saw Aurora. She was petite and skinny. Her skin was the kind of pale that had not been under the sun for years. She was locked in the room with glass walls, like an animal in a zoo. The little girl was cowering in the corner and hugging her knees. She looked at the people in white coats outside with fear. These people were pushing a small trolley full of tools and preparing for the blood draw. Aurora vividly remembered the pain of the blood draw, and it was going to happen again today. She bit her lips and hoped that the waiting could last forever. However, she knew that these people would enter the room sooner or later and insert a needle into her blood vessels and bones while she helplessly watched her life force turn into a red torrent and leave her body in a tube. Aurora had fantasized that her older sister would save her from this fate, but she knew that was too much to ask. She did not want her sister to be in danger just to save her, so all she could do was look happy and optimistic in front of Hila. Only then would Hila not feel even worse and feel less stressed. At this time, she saw the gate open once again. 2 people walked in. Then she could only see a few white lights flashing before she saw the people in white coat, and the guards fall onto the floor with blood spurting out from their bodies. Aurora blinked with confusion. She stared blankly as the glass wall that stood between her and freedom was opened easily. A ferocious-looking weird uncle walked in and reached out toward her. "I'm here to save you, follow me." Aurora froze in place. She had fantasized and dreamed of this moment, but when freedom finally came, she was lost. Aurora looked at the hands that reached out for her before raising her head to look into Hanzio's eyes. "Why are you here to save me?" she asked timidly. Hanzio pondered and said, "You can take it as I'm just a warm-hearted person." "Who are you?" Aurora turned her head sideways. "You can call me Zero," Hanzio said casually. Aurora's wet and large eyes were filled with surprise. "So, you're Uncle Zero?" Hanzio squinted his eyes. Being called uncle made him felt like he was abducting a little girl. At that moment, Hanzio realized something. "Wait a minute, how do you know me?" "My elder sister told me about your story." "That's weird. What did Hila mention me for?" Hanzio thought. This little girl seemed to be rather friendly toward him, which was really weird since they should be enemies. He wondered what Hila had told her. Aurora stood up wobbly, put her hand in Hanzio's hand, and said, "Thank you for saving me. Please bring me away." Hanzio was interested. "Aren't you afraid that I will use you like the Germinal organization?" My older sister said, "No matter how dangerous the future is, it will be better than now." His understanding of Aurora was only limited to the rumors in his previous life. There had been a side mission to investigate the source of the drug that Aurora was made into, and through that, the players came to know about Aurora. Therefore, he did not know Aurora's personality, and he did not expect things to go so smoothly. There would be plenty of opportunities to improve their relationship later on. He realized that the small body size of Aurora would attract too much attention even with a disguise. He thought for a moment and took out an empty single-shoulder equipment bag. "Get in." Aurora did as she was told and climbed into the bag. As the zip closed, her vision became dark. She could only feel herself being lifted and moved. "Sister." Aurora cowered in the bag, closed her hands in front of her chest, and prayed. The 3 of them quickly passed various levels and headed toward the underground tunnel. At the same time, the leader, who was listening to the battlefield analysis, suddenly took out his phone. The central computer was browsed by Cyberloss. A lot of confidential information was gone through. The leader narrowed his eyes and raised suspicion. He said to the assistant, "Find Cyberloss location and show the surveillance camera footage on my laptop." Then, the leader operated his laptop and entered the central computer system through a backdoor command. He looked at the browsing history and immediately noticed that Cyberloss had turned off all the defensive measures. The surveillance camera footage could be seen, too. Cyberloss had entered the central computer room with another person. The leader's eyes became sharp and cold. He was immediately able to deduct that Cyberloss was under duress, and this stranger was most likely Zero. At a lounge in the underground headquarters, a group of executive officers played poker out of boredom. "It's so damn boring to stand by every day. How I wish to go to the battlefield," someone lamented. All of a sudden, Hila opened her eyes and turned her head in a specific direction. The coldness on her face was gone, replaced by shock and rage in her eyes. The life mark that she had left on Aurora moved. These executive officers suddenly received orders from their superiors, and before it was finished, they heard a loud blast. As they looked up, they saw that the gate was shattered. Hila had already turned into a high-speed, dark red shadow and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Something's wrong. As they were heading toward the gate of the underground tunnel, Han Zio frowned, looked around, and said, "The atmosphere doesn't feel right. There are fewer people along the way. I have a sense for danger. Did you trigger the alarm?" As he finished speaking, Han Zio looked at Cyberloss with a piercing look in his eyes. Cyberloss was shocked and denied it immediately. "No, I definitely didn't do it. Maybe the leader noticed something abnormal. I don't have as much authorization as the leader, so him noticing my browsing history really has nothing to do with me." Han Zio tightened his grip on the equipment bag and said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly." At this time, 5 levels higher, the leader was heading to this direction with a laptop in his hand. The surveillance camera feedback was displayed on the screen. He laughed coldly and said, "So, you have started to suspect it. By the time you reach the underground tunnel, the ambush that I set up will be completed as well." Seeing that Han Zio was like an insect that had sunk deeper and deeper into the spider web, the leader seemed to have seen the light of success. However, the next moment, he saw from the surveillance camera a flash of dark red light shooting straight toward Han Zio. Hila had almost gone haywire. Her red eyes were staring straight at Han Zio with rage. It was not because she recognized Han Zio, it was because she felt the life mark on Aurora. Her younger sister was hidden and cowered in the equipment bag that this person was carrying. "Put her down." Her seeing a stranger taking her younger sister away in a bag was like a parent seeing the child being carried away by a stranger. There was no way to stay calm in such a situation. Rage consumed her senses, and she could not think rationally anymore. Furthermore, her younger sister was very special to her. Aurora was almost like her spiritual sustenance, and that made things even worse. This woman got stronger again. Han Zio was shocked. Hila's superhuman abilities could inflict both physical and psychological damage, and this was already so strong despite only being the physical damage. This meant that the main psychological damage would only be stronger. It was probably because she was attacking in a rage state. The damage enhancement could almost match up to his. Despite being rather tanky, Han Zio was not interested in getting hit. He moved to the side and dodged again. With a thought in his mind, Han Zio destroyed 2 surveillance cameras with 2 shots and yelled, "Hila, I'm here to save your younger sister. You're attacking the wrong person, you stupid woman." Before he finished, Hila already crashed toward him and reached out to grab the bag without listening to anything he said. Being speechless, Han Zio let go of the bag. Hila hurriedly placed the bag on the floor, opened the zip, and looked Aurora in her eyes. "Sister." Aurora's voice was filled with surprise. "Are you okay?" Hila immediately checked over Aurora's body. Seeing that she was not hurt, Hila was relieved. Then she remembered there was still an enemy present. He stood up in a flash and stood in front of Aurora, her face alert and looking like she was ready to fight any time. "Sis, you misunderstood. That uncle is here to save me. I don't know him at all." Hila was still cautious. "He said he's Uncle Zero." Hila was stunned. She could not believe it. "Zero, it's me." Han Zio did not hide anymore. The alarms all across the bases were ringing. He knew that he was exposed. When Hila suddenly appeared, he already knew that things were not pleasant. With how much Hila cared for Aurora, she would definitely go all out straight away. "How can it be you?" Hila could not believe it. The dark red smoke moved with her emotions. Why did Zero come to save Aurora? There should be no connection between them. She could not figure out Han Zio's motive at all. Her power gathered in her hands, but she did not engage. "Do you want your younger sister to continue being controlled by the organization? Right now is the best chance to escape," Han Zio said in a low voice. His motive of saving Aurora was for Hila, and Hila was right in front of him now. Naturally, he would not let the chance slip by. The alarm was ringing loudly. Hila was hesitating despite the fact that she hardly ever hesitated at all. She really wanted to just take Aurora and escape like this, but the alarm in the base was already triggered. She knew the power gathered in the headquarters more than Han Zio did. There was too little chance to escape, and she did not want Aurora to take the risk. "If only I didn't attack just now." This thought of regret appeared and disappeared within an instant. At this moment, Aurora pulled on Hila's shirt. "Sis, bring me away." Hila's expression tightened. She looked down and saw Aurora's hopeful face. The words of rejection were stuck in her throat. How can she put her younger sister back in a situation worse than death? Thinking of the things that Aurora went through all this time, Hila felt like her heart was being squeezed and rubbed. At least the most difficult part was already completed. Her younger sister had already left that prison cell, and this was what she had been dreaming of. At this moment, Hila's became firm. She touched Aurora's head gently and thought to herself, if it fails, I will die with you. Healer raised her head, looked at Hanzio with mixed feelings, and said, follow me. She had never expected to fight side by side with Hanzio. With more help, there was a bigger chance to escape. Zero had snuck in without anyone noticing, so he could not be too weak. Laurent, who told her to engage. The leader was furious. Hanzio changed his route, so his plan was disrupted. Hanzio was now more cautious, and the leader's siege had not yet fully formed. As the cameras were destroyed, the leader did not see the conversation between Hanzio and Hila. He merely thought that they had already started fighting. All executive officers and soldiers, full engagement. I want Zero to die here, the leader yelled through the walkie-talkie. The high-caliber berserk eagles shot hot flames out of the muzzles. The cameras on the way were destroyed one after another. Now that Hila was here, was there any reason to keep this old man around? They were not going through the underground tunnel, so Cyberloss was of no use anymore. Cyberloss shivered. Don't do this. You need my authorization. He's exposed. His authority is frozen. There's no point keeping him. Hila had an indifferent look. Cyberloss was a superior that was in charge of the experiments on her younger sister, so her hatred for him was deep in her bones. She raised her arms and was going to kill Cyberloss. At this time, a hand grabbed onto her arm. Hanzio shook his head toward her. Don't kill him. We might need him alive, Hanzio said. Then he slapped Cyberloss unconscious. Hanzio had misled him in many ways, so he could make Cyberloss mislead the leader as well. What's your plan? Hila was not used to Zero being her teammate yet. She kept silent for a while then replied, I know a hidden path that can help us escape the headquarters, but it is very far, 4 floors down. The cameras were destroyed, so the surveillance images became black one after another. He could only know the situation through the report from his headphones. Executive officers, super soldiers, and inhuman teams are now heading that way to surround him, and there's also Hila stalling Zero. There's no chance for him to escape, the leader thought. This time, a voice of an executive officer came out of the headphones, filled with murderous intent. I have met the target, engaging. The leader was excited. He yelled, no need to catch him alive, kill him right away. However, the next moment, high-pitched noise exploded from the headphone that hurt the leader's eardrums. Screams came out of the headphones. It was from the executive officer that was just reporting the situation. The leader was stunned. It's been less than 10 seconds. That executive officer was not weaker than Pan Quang at all. What accident happened? He felt an unpleasant intuition. 8 seconds earlier. Careful, he's an executive officer. Strength-enhancing superhuman ability, you. Hila warned hastily as a thick cloud gathered in her hand. As soon as Hanzio was going to be defeated, she was going to back up immediately. Hanzio struck before Hila finished her sentence. With a swing of a hand, 2 sonic bombs flew out. The high-pitched noise gave the male executive officer a shock and slowed down his action for an instant. All Hanzio needed was this instant. Activating both the mini-maneuvering equipment and the electromagnetic hover boots, he approached the enemy like a ghost. Surging mechanical force, lethal critical hits, all the damage-enhancing active abilities were activated one after another. Although there was the power was still horrifying. With a spin of both his palms, a blue light shone from the thermo-electrical incisor gloves and pressed onto the male executive officer's chest. On the other side, Hila was lowering her stiffed hand. This executive officer had been killed instantly before she had even finished her sentence. There was completely no need for her help. Hila was completely stunned. Even she did not have the confidence to do it so fast. How is Zero this strong? Is this a fake? At the same time, the leader was stunned by this problem, too. He realized he had misinterpreted Hanzio's strength. One mistake could affect the entire plan. Luckily, the leader knew that Zero could not be judged with common sense after many failures, so he had overestimated Zero's ability as much as he could, and many people were waiting in ambush. However, seeing what was happening now, not only was it not a waste, but there might not even be enough. Since his subordinates could not win, he would kill Zero himself. Stop him, wait for me, the leader said coldly. In less than a year, there was no way Zero's strength could have reached his level. He was someone who stood at the top of planet Aquamarine. If Hanzio knew what the leader was thinking of, he definitely would have laughed. What a coincidence, I am, too. The players rushed up in waves while kicking and screaming only to disintegrate into light particles the next second. Hanzio figured that if it continued for a bit longer, he could probably use up all of the players' weekly resurrection, which could help cure their gaming addiction and have them go complete their homework instead. As the players were not much of a threat to him at all, Hanzio did not want to bother with talking sense into them. At this point, players could not change sides yet anyway. Soon enough, the players became more hesitant and stopped rushing in masses with their previous fervor. Although players did not fear death, they did not want to throw away their lives for no reason. They realized that the mission reward was only something they can covet but could not even come close to touching. For a while now, Electrolux had been witnessing one Germinal director after another, all with fatally dangerous tags on them, rushing up to the also fatally dangerous Hanzio, only to be smacked all over the place like wet cabbage. Electrolux was so scared that he was about to suffer liver problems just from watching. Bullshit, why do they even have the same tag? This is all a scam. Even more fatal than fatally dangerous. Why not just say that you're here to harvest lives? The players could not stop lamenting at the unfairness of it all. The executive officers in the headquarters were by no means weak, but it was a shame that they are pitted against Hanzio. Unless they were at least LV50, there was not even a tiny bit of chance that they could hurt him. Gila did not even need to help a single time along the way, so she focused on protecting Aurora. Hanzio was simply unstoppable. However, Gila realized that the Germinal forces did not know about her betrayal. Instead, some were even shouting at her for help against this monster of an enemy. The cameras along the way were blown up by Hanzio, and the Germinal leader did not know that Hanzio and Gila had teamed up. Gila realized that this was a huge advantage. As Gila looked at Hanzio's figure amid the intense battle, she thought, could it be that this was all part of his plan? Did he not have me help for this purpose? Bang! And another director fell beside his feet. Hanzio wiped away the blood on his face and could finally take in a deep breath. He was not exactly unscathed. Some directors had weird powers that could threaten him, but both his defense and HP were very high, so the damage was hardly worth mentioning. Only the last 2 levels left, said Hanzio. Be careful, these are only the vanguard. The main force has yet to arrive. Gila's face was tense as she knew how much manpower the leader had allocated to the headquarters. Even if Hanzio did far exceed her expectations with his combat strength, he could not possibly take on a whole army. In that moment, Gila thought of a plan that would basically guarantee her and her sister's escape but would put Hanzio in significant danger. She pursed her lips together, finally decided before speaking out. I have an idea. Hanzio immediately replied. Split up, and I will be the bait. Gila's eyes were then wide open, and her face was full of shock. How did you know? I guessed, Hanzio said nonchalantly. From the moment Gila appeared, he had already started coming up with this vague plan, which was why he focused on destroying all the cameras. It was to ensure that Gila was not considered a traitor, at least not yet, in the eyes of Germinal. Gila could just use her position as a high-level director to escape easily, while Hanzio could pull all the attention elsewhere. Tell me where the secret passage is, and I will catch up with you after I have diverted their attention. Gila was shocked. They had no reason to trust each other, yet Hanzio was giving the choice to her. She could not understand where his trust came from. Is he not afraid that I will give him the false directions? However, this dark thought started to take from inside her mind and would not go away. Give him the wrong location. Let him be cornered by Germinal and buy even more time. It was as if this voice in her mind was packed with magic, constantly causing her to waver. For Aurora, I will do everything it takes to keep her out of harm's way. Room H418. The 4th brick on the floor from the left is the secret passage's entrance. Got it. Hanzio laughed, seemingly not doubting her words at all as he gently patted the bag with Aurora. Go. Gila took one last look at Hanzio as she tried to etch his image into her memories before she turned and left with hurried strides, afraid of wasting even a single second. He took out multiple bombs of different shapes and sizes out of his tool bag and stuck them onto the walls along the way. Since he was trying to get attention, he might as well made it big. Boom. Sounds of explosions came one after another, followed by heat waves that spread out all over the place. The whole headquarters were shaking. Although the actual damage was not much because of the previous work, the tremors could still be felt throughout. Even without the security cameras, one could tell where Hanzio was just by following the explosions. A large number of troops changed course and were heading straight for him. After turning a corner, he saw that the path ahead was jam-packed with soldiers. Zero, do you still remember me? No, one said through gritted teeth, his tone full of hatred. You killed me. I became this monster, all to get the power to crush you like a gnat. I will break your limbs just like you did to me. He could not wait to exact vengeance to his rival. At the last moment, Hanzio turned and sidestepped the attack. He then reached out, grabbed No. 1 second exoskeleton, picked him off the ground, and started swaying around him. No. 1 instantly lost any feeling in his right arm, and the upper right portion of the exoskeleton started to fall apart until eventually everything broke off with gear parts flying all over the place, looking like a mechanical power that bloomed. The design of these superhuman soldiers' exoskeleton suits was extremely similar to his lightweight mechanical arm. Hanzio had also just learned Neuralink not too long ago, and as a magnetic ring mechanic, he could easily assemble or disassemble such equipment at will. So, in a way, superhuman soldiers posed the least threat to Hanzio. He could easily reduce them down to bare naked bodies. "Have we met?" Hanzio asked confusingly. "How could you not know me?" "No." One was furious. "And your rival?" "What rival? He must be delusional. Who on earth is this metalhead?" The Germinal forces faced no opposition as they rushed to get to the floor that Zero was on. However, no one was to be found. After she finished her precautionary measures, Hila opened the door to the passageway and entered while carrying her sister. It was a pitch-dark and narrow tunnel, and one could only move forward by crouching. Once she closed the door, all the noise from outside suddenly disappeared. Hila could finally take a deep breath and relax. Now that they were in the tunnel, the escape plan could be considered almost successful. As her bag was wriggling around, Hila unzipped it and Aurora's tiny head popped out. "Have we escaped?" Aurora asked as she looked around curiously. "Almost," Hila replied as she lovingly touched Aurora's head. "Where's Uncle Zero?" "We will wait for 5 more minutes. He should be here soon," Hila said after a pause. Aurora cocked her head and asked again, "Sis, Uncle Zero seems really strong, right?" "He's alright." Hila did not want to give a clear answer. "Sis, why did he come save me?" "How would I know?" Even as Hila said that, her hands subconsciously reached for the photo in her pocket. She remembered that Zero had once seen this photo back in his training base. It could not be. But back then, Zero did not even have time to protect himself, so why would he remember this inconsequential thing? Even to the extent of carrying out this huge rescue plan. Unless he really did have the capability to see the future. Hila shook her head. She still could not figure out his motives. All she could feel was fear and respect to this mysterious figure, who single-handedly devastated the behemoth that was the Germinal organization. To think that he had once been that weak little trainee back in the base but had now risen to such heights in such short amount of time. She could only sigh at this. The world truly worked in mysterious ways. "Sis, Uncle Zero, stop mentioning him." Hila got a little bit annoyed. Although he did save her sister, for some reason, she felt some sort of unexplainable familiarity with this Zero. It was as if she had met him somewhere else after he escaped from the base. However, that should not have been possible. "But sis, you usually spoke so highly of him and even praised him whenever you told me stories about him." Aurora felt wronged. "Nonsense," Hila said as she gently pinched Aurora's cheeks. At this moment, a third, odd-sounding voice spoke out in the cramped and lightless tunnel. "Did I hear that right? You are praising me." Hila turned in an instant and was just about to send out her powers before a powerful force squeezed her hands and brutally pushed her against the tunnel wall. "Why are you here?" Hila was shocked. Hanzio let of his hands before laughing lightly. "I'm everywhere." Hila relaxed and called back her powers while making a face. She remembered clearly that the tunnel door was opened and closed only once. How did Hanzio manage to get in? Did he go through the walls? When he took the initiative to propose splitting up, he had already made a simple but effective plan in his mind. Of course, he would not gamble on Hila telling him the real position, so he had then been left with 2 choices. The first was to leave Simple Tracker on Aurora's bag, while the second was a character card that had never used. The Dion card obtained on the Western continent had a special stealth ability. Although he was very strong, he was not willing to be encircled and ganged up on for no reason. His main goal was to get out of the Germinal headquarters. So, after he taught no one who was boss, Hanzio went and blasted all the cameras at the intersection, giving Germinal the idea that he was in the area before he activated Dion's character card and backtracked along the original way. Regardless of the truth of her words, she must have been headed to the real passageway. The character card's ability name was "You Can't See Me." As the name suggested, Hanzio simply waltzed along the way without anyone taking notice of him. The enemies were then all baited to the intersection where Hanzio had been without knowing where he had disappeared to. Hanzio simply followed Hila and jumped into the tunnel together with her. What surprised the great technician Han, however, was that Hila had actually given him the correct directions. Both the room number and the floor tile location were correct. To be honest, when they were about to split up, Hila's fishy look had made him almost think that he was going to be sold out. But the result was unexpected. In truth, Hila had also struggled with this, but she had finally decided to give Hanzio the right information. Hanzio did save Aurora, and if she had lied to him, she would not know how to face her sister. Although a part of her kept tempting her otherwise, she finally abandoned such thoughts and told him the truth. Compared to Goddess of Death in Han Zio's past, this Gila had not been consumed by darkness, and her heart was still illuminated by the stars and moon that was Aurora. On another side, tens of thousands of Germinal troops had gathered and were searching for Han Zio around the area where he disappeared. Reporting to leader, target was not found. One by one the executives brought in the same results. The leader was furious, and he held his hands so tight that his gloves started to rip. This is where the cameras last caught him. How could we not find him? The camera records in the A4 area seem to have been modified. Security measures had been shut down, the guards have been killed, and the little girl had been taken away. In that moment, the string of information from Aurora's disappearance, the destroyed cameras, and Gila's absence in the previous battles to stop Zero started to make sense. They had been fooled. Gila, you traitor. The leader suddenly realized what had happened and was so enraged that the sound of his teeth gnashing together was like steel grinding against each other. Get man to search for Gila now. She escaped with Zero. The soldiers around were startled into action. Someone finally brought the day's Cyberloss to the leader, and with a slap, Cyberloss was awoken with a shock. Seeing the leader's face that was full of hostility right after waking made Cyberloss tense up. Tell me everything you know, the leader said coldly. Cyberloss did not dare keep anything to himself and told the whole story from when he had been taken hostage until he was knocked unconscious. He took the organization's classified information, kidnapped Aurora. Cyberloss tried to be as careful. He might be an inhuman. Inhuman. The leader felt his body sway when he heard that. If Zero really was an undying inhuman, then Germinal faced certain defeat. After taking a deep breath, the leader said decidedly, that's only a guess. I will just have to kill him first and see if he really is an inhuman. Cyberloss was then taken away. Seeing as the man had done a lot for the organization in terms of research, the leader decided to spare his life. Cyberloss had never been hired for his loyalty anyway. Widen the search net. Even if that Zero can get out of headquarters, I won't let him get off the continent, the leader said calmly. This was an early stage of the underground tunnel. After they built the headquarters, people left it without any maintenance. I dug a path from the air ventilation pipes which lead to this place. All the cameras and gates are gone, and the railroads are broken, too. We need to walk out of here. The exit a hidden door that is located at the fringe of the headquarters, and it will take around 4 hours for us to reach there. Han Zio looked back at the hole and said, won't they be able to catch up? Nobody knows we are here, but we still have to be on alert. Gila carried Aurora on her back and started walking forward. Han Zio quickly followed and walked right next to Gila. He occasionally dropped a few small landmines to blow up the tunnel in case anyone came later. 3 of them continued to march forward in silence. Just now, the situation had been intense, so there were a lot of things that they were still unclear of. Now that they had the time, Gila seemed to be more confused as she kept recalling what had happened. She kept on turning her head toward Han Zio. Gila had a few questions to ask, but because of her cold personality, she pursed her lips and kept on walking. What are you looking at, you little brat? Han Zio raised his eyebrows. Aurora quietly replied, do you not have a name? Or is your name just Zero? Paying attention, Gila's ears perked up. Han Zio, that's my name. My sister said you were brainwashed. She couldn't figure out how you escaped. Han Zio stroked his chin and said, everything has its own destiny. Gila rolled her eyes. My sister said you are only 20 years old. But why do you look so old? Han Zio's face darkened. Didn't I already change my appearance? This brat doesn't appreciate beauty at all. Then Han Zio looked at Gila and realized that she was being oddly quiet. Han Zio started to tease her interested and smiled. So, do you have anything that you want to say to me? Gila pushed Aurora higher up on her back and coldly replied, thanks. You don't sound like you mean it at all. Han Zio started to flip the bullets in his hands. Don't forget that I came a long way to save your sister. There's no need for you to kneel on the ground to show your gratitude. But at least be more polite, will you? Gila turned her head around and frowned. How did you know about my sister? What are you trying to do? Gila could not believe that Han Zio really came here to save her sister, and she thought that he must have an ulterior motive. Although Gila was right, she could never guess that Han Zio's target was her. You sound like you are trying to interrogate me even though I am your savior and your teammate. Han Zio raised his eyebrow. Do you think I'm like the Germinal organization, trying to use your sister to control you? Han Zio yawned. I might try if I want to. There was no way that he could do what he said. Gila relaxed for a bit and replied, so, what do you want? I want world peace. Gila ground her teeth in frustration. Han Zio had just been playing with her all this time, and she did not get anything useful out of him. Hila shut her mouth again. Sister told me some stories about you, and she said you were very talented. Aurora then curiously asked, are those stories real? Oh, Hila actually complimented me behind my back. Hanzio looked over, and Hila did not even flinch. Her face was still as cold as ice while looking straight ahead, ignoring Hanzio. Well, there's a saying that if you don't say anything, then you agree to whatever that's happening. Of course, it's all real. Then what happened after you escaped? Aurora was really interested into Hanzio's story. During her time of imprisonment, when she and her sister meet up, her sister would always tell Aurora about the stories of the world outside. The stories of Zero had left the deepest impression on her. After 3 hours of silence, they reached a part where the tunnel was blocked, and the exit was right above their head. Hanzio and Hila stepped on the shattered rocks. Hila's hand swept over the ceiling, and she found the lever. After she flipped the lever, cracks suddenly appeared and formed a square, and dust started to fall from above them. Get up. Hila pushed open the hidden door and jumped into the room. The room was pitch black without any sound. After the eyes had adjusted to the darkness, they could see that they were in a large storage room. Tons of boxes and containers were lined up, and there was another exit at the corner of the storage room that was covered in dust. They don't have anything important in this warehouse, so there shouldn't be a lot of security here. Toward the south is the secured part of the headquarters. As long as we can get out of the secured zone, then we will be safe. Hanzio remained silent. Suddenly, the interface popped up with a message. Your landmine successfully killed the soldiers of Germinal Organization. You gain 1 experience. The landmines in the tunnel just exploded. It won't be long before the Germinal Organization catch up, Hanzio said. Hila's face briefly let slip a stunned expression. We need to pick up our pace. It was night, and the sky was dark. They woke Aurora up and put her into the bag. Then the two of them quickly left the warehouse, sneaked under the patrol of the soldiers, and head toward the exit. A number of troops started to show up and settle down in the area around the headquarters. The security level was also increased by a few levels. A few hours ago, Hanzio and Hila had disappeared in the headquarters. The leader called for the highest level of order to employ all the standby troop to catch Hanzio. He knew that Hanzio must still be in the headquarters surroundings, so he reinforced the security at the borders and would not let anyone pass. The leader of southern troops quickly changed from a normal leader to executive officer Kedor, who was LV-55. To target the powerful growth that Hanzio had, the leader also employed the veterans and executive officers. There were more than 10 executive officers, a dozen super soldiers, a few hundred inhumans, and a few thousands common soldiers that followed after Kedor. How about Hila and her sister? They betrayed the organization. If they resist, kill them all. The leader's voice was deep. Zero was the #1 enemy. Even sacrificing Aurora would be worth it. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the moon and the stars were nowhere to be seen. The ground base was brightly lit, and columns of light tore through the surrounding darkness. The guards were searching everywhere for something, and armored vehicles rolled past one after another with their loud engines blaring through the still night. This is bad. They have drastically increased the personnel on the ground, and it's impossible to pass without drawing their attention. Once we're found, they will kill us all, Hila said with a heavy voice. The organization's forces seemed to be endless. Although they were being defeated at every turn by the 6 nations' combined army, it was still a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, they were but 2 people, and trying to force their way out would be possible. They should consider some other ways to stealthily sneak away. Germinal won't stop looking for us. Even if we somehow break out of this encirclement, there will still be countless pursuers after us. I'll just see. Hanzio did not really care about it and went back to preparing his equipment. Hila frowned. If help was not coming, then what was the point of following Hanzio? The one Germinal wanted was him, and her sister would be safer if they were to split up. She thought that since she had already helped him leave the headquarters, she had already returned the favor. So, it would not be immoral to suggest to split up. For Aurora, Hila was willing to do anything. The enemies are too many. Even if we take out several hundred, we will still eventually fall to their human wave tactic. Only death awaits us if we charge in like that. Let's look for an opening. However, Hanzio seemed to have already made up his mind and said confidently, "Make sure you keep up." Hila was going to question where that confidence came from when she heard some sort of machinery activating behind her. She turned around and was shocked by what she saw. Hanzio's appearance was completely different. She was now looking at a streamlined suit of jet black mechanical armor with faint blue lights glowing through the gaps of the suit. This breathtaking scene brought about an abrupt realization. This figure, this suit, there was no doubt. It was way too famous. The whole Germinal, no, the whole world knew him. Black Phantom. Hila could no longer hold her calm and had a look of disbelief on her face. At that moment, she realized what had happened. No wonder how Han Zio could infiltrate the Germinal headquarters alone without any sort of backup. He was someone who stood at the top. A one-man army. So, this is the truth. Thinking back on the news that she had read about Black Phantom, Han Zio's life these past few years was far from that of a runaway fugitive. He was always right in front of everyone, including Germinal, showing off his powers and making a legend of himself, one step at a time. Hila had witnessed Han Zio at his weakest, and she never thought that he would one day stand at the top and far surpass her. Hila was lost for words. Han Zio gently patted the still shocked Hila and made large strides toward the troops in the south as he exuded a sort of confidence exclusive to the powerful. When everyone saw this figure, they took a while to react. Why is Black Phantom here? Kedor was confused. Once they looked past Han Zio, they finally saw Hila. This was when shock, realization, and fear suddenly went through the minds of all present. Zero is Black Phantom. When the truth finally revealed itself, everyone was stunned and could not do anything but stare. Kedor, the field commander, had also lost his wits and forgot to order his men to attack. All those who had opposed Black Phantom had ended up as corpses. This name instilled fear in all those who heard it. Attack! Attack, now! Kedor finally reacted and roared his commands. His men were startled into action and started to lock the machine guns onto Han Zio. Yet, right before they could open fire, a huge boom sounded as Han Zio exploded off the ground and sent dirt flying everywhere like an artillery shell had hit where he was standing. Han Zio launched away and flew right into the enemy formation. One after another, the Germinal soldiers were sent into the air. At that moment, chaos fell upon the battlefield. Han Zio tore through the enemy formations like a hot knife through butter. There was a constant stream of clinking noises as the bullets that were shot at him got reflected by his high-level armor. He kicked away a Germinal soldier, stole his machine gun, and opened fire at the others around him as the gun was surrounded by a faint blue light that greatly boosted its power and rate of fire. The barrage of shots was also triggering the effects of lethal shot one after another. Kill confirmation messages flooded through his interface as the Germinal soldiers fell in swaths. The nearby troops quickly filled in the gaps and tried to surround Han Zio. A dozen or so grenade launchers were fired and drew parabolas across the battlefield toward Han Zio. Yet, before the shots even reached him, Han Zio stepped to the side, leaped into the air, and took off with the reaction force from the blasts. Boom! All kinds of tanks and artilleries fired at Han Zio, and explosions roared through the night as the smell of gunpowder permeated the battlefield. It was as if a small-scale war was being waged against Germinal, but Han Zio was their only opponent. Viper's upgrades along with his skills and talents made Han Zio unstoppable as he ran straight through explosions. Not even the heavily armored vehicles were spared from his rampage. A few unlucky tanks got flattened to the ground after being run over by Han Zio. It was a complete massacre, and soon the Germinal forces were breaking apart. Whoosh! 2 attack helicopters rushed to the scene and immediately opened fire on Han Zio, and a stream of high-caliber bullets trailed after him. Han Zio's eye flashed, and in a split second, he calculated the helicopter's speed and flight path with his helmet interface, retrieved the Ghost sniper rifle from his back, and took a shot. It was as if he did not even have to aim. The electromagnetic projectile zoomed past the battlefield before it went clean through the helicopter and flew off into the night sky. The pilot was killed instantly, and the helicopter spiraled out of control and crashed into the hillside below. It kept on rolling until it eventually destroyed the fence in its way, and tore through dozens of Germinal soldiers before crashing into and collapsing a defensive structure, causing dust to fill the air. The helicopter had cleared a bloody path through the swarms of soldiers. One of the rotor blades broke off and flew through the air, and landed right in front of a group of stunned players. They were already flabbergasted since the moment it was revealed the Han Zio was Black Phantom. The source of all these legendary achievements was the same person, so he was basically the main protagonist on their planet. The quick ones immediately turned on the camera function and started streaming the event to the world. Wait a second, if he's Black Phantom, a -30 reputation with Black Phantom, how long will it take to even reset it back to 0? The Germinal players felt like their hearts were crushed. We haven't even enjoyed Black Phantom's benefits, yet we just lost all our hope after waiting for so long. The players present looked frozen ducks, all color drained from their faces. Screw you, Germinal. Give me back my youth. When Han Zio saw this, the corner of his mouth perked up. This group of players was essential in his plan. They played the role of the reporter and were responsible for spreading tonight's events out far and wide. The big reveal of his double identity would surely rock the player community and become a hot topic for the time to come. Currently, there were not very many NPCs that had made a deep impression on the players, so making big news himself would be the best way of ensuring his spot in the community. Kill him. Suddenly, a powerful force approached as Kedor roared and led a group of executives straight for Han Zio. Boom! A condensed wave of energy exploded out of his fist and crashed into the group approaching him like a tsunami. Like bowling pins, the executives were all knocked away. This attack was just like the shockwave blast used by pugilists, and Kedor's group was instantly broken out of formation. Using this chance, Han Zio locked onto the person with the strongest life force, Kedor, and rushed him. The disoriented Kedor did not even have time to dodge before he was tackled to the ground. Viper's muscle fibers pulsed and bulged, and attacks with the thermo-electrical incisor gloves with plus 80 strength landed on Kedor's body one after another. Blood spurted out everywhere. After a dozen or so hits, Kedor, with his face was full of blood, was furious. He released his energy and pushed Han Zio high into the air. Han Zio pulled out the Ghost Sniper rifle mid-flight and activated Burning Will. The rifle's muzzle that started to glow was giving Kedor all sorts of warning signals and made all his hair stand on end. The shot dealt explosive damage and instantly emptied Kedor's remaining health bar. The shot left a faint trail of blue light in the air before it left a hole between Kedor's eyebrows and a shocked expression on his face. You have killed Kedor. You have earned 142,000 experience. You have earned 25 trial points. Level 55 enemies actually drop so many trial points. Han Zio was overjoyed. For the half-minute or so after eliminating the strongest germinal member in the area, it was as if Han Zio turned on his grass cutter mode. He just mowed through the rest of the enemy forces. Like a human bomb, he obliterated anyone who stood in his way. A C-class superhuman was enough to go against armies on their own. Only by demonstrating overwhelming strength could he rise up in popularity and fame. Han Zio cleared out a large patch of ground, and it was as if there was a hole in the middle of the germinal base. He really went and rushed them. Hila was shocked, but she still did not forget Han Zio's instructions and followed behind, carrying Aurora. After stealing and boarding an armored SUV, Han Zio smashed his foot onto the gas, and Trio drove off into the night after smashing past the roadblocks. The players received mission failure notifications, yet no one cared anymore. They were still trying to process the fact that Black Phantom was 0. The control room back in headquarters was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had witnessed the chaos from the screens. The leader's chest rose and fell rapidly, and even though he was putting on a poker face, everyone present knew that he was enraged. I kept sending people to search for him, yet I never thought that he never tried to hide. The leader felt a suffocating feeling and felt like he had been played like a fool. His assistant to the side asked warily, Do we chase? We chase. Summon back all the executives still out on the field, the organization's strongest military force, and all the reserve forces. Lock down all areas and kill on sight. Short-range missiles are authorized. The car stopped abruptly and caused rocks and dust to fly everywhere around it. Switch, you drive. I need to give the car some anti-radar modifications. I have no wish to be blown up into the air by missiles. Hila closed her eyes and took a deep breath before she got out of the car and supported herself with the side of the car to suppress the nauseous feeling welling up in her stomach. Although it was almost unbearable, she had to admit that under their previous peril, Han Zio's driving had made her feel safe enough. Aurora, on the other hand, was fast asleep in the backseat and was completely unbothered. Han Zio saw this, scoffed and said, Your sister will definitely get further in life than you. Hila did not even bother with replying and got into the driver's seat. We're still in germinal territory, so we shouldn't take the large roads. However, driving through the wilderness will take 8 to 9 days before we can get to safety. Not to mention the germinal troops that must have been sent to pursue us. They will bring planes, armored vehicles, and even missiles. You can just follow the map and take whichever route you think is safer. You're more familiar with the area. After all, Han Zio replied without even turning. Now that Germinal knew about his face-changing capability, they would definitely kill all those suspicious. Escaping would not be easy. Our fuel can only last another 8 hours, and we're completely out of food and water. Moreover, we are also running low on ammunition. We need to find somewhere to resupply soon, or things won't be looking good, said Hila. We don't need to look for supplies, Han Zio replied calmly. The enemies will just bring it to our doorsteps themselves. I'm a mechanic. It won't matter if we run out of equipment to use, as I can just make more. Hila did not have a response to that. By now, she had long since thrown away the thought of splitting up with Han Zio to escape. It was much safer for her sister and her to stay with him. Han Zio tried to think of his next steps in silence as he made the modifications on the car. An hour later, the Six Nations picked up the movement of the Germinal organization. Without any intel, they had to prepare for possible attacks, so they increased their security and defense order to prevent any tactics of the Germinal organization. Then, on the same night, the Six Nations conducted an emergency meeting to analyze the current battle and try to understand the reason behind the military movement of the Germinal organization. After half an hour of intense discussion, from the evidence that they had, they finally came to the conclusion that baffled their minds. Who are they trying to hunt down? The Six Nations had already pushed their military right in front of the base of the Germinal organization, and they still had the time to waste their resources to hunt down someone. That man had to be very special. Everyone please wait, my troops just received important information. The man who is being hunted down contacted my communication division. Please allow me to pass on his message to the main channel. Everyone was surprised. The monitor blinked, and Han Zio's face started to surface. He used his original appearance, and the commanders quickly recognized that he was Zero, one of the most wanted men of the Germinal organization. The man who kept on providing intel to the Six Nations appeared right in front of their eyes. The commanders around the table were shocked. Are you the one being hunted down by the Germinal organization? Why are you in the territory of the Germinal organization? I infiltrated the headquarters and retrieved key information from the mainframe of the system, Han Zio replied. All their information on their troops, strategies, and missile distribution are now in my hands. Send out your troops, interfere with the enemy troops, and ensure my safety. Once I am safe, the intel will be yours. Han Zio prepared to use the intel as a bargaining chip for an exchange of the Six Nations' assistance. The intel was originally going to be sent to the Six Nations, and now they would have to fight for this information. In the beginning, Han Zio's plan had been to steal the intel and get out without getting found out. However, Destiny's Child's foresight had allowed the leader to set ambush, which disrupted Han Zio's plan. So, he could only adjust accordingly. Han Zio did not anticipate the appearance of Destiny's Child, but he was not frustrated since not everything would always go according to plan. He was not afraid of accidents as long as he could adapt to the new situations. An officer said coldly, "You can't prove that you have the intel unless you tell us right now. If you do so, we will consider protecting you. This intel can burn the Germinal organization down to the ground, and this is essential for victory of the battle," Han Zio replied. "If you do not accept my terms, this intel will be buried with my dead body. No, not only me, but all of your soldiers will die too. If the Germinal organization admits defeat, they might trigger all their nuclear weapons and wipe out everyone. And then, you will question yourself, why didn't you simply accept my offer?" The commanders were anxious as Han Zio pointed out their main concern. They did not know the quantity or the location of the nuclear bombs that the Germinal organization had. If they could get information on this matter, then they could send out all the agents, elites, and strong soldiers to eliminate this greatest threat. How can we trust you? To show my gratitude, I just send out the first documents on the Hands of Death system to Stardragon's troops. I used to work for Stardragon's communication agency, and Stardragon can testify. Stardragon was pushed to the front of attention. Everyone looked over at Gu Hui, and Gu Hui looked dismal. With an annoyed expression, he nodded, which meant that it did happen. The Germinal organization has a strong security system in place. Even our most elite agents could not infiltrate the headquarters. How did you get through? Another officer asked. Han Zio tapped his cheek, and his appearance slowly changed. After looking at his face, the commanders of the Six Nations all stood up with chairs rolling away. Everyone froze. This is the face of the Black Phantom. Are you? Gu Hui, who almost fell, stammered with disbelief, Black Phantom. Han Zio adjusted the image and showed the viper next to his body. Zero, Black Phantom, they are both identities of mine. You can call me Han Zio. Gu Hui's breath quickened. Division 13 did try to send people to track down Zero. The targets were all the homeless migrants as they thought that Zero could only hide around such groups of people. As it turned out, they had searched in the wrong direction. Han Zio had never tried to hide, but instead, he had become the legendary killer in the darknet. We accept the deal. We will send our troops to face them head-on. Natural satellite security and anti-missile device will be activated, so there will be no way the Germinal organization and land a missile on the ground. The escort troops might take a while. We do not have any permission in air, so the Air Force might not be able to directly escort you away from the battle. After we finish discussing, we will tell you the extraction point. Han Zio smiled. Okay. After he turned off the communication device, Han Zio let out a long sigh. The negotiation was successful, and the troops of the 6 nations would push forward on the side and intervene with the Germinal troops. This was the biggest ally that Han Zio could get. At this point, there was no need for Han Zio to wear his mask. The cool wind blew on his cheeks. He closed his eyes as if tasting the feeling of freedom. He could finally take off his mask after wearing it for more than 6 months. With their help, we are now in safe hands. Don't let your guard down. Even if we have allies, we have to make it until they can find us. Han Zio did not think twice before killing Gila's enthusiasm. Without any reinforced policies and restrictions, the Wanderers eagerly joined the Darknet, and all the money and resources Bennett had poured in finally came into use. He felt like he was Buddha, alleviating all the suffering around the world. Ah, the futility of war. On the top floor of Sanctuary 1, Bennett stood next to the window as his sharp pupils reflected the entire field of Sanctuary 1. The mist of war surrounded the tower, and everyone on the planet Aquamarine worried about their future. There are unusual movement in the battlefield. Please take a look at this. The assistant rushed into the room and handed over the laptop. As the largest intelligence network on planet Aquamarine, the Darknet had kept up to date with the situation on the battlefield. The Germinal organization, who was on the defensive side, employed a large-scale search around the headquarters. At the same time, the 6 nations applied pressure to the Germinal organization from south and east sides. Moreover, they sent out multiple troops to infiltrate the Germinal organization's territory. From the movement of both sides, it seems that they are all going after the same target. It is reported that the target is the most wanted traitor of the Germinal organization, Zero, who infiltrated the mainframe and obtained a large amount of classified information. Bennett stopped reading and sighed. Zero, I know this man. The reason that the Germinal organization has fallen to the point today is mostly because of this man. Bennett then flipped on to the next page. In addition, Zero called himself Han Zio, and he had a mask that can change his appearance in an instant. Black Phantom is one of his identities. Bennett could not say a word. Bang! The laptop arced through the sky and smashed onto the ground. The laptop was utterly destroyed with parts rolling on the ground. The origin of Black Phantom had always been a mystery, as if his existence was created out of thin air. Bennett did try to ask Han Zio about his history. At that time, Han Zio's tone had been reflective and dense. Every man has a past that they do not want to face, just like hands you bathe in blood. And that's true for me. I have made a lot of mistakes. I used to wear a mask, and I never knew who I truly was. It's only recently that I've finally seen my true identity. Of course, you do not know me. Bennett had believed him at that time. From his own experience, he had suddenly reached the conclusion that Han Zio was a man with strong internal struggles, a man who sought self-redemption. Bennett had thought that he suddenly had a common topic that they could talk about. Well, right now, Bennett was disappointed at how brainless he was. How dare you trick me? Wai Yalan and her team charged into the commander's room. Haha, he really was Black Phantom. I was right after all. Lai Yalan laughed out loud, and her laugh was similar to a ringing bell. She slapped Lin Yao on the back, and he almost fell over. In the Battle of Tedramira River, Lai Yalan did recognize Han Zio. At that time, everyone in the team had guessed about the identity of Han Zio. Jiang Wei had reported this to the higher officials, yet the officials did not give any response except to tell them not to further inquire on this topic. Everyone was suddenly enlightened and connected all the dots together. That is why the higher officials wanted to hide his identity. He was wanted by the Germinal organization. Now we know why no one can catch Zero. He can actually change his appearance. Now we know. On the side, Who You Face froze. He had heard a lot about this old team member, but to think he was actually such a great figure. Lai Yalan suddenly was aware of the danger that Han Zio was in. She asked about the situation. The commander replied, other than the military operation, the officials have also formed an escort team to enter the battlefield and extract Han Zio from the Germinal organization's territory. Jiang Wei walked up and asked, can we join the escort team? Commander shook his head. You are nowhere near standard of the team. As the news spread further and further away from the center of the battle, for those who had no dedicated channel to receive intel such as the Wanderer warlords, they were the last ones to receive the news. Illumira was one of them. Let him in. Zio Jin frowned and put down his glass of wine. Since I became the leader, he has not visited me once. Something must be wrong. As soon as the door opened, Todd saw Sikai and acted like he was not there. He also took out a plan book, and just like Sikai, he wanted to discuss the plan and submit power to the Zio faction. Since the two largest powers had submit to Zio faction, they had the proper power to control Illumira. What was going on? Todd saw Xiao Jin's confused expression and laughed. It seems that chief of the Xiao faction has not received the news. Take a look at this. He pushed a document across the table, and it was the intel on the true identity of Han Xiao. As the home faction, he had a larger information network and was the first to receive the information. No wonder Black Phantom came to visit Illumra and supported the Xiao faction at critical times. He was clearly trying to protect his family. The identities of Zero and Black Phantom were one, and he was the crucial figure in this battle. One could easily see that once the war ended, he would have immense influence over the world. This legend had come from one of the Wanderer Warlord organization, and it was the Xiao faction. Connecting Black Phantom's action of protecting his family, every organizations in Illumra could not sit still. They could no longer ignore the Xiao faction after this incident, and the Xiao faction could be one of the most powerful organizations that they could rely on. Therefore, everyone came to submit power, and Xiao Jin was the last one to know what had happened. Xiao Hai could never believe that his brother, who did not have any achievements, could become such a powerful figure today. His brother was a man who could change the tide of war and the shape of the world. Yet, Xiao Hai was still only obsessed with powers in a small warlord organization. When one glanced down on the battlefield from the sky, the wilderness was full of sand and dust. A ferocious jeep with sharp armor zoomed across the wilderness. Around a kilometer behind the jeep was the Germinal organization's vehicles trying to catch up. They didn't send enough people again. Yes, we will get some free spare parts to use. Gila, who was on the driver's seats, gave Han Xiao a cold stare. She was too busy and exhausted to say anything. At this point, the appearances of the two people were in a stark contrast with each other. After fleeing from the enemy for 4 days, the enemies were everywhere, and they faced difficult battles every single day. Gila was not a mechanic who could build equipment and machinery to fight. Her power came from her psychic abilities, which required energy and strength. Every battle that she fought was tough and challenging, and at this point of the escape, she had already exhausted all her power, and her face was covered in sweat and dust with dark lines around her eyes. On the other hand, Han Xiao was completely different. Using Viper, fighting off the enemy was a breeze for him. Most of the enemies who chased Han Xiao were weak and easily defeated anyway. However, Gila could not fend off the enemy as easily as Han Xiao. While Gila was driving, her brain felt like it was going to shut down at any given point of time. Even though she was extremely tired, she did not want to hand over the steering wheel to Han Xiao. "Hey sis, do you want some juice?" Aurora, who was sitting at the back with big sparkling eyes, offered a plastic bag containing liquid. "That is not juice. That is an energy drink that can help you stay awake and increase your energy, so don't." As Han Xiao looked back, he saw the empty bags on the back seat. He continued with a mildly infuriated voice. "Drink too much, but it tastes good." Aurora hid her face behind the seat. When she was imprisoned, the food she had every single day had been nutrition cream without any taste. The energy drink was a new experience for her taste buds, and she was wide awake. Han Xiao looked at the rear mirror and said, "Turn the car around and kill them all." "Hey, little brat, lie down on the back seat and don't stick your head out." Aurora listened obediently. Gila did not flinch. She grabbed an energy drink and chugged it in an instant. She spanned the steering wheel, and the jeep abruptly drifted around, leaving a trail of dust behind. In order to adapt to the long chasing battle, he had equipped multiple long-range weapons, such as a triple-barrel gun turret and the grenade launcher on his shoulder. He had additional magazines on his legs and on his back. All these weapons were made from the equipment of the enemy they fought before. They wanted to avoid head-on fights and delay Han Xiao for as long as possible while waiting for reinforcements. They knew that they did not have the power to stop Han Xiao. One armored truck was destroyed within a few seconds. The convoy began to return fire. They had stronger firepower compared to the side of Han Xiao, and bullets and missiles, with an orange trail in the air, were coming for Han Xiao from every direction. Han Xiao's technical interface analyzed the path of the light rockets for Han Xiao to shoot it down before they hit their target. As for machine gun bullets, they could only forcefully rely on the armor of the jeep to protect them. Boom. The sound of explosion continues. Han Xiao fought against multiple vehicles and dozens of soldiers at the same time, and the battle was in a stalemate. Suddenly, Han Xiao gave Gila the signal. Gila knew that it was her time to fight. Shockwave exploded in their hearts and souls. Everyone in the car suddenly spat out blood and was heavily injured. With the cooperation of the two people, the battle quickly reached to the end. The 4 executive officers were only around LV-30, but it gave Han Xiao 2 trial points. He realized that not only did enemies above LV-40 give out trial points, enemies with lower levels could also give out some. but the system would not show that if it is below 1 point. It would still add the accumulated points in the system. Current progress 723 2,700 or so points. I am progressing faster than I expected. Hanzio started to disassemble the parts from the equipment that he had just gotten. Destroying was always easier than creating. The speed of Hanzio taking parts away from equipment makes one's head dizzy. From my calculation, it seems that the enemy reinforcements will come between 7 and 12 minutes, Hanzio said. So, we can only stay here for another 5 minutes. Can you still drive? If not, I will do it. I'm fine. Hila chugged another energy drink and boosted her energy level. Hanzio quickly went through the spare parts that he had disassembled and took the ones that were useful. Then they drove off while having an anti-radar layer on top of them. In the car, Hanzio was smoking and repairing his suit when he decided to check out the forums and saw the post made by the Germinal players that he had just killed. The forum posts made by Germinal basically gave Hanzio free information on the enemy troop movements. Germinal was not aware of the existence of the forums, while there was no way the players could have known that an NPC could see their posts. Hanzio's group kept escaping through the openings between their forces, and Germinal had no idea how the information was being leaked. Germinal could not have known that their own Inhumans were the ones dragging them down. All this did was further convince the Germinal leader of Hanzio's power to predict the future. Many of the players had seen Hanzio bringing a sister duo along with him when he broke out of Germinal's ambushes. Discussions about this suddenly exploded. Why would he bring 2 girls when running for his life? Is there any doubt? It must have been for love. Then, a player who had let his imagination break through the skies posted this story. I was once a test subject. I was tortured and went through endless unimaginable suffering in a hell-like place. She was my only source of light. Every time I saw her tall figure and ice-cold face, the pain I felt all over my body suddenly disappeared. Although I was only a test subject, and she never spared me so much as a smile. Seeing the fury in her eyes taught me the warmth of spring. Maybe this is what it feels like when love finally arrives. So, I swore, when I one day escape this place, I will become stronger and rise to the top. When that day comes, I will stand in front of you and tell you with all my heart that I love you. When he saw this post, Hanzio coughed all the energy drink that was in his mouth onto Hila. Which goddamn pervert wrote this? Where did this idiot jump out from? Don't you ever let me see you. I will kill you all the way back to level 1. This was only one of the versions that the players came up with. Another person wrote about how Hanzio fell in love at first sight with the older sister and decided to elope with her while bringing along the little girl. Or how Hanzio and the redhead were lovers to begin with, and the little girl was actually their secret child. Some even claimed that the sisters were already Hanzio's women, but they were taken away by the evil Germinal leader. To take back what was his, Hanzio had gone on the path of revenge, eventually causing this whole war for love. Basically, the people's imaginations were endless. Oh ho ho ho, I never thought that you were like this, Black Phantom. So, we're all the same. Oof, the little girl's the best. The older sister's where it's at. Just as Hanzio was having a headache from all these stories, he found out that the players had given him 2 new nicknames. Black Phantom, the Womanizer. Technician Han, your knight in shining armor. Hanzio was conflicted. Suddenly, a new post caught Hanzio's attention. Everyone, look, I have received a new mission. It's a large-scale encirclement operation this time. Request for group members to carry me. A Germinal player posted his mission details, and the photo of the map that he attached showed a massive force that stood on what was supposedly Hanzio's current route of escape. This group of Germinal forces was unlike anything that they had ever seen. The encirclement forces are in place. It will take another 6 hours before they make contact with Hanzio. How many men do we have? The Germinal leader asked in a grave voice. Sir, we have mobilized a total of 80 high-ranking executives, 600 super soldiers, and several thousands of armored infantry troops. There are also over 300 tanks and 30 attack helicopters. I'm sorry, sir, but this was all we could muster. The 6 nations are currently applying pressure on all fronts, and we are stretched thin. Boom. The leader violently smacked the table and roared. If it weren't for those beastards from the 6 nations, this encirclement would have already been complete. Zero must have made a deal with them. We have already locked onto him 4 times, yet all our missiles have been intercepted by the 6 nations. Humph. Now that our forces are in place, the 6 nations will have to drive their troops right into the middle of my territory if they want to stop us from catching Zero. Order the troops to start closing in on him. Even if he can predict the future, he will still be forced to go head-to-head with our troops. Zero is very strong. Only the older executives can finish the job. How many of them went with the troops? The leader asked. 5 in total. "Here are their files," the assistant quickly replied. The leader took a glance and nodded. These old folks could be considered the organization's strongest force. Even he would have to be careful against them in a fight. Their strength had already reached a certain level and would be enough to take on Han Zio. With 5 of them together, even the leader would take some time to come out on top. This time, the leader was confident that Han Zio would finally be taken care of, and he let out a vicious glint in his eyes. The night came, and 2 rays of light were moving around the plains. Han Zio and his companions got away from the chase from the troops. The plains were quiet, and they could only hear the low humming sound of the exhausted engine. "Pull over," Han Zio suddenly said. Hila shook her head in disagreement. "We just got away from the troops. If we stop now, they will soon catch up. We are heading into a trap. The path ahead has been closed off. There will be nowhere out." Han Zio shrugged. Hila jumped. "What? How did you know?" But she recalled hearing that Han Zio could predict the future, so she took back her question. Both of them had forced their way out of the headquarters, and after the eventful and stressful days, she trusted Han Zio with all her heart. She stopped the jeep, and silence took over the scene. If the Germinal organization has encircled the plains, they will for sure move inward and confine us in a smaller area. We now have 2 options. First, we fight our way through before they enclose their forces on us, or second, we wait for our opportunity. If we drag this out for too long, our area for movement would be smaller, and our chance of surviving will be even slimmer, Hila said hesitantly. "Will we have a chance if we break through the encirclement? The trap they've set up this time is strong and secure. All the troops are close to each other, and there is no space or opportunity where we can sneak past them. Even if we head back the way we came, we still cannot escape." After Han Zio analyzed the situation, Hila remained quiet and tried to think for a new method. Even though Aurora could not understand what Han Zio had said, she could tell that the atmosphere was serious and dense. She then grabbed Hila's sleeve. Hila's serious face relaxed, and she patted Aurora on her head. It was not the end. Hila looked back and asked, "Do you have any idea? I need to make a few calls." Han Zio had a plan slowly forming in his head. Buzz, the leader's computer received a call. When he saw the notification, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was 0. "Why is he calling me?" The leader was shocked and shouted at his assistant, "Track his location now." Han Zio's face appeared on the screen, and the leader showed a murderous intent in his eyes. Han Zio also did not talk, and they stared at each other for a while. Even though they were looking through a screen, they could feel the intense hostility from each other. After a while, Han Zio started the conversation. "Long time no see. Isn't it too late for you to beg for mercy?" The leader replied coolly. He could tell that Han Zio already knew that he was trapped in the encirclement and could not find a way to escape. That was why Han Zio directly called his mortal enemy to try some petty trick. From his understanding, there was nothing for them to talk about. The leader was the one in a better position, and Han Zio was just a stray dog that he could catch whenever he wanted. "Do you still remember our little secret when I said I will destroy your organization?" Han Zio asked in a slow, clear voice. "You were so arrogant, and I was never in your eyes. And now, I've single-handedly pushed your organization to the brink of destruction, and you can't ignore me anymore. Now, you spend all your energy and resources trying to kill me. Don't you regret it? Why don't you try to persuade me with your little fancy ideology? Then, maybe, I will listen you and turn myself in." The leader took a deep breath as what Han Zio had said stabbed right at his heart. The only thing that the leader wanted to do was punch Han Zio right in the face. The Germinal organization's ideology was to overthrow the 6 nations, and the leader's ultimate enemies were the regime and the country. Yet, all his ambition had been burned down by a mere traitor. The leader could not let go of this crying shame. "Save your breath. I know you can tell the situation you are in, and now you've decided to call and try some petty tricks, right? Do you think you can stop me with only those few troops?" The leader laughed in his heart. Han Zio did realize that he was being surrounded. So, he believed that Han Zio was just trying to act tough. "With the power of predicting the future, you have been fooling us, but this time, your power won't save you anymore." The leader snorted. "When you have nowhere to run, I wonder if you will smile like you are now." The leader noticed the assistant on the side, hinting that the communication channel was secure, so there was no way to locate the precise location. If that was the case, there was no need to waste time talking to Han Zio. Just as the leader decided to hang up the call, Han Zio suddenly said, "So, why do you only send your men to kill me? Are you too scared to face me in person?" The leader shivered and showed a wry smile. "You don't want to live anymore, do you? Still arrogant, aren't you?" Han Zio laughed. Well, you only look powerful on the surface, but deep down in your heart, you are a coward, and you will never face me by yourself. Want to fight with me? Huh. You'll die before you get a chance to see my face again. The leader snorted and hung up the call. I didn't get anything useful. Hanzio turned off the tablet computer and let out a sigh. Other than trying to scout the intention of the leader, he also communicated with the Six Nations escort team. The good news was that the backup from the Six Nation had arrived on the east side of the plains. They had infiltrated the defense line of the Germinal organization without being detected. They would arrive at the encirclement by the next day to provide combat support for Hanzio. Hanzio suddenly regained confidence and scheduled a time to meet up. With the reinforcements as the ace up his sleeve, the operation became much safer. We will start the operation tomorrow afternoon. But we cannot bring your sister along with us. We won't have the energy and awareness to protect her safety. If we can hide her in the encirclement, we can fight without worrying about Aurora, Hanzio said. Surprisingly, Gila agreed. Sister, am I to stay here? Aurora looked up in her big eyes looking at Gila. We are only leaving you for a moment. This is safer for you. Even though it hurt Gila to leave Aurora alone, she knew that this was the only way to keep her safe. Aurora looked down and covered her eyes. I'll do what you say. I'm sorry. Gila felt a needle pierce through her heart, and she pulled Aurora into her hug. After searching for a while, they found a natural cave. Hanzio dug out the dirt to create a bigger space and fortified the structure. Then he covered the cave with camouflaged material and closed off the entrance to the cave, leaving 80% of the food and resources with Aurora. The food we left you should last you for around 5 days. Try save as much as possible. If you hear any troops from the Germinal organization, do not make any sound, Hanzio said. Aurora nodded quietly. She curled up and buried her face in her knees as she looked at the back of Hanzio and Gila. Sister, I'll be waiting. Gila stopped for a second, took a deep breath, and started walking forward again. Hanzio finished covering up the cave and noted the location. He let Gila drive as he sat in the back and cleaned the car tail, making sure that the Germinal organization could not follow the track to where Aurora was hiding. Gila looked at Hanzio and asked, Do you believe that we will pull through? Hanzio nodded. I would never use my life to bet on something that I am not confident about. Gila stayed quiet for a while. Then she replied, If I die in the battle, please help me take care of my sister. With your strength, the chances of you surviving are much larger than mine. If you talk more in this tone, I think you will see death right around the corner, Hanzio said with his dead eyes, which he had not shown in a while. Even though Hanzio teased her, he understood Gila's feelings. For Gila, every step that she took was lurking with danger. She was not as strong as Hanzio, and the future was uncertain. Her sister was the sole reason that she had the perseverance to go through all the hardship, and she cared for Aurora with all her heart. She was even willing to sacrifice her life for Aurora, and that was why she had started to develop a pessimistic view on her own destiny. But Gila's statement also showed her complete trust toward Hanzio, and this was the original objective that Hanzio had before he intervened in this event. I contacted the Six Nations reinforcements. They are already nearby, and we decided on a place to meet up tomorrow. If we fail the breach tomorrow, we will still get back up, but if everything goes well, we can probably get out of here before we meet up with the reinforcements. I hope so. Gila glanced at Hanzio and never spoke again. An hour later, the vehicle stopped on an obscured hill. There's still around 10 hours until we meet up with the reinforcements. You will wear this suit in the battle tomorrow. In these 10 hours, you must master all the controls and weapons on the suit. Gila was stunned. What about you? In order to get through the encirclement, we must create chaos. I will go and blow up their vehicles and ammunition. They will be prepared for my ability to change appearance, but I also have an invisibility power. What Hanzio said was naturally Dion's character card, which he had used once in the headquarters. Gila understood. So, I will use the mechanical suit to act like it was you and attract the attention of the enemy because you are the target they want to kill. Hanzio nodded. It was a brand new feeling after she wore the mechanical suit. Through the display, she observed the outside world as if she had stepped through the door of the new world. Gila tried to move around in the armor, but she soon felt the dense weight of the armor. She listened to Hanzio and tried to learn the confusing controls of the suit. What a complex design. Did you make all this? Gila had a slight surprised tone in her voice. What, did you think the suit fell from the sky? Hanzio replied. On the east side of the encirclement, a large number of vehicles stood by and slowly marched forward as soldiers stood outside the cars, scrutinizing every movement on the plains. Devon was the executive officer for this troop. He was not a senior executive officer, but he has Esper powers that strengthened his muscles. During combat, his bones would surface and cover his body. His whole body would grow and become a 2.5 meters tall with skeleton armor, greatly boosting both his strength and endurance. Even though this Esper ability was powerful and threatening, the enemy was the notorious Black Phantom. Devon had no confidence in stopping him. I hope that guy doesn't try to breach on my side. I will never be able to stop him, Devon prayed in his heart. Suddenly, the scouting soldier shouted their movement on the southeast side. A vehicle is approaching at a very high speed. The entire troop looked over, and they saw a jeep charging through the sand and dust. They quickly realized that the driver was wearing the dark black mechanical suit. Attention, an enemy has appeared. Why did they choose to break through here? Devon was nervous and kept on thinking about how unlucky he was. He even thought of running away. Hanzio had already killed more than a dozen executive officers, and he did not want to be the next victim. Hila jumped up in the mechanical suit, activated the electromagnetic hover boots, and charged forward with an even higher speed. Hila was more agile in the new suit. She dodged all the bullets coming her way and sprayed her machine guns right at the enemy. Clashes, explosions, screams, and cries, the battlefield was in chaos. The battle became more intense. The situation was instantly reported back to the headquarters, and the battle was clearly shown right on the display. The leader jumped up after waiting desperately for intel. He finally showed up. The leader yelled, "Send the rapid response team as reinforcements. Tell everyone else to close up the encirclement with the east side being the center." The other troops received the command and started moving. On the east side of the plains, Hila kept on fighting with the suit on, creating a lot of destruction. In order to pretend to be Hanzio, Hila did not use her Esper power and only fought with the suit. She was not a mechanic, and Hila could not unleash the true power of the suit. The common soldiers could not stop her, so it was time for the executive officer to stand up. The sound of the cracking bone exploded as Devon started to expand. The bones spiked out and formed his skeleton armor, and he was as tall as a small giant. Devon suppressed his fear and anxiety as he swung his fist at Black Phantom. Their fists clashed and set off an explosive wave. Bang! Such power! Hila held her breath and barely stood still. She did not have enough strength or machinery affinity with the suit. With only the basic combat stats, she could barely hold back Devon's power. Devon was prepared to die, but he was surprised that he was still standing, and Black Phantom seemed to have suffered damage from his punch. Why is he so weak? Devon questioned in his mind. Devon carefully probed his opponent with feints at the start of the battle. However, ever fighting for a while, he found out that Black Phantom was not as overwhelmingly strong as he had been led to believe. The legendary Black Phantom is nothing much. I was worried for nothing. Devon got a confidence boost and started to attack without reserve. The battle between the muscular giant and the armored mechanical suit caused a constant sound of clashing fists to be heard. The other Germinal executives that followed behind Devon started to realize that Devon was actually starting to gain the upper hand in the fight, and they were all surprised. When did the captain become this strong? No, look, it's Black Phantom that grew weak. Even someone as strong as him can't fight in his peak state after escaping for so long. He is at his weakest right now. The group of executives were then also bolstered and were no longer afraid. Hila was fighting for her life, and she was losing ground every second. She could only clench her teeth as she received blow after blow from all directions. If she was using her usual fighting style, she never would have let her enemies gang up on her like this. If not for Viper's defensive capabilities, she would have long since bit the dust. The Germinal leader's eyes lit up. His condition is getting even worse. Now we definitely got him. The leader originally only wanted to use the 5 senior executives to stall Hanzio. However, Hanzio's strength was now deteriorating by the second. It must have been caused by the built-up pressure while escaping. Character summon card has been used. Current usage 2/2. The card will soon disappear. When Hila had all the Germinal forces' attention, Hanzio sneaked into the midst of the troops and was busy planting explosives underneath every single Germinal vehicle. The ability gained from Dion's character card was extremely effective, and not a single soldier noticed what he was doing. It was as if he had disappeared off into thin air right in front of them. But Hanzio was still being as careful as possible, as entering combat would immediately cancel the concealment effect. This is such a suitable Esper ability for thieves. No wonder Dion was able to steal classified information with ease. He probably even went to some good places with this ability. Damn, Hanzio was a little envious. The feeling of being invisible reminded of an old film that he had watched. He remembered that it was called The Lord's Ring or something. This surrounding troops had a limited number of vehicles, and Han Zio quickly finished planting all the explosives. He only left a few cars to be used for escaping later. I am about 80 meters to the north of your position. A big explosion will occur in a few moments. Run toward me immediately after and switch out of the suit with me. There's an armored car here for us to escape in. Although Hila could not see him, she had heard his instructions. Han Zio started counting down. 10, 5, 3. He pressed down on the button. Boom. It was as if the ground shook for a second. Like a volcanic eruption, flaming pillars rose up high into the sky as all the armored vehicles blew up one after another. A wave of heat rolled over and brought with it a dust storm. Countless ordinary soldiers were instantly knocked off their feet. The Germinal forces were shocked stiff. Why did it all suddenly explode? Using the brief moment of chaos, Healer rushed over to Han Zio's position through the clouds of dust. She quickly got out of the suit and swapped with Han Zio. Han Zio ran along as he put on the suit. The whole process only took about 3 seconds. Hila got into the driver's seat of the car and turned on the engine. However, the dust and smoke cleared at this moment, and the Germinal forces once again saw Black Phantom's figure. However, no one knew that, this time, it was the real deal. Don't you even think of running. Devon roared furiously and swung his fist. His big and muscly form bounded over and shook the ground briefly. Based on the previous exchanges, he had already found out that Black Phantom could not break his defense at all, and he did not even bother guarding his body this time. The mini bonfire reaction furnace on his back burned bright red and started to make turbine-like sounds as the suit's power rose exponentially. A piece of machinery would only truly become powerful in the hands of a mechanic. As Devon swung his fist out, full of confidence from his previous fight with Black Phantom, he suddenly realized that his current enemy was releasing an unbelievable amount of murderous pressure. He instantly felt a gust of cold wind up the back of his head. This Black Phantom was drastically different from the one that he had fought against just a minute ago. Danger, extreme danger. Devon was shocked and felt goosebumps rising all over his body. The next second, all he saw was a sudden flash before an arm that traveled so fast that it left behind after images slammed into his head. What followed was an explosive force on the top of his head before his whole body was smashed onto the ground like a bag of trash. Banged. His skull, which was as strong as solid steel, cracked into pieces as if it was made of glass. Devon was only level 40-something, and his strength meant nothing in front of him. It took Han Zio less than 3 seconds to put him down. The others who had been prepared to rush up just a moment ago slowed their steps in confusion. Just half a minute ago, Devon had still been going blow for blow with him, yet now he had been taken care of in just a single exchange. Why was there such a huge change? It was as if this was a whole different person. Viper worn by him was the true Black Phantom. The drastic change in their opponent's strength caused the Germinal forces to sink into temporary chaos. Han Zio took this chance and jumped onto the car, and Hila immediately stepped on the gas and took off. The car was like an unleashed bull, and it just slammed its way out of the encirclement. The journey ahead was smooth, and this raised Hila's spirits despite her fatigue. We made it out. The moment Han Zio heard that sentence, he knew that something was up. Just as he thought. Just as Hila finished the sentence, 3 Black Hawk helicopters appeared on the horizon and made a beeline for them. This is Germinal's Instant Response Task Force. Hila's expression became grave. Thankfully, there are only 3 of the helicopters. With their limited firepower, we can get close enough for me to take care of the pilots directly with my powers. Buzz. Viper's built-in radar suddenly sounded an alarm as it picked up 5 extremely strong life signals in the helicopters. These individuals were all well over LV-50 and were Germinal's strongest military force. Please stop speaking already. Do you want to die that bad? Han Zio shouted toward Hila, then without a single delay, pulled out his ghost sniper rifle, and took a shot at the closest helicopter. A ray of faint blue accompanied the bullet as it shot out of the barrel and drew a line in the sky like a horizontal streak of lightning. However, the always trusty sniper rifle did not find its mark this time. The charged bullet was stopped short in front of the helicopter as if an invisible hand had grabbed it midair. Force field type. At least LV-50. Han Zio's heart dropped as he knew that things were not looking good. A middle-aged female soldier in combat uniform then poked her head out from one of the helicopters. She raised her hand and pointed it at the car on the ground. Han Zio then felt the car shake. No, that was not right. It was the ground that was shaking. The ground within 50 meters of the car started to vibrate as if waves on the ocean, and suddenly, a large chunk of ground rose up in front of the car, forming a ramp. Hila was not able to avoid it in time and drove right on top of it. The 2 people in the car almost flew out from the sudden stop. At the same time, the helicopters did a flyby and released their missiles toward the stranded vehicle. Hanzio and Hila hurriedly abandoned the car. Boom. Both the armored car and the surrounding rocks were blown to smithereens. Metal parts and dirt flew out in all directions. 5 people jumped down from the helicopters, the senior executives. They instantly rushed toward the duo. Each of the 5 had a drastically different appearance, but all of them gave off an intense pressure. I can't believe that Germinal has sent them. They're the top fighting force in the organization, and except for extremely urgent missions, not even one of them even show up. This time, all 5 came to stop us. We're in big trouble. There are 2 Whispers, Soul Shield Jaros and Earth Hand Ingris. The 3 other pugilists. Shut up and start running. Without waiting for her to finish, Hanzio took off in the opposite direction while firing back at the executives. We have backup ahead. Just hold out for a bit longer and wait for their help, Hanzio said with a low voice. Although the enemy reinforcements would also soon arrive if they were to stall for too long. It was their only option as they had already lost their car and could no longer shake off the pursuers. Hila turned her body and shot an arc of dark red energy toward the executives, but doing this caused her to start coughing. Her condition was not looking good. If it was not for the dire situation, Hanzio would have already tried to make fun of her. Leave me behind. Hila, with a blank expression on her face, suddenly spoke. You have the suit and can surely outrun enemy transportation. Just escape without me. I'm only a burden to you at this point. Hanzio frowned and was enraged by what she had said. Don't you give me that self-sacrificing bullshit. How long do you think you can even hold them back? 10 seconds? 20? What's the point? If you dare let go of my hand right now to stay back to fight, I won't even bother taking care of your sister after you've died. Phew. Hila got angry too. Just then, she had started to loosen her grip on Hanzio's hand. However, just when she had made up her mind to stay behind and buy time for Hanzio, he had stopped her with her only weakness, her sister. Hila was troubled. Although she was trying to sacrifice herself for the sake of her sister, Hanzio was actually threatening her with Aurora. His magnetic chain split blades drew arcs in the air. His thermoelectrical incisor gloves gave out hissing sounds as it reached an extremely high temperature, and his ghost sniper rifle shot out round after round. Hanzio made no reserves. The fierce battle between this group of high-level superhumans destroyed the surroundings. Jaros' force field power was used to blast out constant cannon-like shockwaves that left craters on the ground. Ingris formed the earth into numerous dragons that brutally clashed into Hanzio. Hila tried her best to muster her dwindling strength to cooperate with Hanzio. Her unique Esper ability allowed her to directly attack her opponent's minds. Although she was not that powerful yet, with how tricky her powers were and her experience in combat, she was able to work with Hanzio seamlessly and significantly lessen the pressure on him. Ingris Esper power that can control earth and mud poses the most trouble to me even though it does not inflict much damage. Her health is the lowest out of everyone else, so I can use that as the opportunity to break the encirclement. He contacted Hila using the earpieces and asked, do you have skills that are lethal? Only your power can get through the force field without much effect. I just need you to stop Jaros from using his Esper power for a second. Just 1 second. Give me 2 seconds, Hila replied and stood still. Her body slowly sent out a dark red light, and she trusted Hanzio to provide the 2-second opening. The 5 officers instantly noticed the action of Hila. They knew that Hila had been a powerful soldier in the Germinal organization until recently, so even though they did not know what she was doing, they quickly switched target and threw attacks toward Hila. Hanzio jumped in front of Hila without hesitation. He reached out one arm, created the repulsive field, and blocked off the hail of bullets and 2 pugilists, and then he blocked the rest of the attacks with his mechanical suit. After 2 seconds, Hila's eyes looked like 2 dark red suns. She pointed her arm toward Ingris, ready to fire. Jaros quickly reacted and created an invisible force field around Ingris. The next second, with Hila still pointing her arm toward Ingris, a red visible storm was sweeping toward Jaros, and he took a direct hit. Jaros did not expect this. Blood shoot through his nose as he blacked out while falling on his back. The psychic attack that Hila had released had never been directed with her hand. She could easily attack in whichever direction she wanted. Moreover, Hila's fighting sense was sharp, and seeing that everyone was focusing on protecting Ingris, she tricked Jaros by reaching her hand out toward Ingris and inflicted great damage onto Jaros. Now's my chance. Hanzio used moving snipe and got away from the pugilists. With the ghost sniper rifle in his hand, he fired a shot at Ingris while activating all his buffs. A thin and straight pierce right through 3 walls and shield Ingris tried to create, and her chest exploded with blood like a rose blossom. From your skill, damage increased by 250%. Activated. The damage is turned into true damage. You dealt 4,346 points of critical damage. You've killed Ingress. You've gained 175,000 experience. You've gained 32 trial points. Holy SHT, that damage. Hanzio shouted with surprise. From LV60 onward, one-shotting an enemy on the same level was much more difficult when Hanzio was at lower level. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Hanzio never would have believed that his explosive power was that strong. All his abilities and skills made his buff higher than anyone had expected, including the preposterous skill that he had learned from Bennett. This was the first time that his own damage had scared Hanzio himself. Hanzio pressed on while their morale was low. However, the helicopters and tanks suddenly fired at Hanzio, providing support for the executive officers. Bullets and bombs exploded right where Hanzio was standing as dust and smoke filled the air. Hanzio tried to dodge the bullets, but an armor-penetrating tank shell directly hit Hanzio, and his body flew back under the impact and rolled on the ground. The side of the suit was smoking and shattered. The durability of the suit dropped a few hundred points after that hit, and the microchip system was temporarily unresponsive. After taking a direct hit from a powerful shell, even a Class C superhuman would suffer injury, while a Class D superhuman would be in a critical condition. If one were a Class C superhuman, one's body would be shattered into pieces, and there's no need to talk about average human being. Hanzio's enemies were not only the 5 senior executive officers in front of him but also the entire fleet backing them up. The 3 pugilist executive officers charged toward Hanzio, and their energy was at its peak. Because of their fear of death, they used all their hidden potential and power to defeat Hanzio. Hela stood in front of the 3 officers, and her enemy blew her hair up. She bit her tongue and forcefully released the Necromastery Shock Blast. However, all pugilists had strong endurance, and they easily blocked off the mental shock of Hela's power. The fists and kicks covered in energy quickly landed on Hela's body. The sound of cracking bone pierced through Hanzio's ears as if it was a firecracker. Without any delay, a dense force field in the shape of a spear pierced through Hela's stomach and left a bloody wound that was as large as 2 fists. Her organs were all destroyed. The impact of the force field made Hela fly away a dozen meters and land on the ground. Her hair was scattered like flower blossom, covered in a pool of reddish blood. In Hanzio's mind, there was no way for a LV-40 Esper to survive under that attack. One down, one more to go. He quickly ran next to Hela and checked her condition. After a single touch, he knew that Hela's arms, ribs, and spine were shattered to dust. A huge hole was in the middle of the body, and all her organs were mashed together like jam. Hanzio took out adrenaline and stabbed it into Hela, but as he looked at her body, Hela's kidneys also turned into mush. Hela closed her eyes and stopped breathing. Hey, you're not just gonna die, right? Hanzio could not react. Hela was going to be a superhuman capable of planetary destruction and single-handedly wiping out Starship Fleet. How could a huge talent die here without making history? Or did he take the battle too far? As more and more enemies showed up, Hanzio frowned. He quickly analyzed the situations on the battlefield, and the best option was to run away by himself. Hanzio glanced at the corpse of Hela, and his face froze. Hesitation only leads to trouble. Suddenly, within a radius of 2 kilometers, all the corpses released a gray mist, which slowly gathered around Hela. Hela opened her eyes, which were covered in mysterious gray instead of the dark red light. Her bones started to crack, and her wounds healed. Within a few breaths, she fixed her bones and the bloody wound in her stomach also closed off. Aha, she's still alive. Hanzio was surprised. Oh, doesn't this scene perfectly resemble the words "what doesn't kill you make you stronger"? Like how Gandalf came back from the dead as a white wizard. No wonder she's the candidate for the goddess of death. Show them you power girl. Hela sat up, and the gray mist faded away. Her eyes returned to the normal color, and she started coughing intensely. She said in a fragile voice, "Go, leave me now. I'm too weak to do anything." Hanzio bit his lips. Damn it, why did you make such a scene if you are not going on rampage? I got excited just to get disappointed. You're still a weakling. The enemies surrounded them. Hanzio was not in a good position, and Hela had become a burden. The chance of surviving became slimmer and slimmer. Didn't you say that you'll abandon me when you have to? Now it's the time. Run away. Hela's face was pale, and she used all her strength to get those words out. Her hand was on Hanzio's chest, trying to push him away. Okay. Seeing that Hanzio had already made his choice, Hela relaxed and said, "Please take care of my sis." Suddenly, Hanzio heard an unfamiliar voice through the earphones. "Hey, I see you guys, we are coming." Hanzio was slightly relieved as he looked toward the south. 3 black armored jeeps without any plates showed up on the side of the battlefield in an arrow formation, approaching them at high speed. The helicopter from the Germinal organization flew toward them. Hanzio's display zoomed in and clearly saw a woman's white arm, wearing a bracelet made out of red pearls, stretched out of the windows of the jeep. The reinforcements are here. Hanzio felt the boulder in his heart finally lifting. He slapped Hila's cheek and laughed. Seems that you don't have to die today. The reinforcements were composed of the best superhumans in the 6 nations with the best equipment that the nation provided. The Germinal organization lost their targets, and they could not even see their own team. The visible range was only as far as 1 meter. Then, the sound of coughs arose in the smoke. The smoke contained a strong irritating substance similar to tear gas. Where is the enemy? I can't see. Cough cough. One of the doors to the back seat opened, and Hanzio jumped in without a second thought. There were 3 people in the jeep. Hila was about to show a sign of relief, but Hanzio quickly covered her mouth. Stay quiet and rest, will you? I have heard a lot about you. We finally got you out. I am Tang Tang, a member from Star Dragon's Division 13. The Director General always mentions your name. You have done great things. The driver is a Lopog from Theseus, and the lady is Diana from the Maple. Okay, let's stop with the mindless chit-chat. Diana did not even look back and said, now that we have the target, all the enemies are right behind us. What should we do? We just follow the planned route, and we can shake them off after half a day and remain hidden. Suddenly, Hanzio's computer in his suit received a call. It was from the leader. Well done. You actually got through the encirclement in the plains. The leader seemed calm, but Hanzio had expected the leader to be raging. His suspicion quickly rose. Something is wrong. Hehe, do you think you're safe now? The leader laughed. Do you think I never noticed the team that infiltrated my territory a few days ago? Hanzio froze. Something bad was coming their way. I never tried to stop them just so that I could get this change. I really wasn't be able to track your position, but at least I could track your reinforcements. I knew you were going to meet up with them, and from the movement of you and your team, I could at least predict where you would meet up. That's right, your reinforcements were heading to the east side of the plains, meaning that you will escape from this side. Unfortunately for you, I knew this at least 10 hours ago. 0. You are not all-knowing and all-powerful, right? The leader suddenly had murderous intent in his voice. Open your eyes, and be grateful for your last parade I have prepared. This will be the end, Hanzio. Hanzio looked out from the window, and the hills and valleys were filled with ambush troops with dozens of military helicopters hovering around the sky. Hundreds of machine guns were spread in the sandbag base, and soldiers holding grenade launchers and SMGs stood still near the base, awaiting orders. The number of soldiers was more than double the previous battle. The leader was no longer making orders from the faraway headquarters, but rather right there on the field. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. The leader stood on the sand dunes ahead of Hanzio's group as his windbreaker flapped in the air, and his face was still covered under a mask. Behind him were several dozen executives who stared in front of them like hunters staring at prey who had fallen into their trap. The two's eyes met in this fated moment. Hanzio's communicator once rang out with the leader's voice. Didn't you wanted to fight me? Now that I'm right here, do you dare come? Hanzio released a breath and said, not bad. This move by the leader was outside of Hanzio's expectations, but in hindsight, it was not too surprising. A mission suddenly popped out in the interface. You have triggered C-Class Special Mission. Mission requirements: defeat the Germinal leader. Must deal at least 60% of the total damage. Mission award: lottery draw on 2 of the leader's skills or talents. Hanzio's eyes flashed when he saw this. At least 60%. This won't be easy. He had not fought the leader before this, and the leader was a main character on planet Aquamarine, just like Bennett. This is our chance to take out Zero and the 6 nations' top fighting force once and for all. The leader looked down on the fast-approaching cars as he stood on the dune. He had only had 10 or so hours to mobilize these troops, and the heavier vehicles like tanks had been left behind. The main force of the ambush consisted of thousands of foot soldiers who would provide cover fire along with over 10 attack helicopters. The dozens of executives behind him and the leader were the trump cards. Fire. At once, gunfire exploded across the battlefield, sounding like countless thunder strikes. A hail of bullets flew in from all directions, virtually covering all the empty spaces. Go. Diana was the first out of the car and immediately blasted gusts of flame out of her hands toward the surrounding troops. 3 of the machine gun nests in her immediate vicinity were turned into raging infernos. The driver, a Lopog, was a Sanu warrior. People of the Sanu tribe were born with patterned stripes on their skins. These stripes lit up in bright red as a Lopog entered the battle. The stripes snaked around and covered more skin, and his whole body started to grow larger, causing his shirt to rip, eventually allowing him to grow into a 4-meter-tall giant. He was like a humanoid tank as he smashed through the Germinal ranks, causing bodies to fly up into the sky along the way. The other 2 people in the car also stepped off to join the fight. His weapon was a specially crafted 2-handed hammer with rocket boosters built into one end. This is similar to Reinhardt's hammer in Overwatch. The other newcomer let out an animalistic roar before he summoned a flood of bugs out of the desert ground that tore countless Germinal soldiers into pieces. It was a genuine beast summoning skill, much stronger than Han Zio's half-assed. In the past, players had to earn an astronomical amount of reputation points before they even had a chance to make contact with these NPCs. Now, these powerful characters had all come together, all for Han Zio. Han Zio had truly built up a fearsome influence for himself. In this war, at least, he was the most significant player. All the powerful helpers that had appeared up till now had been within the leader's predictions. He had already made plans for each and every one of them. Although the ambushing force would suffer heavy casualties, it would still be well worth it to be able to eliminate this team of elite fighters. Suddenly, another burst of monstrous life force could be felt from another side of the battlefield. This new presence suppressed the leader's life force and took away everyone's attention. A familiar figure then stepped out of the last car with a clean-cut hair, heroic facial features, and neatly arranged clothing surrounded by raging white flames. Bennett, the Germinal leader, was shocked, and his gaze faltered. Why was the Darknet's leading figure part of the rescue team? The Germinal leader never would have guessed that the Darknet leader, who had always been neutral, would step onto the battlefield himself. Bennett was completely outside of his pre-arranged plans for the Six Nations forces. With Bennett's strength alone, there was now no way to know the outcome of this fight. All the previous calculations were useless. Not only that, 4 more experts that were not affiliated with the Six Nations stepped out of the car following Bennett. 2 of them were elite fighters of the Darknet and were not any weaker than the Six Nations superhumans. The other 2 were Han Zio's acquaintances, Hans and Vernia, whom he had previously met in Maple. Han Zio had accepted a secret main story quest line from these 2, and they were very grateful to him. All these powerful people had come in Han Zio's aid. Han Zio stopped his steps and remarked, "Why are you here? How did you get mixed up into the rescue team?" Bennett only gave Han Zio a glance and could not be bothered to reply. He was still mad about Han Zio not telling him about his secret dual identity beforehand and did not want to talk to him. Although Darknet started out with a neutral position when this war first erupted, Bennett realized that the information that Han Zio had stolen from the Germinal headquarters was key to ending this war. Bennett had started the shelter plan to save lives, and now that he had found an opportunity to end the war once and for all, he had finally decided to change his neutrality in this conflict. "Leave him to me," Bennett said as he looked calmly at the Germinal leader. It was as if the bullets that rained down around him were non-existent. The Germinal leader had a dark look on his face, and he was burning up out of fury from the inside. The leader knew that he would not be able to get to Han Zio unless he dealt with Bennett first. The famous Germinal leader. "It is said that not a single person has seen you go all out on the battlefield. Looks like it's my lucky day today," Bennett said with a smile on his face, yet his words carried unspeakable strength. "You think you can touch my people without asking me first?" The leader remained silent as his walk turned into a sprint and then into a streak of black afterimages. Bennett also did not show any weakness as he turned into a gust of white flame and clashed with his enemy. From Han Zio's observations, Bennett had triggered. From his overpowered lucky halo, he had definitely gotten the highest quintuple critical on that attack. Dark purple and white flames struck each other. Boom! The scene looked like hell had broken loose as thunderous explosions sounded around the fight, causing ordinary soldiers to start bleeding from their ears. It was a showdown between the 2 of the planet's protagonists. The 2 men danced with their punches and kicks that no one could follow, as if it was a violent battle between a snow-white dragon and a violet python, biting and tearing each other. Everyone backed off, Germinal and Six Nations alike, afraid that they would be sucked and torn in the battle. What the hell? These 2 are wild beasts. Han Zio could not take his eyes off the fight. "With the number of weapons I have, I can at most get an even trade between me and the leader even if I perform well. Bennett will not allow me to do that." Han Zio sighed. "Then if I try to help Bennett and get in a 2 versus 1 situation, I can't surpass Bennett's damage. Bennett also has flaming will, and the damage is more disgusting than mine." Han Zio thought for a second and decided that the current situation was the best position that could be. "There's no way we can help Bennett in that battle." Tang Tang talked through the earpiece as he controlled the battlefield with the sandstorm. Bennett was the strongest man in the era, and no one could deny the fact, even if they were arrogant and prideful on their own abilities. This is a war of attrition. We are in a stalemate right now, and the most powerful fighters are fighting each other. The outcome of this battle will change the course of the war, Fazed said as he released an energy shield, and everyone else agreed in silence. Hanzio heard the words and suddenly realized that this was the best change for him to finish the other mission. If the current battle is a stalemate, then it means that they are squeezing time for me to finish. As long as I get a class advancement, I will have the power to take down the leader. With so many helpers around and even more enemies, this was the perfect chance to earn trial points. The battle was intense, and Hanzio's allies suppressed the Germinal organization with their higher battle power. There were often executive officers that would get injured, and through the battle information on the interface, Hanzio spotted the executive officers that were low on health and get the last hits on those enemies, even stealing kills from his own teammate at times. Earning trial points had never been so easy before, and the rate quickly stacked up. If there were players witnessing this scene, they could tell that Hanzio was just last hitting all the kills with only one eye open. However, the teammates were not players. Seeing that Hanzio was only shooting some bullets on the side, they thought that Hanzio was exhausted and in a bad shape. Diana, whose temper was as explosive as her Esper power, shouted at Hanzio, "Hey, Black Phantom, you are not doing anything here. Just leave the superhumans to us and go fight off the normal troops." If Black Phantom was in poor condition, the obvious solution was to let Hanzio handle the minions. Diana's suggestion seemed fine in front of everyone's eyes, but Hanzio ignored her command and continued his mission. Everyone's face switched. Their role in the battle suddenly changed from that statement. If Hanzio disobeyed the commands, did that mean that he wanted to see the others fight with everything they had just to protect him? We should be teammates and stand side by side to fight the battle. Moreover, we are your reinforcements, yet you act like this is a game. All the team seemed annoyed at Hanzio, and Diana was about to reproach Hanzio before she was interrupted by an enemy's attack. She grumbled in her heart, he was a traitor of the Germinal organization to begin with. All he knows is to run around and hide, setting things up in the dark to trigger the war. He indeed is a slippery and treacherous man. At the same time, Hanzio could not explain anything. The war slowly approached the most heated stage. Time slowly became vague in the intense battle, and additional reinforcements arrived at the stage. I've killed around 30 people, and from the difference between our force and their force, I just need another 20 trial points along with the bonus I gain once I get out of combat to reach the 2000s mark. At the same time, Tang Tang, who was right beside him, got hit by a force field attack from Jaros. Tang Tang kneeled down and pressed his chest. All the other executive officers charged toward him and attacked. Seeing the deadly energy that would soon consume Tang Tang, Hanzio used his field repulsion to push away Tang Tang, and the attacks flew past his shoulder. Tang Tang escaped from the death as he shivered out of fear. He quickly turned around and thanked Hanzio. "Thank you for saving me." Hanzio nodded and looked around to find any other target. He instantly sniped the pugilist with and ended his life. You dealt 964 damage to Tehran. You have slain Tehran. You gained 136,000 experience. You received 23 trial points. I finally got it. Hanzio tried to suppress his thrill and use all the energy onto the electromagnetic hover boots and the mini maneuvering equipment. Without a second thought, he ran toward where the enemies were coming from, which was actually the weakest and safest area, without looking back. No one would expect one would go toward the enemy reinforcements, which was why it was the most defenseless area. Hanzio quickly left his teammates and instantly got out of combat. Everyone was stunned. Is he trying to escape by himself while leaving us to fight off the enemies? Diana raged. The leader was still being tied down by Bennett and could not get away from the fight. Seeing that his prey was getting away, he was pissed and shouted, "Chase after him." Jaros led some troops and chased after Hanzio, and the pressure on the Six Nations superhuman lessened. "Wait, maybe he is trying to divert the enemy's forces and create an opening," Tang Tang said quietly. Hanzio was zooming forward like lighting while counting down the time before his status was out of combat. After running away for 5 minutes, he saw another wave of reinforcements in front. He was trapped, and there was no escape. But Hanzio smiled with his mouth wide open. The time wasted while he was escaping finally got him out of combat status, and the interface updated the bonus trial points that he had earned. Progress 2000 over 2000. LV 60 ranked class advancement mission. You obtain new life form evolution. Detected race. Proceeding to random evolution path. Complete. Please choose one of the 5 options as your evolution species. Warning. The action cannot be reverted. Please choose carefully. Proceeding. Evolution complete. You gained a race specialty. Hanzio chose had close to 100% compatibility since the space humans were the most common human species in galaxy. The race was famous for its fast adaptation to the new environment with the unique characteristic. Debuff resistance, physical resistance, and mental resistance all increased by 10%. All races had different specialties. Once the evolution effects took place, it would be a major upgrade in status, where every race would have a different focus on statuses it improved on. Galaxy contained thousands of races, and from this step forward, all the players started to shape their own unique characteristics that were distinguishable from others. There was pain aching from his bones, his muscles, and every other part of his body. Hanzio bit his tongue and tried to take in all the pain from the evolution. The process of evolution was gut-wrenching, and a player could feel less by lowering the intensity of pain. However, all the pain that Hanzio was feeling was 100% real. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. It quickly faded, and Hanzio suddenly had a new perspective of the world. The enemies were quickly approaching, and Hanzio did not have time to investigate the changes in his body. He frantically used all the upgrades in his interface and used 74 million experience points. Instantly went from level 5 to the maximum level. Magnetic Ring Mechanic LV-15. Hanzio suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing through this body. He reached LV-70, breaking through the level upper limit of version 1.0. He was the only superhuman on the planet Aquamarine that was above LV-60. The overall strength has increased by more than half my previous status. Hanzio stood up and turned toward Jaros and the troops. His eyes was sharp, cold, and deadly. Prepare for your death, Germinal Organization. The troops arrived in front of Hanzio, and Jaros roared, block all the escape routes. Don't let him get away. He then shot his force field toward Hanzio. Bang! The ground exploded with a pit. Hanzio dodged the attack with ease, and he was a lot faster and agile than before. He charged in front of Jaros and used his compounded magnetic chain split blades. The skill blew a violent wind with so much power that it instantly broke through the defense force field as if it was a knife slicing through cake. Then, after a flash of light, Jaros suddenly lost his vision, and he felt that he had lost control over his body. The pain exploded in his body, and he felt sharp blades sink into his flesh. He had already sensed what would happen to his body. His eyes had lost all hope. With only one move, Hanzio eliminated the powerful and troublesome senior executive officer. The role of predator and the prey instantly swapped at that moment. Hanzio looked around at the surprised soldiers, as if he was the wolf that would hunt everyone down. If he already escaped, why is he coming back? Tang Tang asked with confusion. Diana shot another too explosive flame and barely caught her breath. He probably ran back here because he can't deal with the enemies. Gila, who was silent the whole time, suddenly said, his vital sign is different from before. In her Esper perception, Hanzio was as bright and hot as a sun. She had never seen anyone with such a strong vital sign. She also felt another subtle change, but she could not tell what it was. The subtle change was the evolution of race that Hanzio had gone through, so Gila naturally had no idea. Whereas Jaros, the leader, spared some attention away from the battle. Focus fire on Zero. Do not let him get away from my vision. The troops changed their targets and moved their crosshairs right on top of Hanzio. Hanzio moved forward and attacked the executive officers surrounding his allies without saying anything. As if meteors falling down from the sky, the executive officers were all scattered by the firepower of Hanzio. Hanzio fought through the enemy with a crushing force, and he was clearly a different man compared to his performance before. The veterans of the 6 nations were relieved from pressure and stared at Hanzio's courageous engagement with the enemy. There was only 2 words to describe this scene: complete suppression. After he exhausted the enemy during the chase, he turned back and showed true strength. Tang Tang thought that he understood Hanzio's plan. Everyone else nodded, and all their doubts toward Hanzio dispersed like dust. Diana also held back her hate toward Hanzio and said, well, he could have told us beforehand. After murdering all the executive officers, Hanzio moved toward the battle between Bennett and the leader. Hey Ben, you did good, but his head belongs to me. Hanzio patted on Bennett's shoulder and said, this is the battle of rivals. Phew. Bennett had a sharp sense on people's strength. He knew that Hanzio was strong, but right now, he could not see through the strength of Hanzio as if he was looking at the lake without a bottom. Looking Hanzio straight in the eye, Bennett did not reply and moved away to fight in another battle. He trusted Han Zio to win against the leader. If Han Zio wanted to fight the leader, he must have been confident. This was trust that needed no explanation. The leader's eyes were burning with blue flames. Bennett was protecting you, and now you came here to fight me. Just because he wasted some of my energy. Do you think you can beat me now? Haha, good, very good. Even if I'm not in my best condition, I will still murder you with ease. Let's get into it then. Haven't you been waiting for this day for so long? Han Zio lifted his arm and shot a bullet right at the leader. The leader made a claw with his hand and released a violet shockwave that slowed down the speed of the bullet. The leader had mastered several advanced techniques in pugilist class. With the shockwave blast and physical flame, he was strong in both offense and defense. The fight was intense, and multiple pits was created by the fight. Each was the other's mortal enemy, and every move was filled with their intent to murder, as if they were two beasts fighting each other. None of them tried to dodge the attack and only focused on landing attacks on the opponent. Han Zio used all the weapons and machinery at his disposal to drag down the leader's health, including the Sunworm Flamethrower, Ghost Sniper Rifle, Compounded Magnetic Chain Split Blades, and Sonic Bomb. The leader was a pugilist, so Han Zio was at a disadvantage when fighting in close quarters. However, with the rapid growth of attributes and status, plus upgrades for Viper, his endurance and dexterity were much higher than those of the leader. So even if Han Zio lacked in pugilist techniques and close combat skills, he could still get the upper hand with his stats and attributes. There was no use for tactics. Han Zio took a look at the battle information and thought, he has a lot of strong skills that do armor penetration damage and also wear out the defense of the enemy. Also, he has a lot of skills that can reflect damage. He must have used this skill to block off the powerful punches of Bennett. The two men continued to clash against each other. Han Zio was focused, and he did not panic. He calculated the skills, health, and other battle information in his mind. He had once been a professional power leveler, so he had tons of experience. One must understand the mechanics and calculations to become a master. The health bar for a LV70 character was much higher than the leader, and with Viper, he knew that the best chance for him to win this fight was to use brute force to power through. Even if Han Zio could only land an attack in exchange for 3 or 4 attacks from the leader, it was still worth it. The leader's health slowly decreased, but Viper was on the brink of destruction. With multiple cracks and dents, the durability of the suit was almost zero, and it would be broken after 1 or 2 more hits. The chips carried on the suits were all shattered, and the compounded magnetic chain split blades was bent into scrap metal. The fuel tank for the Sunworm Flamethrower was empty, and there was no more ammo for the sniper. The battle screen had cracks, and the energy was almost depleted. In other words, Han Zio had no weapons to use anymore, and this was the worst possible scenario for a mechanic to be in. I finally can break his suit. Without this turtle shell, there's no way he can fight me anymore. Seeing that his dream had finally been fulfilled, the leader could not wait and gave a final blow to the suit as he tore it apart. Crack! The sound pierced through people's ears. The damaged Viper suddenly released a bright light and went back to full power. The originally empty durability was restored to 50%. The energy of the suit also replenished mysteriously. When a machinery's durability was less than 10%, by using 500 energy points, one could make a machinery restore back to 50 to 80% of the status. The higher the quality and the more complicated the machinery was, the shorter the time of effect of the skill. One's intelligence attribute also affected the duration of the skill. After the duration, the machinery would self-destruct. Taking the opportunity while the leader was still surprised, Han Zio landed his fist right on the leader's face. The leader fell back and rolled on the ground, and the mask started to crack. He tried to get up, but he suddenly felt a weakening force dragging his body down. The leader had been in such an intense battle that he did not realize his status was dropping at an abnormal rate. He had injuries all over his body. Hey, you there? Can you lend me your weapon? Han Zio looked over to the mechanical pugilist in the dust. The man hesitated for a second, and with his injured body, he threw the energy hammer to Han Zio. Catch! After he caught the hammer, a dark blue mechanical force covered the hammer. Han Zio swung the heavy hammer around, and the small boosters on the head of the hammer left a curve in the air. Han Zio smacked down with the hammer right on the leader's face as he tried to get up. Boom! Bullseye! Like a baseball being hit by a bat. The leader flew away a few hundred meters and hit 3 vehicles along the way. In the air, the mask broke into pieces and landed on the ground. The sand blew in the wind as if the world was covered in a thin cloth. As the sands drifted down to the floor, the hole slowly became clear. In the violent wind, a shadow of a man got up with difficulty, kneeling on the ground. Blood dripped down from the corner of his lips. The leader covered his face and stood up with difficulty. At this moment, the atmosphere froze. The entire battle looked over at the leader as if there was a temporary ceasefire. The leader of the Germinal organization always wore a black metal mask. Almost no one, even including people from the Germinal organization, knew his true identity. To have the ability to lead such a powerful force, the leader should be a man with a well-known background. All the countries had a lot of guesses on the leader's true identity, and they thought that since the Germinal organization had been created during the Old Era, the most plausible guess was that he was a legend in the Old Era who had changed his appearance. Han Zhao also looked over. No players in his previous lives had been able to find out the identity of the leader, so he was as curious as the rest. With his appearance revealed, the leader did not show any expression, as if he could not care less. Can no one recognize him? Does that mask only try to hide the terrifying face so as to avoid decreasing the morale of the soldiers? Han Zhao frowned. Babies would cry seeing the leader's face. If he did not wear a mask, he probably would bring a -20 military morale debuff. The battle was not over. Leaving the questions behind, Han Zhao went on the offense, swinging his mechanical battle hammer with only 30 seconds before Viper broke down. The fist covered with purple energy clashed with the hammer, and the sound of metal clashing never stopped. The leader's eyes were spicy and deadly, and he quickly saw the poor condition of the mechanical suit. As long as he can drag it out long enough, the suit would shatter, and that would be the end of any mechanic. Defend. The leader switched to a defensive stance and took all the direct hits from Han Zhao. Under the heavy attacks, the leader did not flinch and was as hard as stone. The unmovable body and the unbreakable hammer clashed more and more intensely, and the wind created by the impact blew the sands up like a wave. After 30 seconds, Viper suddenly made a weird sound, and pieces of components and chips shattered like a withered flower. The mechanical suit was broken. Han Zhao revealed his real body. "Yeah," the leader screamed, and he switched back to the offensive in an instant. All the energy saved in his body traveled to his fist and punched right at Han Zhao's stomach. In addition to armor penetration skill, the impact directly hit the flesh of Han Zhao. First was the fist hitting the body, then the impact passed through the body of Han Zhao and created another explosive sound as the energy left Han Zhao's body from the back. Under such a powerful force, Han Zhao barely even moved. He did not even take a step back and absorbed all the impact. "How did you?" The leader could not believe his eyes. How could a mechanic block a punch with his own body? Then, a shadow appeared above the leader's head, and the hammer started to smash again. The leader tried to block the hammer with his arms, yet a sudden pain shocked through his arms, and his body sank into the ground until the sand covered his knees, as if he was a nail being hammered into the ground. The leader's pupils reflected a man's shadow with dense energy. It was denser than his own energy as a pugilist. "Why?" The leader ground his teeth, then he suddenly realized what had happened. "Did you break that limit?" The class advancement every 20 levels had always been a bottleneck for NPCs, who did not have an interface. They could not easily break through the limit as they could not finish any missions. Therefore, the only way for them to obtain a class advancement was hard work and luck. The dream and thirst for a class advancement that he desired the most happened to the person whom he hated the most at the worst possible moment. Is this fate? The word kept on ringing in his ears like a broke record player. "Eat my battle stomp." Han Zhao randomly shouted a skill name and smashed his hammer onto the leader's head. Without Viper, Han Zhao lost the bonus buff and damage onto his attacks. Moreover, he had finished using all his ammunition. The only thing that he had left was the mechanical hammer, and on the surface, it seemed that it would still be a tough battle. However, with the new strength, dexterity, and endurance, his status was on other level compared to the LV60 boss level pugilist. In addition, the leader was already heavily injured with only 37% of his health points left. Once the health points reached below a certain point, all the debuff would start kicking in and slowly decrease his combat strength. The difference in power between the two men did not change much after the Viper broke down. Han Zhao still could handle the leader and save the world. Seeing this, the leader was already discouraged. Along with his bad condition, he had no way to fight back. On the side, the superhuman from the 6 nations could not believe their eyes. In their mind, the only person who could fight the leader was Bennett, and no one had thought that this man would be Han Zhao. Bennett was undoubtedly the strongest man, the only one who could stand toe-to-toe against the leader. Yet, Han Zhao battered the leader with ease without taking much damage other than a broken suit. They witnessed the entire process of Han Zhao beating down the leader. It was no ambush nor sneak attack. It was an honorable and straightforward fight with nothing to hide. This also meant that Hanzio was on another level compared to Bennett. Seeing that the leader was getting beaten, the morale of the Germinal organization dropped, and soon the enemies panicked. Bang! Another hammer landed on top of the chest. The leader spat out more blood on Hanzio. The leader suddenly roared with blood in his mouth. The violet energy became dense again and was alive like burning flames. Hanzio thought that the leader was going to use his ultimate skill. He held the hammer in front of him and prepared for an attack. But the next second, the leader turned around and ran as fast as he could. He used his energy as a booster and ran like a missile being launched. After running for 200 meters, he headed into a base and his energy died down. He ran away. He admitted defeat. Hanzio quickly checked the battle information. The leader had only 14% of his HP left and was in weakened status. Taking 60% of his HP had been achieved. Get in the car, Tang Tang yelled. The cars were about to drive past Hanzio, and this was the best chance to get in the car. Mission is already completed, and my job is done. All I have to do now is relay the confidential information to the 6 nations and let them worry about the rest. He decided not to deal the final blow as it did not really matter to him at this point. As the cars were just about to pass him, one of the doors opened, and Hanzio quickly jumped aboard, leaving the troops behind in the dust. The Germinal troops were completely left behind this time, slowly becoming specks on the horizon. It's done. Hanzio finally let out a deep breath. The leader would no longer have any chance to stop him now. This had truly been an exhilarating experience. The moon lit up the night, and stars were scattered throughout the sky. The astral sea lit up this side of the hill, and artificial lighting was not even needed deep into the night. The 3 cars were parked atop a hill that was hidden in the middle of a small forest. The engines were turned off, and silence filled in the surroundings. Everyone had gotten out their cars and spread out to mind their own business. Some chewed on their rations, some tended to their wounds, and others made small talk. After the intense combat throughout the day, they had decided to stop there for the night to rest. Commencing lucky draw. Draw complete. Please choose 2 out of the 5 following abilities. 1. Talent. Decrease energy consumption by 30% when using pugilist skills and increase damage output by 15%. 2. Skill. Assassin type skill. Strike fast like a snake and deal 4-7 consecutive blows to your opponent. The first hit will deal 41-59 bonus damage, and each following blow will deal 5% less. 3. Skill. Use your energy to absorb 30% of all incoming attacks. If it's a melee battle, reflect the same amount of absorbed damage back to your opponent. Uses 300 energy, 500 stamina, and cools down in 110 seconds. 4. Talent. Bare-handed attacks increase in damage by 7%, and block chance increases by 3%. 5. Talent. Immune to true damage. Unfortunately, the lucky halo was not one of the draws. Hanzio shook his head. The leader had several dozen different abilities, and the chances of getting something good with only 5 draws was truly too low. So, Hanzio was not that disappointed. The leader was a pugilist, so most of the drawn abilities had something to do with martial arts. He knew the pros and cons of true damage very well. He chose because he did not have any other better choice out of the remaining draws. The others were all pugilist skills. When he thought back on the previous fight between Bennett and the leader must have used this ability to tank Bennett's broken quintuple damage punch. When Hanzio thought about the leader again, he could not wipe away his interest in this main storyline character. Class change requirement. Reach LV80. Obtain 400 intelligence points. Learn 5 advanced mechanic knowledges. My intelligence stat has already reached 321 points. With 40 free points, I now only need 39 stat points to meet this requirement. So, the important thing now is to look for a subclass to max to obtain LV80 overall. Even someone like Hanzio, who basically only assigned points into intelligence, did not have enough to do the class change. It was even worse for the mechanic players who did not know any better and put points randomly into different areas. The debt collector was finally here. Explain yourself. Obviously, he was talking about Hanzio's double identity. Bennett still could not get over it. Hanzio was delighted upon hearing this. Bennett sounded just like a pouting daughter-in-law. So, you don't want to talk about it. Do you see yourself right now? Oh, you think you're so tough. Thinking back to what had happened over the past few days pissed Bennett off. Why not tell us that you're an alien as well? Hanzio was speechless. You might have guessed right. However, Hanzio was extremely thick-skinned, and no matter how much Bennett whined and complained, Hanzio only gave off an occasional hut to let the other person know that he was still listening. When he saw how Hanzio was not willing to speak at all, Bennett also felt helpless about it and sighed before saying, Whatever, it's all in the past anyway. Bennett coughed a few times before saying in a muffled voice, how did you break past the limit? As a superhuman, he also wanted to become stronger. Bennett wanted to ask about Hanzio's experience in hopes of gaining some enlightenment for himself. He actually did not care about being surpassed by Hanzio or any of that. Bennett had never been one to not care about these small things, and he had always lived life by trusting his friends. Hanzio was one such friend. Hanzio thought for a bit before replying with a straight face, like the old teachings. First, take in a deep breath, but wait. You also need to start circulating energy around your nether region. You know where I'm talking about, right? So basically, your bladder. You will then start to feel like energy is slowly leaking out of you. But don't worry, this is common for all beginners. Once you can control this feeling and hold the energy from leaking on will, you will be able to break through your limit. It's as easy as that. You're bullshitting me again, right? Bennett was shocked. He had a mouthful of inelegant terms stuck in his mouth, waiting to be spit out. Why do you never change? Do I look that gullible to you? At that moment, the two suddenly quieted down as they noticed that someone was approaching. It was Hans. Hans swept his eyes across the two and said in a grave voice, I have something to tell you guys. I might have found the Germinal leader's origins. The duo was shocked, and their expressions drastically changed. He is as powerful as me, Bennett said. This kind of character definitely can't just be some random hooligan. In the old era, there was a small country called Gollum. Their government went through many changes and revolutions throughout history. In a year during the old era, a terrorist group targeting Gollum appeared, going by the name Mimok. They attacked the nation of Gollum many times and created terror in society. The government took action. However, it was as if the members of Mimok were everywhere. The repeated attacks destroyed the sense of safety of the people of Gollum. They demanded the government take stricter measures, and the government did. They came up with all sorts of strict laws. The regulations in the nation became tight, and the people of Gollum were under constant surveillance and management. They called it protective measures. After that, Mimok seemed to have disappeared in just a night. There were no more attacks. The measures seemed to have worked. However, Mimok was actually an organization that was created by Gollum's government secretly to inflict violence upon their people. For safety, the people of Gollum willingly accepted the strict protection. The government took the rights back from the people one after another. All media sources and any platform that could give the people a voice were under the government's strict control. Bennett nodded and said, that is ruling through terror. You create an enemy for the people, and you will be on the side of the people. They will feel the danger themselves. And when there's no guarantee of safety, terror will push most people to give up freedom in exchange for safety, accepting strict regulations. That's right. Hans nodded and continued. There's no way of knowing why the government back then chose this way of ruling the nation. Maybe they didn't want to make the same mistake that was made in history. However, some people discovered the truth about Mimok. The tricks of the government were exposed. It became a scandal that could bring them down. The people of Gollum were furious. They paraded, protested, and created a civilian resistance organization. It led to one violent conflict after another, wanting to overthrow the government. When the internal conflict in Gollum was most heated, the galactic civilization came. They brought along knowledge that could change the world. At that time, chaos appeared everywhere around the world. Then war broke out. Gollum got invaded by their neighboring country. Gollum had focused too much on the internal conflict. With the threat from both inside and outside the nation, the government fell. The nation was invaded and taken over. Gollum died. So, the Germinal organization is Mimok. The current Germinal organization leader was a citizen of Gollum. However, one day, Mimok suddenly disappeared, then only appearing again after a few years. And when they reappeared, they were called the Germinal organization. Their power expanded dozens of times. They became a shark from a shrimp. The original Mimok leader was nowhere to be found. This is all the intel I could find. What happened to the other people of Gollum? Some were killed by the nation that invaded Gollum, some changed their nationality, and the rest became wanderers. Hans paused before saying, also, the nation that invaded Gollum is now called Raylan. The leader's past sounded legendary. From an ordinary person that no one had heard of, he became the leader of the organization that could fight against the 6 nations. He sure did match up as one of the main characters on planet Aquamarine. At this time, the second round of missions have appeared on the interface. It was the same type of mission as the first round, consisting of many small missions to find clues around the world. There was a total of 9 missions. Hanzio decided to use his old method, splitting them up and giving to the players. After some chit-chat, they went back to the convoy. Hanzio sat at the side and ate some dry food. Suddenly, he smelled a fragrance. Hila came beside him, then said with a serious face, "We have already escaped. When are we going to fetch my younger sister? I'm very worried about her." Hanzao ate the last piece of biscuit, wiped his mouth, and said, "We have to go back there in order to fetch your sister. These people of 6 nations definitely won't agree to us taking the risk. Then we can go ourselves," Hila said without hesitation. Hanzao shook his head. "If I go back, the leader might fight back again, and there will be more trouble." Like Hanzao had said at the start, fetching Aurora was very troublesome. However, splitting up was a must. Bringing Aurora along would have meant taking care of her and not being able to fight all out. Hila scowled at Hanzao but did not say anything. They had been through life and death situations together, so she believed that Hanzao would not go back on his word. "Don't worry, I have someone better to do the job." Hila frowned. Honestly, she did not want an outsider to fetch her sister, but Hanzao definitely had his reasons for saying that. "Is that person trustworthy?" Hanzao touched his chin and nodded. It was dark and damp. The rotten smell filled the air. The dark and cold air pierced into the bones. In a pitch-black cave, a petite person cowered and shivered. Aurora carefully tore open a bag of military-use biscuits slowly, stopping after every bit of tearing, worried that the sound might attract enemies. After opening the packaging, she took small bites on the hard biscuits and took her time finishing them. These sounds actually would not get out of the cave, but she kept Hanzao's reminder in mind and did not dare to make any noise. This is already the 13th meal, Aurora thought. The passing of time could not be felt in the cave. She ate as soon as she was hungry and calculated the time based on the number of meals she had. There was a commotion at the entrance of the camp. Hila stopped in place and looked over nervously. The guards opened the gate, and a man in a hoodie held the hand of a little girl and walked in slowly. The face of the little girl was pale and filled with curiosity. She looked left and right, and when she saw Hila, she could not take her eyes away. It was Dion and Aurora. Hila walked forward with wide strides, hugged Aurora tightly in her arms, and only let go when Aurora almost could not catch her breath. She squatted down, touched Aurora's face, and looked at her carefully. Seeing that Aurora was unhurt, she felt relieved immediately. Then she looked at Aurora's pale face and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I will never leave you again." At the other side, Dion looked for Hanzao and said, "I didn't disappoint." Dion's invisibility ability was most suitable for sneaking into all sorts of dangerous places. He had found Aurora with the coordinates that Hanzao had given and brought her out. "Thanks." Hanzao nodded and smiled. "Sorry to let you take the risk, I owe you one for this." "Don't have to. You saved me once, count this as my payback." It was not a big deal. Dion waved his hands. "Compared to you infiltrating the Germinal organization's headquarters, this is not considered a risk at all." Hanzao chatted for a while and started to get down to business. "Have you prepared the things I asked for? I have already ordered my subordinates to withdraw them from the warehouse according to your request. They will be directly shipped to the southern continent. You can get them as soon as you go back there. Okay, I will pay you whatever's needed by then." After they chatted for a while, Dion left. Hanzao walked toward Hila and Aurora. They were still talking. After he got closer, he heard Aurora ask a question. "Sis, where do we go now?" Aurora asked with anticipation on her face. Hila suddenly paused. That was right, they were free. Where should they go? They did not have to work for anyone anymore. Where should they go in this big world? Hila was lost. "If you have nowhere to go, how about you come with me? My territory is very safe." Hanzao walked over. "With you?" Hila hesitated. She touched Aurora's head. She wanted to bring her sister to explore the world. "Your sister was imprisoned for so long. Her health is in very bad condition," Hanzao said. "Even if you want to take her to places, at least her health condition needs to improve first." "You're right." Hila's face tightened. She agreed with Hanzao's point immediately. The priority now was to improve her younger sister's condition. She felt heartache every time she looked at how weak and skinny Aurora was. Although she still had immeasurable hatred toward the Germinal organization, she was now focused on her younger sister and did not have any thought of taking revenge. After a few days, they passed through a few camps and came to the temporary base in the southern battlefield. The representatives of the 6 nations gathered in the meeting room and waited for Hanzao's arrival. After he settled Hila and Aurora down, the guards led Hanzao into the meeting room. The focus immediately turned to him as he entered. The guards closed the gate. These representatives were mostly strangers. Hanzao only knew the Star Dragon representative, Gu Hui. "Yo, everyone is here," Hanzao greeted casually. Gu Hui knocked the table and said seriously, "Hanzao, we fulfilled our side of the deal. It's now your turn. Come on, don't we know each other? What's with the formal tone?" Hanzao said jokingly. We haven't met in a long time. How have you been recently? Have you been promoted? Although it is easier for you to be demoted rather than promoted in your position. Veins appeared on Gu Hui's forehead. He knocked the table heavily. Get down to business. People nowadays don't even want to chat. All they have in mind is serious talk, business, work, and the future. Han Zhao gave them a completely different feeling compared to what they had imagined. Shouldn't the mastermind be ferocious, mysterious, and a man of a few words? What's with the chit-chat with the Director General of Division 13? The secrets of the Germinal organization were exposed one after another. All of their plans, deployments, military power, and trump cards were exposed. The intelligence included the location of all the nuclear warheads that the Germinal organization possessed. The Hand of Death system would be of no use once these nuclear warheads were broken down. The Germinal organization would not even be able to make the 6 nations die with them. His goal had been to give this intelligence to the 6 nations when he stole it from the Germinal organization headquarters. The earlier the Germinal organization was destroyed, the sooner he could complete his A-grade main storyline mission. The progress at the moment was at 36.2%. There aren't any good missions to do. Han Zhao's not been here for so many days. I miss him. Frenzied Sword shook his head upset. Exactly, Bun Hit Dog said with a bitter face. I don't even have any material for new episodes of my show, and have been receiving tons of complaints on the forums. It would be even worse if not for you and God Hao being my guests. Hao Tian was a man of few words. He nodded as a reply. Maple Moon had already gone to the fair to shop. The passion for shopping and women was the same even in the game. This time, the 4 of them realized something and looked up at the same time. Whoosh! The sound of a helicopter came from the sky far away, getting louder and louder. The searchlight showed the location of the helicopter, and it landed on the helipad in the sanctuary. Very soon, a commotion started in that area, and players headed over continuously. The players in the square closed their stores one after another and rushed over in excitement. The wave of people headed toward the helipad. Black Phantom had returned. As soon as he walked down the plane, Han Zhao noticed the countless players standing in the streets near the helipad, all looking at him with curiosity and welcoming him. Wow, the treatment is not bad at all. Han Zhao was surprised. He wondered if he should thank them for their efforts but decided not to. Huang Yu was waiting, and he immediately walked over to report the situation. Following your plan, more areas of the sanctuary have finished their construction. The war made quite a number of wanderers join the sanctuary. There are now more than 23,000 residents. Tell me something that I don't already know. Han Zhao raised his palm and stopped him. He could see the construction progress in his mission log, so there was no need for any further elaboration. Huang Yu hesitated and said, one more thing. Inhumans have been fighting each other regularly, damaging public property. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. What Huang Yu referred to as PvP. This was something that the players loved to do, and it definitely could not be banned. The great mechanic Han had a flash of an inspiration. Get some men and build a large arena in the next few days. Huang Yu was stunned. Arena. This is a sanctuary. What's the use of an arena in a sanctuary? To have performances for the refugees. They might not even have a filling meal. Isn't that a waste of space and resources? Huang Yu could only hold himself from giving his suggestion. But Han Zhao shook his head and said, your thought process is too rigid. The Inhumans have too much energy. The arena will give them a place to use that energy. We can sell tickets and earn back what we spent on it. Not only are we building the arena, but we are also going to encourage the Inhumans to fight in the arena, then create a fair betting system with our guarantee and earn handling fees. Making profit was not the main reason to build the arena. What was more important was that it was another step toward the player's main city plan. It was a function that it must have. The more the players enjoyed PvP, the more they would like the arena. The players would also have a stronger sense of belonging to Sanctuary 3. Furthermore, the long-term goal of this action was to host the future Galaxy Pro League. After spending a day settling several cumbersome issues, the resources from Dion arrived. The first task was to build a new mechanical suit. Han Zhao did not plan to duplicate according to the blueprint. He wanted to innovate freely from that basis and create an enhanced combat suit. He already had some ideas. A large number of parts and resources were placed near the workstation. Han Zhao counted them, rubbed his hands, and showed a confident smile. Let's begin. On the 7th day. It's finally complete. That was tiring. Han Zhao was excited. He rubbed his cheeks strongly to ease the slight exhaustion from not sleeping during the previous nights. The new combat suit used the same inner core concept as Viper, with PE0 nanotechnology fiber and muscle in between, still providing enhanced strength and dexterity, and he did not miss out on any of the original weapon modules. The outlook had the same style as Viper, dark black with flashes of blue light from the energy pipes, a complicated, precise streamlined shape with some changes. Its size was bigger and it had more obvious edges, like protruding scales, giving off an entirely different feeling. If Viper felt like a hunting small venomous snake, the new combat suit felt like a black mamba stalking its prey in the dark, waiting to unleash a lethal strike. His machinery affinity and machinery skill both improved after the class advancement, so he enhanced the bonfire reaction furnace. He made a few hidden recesses at the back of the mechanical suit that were connected to the energy core. Energy blocks could be embedded into these recesses. If the energy of the bonfire reaction furnace was finished, these would be the backup energy source. There was also another function, extra power output. The armor was made with the new alloy that he had fused from, Ele iron alloy. It had a better defense than the platinum alloy. The helmet had a module that could read nerve signals. It was embedded on the inner side of the helmet like a metal plate, and the functions of the suit could be controlled with just a thought. He gave the new combat suit the ability to fly. Which man did not dream of soaring through the skies? Men's romance is the stars and the seas. You have successfully enhanced. Do you want to give it a new name? With a flash of insight, a suitable name appeared in Han Zio's mind. Named successfully, you received customized blueprint. I definitely have great naming skills. Han Zio was very satisfied. Amphipter is a flying serpent, so it really conveyed a clear image. You have been losing blood very frequently, causing your body to be weak, stunted, and your organs recessed. Optimistically, you have 3 years left to live. Without waiting for the expressions of the people present to change, Emerald Grass then said, "Of course, that's the case for a normal person. Although your body is weak, your cell activity level is something I have never seen before." As she was speaking, Emerald Grass took out a few microscope photos, then said excitedly, "Usually, the self-healing of a human body is very slow. Undamaged cells slowly split into new cells to repair damage. In comparison, superhumans have stronger self-healing abilities." Unbelievable. Emerald Grass was very tempted. She looked at Aurora with sparkles in her eyes. The passion in her eyes made Aurora shrink toward Gila. She knew that look. All of the people wearing white coats in the Germinal organization had looked at her this way. "I want to acquire some of your blood as an experiment material. Is it possible that?" "No," Gila rejected without hesitation. She looked at Emerald Grass hostilely and seemed like she was going to act at any moment. Aurora was her sensitive spot. She would not allow anyone to violate her. "I admire your attitude. Science is all about non-stop improvements and the everlasting ambition of wanting to know the core technology. However, this is a sick person, not your test subject. Also, I guess you can't beat the redhead." Emerald Grass curled her lips, turned away to keep her diagnosis tools, and said casually she didn't need to be diagnosed at all. Her power has just been suppressed for too long and can't fully take effect. As long as she doesn't die, her power will slowly recover, and so will she. It might even. Never mind. Anyway, she just needs to rest for a while, then her body will recover and her scars will disappear. Han Zio raised his eyebrows. He understood what Emerald Grass did not say, and it made him think. Aurora became a liquid in his previous life. There had not been a chance to see the exact effect of her power, so he wondered what it would be like once it got stronger. Since she's the younger sister of Gila, Aurora will definitely not be much weaker. Could it be controlling life forms? Han Zio guessed randomly. For him to know Aurora's status, he had to get in combat with Aurora, and the bottom line of that would be to slap this pitiful little girl. With his power, the result would not be very optimistic. By the way, she was brainwashed once, and another personality was created. She will become a puppet that only follows orders once it's triggered by the keyword. Do you have a way to solve that? Han Zio repeated what Cyberlaw said. "I'm a pharmacist, not a psychiatrist. You should find a professional," Emerald Grass said casually without even turning around. Han Zio contemplated while touching his chin. Suddenly, he looked at Gila. Hard things about the mind Gila's strong point. Upon noticing his sight, Gila waved her hands and frowned. "My power is too invasive. I'm scared of making mistakes, and the risk is too high." "Then you'd better discover and enhance your power more." Han Zio felt helpless. In his mind, Gila at her peak could play with the soul of a life form like playing with plasticine without hurting the fragile soul. "Leave if there's nothing else. I've asked a few Inhumans to test my drugs. Don't disturb me." They looked at her. Emerald Grass took out a transparent container filled with a weird and dark green liquid that was still bubbling. Holding a syringe and flicking the tip of the needle, Emerald Grass was what was known as a pharmacist in technological civilizations. In magical civilizations, pharmacists were called witches. Hanzio paid a silent tribute for 3 seconds for these players testing the drugs, to sacrifice themselves for technological advancement. How noble. What are your thoughts about this? Hila only showed interest for things that involved Aurora and did not have the cold face like she always did. She only asked for an opinion from Hanzio because she trusted him. Hanzio had saved Aurora from the sea of pain, and they had no friends or family in the world, so only Hanzio was trustworthy. Hanzio pinched his chin and said in a low voice, "It's best to rest more. I will build a special wheelchair for her. Also, your sister was imprisoned for so long, so it's better to let her connect with the outside world. Make some new friends. If you are worried, I can introduce a few lawfully good teenagers." Hila nodded solemnly. "I owe you one. You already owe me." Hila was struck speechless. After a period of silence, Hila asked the question she had been wanting to ask. "Why did you save my sister?" "Foresight, of course." Hanzio gave the mighty reason. "So, what did you foresee?" Hila frowned. Hanzio bullshitted and said, "I saw that your sister's power will save my life once in the future. Do you believe that?" "That would make sense." Hila understood. At this time, a small hand pulled his shirt. Hanzio looked down and saw Aurora was looking up at him with a serious face. "Uncle Zero, I will definitely save you." Aurora took what he said seriously. The next day, Hanzio built a wheelchair and gave it to Aurora. Real leather armrest and seat with stretch cotton inside, giving you comfort like your mother's embrace. And the best part is, Hanzio flipped open the anti-dust cloth and said, "This wheelchair is powered by a foot pedal. But inside is a mini engine, and there is a gearshift beside the armrest. It can go up to 40 kilometers per hour. I just wanted a normal wheelchair." Hila's eye corner twitched. She had never heard of a wheelchair powered by a foot pedal. Then what is the wheelchair even for? 40 kilometers per hour. Are you hosting a wheelchair race? Are you crazy? What kind of mechanic am I if I didn't make any modifications? Hanzio picked his nose and glanced at Hila. Hila felt the look known as despise from a professional from Hanzio's eyes. Aurora, however, quite liked the wheelchair. It was like getting a new toy. At this time, Frenzied Sword and the other 3 approached. Hanzio called them over to play with Aurora and gave the 4 of them a pile of missions. He was just worried about not having suitable missions to give them. He could not have all of them dance and sing like Frenzied Sword. Aurora connected with Maple Moon the best, and not long after, Bear Cub was on Aurora's legs with its belly facing up and rolling around, making Aurora laugh. The scene was filled with warmth. Hila's eyes became gentle. She stepped back to the side and watched her sister play with her new friends. For many days, Aurora smiled brighter and her health improved at an obvious rate. Hila and Aurora settled down. The situation of the expedition war was getting better, and the arena in the sanctuary was also completed. The arena was built near the square, very close to the reviving point of the players. Sometimes, the players could hold back during PvP, other times, they might kill the other accidentally, and the person might lose some EXP. Even then, it could not prevent the players from their thirst for blood. As it was a long journey to leave the city, the arena became the top choice. I shall start the fire to help them understand the use of having gamble battles in the ring. Hanzio's eyes sparkled. I've been quite unlucky recently. Rebels shall rule immediately noticed. As an experienced player, usually when an NPC talked to themselves, it meant a new mission could be triggered. Mr. Black Phantom, what are you troubled with? Rebels shall rule asked. Maybe we can help you to solve it. Hanzio looked at him and shook his head. No, there need to be at least 10 people to help me. The people of Sky Territory suddenly felt energized. It was a mission indeed, and it was a team mission. This was a mission given by Black Phantom himself. When did he ever scam them? Large guilds always had a lot of members. Rebels shall rule created a 10-man team on the spot. Seeing this, Hanzio said slowly, "Sigh, one of my robots malfunctioned, and I can't control it anymore. I hope you can bring its chip back to me." He said a mission as he was talking. Mission type, Team Chain Mission. Mission introduction. Due to unknown reasons, a guard robot has malfunctioned and gone out of control. First round requirements. Defeat Ranger X-204 and bring the chip back to Black Phantom. First round rewards. 25,000 EXP, plus 1 relationship point with Black Phantom. Chain Mission. Rebels shall rule was surprised. Just the reward for the first round was already decent, so the reward would definitely be richer in the later rounds, and it could even increase Black Phantom's relationship points. The relationship points of Black Phantom would not increase after 10 no matter how much money they gave. As for his relationship points, all the players had the desire but were helpless. He placed quite a few strong machines in his item shop. There were ones that had blue and even purple grade. However, the relationship point requirement to buy these were all more than 10. They could only look at them. These were all Han Zio's bait. Relationship points were worthless alone, but he made it worth something, and this was how the currency system was created. The surrounding players saw this and also created teams, but Han Zio did not bother about them. Now the players wondered, why could the Sky Territory trigger the mission but not them? However, they were used to the random triggering mechanism for Black Phantom's missions, so they did not hang on to it. Suddenly, a group with familiar ID and guild name entered his sight. Han Zio only then spoke again and repeated what he had previously said. Hidden mission. The members of the Guild of Gods were surprised. An hour later, in the north city side of the sanctuary, a chase was underway. The 10-man team gasped for breath as they chased behind an extremely fast ranger. Faster, don't let it run away. Rebels shall rule gasped for breath. They came to this construction area, following the mission requirement, and chased after this out-of-control ranger. The ranger had very strong firepower. Many people in their team had died, and only then could they damage the ranger till it had very little armor left. But when that happened, the ranger suddenly started running. Damn it, why is it so agile? The people of Sky Territory had bitter faces. It's more familiar with the environment and the terrain than us, has it developed consciousness. At this time, in the high-rank room at the center of the sanctuary, this ranger was actually completely under his control. He limited its strength, only letting it out after he took out a huge amount of its ammunition and weaponry yesterday. It was a downgraded version, aimed to give the people of Sky Territory a tough victory. If it was a complete Generation 2.5 Ranger attacking freely with full firepower, more than half of these players would have died in an instant. Of course, the Sky Territory players did not know this. They thought that they were cooperating very well, and only through that they were able to almost destroy this out-of-control robot. Han Zio looked at the radar map. Suddenly, he smiled evilly, and he controlled this almost dying ranger to speed up suddenly, distancing itself from Sky Territory after many turns, and dashed toward the Guild of Gods, which was searching for the target. Jupiter and the rest were shocked when the ranger showed up, then they were overjoyed. That's the target. Quickly, focus fire. After just one round of attacks, the ranger broke into pieces, and parts were scattered on the ground. The Guild of Gods was confused. They had hardly done anything, so why did this robot explode? Putting the doubt behind, Jupiter picked up the mission item from the pile of broken parts. At this time, Sky Territory arrived late, and they were enraged upon seeing what had happened. Damn you, Guild of Gods, you dare to steal our monster. Rebels shall rule was furious. The target that they had chased through more than a dozen streets had been stolen. Anyone would have been angry. The screen turned black. Han Zio threw the laptop to the side, lighted a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and started laughing. The players did not have a demand for gamble battle, so he created a demand for them. This has always been Han Zio's business belief. I'm a professional in creating trouble. They had the mission item, so the people of Guild of Gods returned to complete the mission immediately, and as long as they completed the mission, Sky Territory could only suck it up no matter how unhappy they were. However, Jupiter and the people came to the high-rank area, but were stopped. We have completed what Mr. Han Zio told us to. Why aren't we allowed to enter? We are ordered to not allow any outsiders in. No matter what they said, the guards did not back off a single step. The people of Guild of Gods had no choice but to leave helplessly. They could only wait for Han Zio to reappear in order to complete the mission. The team left, and after walking for a while, their sight was suddenly blocked. A group of rough men surrounded them, led by Jade Green Sky. They had brought the people of Sky Territory to demand an explanation. That's pretty immoral of you, Jupiter. Our men got the mission first, and the target was also damaged to the last health by us, but you stole the kill out of nowhere. You've got to give an explanation, Jade Green Sky said with a long face. You're overreacting. If anything, you should blame yourselves for being unlucky. Jupiter had no fear. The sanctuary was a safe zone. No one could attack, and they were unafraid of being surrounded. Jade Green Sky pondered, and suddenly he remembered the gamble battle function of the arena. Was that not the most suitable place to settle their conflict? Okay, since you're not willing to return it, we shall go to the arena and have a gamble battle. What? Why do I have to fight you? There's no benefit in winning, and I have to give up my thing if I lose. If you lose, you can only give up on what I already have. Humph, we shall make a bet. 2. Money, equipment, item, anything at all, Jade Green Sky said provokingly. I'm officially inviting you to a battle, accept it if you have the guts. He really wanted this chain mission as Black Phantom's mission rewards were always rich, and it could increase Black Phantom's relationship points. It was a good deal. However, Jupiter was not provoked at all. He pushed the people of Sky Territory aside and left. Anyway, he had the item, and as soon as he completed the mission, he would be the one getting all the benefits. There was no point in taking the risk and fighting a gamble battle. The people of Sky Territory were furious. Rebels shall rule furiously demanded. Leader, are we just letting them go like this? Provocation. Force them to accept the challenge, Jade Green Sky said angrily. I'm not going to tolerate this. Ask the members to all publish posts in the forums. Provoke them as much as you can. As the Sky Territory started their attack of words, scandalous posts about the Guild of Gods appeared rapidly, painting an image that Guild of Gods was unreasonable and immoral, that they were scared to accept the challenge. As only those with a VR capsule could post or comment on the forums, there were few SHT stirrers. But this time, Sky Territory had evidence and reasons. They made all the members publish posts and started the trend. The rumors were very condescending, but Guild of Gods did not panic at all. The way Jupiter saw it, he just had to wait for Han Zio to appear and complete the mission. However, many days passed, and Han Zio had yet to appear. Jupiter started to get anxious. He asked the guards time after time but could not get any information on Han Zio's whereabouts. Han Zio could see the forums too. He did not appear on purpose, and it was like putting Guild of Gods in a fire. As long as the Guild of Gods did not complete the mission item would only bring them trouble. On the day of the battle, players in the sanctuary gathered in the arena, and it soon became crowded. Who do you think will win? Guild of Gods definitely. Sky Territory is no match for them. Guild of Gods actually has the moral low ground this time. Are you kidding? What's wrong about stealing kills in a game? Don't exaggerate the issue. There's a dealer opening a bet over there. I'm going there to bet on Guild of Gods. Let's go together. The scene was very noisy, almost like a live concert. The Pro League had not started yet, so normal players had yet to see how strong pro players were. Thus, they were very thrilled. Everyone that came as a top-tier player were not far behind. Sadly, Lai Ji is not here. Heard he went to take part in the expedition. Wait a minute, is that? Am I hallucinating? God Hao Tian. Hao Tian stood in the Long Sky team expressionless. Seeing the members of the other party, Jade Green Sky and Jupiter were both covered in cold sweat. They thought at the same time, luckily I got the pro players here. Damn, almost got deceived by that fraud SHT. As the star player of Long Sky, Hao Tian was a god player much stronger than the first-tier players. His PvP skills were amazing, and his level was much higher than average. With these advantages, he was the first to step into the ring. His attacks were ruthless and strong like a storm, defeating 3 Guild of Gods contestants in a row. The combat ability of the pugilist class was shown perfectly. The audience had originally expected a tight battle that would go back and forth, but it turned out to be a one-sided annihilation. The entire battle had lasted for more than 5 minutes. The people were astonished. After they stunned for a few seconds, deafening cheers and yells erupted all around. Impressive, cheered the ordinary spectators. God Hao Tian, God Hao Tian, yelled the passionate audience members. I love you, Hao Tian, shrieked Hao Tian's fans. Hao Tian's performance refreshed the audience's knowledge of the upper limit of a player's strength at the current stage, and he immediately gained a lot of new fans. Although this was a private gamble battle, the excitement and passion from the audience almost felt like it was a pro competition. I won. Hao Tian's expression changed slightly. He had not expected to win so easily. It was like walking down a path for a long time, and only when he turned around did he realize how much ahead he was of the people behind him. It turned out that, without noticing, he was so much stronger than normal pro players. In the beginning, Hao Tian had just taken Han Zio's hidden storyline as a lucky opportunity, and when he made it, he did not really treasure it, only taking it as a short-term opportunity. Hao Tian's pro instinct habit made him always look far ahead to plan for his growth. Black Phantom was a mechanic, and he was a pugilist, so he felt he would not follow Han Zio all the way. He had to look for a new mentor somewhere else just for his abilities. However, at this moment, it finally occurred to him how much he benefited from this, and he began to take Han Zio more seriously. When things were settled, Han Zio appeared the next day. Sky Territory completed the mission immediately, and seeing this, Jupiter was filled with regret. If he had known that Hanzio would appear that day, if he had just endured for one more day, none of this would have happened. Of course, that was just what Jupiter thought. As long as the conflict did not become a gamble battle, Hanzio would not have appeared in front of them. He was very patient. He had once hidden and endured for half a year before he caught the opportunity to escape that secret germinal base. On the rebar of the protective wall, a group of players was welding. This job was tedious and dangerous, and the players stepped on the rebars wobbly. "Be careful, don't fall down." Just as this person said that, another person beside him slipped. The people looked at him as he fell while the sorry scream that person made descended further and further. The protective wall was very tall. It was the most dangerous mission in all of the construction missions, and players died accidentally very often. "Told you to be careful." On the other rebar, a player with the ID half a cigarette when lonely said resentfully, "SHT, those safer and easier missions with rich reward are all controlled by the large guilds. Us normal players can only do these worse missions." There were many types of sanctuary construction missions, and the easy missions with rich reward were all divided between the large guilds. Most of the solo players could only take the leftovers. Someone beside laughed and said, "It's just a game. Why so serious? If you're so jealous, why don't you just join a guild?" "Humph, only the weak stay in groups, the strong play solo." Half a cigarette when lonely said. Of course, he was not going to tell them the miserable experience of him getting rejected after applying to join a certain guild. They looked down from above, and suddenly they realized that on the sanctuary square, players that looked like the size of ants to them were gathered. This was the signature sign of Hanzio appearing. Suddenly, announcements from other players appeared in the area channel. It seemed like Black Phantom had introduced a new function. The people who were building the protective wall put down what they were doing and went down the wall hastily. Some impatient ones even jumped down directly, died, then revived in the square, saving themselves the time it took to climb down. Half a cigarette when lonely ran to the square, but it was already full of people. Hanzio stood in a corner of the square. Behind him was a large truck. Like other players, half a cigarette when lonely also extended his neck and looked over curiously. Looking at the crowd, Hanzio coughed and said loudly, "Recently, there has been a lot of backlog that I need to get rid of. All of it is packed into boxes. If anyone wants to buy a box, I can sell it for a low price." "Give me 10, Jade Green Sky said immediately. With the thought of Black Phantom only sells high-quality products in mind, he was willing to be the first one to try. No matter what new function this was, they would know once they use it. 3,000 aquamarine dollars for one box. So expensive. Jade Green Sky was astounded. He braced himself and bought it, spending all the money he had. Although he was the guild leader, it did not mean that he could just bring the guild funds everywhere with him. This was all his own money. After Hanzio took the money, he took out 10 boxes from the truck. Jade Green Sky opened 9 consecutively, and his face instantly turned black. The boxes were all filled with broken parts and cheap materials. The players on the side shook their heads as they saw this. "What backlog? This is all just trash. I wouldn't want any even for free. Only morons would buy such a thing." Jade Green Sky turned around and gave a vicious stare, then opened the last box without any expectations. However, as soon as he opened the box, Jade Green Sky's eyes froze, and he stared into the thing in the box. A retractable knife was lying in the box. In his vision, the name of the knife was shockingly purple. "This is a piece of purple equipment." The crowd saw his expression and were curious as well. They stood on tiptoes to look into the box, and all inhaled deeply after they saw what was in it. The exclamation of shock expanded outward like a wave. Up till this moment, the players had yet to see any purple equipment. This was the first one to appear before the players' eyes. Jade Green Sky's chin almost hit the floor. He looked at the 10 boxes before him and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Then it occurred to him, wait a minute, this function, isn't this opening loot boxes? This idea was contagious like a virus, and the players became interested straight away. Some gambling passionate players were already trembling in excitement and could not wait to do a 10 draws of faith, buying 10 loot boxes at once and opening them consecutively. Loot boxes, also known as the sinister path of cashing in or ultimate hand-chopping method, are a classic move for the game developers to earn money. Hanzio, of course, was very familiar with this. Not only could it awaken the player's inner gambler and suck them into an inescapable hole, but he could also make a profit from it. And he had just the right resources and demand to do it. He could make it into one of the recurring events to attract players. Could it be that the purple equipment only appears with 10 consecutive draws? A player said, all fired up and unable to control himself. Not likely. I feel that the rarity chance is a little weird and cannot be looked at with common sense. Firstly, we have to understand one thing. which is whether this action of Black Phantom introducing loot boxes is part of the storyline. Galaxy is extremely realistic, and every character seems to have an individual mind, almost like the real world. A character's actions definitely have its unique reason or motivation. So, is this lucky draw an official function from the game developers, or is he really cleaning his warehouse? A guy at the side pushed his glasses, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Then, they saw this guy's ID, King of Single Draw. The surrounding players' mouths twitched. No wonder he made so much sense. He clearly was experienced, given the ID. That makes some sense, so how can we know? Someone asked. The inventory in the heavy truck became lesser and lesser. King of Single Draw's eyes sparkled. He shouted across the crowd and asked, how many more boxes are inside? Hanzio waved his hand and said, there is a total of 786 boxes, 530 left now. The players were stunned and surprised. They had thought that the boxes were unlimited, but that was not the case. Now, some spectating players could not wait anymore. They held onto their money and joined the queue. That's right, since it's limited, it's impossible for it to be an official function. Black Phantom really is clearing his backlog. However, he chose to pack it into boxes and sell them instead of just throwing them away. Also, there was even an undamaged rare purple equipment in the backlogs. This wouldn't make sense for it to be waste utilization. Therefore, the only explanation for this would be that this isn't really backlog clearing. Black Phantom is actually giving out benefits by doing this. That's right, we Inhumans helped him to build the sanctuary, so he wanted to reward us. King of Single Draw concluded his thoughts quite loudly, and the players in the square heard and understood instantly. It sounded logical and was quite believable. The game developer will make sure you never win anything too strong from a lucky draw for balance purposes. But Black Phantom's rewarding lucky draw is a different case. There might really be something good, which means these machinery boxes might really have some god equipment that will make the entire world tremble. The crowd turned wild upon hearing that. They were extremely excited. Hanzio was stunned as he listened from the side, and he was very confused. I don't remember hiring an actor. Where did this guy come from? The players in the sanctuary discussed a lot about the first loot box event. Their interest was sparked. Hanzio grabbed the opportunity and started the next loot box event a few days later. After 4 times, finally, all the players in the sanctuary got used to this recurring event. At fixed intervals, the players would wait for Hanzio in the square in advance, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Every batch had hundreds of boxes. It took 20 minutes to be sold out at the start, and by the 4th time, it only took 6 minutes. I thought this game is different from the other lustful sluts, but you betrayed me. The content has made me uncomfortable, reported. Music lyrics, we are different. No guarantee in 10 consecutive draws, a miracle in a single draw, I've learned something new. Guild of Gods buying purple equipment, negotiable price, private message if interested. Sky Territory buying purple equipment, a higher price than Guild of Gods, private message if interested. Trash in all 18 draws. Damn, I'm going to rob Black Phantom's warehouse tomorrow. You have my admiration. I will take care of your wife and daughter. Rest in peace. Salute. Salute +1. All sorts of comments came from the players. They gave Hanzio's loot boxes a name. Black Phantom's machinery box. Always leading the trends, never to be surpassed. Hanzio drove another truck of boxes, and the players swarmed in. King of Single Draw didn't buy anything. He was patient, and he observed like a hunter, recording the results of other players, calculating the rarity chance. Some players were influenced by him. They sat beside him and tried to do the same thing. At this time, a voice full of confidence appeared within the crowd. Give me 100 boxes. The people were shocked. They followed the voice and looked over as a player with the ID So Poor I Only Have Money Left walked out swaggering. So poor I only have money left. Is this a true rich person? 100 boxes, that's 300,000 aquamarine dollars. Good God, he really is a truly rich person. Can we be friends? Indeed, only the large guilds have done consecutive draws before, and the highest was only 15 boxes at once. 100 is way too much. I have never seen anything like this before. So Poor I Only Have Money Left took a deep breath and opened the boxes quickly. The surrounding spectators extended their necks, and their expression changed from anticipation to shock and finally to mockery. All 100 boxes had been opened, but the best was only a blue assault rifle. The waist part stacked like a hill. So Poor I Only Have Money Left's face turned green. 100 boxes and got blue equipment. Nice. You have my admiration, Chief. Money can't change your fate, bro. New documentary, Galaxy, Fall of a Rich Man. On the side, King of Single Draw was full of disdain. He told the people around him, see, throwing money has no technicality at all. The best method is to calculate the rarity chance through a lot of observation and research. As he was speaking, he smiled confidentially, and light reflected off from both his teeth and glasses. Now, watch my performance. Bringing a group of people, King of Single Draw walked toward Han Zio. He paid close attention and calculated in his heart. After a few players finished buying, he suddenly yelled very loudly and shocked the crowd, then squeezed into the front line of the queue and bought the next box. Haha, according to my experience, there's definitely something good in this box. King of Single Draw was full of confidence. He opened the box with looks of anticipation from the crowd. Congratulations, you have received times 18. The crowd suddenly turned silent and looked at him weirdly. The atmosphere was very awkward. King of Single Draw's mouth twitched. He coughed and said, "You guys should know that this is a matter of probability. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. There'll definitely be something good." However, his next single purchases were all trash. His followers looked at him with more and more doubts. Can you even do it? Bullshit. Next time, purple will definitely appear next time. King of Single Draw's eyes were red. Like a gambling addict, he bought one more box. He closed his eyes and mumbled, "God, please give me luck this time." After he repeated that more than a dozen times, he felt his palms heating up, like an unknown force had just descended into him. Famous words of many people flashed through his mind. This time, surely. King of Single Draw opened his eyes suddenly. With a gush of confidence, he yelled and flipped open the box. A pile of trash. King of Single Draw froze in place, lost. Why? Why is this happening? Are all the trends I've been researching fake? The loot boxes are fake, the world is fake, everything is fake. In the crowd, half a cigarette when Lonely touched his wallet. It was finally his turn. He hesitated and said, "I'll have one." This was his first time buying. He had been spectating hesitantly until then. Although 3,000 aquamarine dollars was not really a lot, he was just a normal player, and his money had all been made through hard work of doing missions here and there, so he treasured his money a lot. However, seeing that many players had won good equipment in this event, he was a bit tempted. Then, he finally decided to just buy one box, half a cigarette when Lonely had very low expectations. He would be satisfied with just green equipment, and he did not even dare to think about blue or purple equipment. After running to the side, half a cigarette when Lonely held his breath and opened the box. Purple light surged into his eyes. Purple equipment. Half a cigarette when Lonely was stunned, trembling in excitement. The players beside looked over with jealous. Another lucky one. Tisk, I want purple equipment, too. How about, buy another one to try my luck. Half a cigarette when Lonely clenched his teeth, bought another box, and opened it casually. Purple light again. Half a cigarette when Lonely mouth fell open, and his heart was hit with immeasurable surprise. The surround players looked over again, very surprised. He got another purple piece of equipment. That's really lucky. Quick, breath in the air of luck. 2 draws, 2 wins, might as well go buy a lottery ticket. So what if he's lucky? I will be as well one day. Brother, you are allowed to show off, but don't cross the line. Some were jealous, some were amazed, some were sour. So poor I only have money left was speechless. He had bought 100 boxes at once and could not even compare with someone else casually buying 2 boxes. What kind of world is this? What happened to the rich's privileges? King of Single Draw clenched and ground his teeth. He was on the edge of losing it, screaming in his heart, the purple equipment should have been mine. How about another one? Half a cigarette when Lonely touched his wallet. He had just a bit more than 3,000 left. On impulse, he decided and bought one more, like a gambler tasting the sweetness of winning, falling into the abyss of cashing in. Will I win this time? Half a cigarette when Lonely suddenly regretted it a little. To win 2 times in a row was already extremely lucky. 3 in a row had way too low a probability. Furthermore, there were, at most, only 3 pieces of purple equipment in every batch of. If he won again, did that not mean he had won every purple equipment of this batch? He anxiously opened the 3rd box, and the familiar purple light surged again. Half a cigarette when Lonely was completely stunned. All the surrounding players were completely stunned. 3 single draw wins in a row. What kind of luck is this? No, this can't be called luck anymore, this is a damn blessing. The people looked at half a cigarette when Lonely with shock. Miracle, 3 single draws in a row, my knees hurt. Baby, come out and look at God. Han Zio was shocked, too. He had only placed 3 purple items in this batch, and they had all been bought by the same person. His luck was unbelievably good. Han Zio almost wanted to skin half a cigarette when Lonely and see if he was Bennett in disguise. After he finished selling the boxes, Han Zio left. Half a cigarette when Lonely immediately got surrounded, the players all looking at him. Friend, are you selling the purple equipment? The price can be negotiated. Not for sale. Half a cigarette when Lonely answered subconsciously. He turned around, and the person who had spoken to him was a male player. Half a cigarette when Lonely looked at his ID and took a deep inhale. Guild leader, Morning Snow Twilight Frost. Morning Snow Twilight Frost scratched his chin and said casually, "Then, do you want to join our guild?" Half a cigarette when Lonely was surprised and agreed immediately. Morning Snow Twilight Frost sent him the invitation on the spot, and after half a cigarette when Lonely agreed, the guild prefix appeared on his interface. Just like that, half a cigarette when Lonely joined the renowned guild, feeling it was all a dream. He claimed to dislike guilds because the guilds that he had requested to join all rejected him, and these small guilds were nothing compared to the ancient dynasty. The guild leader himself had invited him to join, so half a cigarette when Lonely felt refreshed and jubilant immediately. The guilds hold on to the resources, but this kind of lucky draw is the chances for us normal players to rise. This is the only way we can only get high-level equipment with little cost. Black Phantom's machinery box is really a blessing. Half a cigarette when Lonely was content. Galaxy Times published a new episode. The subtitle is Planet Aquamarine War. Hanzio's eyes sparkled, and he clicked into the video. Recently, many things have happened in Planet Aquamarine. The war between 6 nations and the Germinal organization broke out, and it affected the entire planet. Players were experiencing this event. Without a doubt, this is definitely one of the main storylines of the planet, and compared to other planets, the main storyline in Planet Aquamarine broke out the earliest. Therefore, it is of significance. In today's episode, we will be analyzing the main storyline war on Planet Aquamarine, concluding the characteristics of main storyline events, and predicting its influence in the future. After hearing this, Hanzio finally understood why this episode appeared. Under his influence, the war main storyline between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization had broken out a year in advance, and the players were still in the early stages at the moment. Most of the main storyline on the novice planets were still brewing. Therefore, the global war on Planet Aquamarine attracted the most attention. It was a very good material for an episode. The war has lasted close to 2 months and has now entered its final stage. The Germinal organization is at the edge of defeat. The war also made a very obvious impact on the planet's structure. A big organization for the players is now facing their end. The players belonging to the Germinal organization are in a very bad situation, not knowing where to go after the war. There will most likely be a few possibilities: becoming the remnants of the Germinal organization, joining the 6 nations, or maybe becoming wanderers. From this event, it can be concluded that one of the characteristics of the main storyline is that it will have a huge impact, pose a drastic change, have a large scale, and so on. However, although the Planet Aquamarine players participated in the war main storyline, they did not make much of an impact. They were just normal soldiers and had limited effects on the big picture. Our teams arranged the data from the players in the forums and noticed something very interesting. Please look below. These are the 2 possible scenarios of the Planet Aquamarine main storyline that our channel deduced. This time, 2 tables appeared on the screen with different content, describing a revolutionary event before the start of the expedition war. Hanzio raised his eyebrows. One of the tables included the things that he had done, such as escaping from the Germinal organization, exposing intelligence that caused the destruction of Germinal organization bases, and so on. It was assumed that the conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization would start from the bases in various continents, which all the players would be able to take part in. The players would then grow through these opportunities. The war would only happen when the level of the players was much higher, and it would last many times longer than now. This caught Hanzio's attention, and he continued to watch. Interesting. That's right, these events marked in red are indeed the key turning points behind the war breaking out in advance, and the key to this is someone that the Planet Aquamarine players are all very familiar with: Black Phantom, Zero, Hanzio. The female host continued the segment. According to the above, Black Phantom played a main role in the storyline. Based on the information gathered by the players, we can make bold assumptions that every single main storyline will have a key character like Hanzio, otherwise known as the planet's main character. We could even say that each planet's main storyline was started by someone like Hanzio. Hanzio shook his head a few times when he heard that. In truth, the main character of the storyline was the Germinal leader. But, that was not important. The male host picked up when the female host stopped. Logically, all NPCs are capable of starting events on their own, and the stronger and more experienced NPCs will be able to add diverse storylines into a planet's story. So, this also means that main storyline characters are limited by the map they're based in. In Black Phantom's case, he is currently a hot topic in Planet Aquamarine's main story. But does this mean that he will remain an important NPC in the future? Most likely not. His area of activity is limited to the beginner planet that he's on, and once space travel is unlocked in future versions, once important NPCs such as him will just become fodder. On the other hand, those NPCs that have ties with galactic organizations or entities will have the highest potential to affect future plot development. Another beginner planet, Ice Winter Planet, was under the control of the Hell Demons, a powerful galactic entity, and is more likely to have NPCs who will develop into the later stages of Galaxy. Planets such as Planet Aquamarine and Planet Longtoon with underdeveloped civilizations have less of a prospect. The show covered all sorts of topics, and some of the audience agreed while others argued against it. Once the hosts were done analyzing the situation on Planet Aquamarine, they moved on to interviewing the pro players. Hanzio was not interested in this and stopped watching. He had thought that the show was going to keep on praising him, but it turned out that they only turned around to backstab him in the end. Bang! The alchemy room's door was first twisted before being blown off its hinges and smashing into all the tools and equipment on the table. Emerald Grass, who had her back to the door, was shocked and turned around to see what had happened. All she saw was a figure by the door with blazing red hair who was walking toward her with enmity. "What do you want?" Emerald Grass was alarmed and pointed at the intruder. Vines started to grow out of the surrounding crates and danced in the air like venomous snakes. Gila was surrounded by a dark red energy, and with eyes also blazing with a crimson light, she said in a cold voice, "Give it." Emerald Grass frowned and walked to the side as she revealed a row of test tubes on a table, each filled with some sort of bright red liquid. She shook her head and asked, "Do you mean these potions? These are all developed from your sister's DNA. Do you want to try? They have pretty amazing effects." Gila, without even hesitating, raised her hand and shot out her red energy toward the test tubes. Emerald Grass cursed silently and hurriedly moved her plants to block Gila's attack to protect the potions. Bang! The dark red energy waves cut through the vines like hot knife through butter, and the clean cuts sprayed green juice all over the place. "Quick, inform Lord Black Phantom about this." The guard captain immediately made a decision and turned around. But before he could get very far, a black shadow had appeared at the end of the road and sped over. It was Hanzio. Hanzio was always monitoring the alchemy room, and the moment he saw the fight begin, he rushed over. "Stop." Emerald Grass's forehead was covered in sweat. Her powers were not as strong as Gila's when it came to direct confrontations, and she was afraid that she would sustain injuries the moment she stopped using her powers. "I will stop if she stops." Gila's expression remained unchanged as she had already steeled herself to kill Emerald Grass. Hanzio frowned, and faint blue light started to gather under his feet. He lightly stepped, causing this energy to spread through the floor, causing a mini earthquake that split open the ground. Buzz! 8 metal gun barrels popped out of the ground, and one could hear sounds of gears locking into place. They quickly turned into mini turrets and were pointed straight at the two combatants. Trap-type mini-mobile turret, a new creation. They were placed in all the important areas in the shelter and could only be activated by Hanzio. "I think you may be forgetting who owns this place," Hanzio said in a low voice. Gila gritted her teeth but backed off in the end, albeit with a murderous expression still on her face. Emerald Grass finally relaxed and let out a breath as she massaged her temple. She had just been attacked in the mind by Gila's shockwaves and was suffering from some painful headaches. "You didn't keep up your promise of protecting my sister." Gila turned her head and stared right into Hanzio's eyes. Hanzio sighed helplessly. "You're overreacting." Emerald Grass held up one of the test tubes. "Humph, I made these using the DNA I got from Aurora's hair strands. I was just recycling. What are you so mad about?" "You can't," Gila said in a cold voice. To her, Emerald Grass's actions were too similar to Germinal's, and it made her remember some painful memories from the past. Neither wanted to back off, and Hanzio's head was starting to hurt. Conflict with allies was not easy to resolve. At this moment, Aurora strolled over in her wheelchair. Aurora looked much better than she had done a month ago. Her once shriveled hair had become soft and smooth, her once bony body had started to take on some weight, and she was emitting a positive and shiny aura. Her power that had been suppressed for so long was finally released, and it allowed her to look like a normal person again within a month. "Sis, why are you fighting with the doctor?" Aurora asked in a worried tone. Emerald Grass stared at Gila and then gave a thorough explanation of what had happened. Aurora was shocked. She blinked a few times, then said, "It's just some hair. I don't really mind if it can help Uncle Han. Before, there was only her sister who treated her well. But now, with Han Zio caring for her too, she was happy to contribute in any way she could. This way, she would feel better as she was somewhat paying back Han Zio's favor. Han Zio did not really have an opinion about this. He knew that Emerald Grass was conducting experiments, but since she only used some hair, he had just turned a blind eye to it. Gila had definitely overreacted a bit this time. Aurora gave a bright smile and said, "Sis, you don't have to worry. I'm not that fragile." Gila remained silent for a while before she turned around and started to walk away. Okay, after this whole fiasco, Han Zio let the guards take care of the cleanup. Emerald Grass walked up to him and had an odd smile on her face. "I didn't know there were this many turrets near the alchemy room. You're keeping a watch over me, aren't you?" Han Zio gave her a glance. "Hehe, don't worry, I'm not a fool. After all, I'm a tool that you obtained. Tools aren't supposed to have a say in anything." Emerald Grass twirled around with her hair as she said that with a faint smile. "Oh." Han Zio turned and left after only saying a word. Emerald Grass's expression froze. "That's it. What kind of reaction was that?" He was not angry, nor was he trying to give himself an excuse. He did not even try to threaten her or anything. "Am I that unimportant?" The gentle moonlight shone on the right side of Gila's body, and he could see her staring blankly into the night sky. It seemed like she had been standing there for a while. After thinking for a moment, Han Zio lightly leapt onto the balcony. Gila heard the movement and asked emotionlessly without turning her head, "What are you doing up here?" "Just looking around." "Why are still up this late in the night?" "Humph." Gila did not reply. Han Zio then took a seat to the side and shook his head. "You are a bit too extreme today. I don't think you were that hot-headed in the past." Gila frowned. "What's that got to do with you?" "What's it got to do with me?" Han Zio touched his chin and muttered, "I don't think you said that back when I saved you and your sister, did you?" Gila's face froze. After remaining silent for a while longer, she finally let out a sigh and said slowly, "I'm just a bit lost." Feeling lost, Han Zio put a cigarette in his mouth and took out his lighter. "Well, that's easy to solve. Just take your sister back to the Germinal organization, and I guarantee that you'll never feel bored again." Gila glared at him and stayed quiet for a second. She then said to herself, "I wasn't able to protect my sister, and I made her endure so much suffering. It's all my fault. To protect her, I kept on training myself. Even though the battle carved a bloody past in my history, I will never regret what I did. The more lives I killed with my own hand, the safer I felt. It is the only way I could prove to myself that I was protecting my sister and wash away the remorse I have." Back in the Germinal organization, we rarely saw each other. I knew that she wanted to go to the outside world, which is why I always prepared stories for her and shared my experience from the world outside. Now that she has a new life, is making many new friends, and has even started to take care of a pet, she won't need my stories anymore. Han Zio could not light the cigarette in his mouth, so he brought out his gun and shot a few bullets up into the sky and used the hot gun barrel to light the cigarette. He inhaled before replying, "That bear was supposed to be my pet. Saving her from the misery had always been my wish. Now that I have fulfilled it." Gila ignored Han Zio's comment and continued, "She doesn't need me to protect her anymore." Gila opened up her palm, and a dark red aura flowed through her fingers. Gila stared at her hands and said, "Back in the days, all I wanted to do was spend every minute training my power to crush the Germinal organization by myself. Now, my sister and I are safe, so strength and power don't matter to me anymore. I can spend all the time in the world with my sister, and this is my ultimate mate wish." Gila then closed her hands and formed a fist, crushing the red light in her hand. She closed her eyes. "But the life I always craved only brings emptiness in my heart. I'm so lost and don't know what to do. I hate this feeling. After living a dangerous life for years, letting your guard down may be uncomfortable. This is the classic symptom that soldiers face as they leave the battlefield." Han Zio answered, "Of course I believe that there's another reason. I think that violence is in your blood, and every single cell in your body craves the taste of blood. Living a peaceful life may be a drug that slowly chips away your motivation for living." Gila had a weird expression and said, "Are you trying to get me to do bad things? What else? Do you want me to comfort you?" Han Zio shook his head. "I don't need to tell you those cheesy and fluffy lines, and you are not a kind of person that needs consolation. Your sister is your sister, and you are you. You don't need to give up your true personality for your sister, and she also does not want you to change yourself. Stop finding excuses. I can see that battles and violence are what you truly desire, and the hunger for power is what drives you to move forward. The world is much larger than you think. Even though I can beat 10 of you, in the eyes of the universe, there are people that are still stronger than me. What makes you say that you can beat 10 of me?" Gila disagreed. Han Zio suddenly released a murderous intent in his eyes. Hila stepped back and unknowingly used her power. She was cautious as the dark red light drifted around her body. Maybe one day I will take away your sister, just like what the Germinal organization did. At that point, if you are still not strong enough to fight me, haha, that's why you need to get stronger, or else you will regret it. Han Zio withdrew his murderous intent with a straight face, but Hila still could not calm down. For a moment, her instincts told her that Han Zio was not kidding. He was dead serious. As if she saw the wolf's teeth behind the sheep mask, a chill traveled through her spine. I can create some robots to help you train if you want, or you can learn from Emerald Glass and practice with some other espers. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. I'm leaving my cigarette here. Han Zio jumped down from the rooftop and headed back to his place. After Han Zio's shadow faded away, Hila finally relaxed and let out a long sigh. Staring at the slowly burning cigarette, she picked it up and inhaled. She closed her eyes and released the smoke from her mouth, enjoying the taste from the tobacco. A long time passed before she opened her eyes. Her worries and anxiety suddenly disappeared, and all that was left was a cold, lonely feeling. He really is a monster, Hila said to herself and laughed. But so am I. A helicopter landed on the roof of Sanctuary 1. Bennett, who was waiting on the roof, laughed. This is the first time you've arrived before anyone else. This isn't like you. Han Zio turned back to the chopper and said, take off now. Waste all the fuel in this thing before we come back. The board meeting will take place after the war has officially ended. It will probably happen in the next few days. How many days? I'm still uncertain. The situation now is a bit complicated. Bennett lowered his voice. It's hard for the situation to move forward. Han Zio's eyes flickered. After they headed to the meeting room, Han Zio asked, so, what's wrong? Bennett took out the intel and explained, in summary, we already cut off all the routes from the headquarters to the outside world. The 6 nations have completely trapped the Germinal organization. However, the troops of the 6 nations are still far away from the area around the headquarters, and they have no intention of attacking. Well, since they already destroyed all the other bases, isn't it simple to just bombard the headquarters and end the war? Because of your intel, most of the nuclear warheads have been disabled, and the rest of the nuclear warheads have been carried back to the headquarters. Because of the limited supplies, they could not wipe out the entire army of the 6 nations. However, there are quite a number of nuclear warheads, and there would be devastating consequences to the climate of this planet if they went off. From research conducted by various meteorologists, if the nuclear warheads exploded at the same time, in the next 5 to 15 years, the radiation will drastically worsen the climate of the world, and Andrea will be the highest radioactive place on the entire planet. Raylan and Theseus suggested ignoring the consequences and the lives of the hostages and directly attacking the headquarters. Then they can finally get rid of their mortal enemy once and for all. Stardragon has yet to respond. Maple wanted to force the Germinal organization to surrender, and Hesla suggested attacking the headquarters with ground troops and trying to save the hostages. As for Ordina, they used various excuses to oppose all kinds of attacks toward the Germinal organization. Han Zio was surprised. I understand all the concerns of the other nations, but what is Ordina trying to do? They want to back off after all the fighting. Bennett knocked on the table and replied, it is the last year of the term for Ordina's leader. Their political sphere has a lot of parties, so there are a lot of competitors for his position. If they can drag the war until the next year's election, they can use the reason of national security and war to automatically get elected for the next term. Han Zio did not know what to say. That's a ballsy move. So, which side is the 6 nations leaning toward? They want to try to make the enemy surrender. The 6 nations have their anti-missile defense system all the time, and that if the headquarters fires even one missile, they will attack and bombard the base. However, this is the worst outcome they can have. So, the 6 nations have sent a last message to the base, hoping that they will surrender and release the hostages. Then they will spare the lives of the Germinal organization. Bennett then shook his head. But until now, the Germinal organization still hasn't responded. The headquarters were as dense as a black mountain range covered in dead silence. The ground was full of equipment left by the soldiers, and the pungent smell of gas and smoke filled the city. In the buildings were the hiding soldiers. The atmosphere was dead and lifeless, and all of the soldiers stared out the windows with eyes that looked lost. In the underground command room of the headquarters, the screen displayed the situation right now. The single blue dot represented the lonely headquarters, while the red field, which represented the 6 nations, covered the entire continent. There was nowhere for them to run. The senior officials quietly exchanged eye contact, but no one spoke. The room was dead silent. What do you plan to do? A senior official asked after a while. The leader shut his eyes. While everyone was worrying about the next step, the leader replied with a hoarse voice, "Launch all the nuclear missiles." Everyone was stunned by the words. The 6 nations have already locked us down. This is suicide. So what? Do you want to beg for mercy in front of the 6 nations? The leader's expression did not change. Don't forget the vision of the Germinal organization. There can be no defeat. Death is the only way. All the senior officials had great hatred toward the 6 nations. However, in the face of death, not everyone could stand their ground in their belief. Moreover, from the situation, being suicidal would not achieve anything. There was a chance that the 6 nations would break their promise and kill them after they surrendered, but there was still a slim of hope that they could survive. I disagree. Is there anyone who agrees with him? Some officials looked right back at the leader and some lowered their heads, but all of them replied with silence. Facing the line of life and death, the leader and the officials had a disagreement, as if there was a huge cliff that separated them. What if I insist? The leader said calmly. Launching the nuclear weapons requires 2 keys, the system authorization, and your fingerprint and iris. You have the authorization, but you only have a key, while the vice leader has the other key. And he is on our side. The leader looked around and asked, "So, where is he?" "Of course he is not here. We won't give you any chance." The leader shook his head. "Looks like you made your decisions long ago. Don't be reckless. We still have the chance to bring the uprising again as a nation, so we should not simply sacrifice our lives." As he was talking, the leader had taken out 2 keys that were needed to launch the rocket, and one of them was supposed to be with the vice leader. How did you? Why is the key with you? Where's the vice leader? No one could believe what had just happened, and the room turned into chaos. The leader held onto the keys without saying anything. His voice shook slightly as he made a hand sign behind his back. The leader shook his head and looked at the crowd. "Megal, you secretly had conversation with Maple. Dorios, you made some compromise with the Oridina. Newt, Raylan promised to provide protection." The leader mentioned most of the people in the room, and seeing everyone's shocked expression, he slowly said, "The consequences of surrendering for you, of course, will be different from the normal soldiers." The door opened, and a dozen executive officers surrounded the senior officials. These executive officers were all part of their army. After the war started, there were countless injuries and casualties for the executive officers, but the officials had all had the brains to protect their own interests and power. The main ideal of the Germinal organization that gathered the people was hatred, not loyalty toward a certain person. Heavy breath filled the room like a broken bellow, and the stickiness of blood and spit crawled in his throat. The mask covered in blood fell to the floor. Leaning on the side of a table, the leader barely opened his eyes and saw the destroyed room after the fight while the floor was full of corpses. The leader was the only one left standing in the room while all the executive officers had all fallen under his fists. The leader spat out bloody mucus and took a deep breath. The dense smell of stinky blood irritated his nose, and he could not help but cough his lungs out for another 2 minutes. The intense battle had provoked his hidden injury from the ambush, when he was heavily injured by Han Zio. He had not had time to recover. Every time that he felt the subtle pain, he was reminded of Han Zio. Until now, the leader could only feel hatred in his heart. At times when the anger faded away, he could feel nothing but emptiness. The leader stood in front of the central control panel and selected the option to launch the nuclear bomb. He took off his gloves, scanned his fingerprints and eyes, and authorized the launch. The window popped out on the corner of the screen, and surprisingly, it was a call from Han Zio. The leader pressed the accept button without any hesitation. The screen then showed Han Zio's face. Seeing the corpses on the floor, Han Zio raised his eyebrow. He wanted to call to see the situation on the side of the Germinal organization. He also wanted to see the leader one last time, but he already understood the situation after witnessing the scene. He shook his head and said, "Looks like you have made your decision." The leader's eyes leaked his disappointment. "I still can't believe that I lost to you, you insignificant bug. Mistakes after mistakes, my life's work has been ruined by you. Now what do you want? To again gloat about what you have done? I'm here, enjoy yourself. My life, the end of Germinal organization, will all be an important part of your history. You are the winner, so you have the power to look down on the loser you defeated. I told you, the galaxy is unfathomable. This planet is just a small speck of dust, and no one will spare a thought on what's happened here." Han Zio shook his head. Even though he was watching the fall of his enemy, Han Zio was calm and collected. In the end, he was still a gentleman. He slowly said, "I just think that, after doing so much in your life, you still haven't had a chance to express your feelings. Do you want me to confess to you, my mortal enemy?" The leader's face looked even uglier. He leaned on the chair and relaxed his body. That seems interesting. Han Zio shrugged and directly cut to what he wanted. What's with Destiny's Child? The leader laughed out loud and stopped after a while, shaking his head. Destiny's Child is nothing but a pity man. He can see the future, change the fate of people, yet he cannot decide his own life and death. He was destined to be used by others. You also have the ability to predict the future, so maybe the fate of Destiny's Child will be yours. Han Zio did not correct that statement. Talk about yourself. It seems that you are from Gollum, am I correct? The leader's expression changed and replied, looks like you have already found out. That's correct. I was once a citizen of Gollum. Back then, I was a young man with passion and rage. After the event of Mimok, I joined the rebel organization. I rioted, protested, demonstrated. All I wanted was to save my country from the rotten government. But suddenly, the war started. Raylan invaded the country, and my country shattered into pieces under internal parasites and external attacks. The leader's tone suddenly got angry. After the fall of Gollum, all my friends were executed. All of us were viewed as a defect in the society, and eliminating us was the best way. Seeing the burning flag of Gollum and the rise of Raylan's flag, I was awoken, and I realized my mission I have to carry out. Gollum was not perfect. There was darkness and weakness, but it was still my country. The only thing I could do was take revenge for my nation. The leader exhaled, and his eyes drift off the screen. His memories slowly showed up in his mind. I knew that without power, I could not seek revenge. That's why I lived in the wilderness and battled with the beasts. I turned myself into unbreakable steel. At this point, the leader pointed to the scars on his face and hand. 176 scars was the price I paid for my power. Han Zio raised his eyebrows. So, you really are just a normal human. Why can't I be a normal man? The leader asked back. After some thought, Han Zio nodded and hinted that the leader could continue his story. The leader then said, in the wilderness, I kept on thinking, and when I headed back to the battlefield, I heard that the Mimok organization still existed. How ironic. The tool that was created to bring terror upon the world was the only thing that represented the purest of Gollum. Then a plan formed in my mind as I assassinated the leader of Mimok and changed the name to Germinal Organization. I hid and slowly developed the organization, and it was since then I wore the mask. The war created a lot of opportunities. Countless people lost their home and had nowhere to stay. Then I decided on the vision of the Germinal Organization and gave them the hope that we could create a new world. And the Germinal Organization that fed on the aftermath of battle quickly grew from a seed into a towering tree. The voice of the leader was filled with hate. After the dream that the leader had nurtured was destroyed by another man, other than angry, his feelings were confused. Then, you showed up. You cut down the tree. Compared to the pollution you caused in the past, and will cause in the future, I'd feel it's more environmentally friendly to cut down this tree of yours, Han Zio said mockingly. The leader shook his head and said, I never thought that an escape test subject would become my greatest enemy. When you stole the secrets and broke through my ambush, I already knew that the Germinal Organization would undoubtedly lose. I never give up, but there was nothing I could do. It was barely even a struggle before death. Because he had predicted this long ago, no matter how bad the situation was for them, he was not surprised. To me, defeat means death. The 6 nations want to see me surrender so that they can take all the knowledge that the Germinal Organization has gained throughout the years. I won't let them get anything. Han Zio raised his brows. About that, I heard you captured quite a few hostages. If you activate the explosion, all of them will definitely die, and the nuclear blast will affect the climate, worsening the environment of the entire planet, endangering everyone's future in this planet. Are you sure you want to do this? The leader kept silent. The sound of breathing was the only thing coming out from the speakers. Han Zio was not in a hurry. He watched the screen calmly. After a while, the leader spoke in a low voice. You're going to persuade me to surrender. Han Zio shrugged and said, I'm not planning to, because you don't seem like someone that can be persuaded, but the guys opposite me want me to. He was in a meeting room of Sanctuary 1 at the moment, holding his laptop and sitting on the sofa. Bennett sat opposite him and listened to the entire conversation. He kept using hand signs to tell Han Zio to persuade the leader. Both sides suffering was the last thing Bennett wanted to see. Han Zio felt that Bennett was daydreaming. To have him, the very person that caused their defeat, do the persuasion, was that not completely adding fuel to the fire? Even if the leader had planned to surrender originally, he might change his mind instantly after seeing Han Zio's face. Luckily, the leader had always been very firm, or he would have been quite worried. Wait a minute, that logic felt somewhat weird. Bennett kept giving him signs. Han Zio had no choice but to give it a try, or Bennett would nag him like a mother again. I'd rather bring everyone with me, the leader said maliciously. This world shall know pain. Han Zio's mouth opened wide, a classic reference stuck in his throat. Pain, is that you? The leader sneered. I hate this world, why should I care for it? Even if the 6 nations won, don't even dream of not paying anything. The 6 nations are killers, too, only reaching their position today after destroying countless nations. They stood on the ruins and praised their actions. The winner is always on the side of justice, and these blood debts will all be buried in history. No one will know, no one will find out, and no one will fight for justice of the old era. These governments that have luckily survived have enjoyed themselves for too long, and it's time for them to pay a little interest. Han Zio did not comment. The results of a nuclear attack would have a minimal effect on him, as he would sooner or later leave planet Aquamarine. Furthermore, the next version was mutation disaster. A larger disaster was coming, and in comparison, this climate disaster would be nothing. Sitting opposite, Bennett was anxious. He wished he could just fly to the Germinal Organization headquarters and kill the leader before he could press the button. Han Zio looked at the clock and said slowly, there's still quite some time till the deadline that the 6 nations gave. Aren't you going to wait any longer? I prefer to decide my time of death myself. The leader's eyes became firm. He reached out his hand, held onto the nuclear launch keys, and started turning slowly. A suffocating pressure came out of the screen, and the leader's movement seemed to be lasting forever. Bennett's hands clawed at the sofa's armrests and tore the leather open. Every degree he turned, 1 second was taken away from the countdown clock of countless lives. The second hand gradually pointed toward the final result. Han Zio looked at the leader's face calmly and suddenly asked, I never got your name. My name. The leader lifted the corner of his lips and gave a ferocious smile. Not important. You're right, so. Goodbye then. Han Zio sighed and waved his hand. The keys turned 180 degrees. The sound of a quake came out of the screen. That was the sound of missiles rising into the sky. The leader retracted his hands and sat on the chair like a statue. At that moment, his tone did not have any hatred, regret, or sadness of almost facing his death. There was not any intense emotion. Like old neighbors passing each other, he nodded at Han Zio. Goodbye. Warning, warning. Fast-moving objects are rising from the Germinal Organization headquarters. All of the waiting military officers in the 6 Nations Combat Conference stood up in shock. This was the worst-case scenario. Although the people present were mentally prepared, when this moment arrived, they still found it hard to accept. A nuclear blast killing hostages, resulting in pollution, burning the Germinal Organization headquarters to the ground, countless classified technology lost forever. It could not be considered a win for any party. Activate immediately. In the Germinal Organization headquarters, the ground and the buildings were trembling slightly. The hiding Germinal Organization soldiers looked up to the sky through the windows and saw the missiles rise one after another. An atmosphere of silence and death spread among the people. Everyone knew the leader's decision and what was going to happen next. Tears, despair, madness, twitching, trembling, screaming, growling, indifference. The countless emotions and responses right before death. In the sky far away, a dense number of black objects approached rapidly. Some clashed with the rising missiles, and some landed in the headquarters. The first sound was a high-pitched explosion undetectable to the human ear. Most of the people in the 6 Nations camp far away covered their ears, but blood was still flowing out. A fire pillar, tens of kilometers in diameter, shot up the sky. The group of bases disintegrated in an instant. Black dust was spat out from the blinding firelight, gradually rising and turning into a condensed black mushroom. In the 6 Nation camp far away, the people who looked out could only see white. The light had temporarily blinded most of the people, and even the superhumans had to close their eyes. No one could stay natural in the face of this kind of power. Everyone felt small and insignificant, like they had become sand that was going to be blown away by the next wind. Unable to control their own fate, they started to shiver uncontrollably. Even in further areas, the fire could be seen to soar through the clouds above the Germinal Organization on the horizon, and the clouds formed a circle in the sky. Right after, the firelight shone a second time, emitting a yellow spherical shockwave mixed with dust and ash. Everywhere it passed, the ground cracked, and the buildings shattered into pieces. Countless bent pieces of metal easily flew for miles like feathers, falling onto the wilderness like rain. You have received Planet Legendary points. Grade a main storyline mission completed. Grade unbelievable. You have received mission reward for grade. Calculating reward. The Germinal Organization, planet-sized large organization. The enemy of the 6 Nations for many years, its power is like a majestic mountain. You are just a tiny traitor, but you gradually uprooted the Germinal organization and buried it. The Germinal organization became your stepping stone, and your actions will be passed on and admired by countless people. Your name will be written in the books of history on this planet. New legendary points. This was a reward that he had expected. His single mission EXP reward quota increased by another 5%, and his daily quota increased by 100%. Very soon, the other reward showed on the interface. His personal destruction percentage was close to half, which meant that in the operation of destroying the Germinal organization, Han Zio almost did as much as the entire military forces of the 6 nations. After all, 6 nations' many operations had been carried out with the support of the intelligence he provided. One could say that his intelligence had controlled the entire war. Using the hostility of the 6 nations toward Germinal organization, he just had to give the 6 nations a knife and they would attack. Even if the 6 nations knew that Han Zio intended to use them, they were willing to be used. The end result was that both Han Zio and the 6 nations achieved their own goal. This was the first time that he had received this many character summon cards at once. The use of the character summon card was to give the user the ability of the character summon temporarily. It was a consumption item, and if used well, it could change the situation in an instant. For 8 seconds, all attack will be considered armor-penetrating critical hits, reducing the defense of targets hit by 24%. Duration, 5 minutes. Predict an opportunity in the future. Can indicate to be a mission, an item, action of a certain person, etc. Restore back to full status instantly. Deals psychic damage 3 times to the enemy. The damage is based on the user's INT or MIS. Decrease all statuses of the target by 15%. Duration, 3 hours. Predict an opportunity. This is quite ambiguous. Could it be predicting opportunities of completing a mission or getting a certain item? Han Zio had a flash of insight. He was thinking of leaving planet Aquamarine, but all the methods that he could think of were not very reliable. Without any further hesitation, Han Zio used it, with thoughts of going into the galaxy in his mind. His vision suddenly blurred, and like fog, it was all white. Unaware of how much time had passed, a tint of black appeared in the middle of his vision. Then it became an eerie image. The background seemed to be a wasteland, and a flame fell from the sky, creating a circular crater, giving out black smoke and electrical sparkle. Some unknown information flashed in his mind. The location is. The time is. The image suddenly stopped, as if everything was just an illusion. Han Zio regained his focus. The information was in his mind, and his expression changed a little. It really did predict an opportunity to head out into the galaxy. This opportunity was originally already one method I had thought of but didn't know when it would happen. This card broke through the fog of fate and predicted a location and time estimate. The effect of this card was very surprising, and he now had more confidence in leaving planet Aquamarine. Please select one from the 3 items below. Race change card, change into a random race. Mission completion card times 3. Consider one mission to be completed and receive the reward based on the lowest grade. Esper ability potential enhancing fluid. Increase the potential of Esper ability. This is good. Han Zio's eyes glimmered. Was extremely rare. Espers were willing to use everything they had to buy this thing because there were only 2 ways to increase one's Esper ability potential. One was through rare experiments and drugs in-game, and the other was Esper ability potential enhancing fluid. It has a very huge potential value regardless of whether I sell it to players or others. I need to keep stock up on the good items like this. It will definitely be of great use in the future. The reward this time was colossal. He had earned 10 million EXP in one shot, and although it did not look a lot, that was because Han Zio's standard was too high. If a player received 10 million EXP in one shot, it would be an outrageous amount in version 1.0. Dungeon creation. What's this? Han Zio was confused. This new function did not even have any notification. He tried to use this function, and the notification showed up. Please select a part of the main storyline to create a dungeon crystal. Create a dungeon crystal. Han Zio's expression changed into surprise. After some testing, he became familiar with the use of this function. To put it simply, it could turn parts of his experience in the Germinal organization main storyline into a dungeon. Then he could create the dungeon crystal and use that as a reward for the missions that he gave out. It increased the variety of rewards for his missions. Han Zio guessed that the reason this new function appeared should be because he had completed a high difficulty large main storyline with a very high grade, which meant that he had done something legendary. Due to that, he could turn the things that he had done into dungeons. A war of this scale will not happen again anytime soon, But when the 6 nations recover, they might start to clear out other organizations to strengthen their dominance. Now that the Germinal organization has been defeated, Darknet is one of the biggest organizations left, so they will come for us sooner or later. The 6 nations still need to deal with the upcoming disasters brought by the nuclear blast, and they won't have time for other things for a short period. Talking about the disaster, your sanctuary plan can now be put to use. I'd rather it never be. Bennett sighed. After the war, more wanderers will look for protection, so I plan to speed the plan up, build sanctuaries in Western Continent and Northern Continent as well. The refugees of Andria need to be migrated, so I will send people to fetch them. Wang Yu approached him like he had something to say. What is it? Han Zhao noticed Wang Yu's hesitation. Wang Yu cleared his throat and said, Your Excellency, your family member is here to visit you. My family. Han Zhao was stunned for a while, then he realized it was the Illumira family. Han Zhao raised his eyebrows and said, Tell him to come and see me. 10 minutes later, Zhao Quan followed Wang Yu into the guest hall. He was the messenger sent by Illumira to visit Han Zhao and one of Zhao Jin's foster children. Technically, he was Han Zhao's body's brother, they were so-called family. Zhao Quan was excellent compared to the other foster kids, and he had been chosen as the messenger this time because he knew how to read the situation. Han Zhao, it's been a long time. Zhao Quan braced himself and greeted him, wanting to ease the atmosphere. Call me Han Zhao said coldly. That was not a good sign. Zhao Quan was terrified but had to follow. Only you. Han Zhao raised his brows and said, What does Illumira want me for? Zhao Quan found the words carefully and said, Han Zhao, father has always been thinking of you. He has been wanting to see you and hopes you can return. As for all the unhappiness before, he can explain. Han Zhao kept silent and stared at Zhao Quan unwaveringly. Zhao Quan felt the pressure from Han Zhao's eyes and looked down, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He wants me to go over there. Han Zhao stood up and walked up to Zhao Quan with wide strides as if he was going to strike. You guys can't seem to understand the situation. If Zhao Jin wants to see me, he'd better get over here himself. Wang Yu, who waited by the side, opened the door, pointed with his arms, and said expressionlessly, This way please. Zhao Quan regained his focus. He did not dare stay any longer and left like he was running away. Han Zhao sat back on the sofa and pondered. Illumira visited because they want my help using the family relationship. But I just have the right thing I need them to do. If I can get Illumira to move to Sanctuary 3, the NPC resources here will be even greater. On the other side, after Zhao Quan left, he reported the situation to Zhao Jin while shivering. He wants you to come here yourself. Zhao Jin's expression kept changing, and he let out a long sigh. Zhao Jin looked at Zhao Hai, who was beside him, and said in a low voice, Prepare to apologize and make up yourself. Zhao Jin then slammed the door on the way out, leaving Zhao Hai alone in the room with a terrified face. Han Zhao used the dungeon creation function. After some contemplation, he selected the Dark Crow Valley operation. To create dungeon crystals, this was suitable for the standard of the players at the moment. LV30 Dungeon Crystal. Introduction. Dark Crow Valley is one of the Germinal organization's bases in the southern continent, destroyed by Stardragon and Hesla. This will be your test. Dungeon type, backward time travel dungeon. Player completion count, 0. Highest dungeon completion rate, none. Record holders, none. This is a 5-man dungeon, so we need one more person, Frenzied Sword immediately said. Let's see if we can at least complete it with normal grade. Okay, I'll ask Rebels shall rule from Team 1 of Sky Territory. Nobody had any objections. The 5 of them formed a team. Let's enter the dungeon and take a look. Frenzied Sword shattered the crystal. Fog gushed out, covered the 5 of them, and disappeared from the crowded square. Their vision blurred, and when it recovered, the surroundings had become a forest. The notification showed on their interfaces. You are soldiers of the Dark Crow Valley base. Hesla and Stardragon troops are going to invade. Your mission is to protect the Dark Crow Valley base as best you can. Dungeon start countdown, 10 minutes. Dungeon goal, survive until the end of the event. Reward, 15,000 EXP. Optional mission I, kill 5 Stardragon or Hesla agents. Reward, 30,000 EXP. Optional mission 2, protect the real intel in the base from leaking. Reward, 45,000 EXP. Optional mission 3, Pan Kwang and Jai Jai survive. Reward, 70,000 EXP. Optional mission IV, defeat Stardragon and Hesla Alliance. Reward, 110,000 EXP. Dungeon failure conditions, annihilation. Such high rewards. Rebels shall rule was shocked. As a very important member of the guild, he had seen a lot and knew a lot. Frenzied Sword looked at the notification and said with surprise, "The dungeon will only start in 10 minutes. But we can already move freely. What does this mean?" This the first time that they had met a dungeon with a countdown, so they were a little lost. Actually, the countdown would only appear in more difficult dungeons. The players would enter the event sometime before it happened so that they could do some preparation. The time for the start of the mission was the night when Hesla agents were going to steal the intelligence, so the players had the opportunity to prevent that. If they successfully did and changed the beginning of the story, the difficulty of the entire dungeon would drop from hell to difficult. However, the interface did not notify them about this. The players had to explore this themselves. In the future, when Hanzio opened this dungeon, after the players in the sanctuary got tortured by it a few hundred times, only then would they find the correct way to start the dungeon. Of course, at the moment, the 5 of them were unaware of the importance of those 10 minutes. They started the dungeon as usual. The 5 of them had fun in agony, going around and around like headless chickens. They could only follow the job given by the base and patrol. One day passed this way. During their patrol on the second night, Bun Hit Dog suddenly received a headshot. "Your teammate has died." "What?" The rest 4 of them were horrified. They looked in all directions immediately, but the forest was dense. The night was dark, and they had no idea where the enemy was. Bang! This time, it was Hao Tian who took a headshot. The rest of the 3 felt like the enemy was everywhere, and they were understandably anxious. Hao Tian's voice appeared in the team channel. He said very seriously, "The interface said I received a lethal attack. The person that killed me was Black Phantom." They were dazed. It turned out this was a dungeon with Hanzio in it. They had spent 1 day in the dungeon, but only 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. The flow of time in the dungeon was different. Dungeon failed. Dungeon cooldown, 3 hours. The 5 of them all smiled bitterly. This was way too difficult. They did not even know how they died. Hanzio saw the return of the 5 of them from his surveillance image, confirmed the dungeon crystal to be effective, and started pondering. Dungeon crystals can only be distributed through mission rewards and can't be sold for money. Its use to me is to gather more players and give them more benefit, so the players will be more willing to do things for me. Also, the players will know about my experience through the dungeon, which will in turn increase my position. These are all rather indirect benefits. I can't sell the dungeon crystals, so there's no direct benefit. Hanzio suddenly paused. He slapped his head and laughed. "I'm thinking about this the wrong way. There's no need to sell them. Purchasing anything from Hanzio would increase the contribution points. Since dungeon crystals could not be sold or generate direct benefits, he just had to change his method. He could randomly set the mission requirement, so he made the dungeon crystal into something like a bonus reward to encourage the players to buy things from him, which would, in turn, increase his sales. The players that were already planning to spend would be even more willing to spend after seeing they could complete the dungeon mission on the way. The players who wanted to complete the dungeon mission would come and buy from him, then realize that the things he sold were all bargains, and they would fall into the trap, forming a cycle. The results were very great. The most obvious impact was that Hanzio's surrounding area became more crowded than subways, such that he could hardly move. After getting the dungeon crystal, the players called their friends and created teams to enter the dungeon. Their experience of the process was basically, enter joyfully, die, then come out stunned and confused. The winning goal was to survive till the end. At the start, everyone died before they could reach the end. 2 days later, someone finally completed the dungeon, but the completion rate was pathetic. They completed 0 optional missions and completed the dungeon with the lowest completion rate. The 4 optional missions were the ones with the highest rewards. They spent money at Hanzio's to receive the dungeon crystal, but they only got the lowest dungeon reward. It was a loss, and the players were frustrated. The difference in difficulty between the optional missions and the completion goal was huge. Is this dungeon even playable? Black Phantom killed me for the 8th time. My heart is exhausted. The players could not help but complain, share the dungeon's intelligence and recording, and hope someone could come up with something. After dying so many times, I can conclude, if you listen to the base's order, you'll die. How do we even complete the optional missions? Is this really an LV30 dungeon? A high-skill player arranged the intelligence and analyzed the dungeon storyline from the 5 optional missions. The outline of the path should be like this. First night into the dungeon, Hesla agents cause the leak of the base's fake intelligence. The second night, Black Phantom starts to act by sniping patrols, infiltrates the base with unknown methods, then steals the real intelligence. This night is the key to completing mission 2. Then the base enters alert, discovering Black Phantom's location. The pursuit then starts, resulting in failure. Right after that, a large number of Hesla troops arrive, and the head-on battle starts. There's a chance to complete Mission 1 here. Then, everyone gets surrounded and defends the base, and in the end, the base explodes. Staying alive till this point will be considered completing the dungeon. After investigating, I noticed a new opportunity. There are 10 minutes to prepare before the dungeon officially starts. This is actually the time before the Hesla agents start to act. If this can be prevented and the intelligence doesn't leak, the dungeon storyline might be different. However, this is a very tough battle. No one had succeeded yet. Lastly, a reminder to all players, do not have any contact with Black Phantom. Once you meet him, it's most likely death. This is a business opportunity. Han Zio was a doer. He produced a large batch of targeted machinery the next day. There were a specially made helmet that protected against ranged sniping and a device that increased the movement speed in the forest. As soon as these were released, the tortured players immediately liked them, and the products were sold out instantly. When there is demand, there will be market potential. Han Zio was very clear about that principle. He grabbed onto all business opportunities and created a new business chain. Han Zio was too lazy to even count the money he earned. He only knew it was a lot of money. As aquamarine dollars was not a general currency in the galaxy, he kept splurging and converting his money into machinery, material, and rare resources. Yet not only did he not have less money because of that, his money continuously increased. When Han Zio had still been a player, he had spent every cent with caution. Now, he had more money than he could spend. Even the Fabian company's warehouses were bought out by him and needed to be restocked. It's so troubling to have so much money. The phone rang. Huang Yu's voice appeared after it was picked up. The visiting group of the Illumira family has arrived at the sanctuary entrance. Shall we let them in? A meaningful smile appeared on Han Zio's face as he played with the bullet shells. Yes, of course, we need to let them in. A convoy parked outside the sanctuary entrance. Zio Jin had personally brought people to visit. The people who came were mostly members of the Zio faction. With Zio Jin as the leader, there were a few nephews and children. Following Huang Yu to the guest hall, he raised his head and immediately saw Han Zio sitting on the master seat, sizing them up with a mocking expression. Without the mask, this face in the eyes of these Zio faction people was the missing Han Zio, but they could not see through Han Zio at all. It was like he was totally a different person. Zio Jin did not dare to call him son. He cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "Black Phantom." Han Zio looked at them without any expression and did not reply. He simply sat with his back against the chair, played with the bullet in his hand, and stared at them. Zio Jin understood his intention. He looked at Zio Hai and the rest of the youngsters behind him and gave them a sign by tilting his head. These Zio faction youngsters caused a commotion, but after a few seconds of hesitation and procrastination, they unwillingly greeted him. "Stepfather, oh, you're here," Han Zio said coldly. "What are you visiting me for?" Seeing the situation, Zio Jin coughed and said, "I can explain what happened in the past. Your elder brother wants to apologize to you personally." Zio Hai took a deep breath, put on a very apologetic expression, and quickly revised the script in his heart one more time. Zio Hai was about to take a step forward and start to speak. Bang! Everyone was shocked. They followed the sound and looked over. A bullet crater still giving out smoke appeared under Zio Hai's foot. If he had taken that step forward, the bullet would have hit the back of his foot. Zio Hai could not take the step and froze in place. The empty bullet shell fell to the floor. A dark blue electromagnetic force covered his finger, and black smoke came out of the tip of his fingernail. The flick of his hand had acted as a firing pin, detonating the base and shooting out a bullet with his bare hands. Even Han Zio himself felt it was cool and awesome. Its power was limited, but it was enough to scare people. "I don't need an apology, get down to business," Han Zio said coldly. Zio Jin's expression changed slightly. It was clear that Han Zio did not want to talk about emotions and only wanted to talk about their deal, which disrupted his plan. Without a choice, he could only ask Zio Hai to step back. Zio Hai clenched his teeth tightly. He had already planned to apologize, but he was not even given a chance to read his script. Han Zio did not even look at him. Zio Jin focused his mind and said in a low voice, "The Germinal organization is gone, and the Six Nations will be the only large organization from now on. Once the Six Nations finish resting and recovering, sooner or later they will clear out us scattered warlords, even if we were once Six Nations partners, unless you can find someone to protect you." Han Zio rubbed his chins. Zio Jin nodded. He wanted to plan for the future, to rely on Han Zio and the dark net. Han Zio changed the topic and said, "It's time to pay back what you owe. Don't you have any idea how you got to where you are today?" Xiao Jin was speechless. He wanted to play the emotion card, but Han Xiao just wanted to talk business, just like back then when he was only known as Black Phantom. What do you want to see? Money, manpower, and to move your people into the sanctuary. It's not easy to chase the debt if you're so far away. The expressions of the visitors shifted slightly. This would mean they had to give up what they had built. They looked at Xiao Jin and waited for his decision. Xiao Jin kept silent for a while and decided to compromise. Okay. His eyes were looking at the future. The war had brought chaos, but it had also brought order. Ever since what happened in Green Valleyville, Liu Cheng and Illumira had been in a bad relationship with each other. Liu Cheng's Black Pine Colony received numerous attacks and suffered quite some damage. Since Illumira had joined Han Xiao wanted to settle this problem for Liu Cheng, so he called. It's you. Liu Cheng was cautious on the call. He had also received the intelligence that Han Xiao came from Illumira, so this raised his alertness and made him doubt Han Xiao's motive in contacting him before. Don't worry, Illumira won't look for your trouble anymore. Han Xiao was straightforward and expressed his standpoint. Liu Cheng did not understand. What do you mean? I'm not on Illumira's side, at least I was not. Now, they have joined me, and I have settled your conflict with them. Han Xiao laughed. Friends should help each other. Okay. Liu Cheng's tone softened a little. Thinking of their relationship before, he felt Han Xiao would not lie to him, and he did not need to. He was just a small warlord, and Han Xiao was now a legend. After the war, the Six Nations will be the only large organization, and there will be fewer wanderers. Warlords will definitely be cleared out in the future. Han Xiao repeated Xiao Jin's words. Basically, what he meant was, the business you're doing now has no future, my brother. The sun slowly moved closer to the horizon, dyeing Stardragon Western capital in a dusk glow. The people on the streets were in a hurry as if the night was a monster and they wanted to be back home before it came. Han Xiao walked on the streets slowly. It had been close to a year since he left, and now that he had returned, the feeling that the city gave him was slightly different. Han Xiao walked into the shop, and a buzzing sound came from the workstation. Liu Kaiyan turned around. Seeing that a customer was there, she hastily put down her work and approached him with a smile. Hello, what do you need? Liu Kaiyan still had the familiar look, gentle and dedicated, like a spring breeze. Han Xiao sized her up and said without changing his expression, I would like to customize something small. Customize what? Liu Kaiyan blinked. Han Xiao took out a blueprint and passed it to Liu Kaiyan. It was a mini metal statue drawing. Not very technical, just needed welding and grinding. Any machinery assembly shop could complete it. Liu Kaiyan looked at it for a while and said while nodding, no problem, come to take tomorrow. Han Xiao shook his head. I'm leaving the city tomorrow, I need it tonight. With a troubled expression, Liu Kaiyan said, it takes about 2 hours to build this statue, and I'll close the shop when it gets dark. Then I can only go to another shop. Han Xiao acted upset and mumbled, which repair shop take $30,000 jobs around here? Liu Kaiyan's eyes sparkled instantly, and she changed her response immediately. Today's closing time is delayed. You can wait in the shop and receive the product as soon as it's finished. Han Xiao laughed discreetly. He knew Liu Kaiyan too well, this method worked every time. There was only a chance to find Old Man Liu's box if he stayed in the shop. Of course, he could not ask Liu Kaiyan directly as it would raise caution. At this time, a new customer entered. It was a short-hair man. He said, I want to buy some household machinery. Do you have any? Yes. Liu Kaiyan pointed toward the metal shelf on the side and said, everything on that is for sale. Sorry, I currently am doing something, so you can look at the products yourself. Han Xiao casually pulled a chair and sat down. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked to the side. He saw that the man who walked in was sizing up the items on the shelf while discreetly sizing him up and observing him. Old Man Liu's identity was special, so he had entrusted Division 13 to take care of Liu Kaiyan before leaving. There was always someone that monitored the place nearby, preventing anyone from harming Liu Kaiyan. This new customer was one of the regular field agents, and he had come to observe Han Xiao. Division 13 seconds man. Han Xiao's senses at LV-70 were very sharp, so he noticed this man's footsteps showed unique signs of having trained in the military. It got dark, and Liu Kaiyan was focused. Han Xiao sat on the other side, and that man was still looking at the shelf and monitoring him. Han Xiao's brows rose. He could not move freely when under surveillance. He shook his leg, and a mini spider detector crawled out his pocket, moving stealthily following the shadows. He looked down and opened the controlling panel for the spider detector, then switched it to manual control. The visual image of the mini spider detector showed on the bottom right of the screen, moving close to the ground. The detector was equipped with a metal detection device, and the pipes hidden under the walls and the ground were all reflected. He remembered Old Man Lu's safe was metal, so he used metal detection. Half an hour later, the spider detector found the target in Liu Kai's room on the second floor. A suitcase-style safe was under the bed. Han Zio's eyes spun. He stood up immediately and asked, "Is there a toilet here?" Liu Kai looked up and wiped her sweat. "It's upstairs. I can bring you." "No need to. You do your stuff. I can go myself." Han Zio rejected her and walked upstairs. After a few steps, he suddenly heard that field agent following him up with the excuse of wanting to go to the toilet as well. Han Zio felt a little troubled. It was not easy to act when he was being monitored by someone. Suddenly, he had an evil idea. Coming to the toilet on the second floor, he suddenly turned around and punched the field agent in his face. The field agent had no time to react at all and could only feel his vision getting blurry and his nose being in extreme pain. Then, he fainted. Han Zio held onto him and laid him down on the ground slowly. He walked into Liu Kai's room, pulled out the safe from under the bed, and keyed in the password he remembered. The cover opened. Han Zio gave it a scan, and the interface notified him that he had received 4 rare blueprints, so it was confirmed. He was delighted, rolled the blueprints up, and placed them into his bag. Then he took out the substitutes from his bag and placed them into the box, restoring it back to its place. The substitutes were also machinery blueprints, but they were just normal blueprints. There would be players in the future who would go through countless hardships to complete this mission. Thus, by putting something inside, the player who completed the mission would at least get something. Han Zio felt that he had such a kind heart, almost so touching it could move the whole of galaxy. He carried the field agent down. Liu Kai was shocked and asked what happened to him. Han Zio purposely put on a face of disgust and said, "This guy wanted to use the toilet together with me. It was a disgusting idea, so I knocked him out." Liu Kai's expression became weird. Her eyes looked around on the field agent's body then mumbled, "So exciting." Han Zio sat down peacefully. He did not panic after knocking a person from Division 13 out. This was because of his strength. Plus, Liu Kai and he knew each other quite some time ago, so he did not want to disappear for nothing and make Liu Kai scared. He chatted with Liu Kai to fill the silence. C-156 please respond. C-156 please respond. In a large room of a building a few hundred meters away, a team of field agents to protect Liu Kai was on standby. The captain kept repeating the same line into the walkie-talkie, trying to reach the field agent in the repair shop. After not getting a response at all, their faces started to get serious. "SHT, he's lost contact. There must be an accident in the shop. Let's move now." The captain stood up immediately, changed into a bulletproof vest, brought along an ammunition belt, and burst through the door with the team in tow. The cool night wind blew in from the window, and the buzzing sound of the workstation filled their ears. It was a little noisy, but Han Zio was chatting casually with Liu Kai. "Your shop has been here for quite a number of years. How's business? With such a bad location, of course, the business isn't good. You seemed busy when I came in." Liu Kai shook her head. "I'm the only one here. With the orders stacking up, of course, there is always something to do. Aren't you going to hire a helper?" Liu Kai paused and sighed. "Hired one before, left. Probably because the salary was too low." Han Zio shook his head in disapproval. Was that the reason? Liu Kai doubted. She was just an ordinary person and did not know about these large issues. Han Zio had left without saying goodbye back then and had been uncontactable since, so Liu Kai still held a grudge. The apprentice worker whom they had finally been able to hire had disappeared just like that. Although they did not spend a very long time together, Han Zio had left a very deep impression on Liu Kai. Old Man Lu and she had been the only ones in the shop before, and with one more person joining in, it had felt much livelier. She had felt happy during the time they spent together. However, even after a very long wait, Han Zio still had not returned, greatly upsetting Liu Kai. "Since business is not good, have you ever thought of moving elsewhere?" Liu Kai shook her head. "This is my home." Rapid and dense footsteps approached. A group of field agents arrived in the dark. "Freeze, raise your hands." The field agent team raised their guns and aimed at Han Zio as the captain yelled, "We are Stardragon Strategic Defense Division. We need to verify your identity. You have to come with us." Swoosh. With a few flashes of light, the muzzles of the field agent team's handguns were sliced open smoothly. The captain's expression changed immediately, requesting back. Boom, boom, boom. In a blink of an eye, Han Zio, who had been sitting on the chair just a second ago, was in the middle of the people. The field agent team who had entered ferociously were now all on the floor. With his attributes, knocking down these LV-10 normal field agents in an instant was a piece of cake. "Security is too weak. I hope this will make Division 13 strengthen their guards. It would be best if they don't even let the players in. Han Zio shook his head, took out stacks of cash, placed it on the table, and left. Liu Qian regained focus. She stared at Han Zio's back and suddenly asked, "Have we met before?" Without turning back, Han Zio smiled faintly and said, "No, we haven't." After he disappeared into the night, Liu Qian put down the things in her hands. She took off the protective mask, tucked her hair behind her ear, and suddenly smiled, a smile with unspoken meanings. Han Zio smuggled himself out of the western capital, boarded the helicopter back to the sanctuary, and then took out the blueprints that he had just received. The core technology of the sonic spheres was acoustics. The most important part was the emitter of the sonic attacks. Pipes to produce sound frequencies needed to be made with electromagnetic plates and micro-adjusted according to different sonic attack types, and to connect these pipes together into a sphere frame required high skills. He spent quite some time before he finally built the end product. The sonic spheres had flying capabilities and could move freely in the air. It was his mid-range combat equipment. Han Zio familiarized himself with the controls. He then started to test the power of the sonic spheres. After some observation, Han Zio found that the range of sonic sphere penetrate was about 20 meters. It was used mainly to damage the target, creating armor penetration sound waves and attacking the target through obstacles. The attack range was in a straight line or an inverted cone. The basic damage of sonic sphere penetrate was 81,130. Although that did not look very high, that was not the case. The specialty of sonic attacks was that they are highly penetrative. The damage reduction from armor was very low, and with Han Zio's attribute enhancements and skill enhancements, one hit from it could deal 350-400 damage. Including the sonic sphere style, I now have 4 combat methods. The core style would be Amphipter mechanical suit, in cooperation with the other 3, capable of ranged, mid-ranged, and melee styles. These will be enough for any situation at the moment. A period of stability arrived on planet Aquamarine. Time passed by quick, and 4 months passed in a blink of an eye. Sanctuary 3 was completed with tall guarding walls, filtered air, self-sufficient greenhouse farms, and many more. The aim of the sanctuary was to protect humans in times of disaster or even protect the tinder of mankind. In the last 4 months, Bennett had built more sanctuaries, but none of them could match up to the size of Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. Illumra and Lu Cheng had already migrated their people over, built the guarding city surrounding Sanctuary 3, paid the money, and provided the manpower to build the transportation network, which spread all over the sanctuary. Galaxy Calendar Year 689, the 1st of March. On this day, an announcement marked in red was placed at the top of the forums. Its popularity grew at an unbelievable pace, which meant the number of people viewing and commenting was quickly increasing every second. Han Zio heaved a sigh of relief, followed by a rush excitement. He could almost see a tsunami of customers overwhelm him. The arena was way too suitable for singles and challenge, and he had opened it to the players. With such a suitable location already built, the chance of it becoming the hosting venue was very high. Such a large festival like Pro League being held in his territory was a huge business opportunity. Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, and Twinkle Fried Rice were the core players of the Long Sky team. The competition requirement this time was 8 players, including substitutes, where Hao Tian was the leader without a doubt. Hao Tian went through the list and said, "These players are all seniors and familiar faces. They will be able to find their competition mode with just a bit of practice. The contestants are fine, no need for changes." He was a god player who had contributed to the club for years, so his words sometimes had more authority than even the coach and the manager. At the same time, Frenzied Sword also registered for singles. Different from a big name like Long Sky, the Jiang City club that he was in was a small team. All the members in the club were just enough for the number of team members required. All of them were Tier 2 players, and only Frenzied Sword had made a name for himself. However, he was not the leader. The leader was Lone Crane, a signature player cultivated by Jiang City itself. Yet, he did not have any achievements. Jiang City was a dying team. When they saw the potential in Frenzied Sword and signed him as a strong help, the team only became a little more alive after he joined. However, Lone Crane did not like Frenzied Sword. He felt that Frenzied Sword threatened his position. The management regulations in the small clubs was not as developed as the big names, so it was common to put seniority first when determining positions. Before making any result, pro players were all arrogant, thinking everyone else was just trash. Frenzied Sword was lucky enough to meet this situation and was often excluded by the team. His singles registration was obstructed by Lone Crane many times. Lone Crane's reason was the team needs to retain its power, you are our ace. If you expose too much in the singles, the others will develop tactics against us. The registration only passed after being approved by the superiors. Frenzied Sword did not favor these fools. It was a crazy dream to want to achieve anything with such a team. He had put all his hopes into the singles. As long as he made a name for himself in the singles, his position would be stable. My win ratio against God Hao Tian is now 4-6. He's a top God player. Since I can win 40% of the time, there should be a high chance of entering the top 64 in the singles. The sanctuary was overcrowded with people. Not only were there contestants, but there were also spectators. It was more than 10 times more boisterous than usual. The players' line of shops extended from the square to almost the gate of the city. The divisions were big events for all players. The players not at the venue could watch the live stream on the forums. 3 days to the opening. There was one day that coincidentally was the fixed Black Phantom loot box sales day. After waiting for a while, Han Zio drove the truck and arrived at the scene with a 270 degrees tail drift. He jumped down from the car, and the waiting players swarmed over instantly to grab the boxes. The number of boxes was limited. It was almost impossible to purchase them without putting up a fight to buy them as soon as possible. Jingji was pushed around by the crowd. After the boxes were sold out, only then did the crowd leave. Jingji heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Han Zio was still there, he quickly trotted over and conveyed his intention of wanting to learn abilities. The items made his heart beat a lot quicker, and after he scrolled down to the bottom, his eyes opened wide in surprise. This is the class advancement knowledge for Pugilist and Esper, and both selling for 30,000 EXP. Jingji's mouth was wide open with surprise. Was Black Phantom not the mechanic mentor? Why was he selling the class advancement knowledge for the other two classes? Anyway, he could not use them. Jingji took a screenshot, posted it on the forums causally, and continued to look at the other items in the shop. What he did not expect was, this post created a storm on the forums. Every player who knew what this meant was shocked. Jingji did not know how rare class advancement knowledge was yet, but the older players knew it very well. Class advancement knowledge could only be exchanged after they farmed their relationship points with the 6 nations to reverence, which almost no one could at the moment. Yet, Han Zio had just started selling them out of nowhere. Only one word could describe how old players felt about Han Zio. Horrifying. After being silent for a few months, Han Zio's name dominated the forums once again. Jingji was stunned. He had never thought that his casual post would trigger such a reaction. However, what was more shocking only came afterward. Countless players came from everywhere upon hearing the news and swarmed toward Han Zio. After they confirmed the news to be true, the entire square's players became frenzied. Black Phantom is the player's blessing as always. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the exteriors of the crowd, and they split open a path automatically. Renowned pro players walked in one after another, Lai Ji, Hao Tian, Sun Eggplant, and so on. They gathered in one place and snatched the spotlight. With the Pro League just around the corner, the appearance of class advancement knowledge was certainly a very timely help. No one wanted to be behind the others, so they all rushed here. Dozens of famous pro players surrounded Han Zio. Some of the surrounding players had not had the chance to meet their idols before, so they could not hide their excitement and screams. Jingji was completely stunned. A post that he had casually published turned out to attract a group of god-level pro players. He was used to being a nobody and had never had such an experience. He was shivering in excitement. The EXP on Han Zio's interface rocketed by millions every minute. Han Zio was overjoyed. It was worth hoarding the class advancement knowledge till now. It's profiteering. Han Zio was delighted. The class advancement knowledge for these two classes came from the Germinal Organization Central Computer. Now that the Germinal Organization had been eradicated, the class advancement knowledge in his hands became the only source of it throughout planet Aquamarine. Tens of thousands of players gathered in the sanctuary, excluding mechanics, players with insufficient purchasing power, and players with insufficient potential points. Even if there were only a tenth of the players that bought it, he would still make a crazy profit. 30,000 was not high for the players at this time. Han Zio sold it at this price because he wanted to sell more quantity, and also because the contestants would spend most of their EXP before the competition to strengthen themselves as much as they could. If he set the price too high, he would miss the opportunity on those who did not have any EXP left. He sold it for a few hours straight and only stopped as the sun started to set. He looked at the interface. The EXP that he had received was an outrageous amount of 300 million. At the edge of players, Lai Ji was frowning. Most of the players were surprised about Han Zio selling class advancement knowledge, but not Lai Ji, who was not happy at all. He already had another type of class advancement knowledge, which the Guild of Gods had poured their resources to help him get. It was Lai Ji's trump card. He was going to use it to shine in the competition. However, Han Zio's actions largely decreased the effectiveness of this trump card of his, indirectly reducing the difference between him and the other players. Something that everyone owned would not be considered rare anymore. Lai Ji stared at Han Zio with unknown meanings. A few god-level players at the sides chatted in a group, and as usual, Second Prince was bragging. With the god player, me, bringing Dynasty into the finals will be a piece of cake. If it wasn't for King Admiral 1, you Dynasty would not be one of the biggest clubs, Sun Eggplant said with contempt. Second Prince was furious. They argued for some time, and Lai Ji walked over with a smile and said, "It's good to be confident. I hope everyone will be honing their skills. I need some help in the international competition to earn honor for China." They raised the corner of their lips. They disliked the attitude of Lai Ji always considering himself as the leader. Hao Tian said directly, "I don't like you to always representing others. Speak for yourself." Lai Ji's smile vanished. He looked at Hao Tian and said coldly, "Then I will see you in the competition. Don't let me win too easily." They stared at each other with sparks flying. Suddenly, a laid-back voice appeared from the side. "Found you, moron. Follow me back to the team for practice." This was indeed the low-key, mysterious pro player at the top of the leaderboard in China Dynasty's core. He had an eminent nickname, Emperor. "Don't call me moron." Second Prince was not happy. "Okay, moron." King Admiral nodded. Looking at King Admiral's back, Lai Ji's eyes sparkled, and he grunted in his mind. He yearned for King Admiral's top seat. His career could only advance further if he became the top player. There's no room for error in this pro league. They exchanged looks and saw the resolve in each other's eyes. After 3 continuous days of sales, the EXP that Han Zio received had reached an outrageous 1 billion. Including the previous 500 million, he had a total of 1,500 million EXP. The amount of EXP storage determines how long I don't have to worry for EXP in space. The next stage of my growth will be between the stars. The opportunities for growth can only be caught with enough EXP. After LV70, the expenditure for EXP will be higher and higher. Plus, I'm a very experienced consuming mechanic. After entering space, there will not be many chances to meet a large number of players, and there's still the blank period between the version updates. Bang! A firework rose into the sky from the square outside the window. This signified the official start of the Pro League. The sound of cheers soared through the skies and created a sound wave, spreading out like a tsunami. Looking down at the arena had now been reconstructed into the structure of a stadium. Let's start the opening battle for singles. Let's give a warm welcome to the 2 contestants. I believe everyone is familiar with the contestant on my right. An old warrior battling in the esports ring for 9 years, earning top 5 multiple times in the China Pro Player leaderboard, possessing an honorable and amazing battle history, with a steady and firm battle style yet not lacking aggressiveness. He is the core player of Long Sky Club, Hao Tian. On my left is a player you might not be so familiar with. He's a senior in the esports industry, once belonging to the Temple of God. His position was the core of his club, just like Lai Ji now, but he retired 5 years ago. Now, he returns with his past honor and winning resolve. He recontracted with the Temple of God Club, Star Chess. Cheering exploded between the audiences. Both sides had supporters, but the fan group of Star Chess was comparatively smaller. He had been retired for 5 years, therefore, his popularity had mostly faded. Star Chess looked up at his fans. They were all familiar faces. He did not expect there to still be a group of such supportive fans even after his 5 years of retirement. He was quite touched. He nodded toward his fans as a greeting. The fans cheered even louder with all their strength as they saw this. "I heard you invested your savings into a business after retirement. Your company filed for bankruptcy last year. Is this part of the reason you are returning to the pro scene?" Star Chess's expression remained unchanged and said, "Of course not. The pro scene is where I made my name. Returning is just because I never forgot where I came from. I'm looking forward to battling the younger generation. Hope that I can dig out some players with good potential and teach the young players nowadays some experiences. It will help them in their battles at the international competitions." As he was speaking, he smiled toward Hao Tian with a sense of superiority as a senior. Hao Tian was considered as his junior. The young players whom Star Chess mentioned, of course, included Hao Tian. Looks like both of them are confident that they will win. Let's start the 30-second countdown, and once it reaches 0, the competition will officially begin. The screen showed a 30-second timer, and the audience in the arena all quieted down, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes focusing on the two men on the ring. The nervous atmosphere froze the ring and the stadium. 3, 2, 1, bang. As soon as the countdown finished, Hao Tian stomped his feet into the ground and charged toward the opponent with surge of energy covering his body, as if he was a siege tank. Bang, bang, bang. The two pugilists exchanged fists and kick with each other. The sound of punches landing on the two's bodies was deep and loud. The audience could see that the status bars of both sides, such as the health bar, energy bar, and stamina bar, were dropping. The veterans would not fight like a rookie player, who fought as if they were video gamers smashing all the buttons. Even in a lower-level battle between pugilists, it was essential to understand the timing of the use of skill and how to distribute energy to continue to activate buffs. They also needed to learn dodging techniques, reset timing, damage calculation, and cooldowns of skills. In the fight of elites, detail determined the victor. The battle between the two men on the ring was filled with subtle techniques from both fighters. Some spectators understood, while others did not. But in the end, it did not matter if one was able to identify the techniques. The audience all certainly felt a special atmosphere in a professional battle. And it could be described in one word: steady. The rate of decrease in their status bars was slower than the battle between average players. It meant that both players used a lot of small techniques that dodged a large amount of attacks from the enemy. This was the clear distinction between professional players and normal players. After they exchanged blows, Star Chess suddenly lunged and stomped his front foot on the ground. An invisible wave shook the ring as it traveled across. Knock-up skill. Any target within 2 meters would get knock-up if hit by the shockwave. This was a rare skill, and Hao Tian did not react in time. His feet left the ground, and he was around 30 centimeters in midair. This is bad. It seems like it is a rare skill. Hao Tian got hit, but he wasn't knocked very high, so there's no opening for combo. Star Chess charged forward and landed the first punch of the combo. The lower the height of knock-up, the harder it was to start a combo, but Star Chess successfully found the opening, and a torrent of skills and attacks bombarded Hao Tian. The random and colorful energy splashed on his body, landing 7 combo hits in an instant. Hao Tian's health dropped by a large portion. The judge shook his head and commented, Star Chess could still grab the slim opening for a combo. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Let's see how Hao Tian will react to this situation. Everyone knew that before the competition, Black Phantom sold out a class advancement knowledge called. It will use up a large amount of energy in exchange for a status of rage buff and knock back all the enemies. This skill can stop the combo of the enemy, but it will use a lot of energy. From the attributes of this level of players, they can only use this skill once in a competition. Oh no, even though this skill is a midair escape skill, the successful rate is very strict. You need at least 10 points higher in dexterity than your opponent to have a few more percentage increase in successful rate. But they are at the same level, so their attributes should be the same. If the skill does not go through and fails, he won't be able to move, and the next combo from Star Chess will finish him off. The judge suddenly stopped his tongue as he saw that Hao Tian escaped the combo with the skill and land right behind Star Chess. Then, without any delay, Hao Tian's elbow landed on the back of Star Chess' head, stunning him. Making use of the opportunity, Hao Tian grabbed Star Chess by the shoulder and swept the floor with a kick and made Star Chess float in midair without any defense. Then it was time for Hao Tian to perform his mesmerizing combo. The situation suddenly changed, and the audience was left in shock. How did the skill succeed? The judge had no time to freeze and shouted with his eyes wide open. Now it's time for Hao Tian to counterattack. Why is Star Chess health bar going down so fast? Just now, half of Star Chess combo took away 25% of Hao Tian's health, but after only a few punches, Star Chess had already lost 40% of his health points. Star Chess has used energy burst, exclaimed the commentator. However, the next moment, Hao Tian also used his energy burst, and as if a raging wild bull, he rushed at Star Chess and threw a heavy punch that broke through Star Chess' defense and landed right on his chest. Boom! The muffled sound of the impact rang out. Star Chess lost his footing, fell off the platform, and crashed onto the ground, causing clouds of dust to rise up. The winner is Hao Tian, announced the commentator in a booming voice. He won. The spectators screamed in excitement, and Hao Tian's fans all stood up and cheered for him. The screams from tens of thousands of people flooded the arena like a tsunami. Star Chess was led off the center with eyes full of regret. Although this opening fight was held more for the sake of showmanship, and neither of the pro player would be disqualified regardless of the result, it was still a great chance to gain popularity. Winning under the eyes of tens of thousands of people was the best way to prove one's reputation. Under the bright, burning sun in the middle of the desert, the two teams were staring at each other with a sand hill in between. The players were soaked in sweat as they stood on the burning sand and entered the status. Even though they were not moving, their energy points were still decreasing at a steady rate. The location in the desert is too open, which is bad for us. We are probably going to lose here. Lone Crane was discouraged. This was Frenzied Sword's Rivervale Club team. They were lucky as they had not met any strong teams. They had struggled their way through the competition, and now they are on the last batch of the qualifiers. If they won this game, they could get into the next stage. But it seemed that Rivervale's luck had run out. The randomized map was an open desert, which was bad for a composition focused on close combat. Lone Crane was annoyed, and because of that, the whole team's morale was down. Frenzied Sword stepped up to change the atmosphere and frowned. Don't worry, the fight hasn't started yet. We still have the chance to win. Lone Crane shook his head. The enemy has a strong ranged attack abilities, so the only way for us is to close the distance. Of course, we will only get kited if we charge in recklessly, so the best way is to lure them into an ambush. They can hide in the sand, and you all act like you are running away and lure them to where I'm hiding. Then I can pressure their backline while you all turn around and attack. This is the only way. The teammates all looked at each other, and this time Lone Crane replied, since this is your idea, if we lose, you will be responsible for this. Lone Crane was obviously trying to avoid the blame so that he would be off the hook if he lost the game. Seems that they can't wait any longer. Isaac from the opposing team laughed. The enemy is just a small club. I saw their matches before, and they excel in close combat, but they have no synergy. Plus, we have the map advantage, so as long as we keep our distance, victory is ours. Lone Crane and the other four ran with tails between their legs. Isaac's team quickly chased after them, but soon, they realized that there were only 4 people in Rivervale team. Where did the other 2 go? Isaac raised his suspicion and raised his hand. Halt, I think they are luring us into a trap. Lone Crane kept on running forward while being demotivated. He could not understand Frenzied Sword's strategy. Then he suddenly had an idea to push all the blame on Frenzied Sword. If he directly fought the enemy head-on without telling Frenzied Sword, at least it would seem like Lone Crane tried his best, while Frenzied Sword was hiding the entire fight. This would definitely make the higher officials be disappointed in Frenzied Sword. However, he could not purposely steer away from where Frenzied Sword was hiding since the rest of the teammates also knew the location. Therefore, the only thing that Lone Crane could do was make them look like they were luring the enemy into a trap. Thus, Lone Crane kept on running, regardless of whether the enemy followed or not. Look at them go. They don't look like they are trying to lure us, and there's a lower chance that there will be an ambush in the open field. Let's chase after them. Unfortunately, Isaac was wrong. After chasing Rivervale for a while, they reached the ambush area, and a spot within the team exploded, covering them in sand. Frenzied Sword and his teammate rushed out and charged into the backline. It was so sudden that Isaac and his teammates' jaws dropped. Frenzied Sword used all his strength and tore open the enemy's formation. Lone Crane, who was far away, also frowned, and he had no choice but to lead his team back into the battle. The scene was in chaos. Despite the ambush, Isaac and his teammates did not back down easily, and Rivervale still had to fight an intense battle. Luckily, Frenzied Sword had a great performance and eliminated the squishy Aspers, getting a double kill. After Isaac fell to the ground, the surroundings finally quieted down, and one could only hear wind blowing through the sand. Rivervale's victory. We won. Frenzied Sword waved his fist. We actually got into the next stage. Lone Crane could not close his mouth as he was shocked. Was the enemy so stupid that they could not tell his obvious act? In the night sky, far away from planet Aquamarine, a few wormholes were opening and closing while leaking rays of rainbow, and lighting up the dark universe into a colorful playground. Around the center of the shattered wormhole was a large space station floating in space, and the shape was like 3 buildings stacked on each other horizontally. The space station took in thousands of spaceships every second, as if it was a beehive. A small spaceship covered in yellow and white flew into a space deck. The spaceship shook as it entered the gravitational area, and it headed into the garage after a few minutes. Identity authorized. Permit granted to dock. Welcome, Captain Kurlod, Space Investigator 741 of Godora. Whoosh. The door to the aircraft opened, and a man walked down as a platform extended onto the ground. He was a male Godoran with light golden skin. He had similar facial features to a human, but there was more space between the parts of the face. The body structure was also identical to that of human: one brain, 2 hands, 2 lands, and a schlong. There was nothing extra such as a tail or an additional limb. He was 2 meters tall, which was the average height of Godorin. Kurlod, who worked for the Godorin Space Investigation Department, was the captain of an investigation team. Even though his title was captain, he did not have any men under his command. He only had a Godora standardized suitcase, equipment, and the Observer, which was a small-sized spaceship. The spaceship was 30 meters long, and it could only hold 1 passenger. Oh wow, a pure-blood Godorin. It's rare to see such an elite species. As the gate of the garage opened, a man wearing the work suit for the space station laughed. Huh, an inferior breed. Kurlod glanced at the worker and looked down at him. Godorans had extreme pride in remaining pure-blooded and denounces mixed breeds. It was part of their culture that they should discriminate against those who are not pure-blooded Godorans. The man did not bother and said, "Just register. How long will you park here, and where will you be heading to?" "Stopping for 2 days to refuel, then we'll head to Star Zone 9 to investigate an unusual phenomenon in an undeveloped civilization," Kurlod replied. "Star Zone 9. Isn't that a very dangerous place? Seems that you got the difficult work from your boss." But since it was an uncivilized place, the reason that they thought that it was an unexplained phenomenon was because of their lack of technology. "I can just take a look and come back in no time." Kurlod raised his chin, walked out of the garage, and headed to the resting station in the middle of the space station. After the two left, the gate of garage closed. After some time, a black gluey object crawled out from the platform of the space dock. It looked like it was a life form, and this unknown object was only 1 meter squared large. The gluey liquid slowly crawled up to the Observer and disappeared into the cracks of the spaceship. In the icy mountain range of planet Aquamarine's northern continent, a black helicopter with the Darknet logo rested on one of the mountains. Hanzio crossed his arms in front of him and viewed the clouds drifting in the mountain range. The cold air kept on slipping into his sleeves, but Hanzio did not feel slightly cold. On the other hand, the pilot, who wore 3 layers of clothes, was freezing to death. "Your Excellency, how long do we have to wait?" "1 day at minimum, but it might take up to half a month." Wang Jian's face froze. The difference was too much. They chattered to alleviate the boredom. However, most of the time, Hanzio was watching the matches on the forum. The International All-Stars had started. All the top teams from each region competed fiercely, and the players brought endless entertainment onto the stage. "Sir, the satellites have discovered an unidentified object that's rapidly approaching the atmosphere." The observatory of Raylan in the northern continent was suddenly in alert. The satellite showed a light dot approaching planet Aquamarine from outer space. "Is this a meteor?" "Target appeared on our scanners 3 minutes ago before." If it was a meteor, our scanners should have noticed it much earlier. Moreover, meteors should be more affected by our planet's gravitational pull. Don't tell me it's an alien spaceship. The target has increased in velocity. Estimated landfall in 8 minutes. Coordinates. Is it an unpopulated area? Target is estimated to land in a barren mountain range in the northern continent. The specific location is right by our country's border. The professor in charge of the observatory immediately gave out the order. "Report this to the higher-ups now. Request for troops to head to the landing site." Wang Jian was bored out of his mind. He had already been waiting in this darned wasteland for 10 days with Hanzio, waiting for God knew what. But due to how legendary his boss was, the felt that Hanzio was definitely there for a purpose, and he was curious as to what it could be. Hanzio was standing in the snow when he suddenly looked up in the sky. He then immediately turned around and headed for the helicopter and took out his equipment. "Something's finally happening." Wang Jian was elated and asked, "What are you doing?" "It's here," Hanzio answered without even looking up, and quickly put on his gear. "What's here?" Wang Jian did not get it. Just as he finished asking the question, an ear-piercing sound came down from the sky, causing Wang Jian to look up. A fireball flew down from the sky, and one could more or less make out the shape of an aircraft amid the flames. Boom! The aircraft crashed into the peak of a nearby mountain, blasting black rocks and snow everywhere. It then continued flying down and cleaved a path clean through the snowy valley, burning all the surrounding trees as it passed and causing a mini earthquake. The high mountain peak collapsed and caused a small avalanche. Wang Jian's mouth was hanging wide open, and all the color had drained out of his face. Spaceship. Wang Jian could not believe what he was seeing and looked toward Hanzio. He had heard all sorts of things about Hanzio, but it turned out that this man was even more mysterious than in the rumors. He could even know when a spaceship was going to crash land. Quickly, Hanzio had put on Amphipter, stretched out the joints, and took out the flight device bat wings before attaching it onto the empty slot on his back. His helmet's interface showed that the flight system was functioning normally. "Fly," Hanzio commanded in his mind as he sprinted toward the cliff's edge, and the wings started to make out buzzing noises. The turbines span at maximum capacity, and the tail end spat out blue flames. The observer ship had gotten itself stuck, and half of its body was in the ground. The surrounding trees and grass were still on fire, but the ship itself seemed to still be in perfect condition. Its energy shield had protected the ship from breaking apart during the crash. However, the massive impact did damage the generator, and now, the shield was greatly weakened while the engines were simply done for. Coordinates stored. Location: Planet Aquamarine, 9th star system. Gravity level: low. Current temperature: 3 degrees Celsius. Climate type: air. Moisture level: civilization level: planetary. Danger level: low. Summary: survivable. Kurlod was still a bit shaken up and said, "Check body condition." Analyzing. Analysis complete. 3 bone fractures, moderate nerve damage, and minor damage to the brain. Inject nanohealant. Inject. Oh, there's a survivor. Hanzio noticed the Godoran to the side. Hanzio raised his eyebrows before his gaze focused on the intergalactic communicator on the Godoran's hand. This was what he was looking for. Planet Aquamarine's local. Kurlod sized him up in a glance and switched on the translator mode, allowing his own language to be translated into what Hanzio could understand. He pointed his fingers at Hanzio and said, "You, tell me, what is this place?" In the clairvoyant view of Destiny's Child, it could never show the details on whether a person lived or died. Hanzio had originally decided to first get to the crash site of the spaceship and steal the intergalactic communication device. This device was the most important factor to leave the planet. The spaceship was never the target. As it turned out, the device was still in the investigator's possession, so the original plan would not work. He had to think of a new way to deal with the investigator. Hanzio thought quickly, "Do I rob or swindle him?" Seeing that Hanzio still had not replied after some time, Kurlod frowned and said, "Hey, I ask you a question. Answer me. Are you the visitor from Godara?" Hanzio made up his mind and slowly moved toward Kurlod. "The civilization from this planet requested help. I am the investigator responsible for the assistance." "Who are you?" When Hanzio was within 10 meters of Kurlod, he replied, "I am the messenger of Planet Aquamarine. I am here to invite you to our place." "Good. Take me to the most powerful leader in this civilization." Kurlod was surprised and dropped his suspicion. He suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait for a second. I need to report back to the people who sent me here." "No problem. Waiting is the least I can do." Kurlod was satisfied with the treatment from Planet Aquamarine, and he was even more pleased with the attitude of this messenger. Just as he lowered his head and turned on the communication device, Hanzio suddenly charged forward. The Batwing flying device suddenly activated, and Hanzio shot forward as if he was a cobra. Hanzio kicked right on Kurlod's body and snatched the device from his hand. On the receiving end of the attack, Kurlod slowly got up without any injury. Kurlod's expression was cold, and he took the 2 small golden balls that were attached to his braids. The mechanical force flashed on his fingertips, and the small ball expanded. One ball became a golden shield, while the other ball turned into golden spear. The appearance was old-fashioned, but one could feel the energy embedded in the weapon, showing that they were not ordinary weapons. "You uncultured swine, you've made a big mistake." The transformation from the golden ball to a weapon was a mechanic skill. Advanced civilizations basically had this skill in hand, and it was clear that Godara had better equipment. The battle erupted. Hanzio spread out his wings, and the 4 machine guns on the wings fired rapidly. Kurlod raised his shield, and the shield released a larger circular light shield on top of it. All the bullets were reflected by the light shield. Kurlod roared with anger and pointed his spear right at Hanzio. The head of a spear suddenly fired a golden bullet in an arrow shape. Hanzio jumped in an instant, and the bullet passed right by his feet. The bullet left clear holes in the trees that were on its path and disappeared into the distance. Godoran craftsmanship combined technology and magic, so it was not an ordinary weapon that was based on technology. Instead, its power was stronger than normal explosive powder, where one light bullet could take out 500 armor points. The damage was extremely high. Kurlod was supposed to be an enemy from version 2.0, so it was natural that one felt his damage was too high. Even though investigators were not famous for their combat skills, Kurlod was different. He had great confidence in his combat abilities, and he thought that he could suppress anyone from the lower civilization with just his equipment alone. Kurlod had the sense of pride as a part of a higher civilization. This is probably the first time I've fought with a space soldier. His ranged attack is stronger than mine. I need to try and get close. Hanzio instantly adapted his plan and dove down onto the enemy. 4 sonic spheres flew and exploded around Kurlod. Kurlod's shield was affected by the attack, meaning that the attack was stable. Punches and kicks with huge bursts of energy landed on Kurlod's body. The shield was heavily weakened. Even though close-quarter combat was advantageous for a mechanical pugilist, Hanzio had a variety of skills and abilities that overwhelmed Kurlod. The two men did not rest for a second, and the battlefield was soon moved away from the spaceship crash site and into a forest. Even though the Godoran investigator had the advantage in equipment, Hanzio's attacks were too complex and unpredictable. Kurlod could not hold back the attacks as he got more and more frustrated. He had decided to end this battle. The axe exploded in light like burning sun, and Kurlod whirled it in the air and chopped down. Hong! The earth cracked, and the impact wave exploded onto the side. One more, Kurlod roared. He took a step back, used another skill as his body shined, and attacked again. The signal of danger was imminent and deadly. The air pressure was landing at extremely high speed. Nice. Hanzio was happy instead of being afraid. He quickly activated the skill that he had saved up. Hanzio's energy power boosted at an insane rate. The thick and strong mechanical force covered the mechanical suit, as if it was a lightning snake crawling on his body. The energy core of the mechanical suit was so bright that it hurt Kurlod's eyes. At the same time, a shadow of a man wearing a black mask appeared behind Hanzio. Mechanical skill, energy core overloads, attributes buff increases. All modules have no cost. Duration of status, 7 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Character summon card, Germinal Organization Leader. For the next 8 seconds, all skills deal critical true damage, ignoring all armor. The target's defense status will also decrease by 24%, lasting 5 minutes. Usage, 1/12. And also, Flaming Will, Overload, Surging Mechanical Force, Bang 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 Bang. The tsunami of attacks washed over the frightened face of Kurlod. The sound of the explosions came continuously from where the spaceship had crashed. Huang Jian rubbed his hands and exhaled, worried. Sounds like a battle, but who is he fighting? Huang Jian was confused. In this unpopulated wilderness, was Hanzio fighting with an alien? Even the thought of it made him think that it was such a crazy world. After a while, the sound disappeared, and Huang Jian worried even more. Although he had heard of how strong Hanzio was, the enemy was an alien after all. If anything happens to him, there won't be anyone giving me orders. Should I continue to wait or? Just as he was in a dilemma, an outline of a person flew in his direction from the place where the spaceship crashed and approached very quickly. Great, you're okay. Huang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he saw that Hanzio had brought along a being of a species that he had never seen before. And its feet and hands were locked by electrical handcuffs. That was Kurlod. An alien. Took me quite some effort to capture him. Hanzio grabbed Kurlod by his hair and stuffed him into the cabin. This Godoran's face was filled with rage, but his mouth was blocked, so he could not say anything. Huang Jian was stunned. He knew that Hanzio was strong, but he did not know that Hanzio was so strong that he could even capture an alien. Huang Jian started flying the helicopter hastily, and they departed. Huang Jian was very curious about the alien, and he kept turning back. Your Excellency, does he bite? He, a high civilization investigator, was being looked down on by a native as a savage beast. Kurlod was furious, but his limbs were all tied, so he could only express his protests by knocking his head on the metal plate strongly. I don't think he bites. Hanzio touched his chin and said with a low voice, but seeing that he's so furious, maybe he has such twisted interests. Bang, bang. Kurlod continued knocking his head on the metal plate. Is he edible? Huang Jian asked curiously. Hanzio pinched the Godoran's arms and said, the skin is quite smooth, and the meat is rather solid. Are you interested? Huang Jian hesitated, then nodded and said, I have never eaten an alien before. Boom boom boom. The frequency of head knocking on the metal plate became higher. Underdeveloped. Savages. Kurlod growled in his heart, then a tint of fear appeared in his mind. Do these natives really want to eat me? Is it a male or female? Huang Jian was curious. Check it yourself, Hanzio said with a weird expression. Huang Jian opened his eyes wide and looked for a while, then said in surprise, I thought that since this alien's build is so huge, it should be huge too. Boom. Kurlod could not take the humiliation anymore and used all his strength to bang his head against the metal plate, knocking himself unconscious. More than 10 minutes after the helicopter left, Raylan's troops arrived late at the scene. found the crashed spaceship, and immediately locked the area down in shock. This is a spaceship from outer space. According to the orders from above, this is a spaceship from the friendly Godoran civilization that was specifically sent to help us investigate the Inhumans. Even the mountain peak was destroyed. This was not a usual landing. And the spaceship wrecked. Check for survivors immediately. Report, no corpses were discovered in the spaceship. There are traces of a battle here. Raylan's troops collected clues, observed the battlefield, and reached their first conclusion. Two people fought each other, both superhumans. One of them used weapons unknown to us. The marks on these trees seem like they were melted through by laser beams. The slash marks are extremely smooth. They were not caused by ordinary cold weapons. These battle traces have comparatively higher radiation levels, so this should be the Godoran. The other party used firearms. The metal construction of the bullet shells is similar to ours. There are also some armor shards in the ground, so this should be someone very strong in our planet. The actual person needs to be further verified with the database. From the destruction level of the scene, this person's strength is definitely at the top of planet Aquamarine, and there are very limited people in this category. The person should be identified within a short period. The result of the battle was most likely that the Godoran was captured and taken away. Are there any other discoveries? At this time, a researcher noticed that the spaceship's armor was open, and inside were the internal parts of the spaceship. He looked inside curiously, and as he was using the torchlight, he suddenly found something special. The researcher said there seemed to be liquid in the spaceship. Liquid? The crowd surrounded the area, with a strong light shining in. They found a pile of metal and pipes covered in black, sticky liquid. What is that? Probably fuel. At this time, the officer suddenly said, "Orders from above, transport the spaceship back to the nation secretly." The accident that happened to the Godara spaceship was a once-in-a-blue-moon chance for the planet Aquamarine regimes, so Raylan decided to research on the technology of the spaceship. Being back at the sanctuary, Hanzio locked Kurlot in his secret base, then checked his battle trophies. Godara Battle Spear. Type: highly compressed cold weapon plus light element enhanced. Quality: green. Basic stats: melee damage 247, 255, range damage 294, 381. After putting away the equipment, Hanzio took out the galactic communicator. His face turned serious in the face of the key item. At this time, Kurlot, who had been tossed and left in the corner, secretly opened his eyes. Seeing that Hanzio was looking at the galactic communicator, his lips warped into a sneer. Although he had become a prisoner, Kurlot still held on to his sense of superiority. He was sure that this planet Aquamarine native would not be able to use the communicator. In his eyes, Hanzio was like a monkey getting its new toy. A thought appeared in his mind, and Kurlot suddenly felt energetic. He doesn't know how to use any of this equipment, which means he will definitely ask me about to use them. Maybe I can trick him into sending a rescue signal to the headquarters without him knowing. Kurlot felt this plan could work, and he became excited as he saw hope. At this time, Hanzio easily brought up the translucent crystal screen of the communicator, looked at the screen full of Godara words, chose the option to switch language instantly, and changed it into planet Aquamarine's language. Kurlot, right. Good that you're awake. Now, tell me your personal account. How can you possibly know how to use the communicator? And about personal accounts, who are you? Kurlot's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could almost not make sense of his words and was terrified. How could a native know about these things? There was only one explanation for this. This guy is definitely not a native. He came from the galaxy as well. Thinking of this, Kurlot's sense of superiority was nowhere to be found anymore. He was stunned and confused. Originally, he had planned to threaten the man with the name of Godara, but it would only be useful against a native. Who am I? Hanzio raised the corner of his lips and said deliberately mysteriously, "Our meeting was rushed. Please, allow me to officially introduce myself. My name is Hanzio. There's nothing else you need to know." Kurlot was more convinced of his guess and felt that Hanzio was very mysterious. He looked Hanzio in his eyes and saw an abyss filled with mist. Suddenly, it occurred to him, and he yelled, "Wait a minute, how did you know my name?" "You are a Godoran investigator, ordered to investigate the so-called Inhumans in planet Aquamarine," Hanzio said slowly. "Due to unknown reasons, your spaceship met an accident. Are you a mind reader or foreseer?" Kurlot said with a cautious expression. He discreetly used his energy to protect his mind. However, he did not discover any traces of it being invaded. "Guess," Hanzio said mockingly. This attitude made Kurlot grind his teeth, but he had no choice under such circumstances. He held his anger and asked, "Why did you attack me?" Hanzio pointed at the communicator and said, "Don't worry, this is not personal. I also am not hostile toward Godera. All I want is this. You call this not hostile? If I was hostile, you would already be dead. I just need the communicator to contact Galactic Travel Agency and leave this planet. I need to borrow the money in your personal account. If you are willing to cooperate, I can let you go and bring you to leave with me. At that time, you can return home if you like. Herlod was surprised. You're willing to let me go? Why not? Hanzio laughed. I have no grudge with or hatred toward Godera. I'm just robbing you of your money, not your life. After pondering, he said with dignity, as long as you fulfill your part of the deal, I am willing to cooperate. I can promise in the name of God Gal that I will never seek revenge. I admit my defeat. God Gal was the religious god of Godera, so this kind of promise was very solemn. Herlod's personal account had galactic general currency. Calling the Galactic Travel Agency needed money, and since Hanzio was unsure if they would accept resources as payment, getting the general currency was insurance. Only this much money. You're too poor. Hanzio could not help but complain. Ina's was the general currency in the galaxy, the most common currency unit used. Herlod's face turned red, and he said, I don't have the habit of saving. Being an investigator is a tough job, and I need to enjoy myself. Wait a minute, why am I explaining myself to you? He suddenly realized that he was being robbed. Why did he even have to feel ashamed of having little money? Having received the money, Hanzio's target was achieved, and he felt assured. Counting the days, the planet Aquamarine divisions would last for about more than 10 days, and he planned to use that time to contact the Galactic Travel Agency in advance. Location: Star Zone 9, Planet Aquamarine. Destination: Hanzio paused and said, Jubilee Hub. Please select price range. Cheapest. Hanzio gave Herlod the cheapskate a stare. Number of travelers: a few dozen. Race: human. Now, I just have to wait for the players to finish the competition. I will then make an announcement, and the team will be created. It's all ready. There were some matters in Planet Aquamarine that he had to deal with before leaving. As Hanzio was doing his preparation discreetly, Bennett suddenly called him. I have arrived at Sanctuary 3. Where are you? Why are you suddenly here? Hanzio said jokingly. Missed me? What do you think? Bennett said with a very serious tone. Where did you hide that alien? You didn't eat him, did you? Bennett's pupils constricted. This was the first time that he had seen an alien, so he could not help but stare, forgetting himself. He looked at the two of them and said in confusion, Didn't you capture him? Why does it look like? We have agreed on some matters. Hanzio did not want Herlod to hear their following conversation, so he took off his translator. How did you know about the alien? Hanzio asked. Bennett shook his head and said in a low voice, Raylan told me, or else I wouldn't have known an alien came. They investigated you, confirmed that you captured the alien, and contacted me discreetly to demand that you to give them the alien. And what if I reject? Raylan is very firm this time. Can you tell me, how did you kidnap an alien back after a casual walk outside? What do you want to do? Hanzio sat down, looked at Bennett, and said, I'm planning to leave Planet Aquamarine. Bennett was completely stunned. This message was way too sudden. Bennett only regained his focus after a while, and asked with surprise, why? Are you really an alien? Compared to the galaxy, Planet Aquamarine is just a tiny rural place. The world is so large, and I want to explore it. Hanzio smiled. Turns out this was the reason for the capture the alien. Bennett adjusted his mindset very quickly. He had seen a lot of things. After all, he said with some sadness, you are a friend who shares the same ideals as me. If you've really decided that, I can only wish you all the best. I will miss you. Hanzio looked him in the eye and smiled. That's a wider world, aren't you tempted? Do you want to come with me? Bennett's mind drifted away a little. It was like he saw the endless galaxy in Hanzio's eyes. Men's romance was the sea of stars, and one could only look further by standing taller. His heart started beating faster. The desire for exploration in his heart became stronger. However, Bennett calmed down very quickly. He shook his head and said, The sanctuary is my ideal. Sorry, I need to continue it. Hanzio hesitated and said, There's actually another reason. A disaster will sweep over Planet Aquamarine in 2 to 3 years' time. I foresaw it. It's a horrifying disaster, and there's a very low chance of surviving. Are you really not leaving? Hanzio decided to warn Bennett about the arrival of the mutation disaster. After all, Bennett had treated him well. It was dangerous staying in Planet Aquamarine, and Hanzio wanted to enter the galaxy before version 1.0. One of the main goals that he had was to avoid the first and most dangerous wave of disaster when the mutation disaster arrived in Planet Aquamarine. With the possible identity of a foreseer, Hanzio's foresight had reasons to be believed. However, after Bennett listened carefully to Han Zio's rough description of the disaster, his hesitation disappeared completely, and he said, "Then I categorically have to stay. This is my home, and she needs me." Han Zio stared at Bennett for a while before letting out a long sigh. "Indeed, that's the type of person you are." People's beliefs differed and could not be forced. Bennett stared at Han Zio with complicated emotions in his eyes and asked, "Are you leaving to avoid the danger?" Han Zio smiled and said, "The solution to the disaster is hidden in the galaxy. Not only am I avoiding danger, but I am also looking for the solution in the galaxy." He did not lie to Bennett. Solving the mutation disaster in version 2.0 in advance was part of his plan. Hearing this, Bennett smiled and said, "I was not wrong about you. When I heard your speech back then, I knew we are the same type of people." "We are not." Han Zio's lips twitched. That speech had been completely copied from Bennett's original words in his previous life. Suddenly, Bennett said with a serious tone, "There are too many Inhumans in Sanctuary 3. Even more than the refugees, they're taking up too much space. They have unknown origins and are too mysterious. This is a potential security threat. I don't know how you make them work for you, but if you leave, what are we going to do with them? When the disaster is upon us, the Inhumans will most likely be the pillar of Sanctuary's protection. Don't be too strict toward them, accept and include them." As the players grew, the various organizations in Planet Aquamarine feared Inhumans more and more, and naturally, Bennett was not an exception. Although he feared the Inhumans, he changed his attitude immediately upon knowing that the Inhumans could protect the Sanctuary. This reasoning was very effective on him. The two of them chatted for a while, then Bennett stood up and said his goodbyes. He had come to deal with Raylan's message but unexpectedly heard about Han Zio plans. In this case, Raylan's warning would not be worrying at all. On the other hand, the disaster that Han Zio had told him about gave him a heavy heart. It felt like there was a dark cloud above the path in front of him. He decided to immediately return and write the crisis protocols, strengthen the Sanctuary's protection, and speed up the plan. Then it was sad to see a partner like Han Zio go, so he said sincerely, "I wish you all the best, and I hope that we can meet again one day." Han Zio reached out to give Bennett a firm handshake. They smiled at each other. On that same night, he summoned Gila and Aurora to tell them that he was going into the galaxy soon. As expected, they were surprised, and their faces were filled with disbelief. "Han Zio, what is the galaxy like? Have you met an alien?" Aurora asked hurriedly. Han Zio asked Kurlod to come closer and said, "This is an alien." Aurora's eyes were filled with curiosity. "Aliens look quite similar to us. Does he bite?" This question again. "Can't you natives be more knowledgeable?" Kurlod could not take it anymore and yelled at Aurora, "I don't." Kurlod fell onto the ground with his face down. Han Zio put his hands down and said hastily, "Be kinder to kids. Aliens are so scary," Aurora mumbled softly. Gila pointed at Han Zio with an expressionless face and said, "He's obviously scarier." Han Zio gave Gila a look, signaling that they needed to talk privately, then walked to the side. Not long after, Gila walked over, stood beside him, and frowned. "What? Do you want to leave this planet with me? Why are you inviting me?" Gila's expression in her eyes changed a little, and she looked at Han Zio's profile. "Not just you, your sister as well. I know that you two will never separate." Gila looked down to consider, and after a long silence, she said slowly, "No." Han Zio raised his brows. "I asked Bennett the same thing. It's understandable that he's not coming, but why did you reject?" "Dangerous," Gila said. "I need to take care of my sister. It's dangerous to stay too." Han Zio looked at her meaningfully, lit a cigarette, and exhaled some smoke. "Okay then." His tone was very casual and did not show any signs of wanting to know more, which made Gila doubtful. As he was speaking, he took out a string of keys, threw them to Gila, and said coldly, "If the darkness devours the sanctuary one day, these keys lead to my secret base. It can provide a place to hide for you. I've left the location information in my office, the laminated backside of the third drawer on the left. I'm leaving it there for you." Gila played with the keys. Suddenly, she said, "Are you not coming back?" Han Zio put on a half smile and said, "Do you care about that a lot?" Gila snorted coldly, raised the keys, signaling that she would remember what he had said, and left. After she walked a few steps away, Han Zio's voice came from behind with a light tone. "Don't die." Gila's footsteps paused. "You too." After Gila left, Han Zio's smile disappeared. He threw the cigarette butt on the floor and extinguished it with his foot. From what he estimated, there was more than a 50% chance that Gila will leave with him, but Gila had made the other choice unexpectedly. Even so, after being rejected twice on the bounce, Han Zio was still rather hurt in his heart. He mumbled to himself, "Could it be that I'm not charming?" It can't be. Suddenly, the sound of cheering crashed over the chatting duel like a tsunami. Han Zhao went onto the forums to check out the commotion as there was currently a live broadcast of the tournament. All the fights had come to an end, and a champion had been born. For the team matches, Dynasty had clinched the top spot after a hard-fought battle against Long Sky, while Temple of God had closely followed behind as the third team. Although the three big guilds have lived up to their names and taken all three top spots, the other teams who managed to reach the top 8 had all shown breathtaking performances. For individual matches, King Admiral had secured a victory in the finals and netted Dynasty 2 championships, causing their fame to skyrocket. Frenzied Sword had defeated his opponent and secured his spot as third in the individual rankings. Due to his relatively new gaming career, he was dubbed the dark horse of the tournament. The top 3 teams as well as the top 3 players from the individual matches on Planet Aquamarine had all qualified for the internationals. All 3 teams were from Chinese guilds, and countless players looked forward to seeing them compete on the global stage. They're finally done with the matches. Those pro players are finally free. Han Zhao's eyes gave off a weird glint as he prepared his next stage of action. At the Sanctuary's square, the roads were bustling with players who were living in the excitement of the tournament. They each discussed their own favorites, and the pro players would occasionally show up themselves, exciting the crowd even more. Of course, there were also the group of bros who believed in their luck, waiting day in and day out at Han Zhao's usual stall for the next batch of loot crates. He's coming. The group of people stretched out their necks as they waited. The truck drove by slowly before it came to a stop. Han Zhao walked off the truck, but it did not seem like he was going to sell loot crates as usual. Instead, he took a look around and said in a loud voice, "I have a perilous mission ahead, and I'm in need of helpers. I will be selecting qualified people to join my team. If you're confident in passing my test, come." Immediately after, Han Zhao sent out the mission that he had previously written up. Team member selection. Mission introduction. Han Zhao will soon leave Planet Aquamarine in secret to begin a new adventure. He is looking for powerful people to fight alongside him. Those who pass his test can venture off into the stars with him. Mission requirement, LV60. Mission period, 5 days. Completion requirement, pass Han Zhao's combat test. Reward, 1 EXP in the qualification to go with Han Zhao on his journey. This instantly caused massive waves among the players. Everyone had widened eyes as they read through the mission information. This is so sudden. Can we now leave the beginner planet? I can't believe we need to have max level before we can take the test. Hold for 30 seconds, and you pass. About 1,000 people had accepted the mission, and they all discussed among themselves as they watched. 30 seconds can't be that difficult, right? Said the second prince. Even if I went one-on-one against a level 60 boss in the wild, I could at least survive for a few minutes. Li Ji looked at the time and shook his head. The first player who was selected for the test had the ID Falling Leaf, and he took a big step out of the crowd. The surrounding players immediately backed up to clear a space. Although fighting in players' main city would usually worsen their reputations with the city's NPCs, it should be fine with Han Zhao there. Countless pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly, as if waiting for something. Start. Han Zhao said a single word. Falling Leaf immediately got into a defensive stance while waiting for the incoming blow. 4 sonic spheres flew out while crisscrossing in the air. Attached to the spheres were detection devices that both increased the weapon's range and accuracy. An ear-piercing explosion suddenly bloomed on the stage. Falling Leaf's health dropped instantly, and he was rooted where he was by a stunned effect. Boom, boom, boom. 6 pre-planted turrets suddenly sprang out of the ground and simultaneously opened fire on Falling Leaf. The combined firing rate was so fast that it was as if a miniature hailstorm was occurring where Falling Leaf was standing. Within a few moments, Falling Leaf collapsed onto the ground after being blasted to bits by the turret. Although Falling Leaf had activated multiple energy skills to surround himself with a thin layer of energy, he was pinned to the ground as bullets rained down on him. The surrounding players all had their mouths hanging wide open as they could not believe what had just happened. A max-level pro player could not even resist for 5 seconds before almost being wiped out. There was no need to even talk about skills or controls. Han Zhao might as well have just hung him up and whipped his backside. The player had been completely suppressed. What surprised the players even more was that Han Zhao had remained in the same position throughout the whole thing. Even his pose was the same. Are mechanics supposed to be this overpowered? Do we really have the same class? He didn't even move. The battles continued. The following players were much more careful, and they all tried their best to kite around Han Zhao. None dared go head-on. The moment a player was hit by Han Zio's attacks, they would go down within 10 seconds. Everyone tried everything that they could to survive for 30 seconds. The surrounding audience grew in size, and some started to post recordings of the fights onto the forums. The people who watched the recordings were flabbergasted. It had only been a few days ago that these pro players had been showing off their skills in the tournament. However, watching them getting butchered like pigs by this NPC aroused their curiosity. It was not an everyday occurrence for them to be able to watch pro players get bullied like that. More and more people got interested in this event as they got to watch the pros get shredded one after another. 2-1-0. He made it. I can't believe he used his trump card. Repeated barrel rolls. The crowd started laughing at the pro players' sorry state. They're all star players. Isn't this too extravagant of a lineup? Doesn't it feel like we're a few persons short? The more meticulous fans realized that Hao Tian and Frenzied Sword had not come for the mission. All the other pro players came. How could they let go of a chance like this? Whereas Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter felt helpless. I have already asked. Old Hao and Frenzied Sword were already qualified to begin with. The crowd could not process what Sleepy Winter had just said for a second. Hao Tian and Frenzied Sword had triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Was that why they got this special treatment? The bunch of pro players suddenly felt a sense of unfairness in their hearts. They could not believe that they had to come here to get tortured over and over again, while those two just backdoored their way in. Where was the justice in that? The pro players were jealous to no end. They also wanted to receive such benefits. Han Zio silently sent out another pre-written mission to the surrounding players. The Last Bastion. Mission type, prize pool mission. Mission introduction. Someday in the future, a calamity will strike this world, and Sanctuary 3 will become the last remaining bastion for humanity. Protect this dwindling flame from the encroaching darkness. Only then will there be hope to overcome this calamity. Requirement, protect Sanctuary 3. The destruction rate must not go above 50%. Mission status, frozen. Start date, unknown. The grayed out name implied that this mission had not started. This was the first time that the players had seen a mission with the frozen status, and many were mystified. Word soon got out, and more people learned of this news. The heavens and the earth brightened while chasing the darkness away. Right at that moment, in the area right above the convoy, the players realized that there was a small black dot that was the size of an ant. They focused their eyes, and they could soon see that it was an outline of a spaceship that was descending toward the planet. Look, spaceship. At the beginning, the crowd became exhilarated as they talked with each other. But as the shadow of the spaceship became larger and larger and the sky started to dim, the excitement and noisiness of the crowd quickly died down. Tens of thousands of people's jaws dropped. The scene in front of their eyes was so shocking that they were lost for words. When the spaceship was still high up in the sky, the outline was only the size of a green bean. It was only when the spaceship was a few hundred meters above the crowd that they realized the sheer magnitude of the spaceship. The spaceship was large enough to block out the entire sky above. My God, just how big is this spaceship? As the players looked up into the sky, they could not see anything other than the black spaceship. They only saw the outline of the spaceship that was near the horizon. There was one poem that everyone remembered as the spaceship landed. Dark clouds bearing down on the city threatened to overwhelm it. Inside the Sanctuary 3, Gila stood behind his sister, and she put her hand on the shoulders of Aurora. The two of them both looked at the short-horned star. Will he ever come back? Aurora asked curiously. Gila remained quiet and shook her head. It's a wider world out there. After stepping out of here, there's no reason for him to come back. Hey sis, why didn't we also join him? Gila patted on Aurora's golden hair and did not reply. Hey, you're hurting me. Gila then realized that she had used too much force and quickly let go. The bear cub on the side roared at the sky, lay on the ground, and covered its head with its paws, sobbing as if it was sad about the departure of its owner. Aurora patted on the bear's fur and was also sad. She asked quietly, will we be able to see him? Sooner or later, we will. But you just said that he won't come back. Yeah. Gila did not explain. Aurora's heart skipped a beat as she understood the hidden meaning. Then her mood was happy again. He's gone. In Sanctuary 1, Bennett was doing a video call with Huang Yu and listening to the intel. From now on, Sanctuary 3 is under your command. Don't try to change Han Zio's arrangements, but other than that, you can decide on the other matters. Okay, thank you, Sir Bennett. Huang Yu was motivated since his hard work had finally paid off. Don't thank me. Han Zio recommended you before leaving. I understand. Huang Yu nodded and carved it in his heart. After ending the call, Bennett, with a smile on his face, logged into his secret account and opened the threats that the Six Nations had sent him. Bennett had dealt with the pressure from Raylan and other countries by himself, as he did not want Han Zio to worry about these things before departing. Now that the ship had sailed, the way that his old friend had left was enough to shock the Six Nations, since Bennett himself also was surprised at the scene of departure. He wondered how Raylan would react to that. The Shorthorn Star did not state their purpose of entry, and this massive ship frightened the Six Nations. As the satellites detected the Shorthorn Star, the Six Nations had panicked and sent the Air Force to try and communicate with them. Yet, the Shorthorn Star had ignored them and showed no intention of talking to the highest power of the planet. Before the Six Nations could do anything, the spaceship had then left without a sound. After the visit of the enormous spaceship on planet Aquamarine, the Six Nations feared what had to come and quickly tried to get intel. When they found out about the truth that the Shorthorn Star had just come to pick up Han Zio, the Six Nations had been flustered at first, but then they were suddenly struck dumb with amazement. The mysterious spaceship that had surpassed planet Aquamarine by countless of years was just there to pick Black Phantom up. This time, the Raylan was bamboozled. They had never thought that this would happen. The target whom they were threatening had already jumped out of the pool and stopped playing with them. No wonder Han Zio had ignored all the threats from the Six Nations, since their hostility was just a speck of dust. Through the box-shaped cabin, the Earth became smaller and smaller as Shorthorn Star flew in the sky. The blue sky slowly turned dark while the anti-gravitation engine operated quietly. They headed into the dark universe. Suddenly, the cabin shook violently as it tried to escape the atmosphere. Before they knew it, they were in space. Planet Aquamarine was filled with the deep blue color of the ocean, with bountiful fertile land and specks of yellow dots. From above, one could see the entire land in detail, and Han Zio saw that Andrea was covered in black, showing that the war and nuclear explosion had the most damaging effect at this area. He felt sad leaving his friends behind, so he still had some feelings for the planet Aquamarine. As he left the planet, part of his heart was still in his home. Even though he was not extremely close with people such as Bennett, Gila, and Aurora, they had great potential in their ability. Just from the perspective of benefits, Han Zio hoped to see Gila and her sister grow stronger and provide assistance. Staring at the planet that was slowly drifting away, he quietly murmured, "I will be back." The galactic commercial spaceship did not force the passenger to stay in one place. It was more like a cruise that had a lot of entertainment and resting spaces. Different sections of the ship had different environments to accommodate different life forms. One side of the lobby was a large window that could directly see the beautiful universe decorated with the stars. All sorts of living creatures walked past them. They saw a bird talking to a lion that was wearing a suit. There was also a dwarf with a great big, bushy beard drinking beer with a beast with sharp teeth. Every one of them had different scents and voices, and they were mixing together in a small space, which gave the players a weird feeling, as it was their first contact with aliens. "What kind of species is that? Their heads look like a hammer," Second Prince said in surprise. "You look like them." Son Eggplant laughed. "We are on the ship and have finished the transaction," Kurlod said. "When can I contact the headquarters?" "No worries, the final stop is Jubilee Hub. You can head back by yourself from there. I won't stop you." "That's good." Kurlod rubbed his hand and added awkwardly, "I want to get a drink, so I only have that much. Don't waste it all." Han Zio gave him 10 enas. Han Zio thought to himself that he was such a kind person for giving pocket money to a person whom he had scammed. After receiving the money, Kurlod skipped toward the bar. He believed in hedonism, so most of his money was spent on drinks. Kurlod was having a dark blue drink at the bar when a hybrid human with sharp ears and bony face walked up beside him, tossed an ena's coin, signifying that this cup was on him, and said with a smile, "You boarded from planet Aquamarine, right? That low-class planet is just a low-class civilization, and the people you brought onto the ship are all natives, aren't they? What does that have to do with you?" Kurlod looked at him sideways. "Hehe, are you interested in a deal? My name is Cecily. I do this." A bird wrapped in chains. That was a label for a slavery trade organization, one of the many scavenger businesses. Kurlod waved impatiently and said, "FCK off. I don't want to waste my time with you." Public spaceships were rather chaotic, with quite many hidden gray organizations looking for suckers. "Don't be so quick to reject. I can see all of the natives that you've brought along are supers, so their prices will be quite good. Consider it okay." At this time, Han Zio's cold voice appeared from behind the two. "I think it's time for you to leave." Cecily turned his head around and saw Han Zio standing behind, expressionless. He smiled without caring, ignored Han Zio, and gave Kurlod a slight bow before leaving. Cecily blended into the crowd and started chatting with others again. It seemed like he did not care much about the failed deal this time. There are hundreds and thousands of scavenger organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, recognizable by their tattoos. Some scavengers also do other shady business, like robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. That Cecily is the middleman for the slave trade, in charge of looking for targets. He belongs to the Boneless Bird Scavenger Group, a tough criminal group wanted by many galactic civilizations in Godara. You guys have been targeted, so it's best to be careful, but scavengers won't do things that will cost them a loss. You should be safe in the spaceship since I rejected him, and he won't continue to try, Kurlod said. I feel that his target isn't us natives. Han Zio thought about. At this moment, the ground started to tremble unusually. A piercing alarm sounded from the broadcast instantly after. Han Zio's expression changed a little, and he instantly stood up. The hall was chaotic at this moment. All of the passengers walked out and looked outside the window, terrified. Colorful explosions flashed outside, but there was no sound due to the lack of air. The scavenger spaceships fired at the Short-Horn Star. The Short-Horn Star had already activated its high-energy shield. The scavenger spaceships were much smaller than Short-Horn Star, but they were also much more agile because of that. They dodged the attacks and dashed around, but Short-Horn Star could not dodge anything due to its large size. It could only endure the attacks with its shield. This is the captain of Short-Horn Star speaking. Passengers, we have encountered an attack from scavengers. We will start to turn our engine to its full capacity. As long as we enter the jump gate, we will be able to get rid of the enemies. Please do not worry. The enemy will definitely not be able to break the defense. We are very experienced in facing attacks. I can't believe they are attacking so publicly. If this spaceship can't withstand it, we're all done for. I haven't lived long enough. You don't say. No one's lived long enough. Suddenly, the spaceship trembled tens of times harder than it did before with deafening sounds of explosions. The group staggered and almost fell. Han Zio's expression turned very serious. The universe was a vacuum, so the sound of the explosion meant that the enemies had destroyed the shield and broken it. This captain had jinxed it. The moment that he heard the sound, a notification showed on his interface. You have triggered an emergency mission. Mission introduction. Due to certain reasons, some groups of scavengers have their eyes on Short-Horn Star. They are preparing to board and attack all the passengers. Your fate is intertwined tightly with this spaceship. Mission requirements. Repel all the scavengers and protect Short-Horn Star. Reward, 350,000 experience, 1,500 ENAs, unlock area prestige. Looks like the scavengers chose the second method. There are two other scavenger groups other than Boneless Bird. The reason for them to work together and attack us is definitely more than just to capture a group of slaves. Han Zio turned around and saw the 20 or so players behind him standing in a daze, which meant that they were looking at their interface and had triggered the same mission. First, we'll retrieve our weapons from the warehouse. Then, we'll split up into 3 groups. One group will head toward the main control room, and another group will look for the captain and the cotters. They have authority to operate the spaceship, so the enemies will definitely head toward these 2 targets as well. There's a very high possibility that we will get into combat. The last group will find the emergency escape ship. Such a large spaceship definitely has this kind of measure, so this will be the last resort. Players splitting up was very advantageous. They communicated with their interface, which would not be blocked, and Han Zio could control the situation by talking to the players. Hundreds of scavengers equipped with various firearms battled the guards of Short-Horn Star, shooting out beams and bullets, and people were screaming in agony as they fell. Most of the soldiers were normal people of various races, and there were also a few supers. Kill the guards quickly. Gazers, go to clean up the main control room. Beast Hoofs, get some hostages. Serpent Braid had invited 2 other scavenger groups for this job called Gazers and Beast Hoofs. And the rest, Serpent Braid swung his braid and smiled hideously. Follow me to find that Godarin. Has the distress signal been sent out yet? In the main control room, the captain was covered in sweat while the operator at the side was panicking. Our communications have been jammed. All signals are blocked. Impossible. The communication device on Short-Horn Star is a high-grade device brought from a galactic civilization. How do these scavengers have such high-grade equipment? The captain was shocked and furious. Galactic long-range communicators had universality and diversity, causing signal-blocking devices to be very expensive. Furthermore, the enemy had an anti-jump device that could disrupt the space and prevent jumping. The captain was devastated. Quickly, get the passenger list, see if there's someone strong. Someone frantically filtered the passenger list, and a few people's identities were displayed. All of them was slightly renowned combat personnel, and among them, the most famous one was the high-level mercenary the Green Knight. The Green Knight, it's him. Great. The captain was overjoyed. He hastily announced through the broadcast, "Passengers, the situation right now is very urgent. The scavengers are heading toward the main control room. I hope the passengers with combat abilities can help us. This is saving yourselves, too, and I will pay a large monetary reward." The current situation was almost desperate. The warhammer swung sideways and blew away a large group of the spaceship guards. Serpent Braid swung the warhammer with one hand, covered in gray pugilist flames. The bullets and low-level energy beams could only leave white marks on his stone skin. This was his race talent, making him very tough. He was laughing insolently, charging forward with ease, and forced the guards away. The battle in the ship was heated. The shield outside was covered in explosions too. It was like a song of war. Request for backup. We met a strong super on the way to the main control room and were stopped. Please help. Serpent Braid took some people and headed toward the main control room. The spaceship was rather large, so it took some time for them to finally arrive at the scene. Corpses of the scavengers were scattered all over the floor. Serpent Braid saw a flash and a green burst of light like a fountain at the end of the path. About a dozen scavengers were thrown against the wall. Their bodies were twisted and their bones were broken. The Green Knight stood at the path to the main control room with a cold face. Green streams of light covered his body like ripples. He was actually an Esper, able to control a special green energy that could be melded into various shapes, which could be used to attack and defend. Suddenly, the light shield burst, and the warhammer hit the left side of Lurden's body without any hindrance. Boom! Half of Lurden's body exploded. Parts splashed out like a blossoming flower, shooting onto the walls, and the oil splattered all over the ground. Lurden flew out and hit the wall, but there was no pain on his face. His body was half implants, so the shattered mechanical body did not have a sense of pain. This technology was more mature and complete than what the Germinal organization had. Of course, it would not damage one's life. Suddenly, flames shot out from under his feet. He flew up, jumped over Serpent Braid, and fled. The reward was why he helped. His life was more important to him. Half of his body had shattered, and the situation was very critical, so he immediately fled without any hesitation. It was so rational it was almost too cold. This spaceship will definitely be lost. No matter what the scavengers want to do, I'm not their target. The security perimeter shouldn't be far from here. I just have to take the emergency aircraft to escape. The scavengers will not chase me. Seeing that Lurden had fled, the captain lost all strength and plonked himself in a chair, his eyes shut in agony. It's over. It's all over. The Green Knight had run away, and the enemy was inches away from the main control room. What more hope was there? Serpent Braid suppressed his desire to chase. He remembered the main mission and brought the rest toward the main control room door. Panic and terror spread. The people were horrified. Every step that the scavengers took, the captain's heart sunk deeper. This situation was already hopeless. The captain could not think of anything that would reverse the situation. He could not help but think of his wife, his kid, and his mistress back home, and his heart filled with sorrow. Just as Serpent Braid was about to hammer open the door, he suddenly heard an explosion, and a surge of heat rapidly approached from behind him. He hastily turned around, and a thick beam of scorching light rapidly expanded in his vision. Serpent Braid hurriedly raised his warhammer before him, and the flames condensed into an invisible force field protection layer. The beam hit right on target. Bang! The warhammer turned into burning hot iron instantly. With a loud scream from Serpent Braid, the warhammer fell out of his hand, and he was blown away. The ember on his arms and chest was still burning. What? The captain's expression suddenly changed. Another one. Kill him. Other scavengers turned around and focus fired him. Bullets and beams were everywhere. Serpent Braid spun the warhammer, not to attack Hanzio but the main control room door. With a loud bang, the door fell, and the main control room was exposed. Just as Serpent Braid was about to enter the main control room, at this time, a dark red stream of light appeared between Hanzio's eyebrows. A sexy outline of a lady appeared behind him. Without any hesitation, Hanzio used all 3 psychic impacts on Serpent Braid. Having just seen from the combat information that Serpent Braid was a LV-70 pugilist, Hanzio knew that since the stone giant blood gave him very strong physical resistance, correspondingly, his mind was his weakness. Serpent Braid stopped in place. The next second, thick blood shot out from his nose and mouth, and he felt like his brain had exploded. The world was spinning, and he lost control of his body, fell before the main control room door, and could not get up. The captain felt like he was towing the line of life and death. He gulped nervously and said, "Are you a passenger, too?" The captain could not express what he actually meant because he was so nervous. What he actually meant was, this mysterious mechanical suit warrior seemed to have even stronger combat power than the slightly renowned Green Knight. But why was he not on the passenger list earlier? Hanzio turned around and said, "I heard you'll pay a reward." After the disappointment from Green Knight earlier, the captain did not dare hesitate at all. He had to grab onto this life-saving rope at all costs. So he hastily exclaimed, "That's right. I can give you a lot of money. You must stop them." A notification appeared on the interface. "You have triggered the mission." Mission introduction. The Shorthorn Star's captain has decided to hire you to protect the spaceship and his safety. Mission requirements. Successfully protect Shorthorn Star and keep the captain alive. Reward, 8,000 Enas. 8,000? That's quite a lot. Enas had a very high purchasing power. Not mentioning Hanzio's knowledge, Kurlod's salary as an investigator was only 4,000 Enas annually, excluding the benefits that he received. And this guy splurged on entertainment and night activities, yet he could still save 800 plus Enas. Hanzio was very satisfied. Within the same matter, he could take initiative and reap more money from different people. Back when he was running his power leveling business, he had already become very familiar with this method. Many players had this habit as well. When they knew that they were going to a certain place, they would accept all the missions regarding that place in advance and complete them at once, getting a greater profit. This new mission had only been given to him, and the other players did not have it. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.